Chapter 91. The vinyl record was spinning on the record player, and classical jazz music filled every corner of the room. It is very difficult to find a vinyl record now. If it is not a passion, no one will spend a lot of time looking for an almost out-of-print record. Mr. Fay stood beside the record player, humming the music softly, closing his eyes, and reveling in the music from the record player. "Sorry, Mr. Fay, we failed." The abrupt sound disrupted the notes and rhythm. The man in a black robe was behind Mr. Fay, clenching his fists and shaking his body. Mr. Fay did not keep useless people. If the mission failed, there were only two results for the person who carried out the mission. One is that Mr. Fay was in a good mood and persuaded him to quit, which was equivalent to slow death. The other is becoming a snack for Shadow. Mr. Fay stopped humming the music, and his eyes under the gold-rimmed glasses slowly opened. He did not look back at the man, but looked at the tiger head sculpture on the wall. It was one of his favorite collections, a tiger head specimen that he bought from someone. He tapped the tabletop where the vinyl record player was placed, and his bloodshot eyes showed no anger. Mr. Fay turned to face the man in the robe and smiled. "You did a good job this time." "Good?" Puzzled eyes were revealed under the shadow of the black robe. Their mission, this time, was to send the experimental subjects from the third laboratory to Qingjing College, hoping that they would create a certain amount of chaos, and then sneak into Arnold's laboratory to find information related to gene optimization. But not only did they fail, they also sacrificed 3 experimental subjects, which was obviously a more serious mistake than the failure of invading Xinhuang. The last time the Star Emperor mission failed, his companions disappeared quietly overnight. He believed that Mr. Fay must have dealt with him. He came back determined to die. But Mr. Fay didn't blame him. Seeing that he still bowed his head and said nothing, Mr. Fay shrugged his shoulders, walked past him, and sat down on the sofa. He picked up the teacup, took a sip, and opened the can to add sugar cubes. "Although you have completely failed in this mission, you deserve to die." His calm tone and elegant movements were as relaxed as talking to a friend about what to eat today, but in the man's ears, a simple sentence was like thunder in the ground. He bit his lips tightly, and dared not speak. Mr. Fay stirred the tea, and the spoon hit the wall of the cup, making a crisp and pleasant sound. He continued, "But your mistakes brought me other surprises, which can be regarded as making up for the mistakes. Since Mr. Fay said so, the surprises gained are definitely more valuable than the regrets lost." He was completely out of danger. The black-robed man dared to turn around and face Mr. Fay. He had something important to say, and was hesitating about how to start. It was the last thing to ask when asking for forgiveness, but if he didn't ask again, he would still die. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and asked carefully, then, "Mr. Fay, my medicine." Mr. Fay took a sip of hot tea and glanced at him. "Go to Dr. Cui to get it, and just say I allowed it." A trace of joy flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, and he quickly agreed. "Thank you, Mr. Fay." After the black-robed man left, Mr. Fay crossed his legs and enjoyed the music. After drinking the tea in the cup, he picked up the light screen on the table and clicked on the report to check. Inside was a blood test report. The name of its owner was written on the top of the report. Xinjiu. It might take some time to find Xing Huang's medical records, but his dearest experiment number 13 got Xinjiu's blood for him before he died, so his value was used to the extreme. Of course, it was easy to injure Xinjiu, but it was not easy to transport her blood back. Fortunately, there were still people who were eager to show their loyalty. He flipped down, and the report changed, and it was another person's medical report. Its owner's physical condition was worrying, and it was expected to survive no more than a year. He got up and walked to the French window, looking at the experimental town with a staggered layout of buildings outside, and his mood was as good as today's weather. "Shadow, do you want to have some snacks?" As he finished speaking, a huge python emerged from the fireplace. It came to Mr. Fay's side and stretched out its tongue to gently lick Mr. Fay's face. Mr. Fay reached out and stroked its smooth scales, picked up a piece of cake from the table, and brought it to Shadow's mouth. After swallowing it in one gulp, Shadow crawled at Mr. Fay's feet and fell asleep. Mr. Fay chuckled. "I have never seen a war beast as lazy as you." Shadow opened his vertical pupils, rubbed his calf with his head, and continued to close his eyes and sleep. Mr. Fay didn't care, and the two of them lived a peaceful life. Xinjiu clearly felt that she was very competitive and participated in the baking practical test, but for some reason, since the class that day, the teacher asked her to work hard to prepare for the written test, and did not need to participate in the practical test. When she complained to Gu Zheng and Wang Ling, she was also persuaded. Ming Shui and Li Tong both liked to eat the food they made, so why didn't they like it? However, Due to the teacher's persuasion and arrangement, Chinjio did not have to attend the practical course, but had more time to attend other classes. After Chinjio finished the Interstellar etiquette class, he rushed to the fighting hall. Today, Gu Zheng and Wang Ling did not need to attend classes. They had asked Ping'an about the class location in advance, and came to see Chinjio's fighting skills class. There were rumors that she was very talented in fighting, and they wanted to see with their own eyes whether it was true. Chinjio was a little surprised to see the two of them. When she looked at Bai Shui at her feet, she thought it was a good thing that they were there. She squatted down and said to Bai Shui, "Go to brother Gu Zheng." Bai Shui obediently left and jumped to sit next to Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng dared to hug Lightning, but did not dare to touch Bai Shui. He could only look at its little figure sitting upright with an itchy heart. A week later, Chinjio and Ping'an faced each other again, just like the after-sales of the last competition, and there was a sequel. But this time Ping'an couldn't smile in front of Chinjio. A few days ago, Li Tong sent him a large bag of cookies, saying that they were made by Chinjio, and asked him to try them. The cookies smelled fragrant, but they had the most vicious taste he had ever eaten in his life. But when he wanted to vomit, Li Tong covered his mouth tightly and forced him to swallow it, saying that he couldn't waste the food made by Chinjio. The result was that he drank 2 full buckets of water that day, but he couldn't wash away the bitterness in his mouth. Unexpectedly, in addition to Chinjio's achievements in swordsmanship, his attack power in cooking was also amazing. Chinjio saw that his expression was not natural, and thought he was sick, and couldn't help but worry. "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Why don't you tell the teacher?" Ping'an shook his head, forced a smile, and replied, "It's okay, today is the test, I won't give you a move." Chinjio grinned, his eyes full of confidence. "Of course, I don't think I will lose." Chapter 92. I don't know if it's because of the test, Ping'an didn't use the wooden sword anymore, but took out his own customized weapon. Every sword fighter has his own customized weapon, usually made by a mechanic. During the customization process, they can put forward their own requirements to add additional devices with multiple functions and uses to the weapon. The more additional accessories, the heavier the weapon, so it is said that only those who can accept high weight can enjoy more powerful weapons. Ping'an's weapon is a broadsword. Because it is a competition between classmates, he replaced the blade in advance, and the current broadsword is not sharpened. Chinjio still took out the heaviest wooden sword in the basket. She weighed it, and felt that it was just right. She looked at Ping'an's broadsword carefully, which seemed to be different from the sword she remembered. Ping'an's broadsword was not sharpened, and the silver-white metal reflected bursts of cold light. The back of the broadsword seemed to be spliced with block metal, and it felt like it would fall apart if touched. Chinjio couldn't help but wonder, is Ping'an's weapon really strong? Wouldn't it be cut off by her sword? The assessment is a free combination to choose opponents. As long as the other party agrees, they can become partners for the exam. The remaining students, who didn't find their own partners, were randomly paired. The first one to propose cooperation was Ping'an. The last time they sparred, they only fought each other for one move, and Ping'an realized that it was not Chinjio's real ability, and Chinjio could go further. Meeting an opponent with the same strength is an extremely attractive temptation for every fighter. Ping'an is not exaggerating. In the entire Qingjing, he can't find many opponents, and they have basically sparred with each other. The few who didn't find anyone were already members of the fighting army. He could really say that sentence among his peers, how lonely it is to be invincible. So when he found Chinjio's shining point, he immediately ignited his fighting spirit. In the recent courses, Ping'an often fed her moves and taught her skills. Chinjio's learning speed is amazing. She can basically learn it after being taught once. And after learning, she can also find a more advanced counterattack method, which is comparable to the automatic calculation function of combat mecha. Ping'an's wolf-raising plan can finally be implemented today. The assessment is different from the general competition. The students in the assessment basically use their own customized big killers. Some students even have hot weapons installed in their weapons. For everyone's safety, the central competition platform must raise an air wall during the assessment to intercept any objects that may fly out. The two stood in the field, and Chinjio looked at the transparent wall on the side curiously, and a number appeared above their heads. Because there are other candidates behind, the assessment time between each two people must be controlled within 10 minutes. If the winner is not decided after 10 minutes, the points will be settled according to the disadvantaged and advantageous sides. This time, students do not need to broadcast live in the forum, and the professional official account has begun to record the whole process. All their practical exams must be transparent and open, so when the first person found that the professional fighting skills account with AV was broadcasting live, he immediately spoke up in the forum, causing a lot of topics. Hey! Why didn't anyone tell me that the professional fighting skills exam was today? Written exam or? Damn, you don't know? Look at the official account of the professional fighting skills. It's live. Official account live broadcast can only be practical. There's something to watch. Ping'an will use his own weapons during the assessment, right? Of course he will. Do you know who made Ping'an's weapons? I might scare you to death if I tell you. I want to see who is so famous that I can scare me to death. That's right, that's right. A student, not a member of the fighting army, just found someone to do it, right? It's another diversion, drag it down. Shinjin, it's fine if you don't know, but you dare to slander him? The person above said it. Why are you hesitating? It's so frustrating. Then I told you. It's Mr. Levin who is now in Xinhuang. What? You don't believe it? How can you make people believe it? Give me a reason? Levin is of such status. Ping'an has nothing to do with him in his entire life, right? Next time if you change someone to spread rumors, maybe we will believe it, haha. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Mr. Levin was the one who saved Ping'an and the others. Later, Ping'an came to Qingjing and chose the fighting skill. Mr. Levin even went to Qingjing to make weapons for him. Don't you know? Wait, what you said has some impression on me. I am an exchange student majoring in mechanical engineering at Xinhuang. Our teacher did take a week off a month after the start of school. No one knows where he went. You are talking so mysteriously, as if it were true? Add one, are you so good at attracting traffic and making up stories now? Do you think you are writing a novel? You really don't believe me. I guarantee on my personality that I am not kidding. How many star coins is your personality worth? Gu Sheng likes to browse the forum. Seeing that the forum was heatedly arguing, he poked Wang Ling's arm and showed him the terminal page. He asked, is what they said true? I remember you seemed to have taken a week off before? Wang Ling's face showed a complicated expression. Looking at the familiar big knife in Ping'an's hand, he nodded heavily. I came to Qingjing with teacher Levin. Some of the mechanisms on his knife were made by me. Gu Zheng's eyes widened instantly. He couldn't believe what he heard and confirmed again. Are you serious? Wang Ling, yes, really. Gu Zheng, no wonder you were well prepared on the first day you came to Siwang Star. It turns out you have been here. Wang Ling, I was deceived by teacher Levin. He said he was going on a business trip and had a project for me to participate in, so. But I didn't see Ping'an. I stayed in the mechanical room from the first day I came, making weapons with teacher Levin. Gu Zheng thought about it, and felt it was normal. After all, there was only 1 week at that time, and they were completely in a rush. It was reasonable that Wang Ling had no chance to contact Ping'an. Since Wang Ling was also involved in the production, Gu Zheng's curiosity rose, and he asked, do you think Qinjiu has a chance to win? Wang Ling looked from a distance, and saw Qinjiu playing with swords, and seemed to be familiar with the weight of the wooden sword. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes, and he shook his head and answered, no. Gu Zheng, are you so sure? Wang Ling, it is precisely because it was a weapon from teacher Levin and me that I know how terrifying it is. Gu Zheng's curiosity has expanded to the extreme, and he asked, what's the secret? Wang Ling pretended to be mysterious. You will know if you read on. Chapter 93. The huge red number began to count down, and the atmosphere on the field gradually became tense. The students who were still communicating could not help but hold their breath and concentrate, focusing all their attention on Qinjiu and Ping'an. This time, Ping'an no longer treated her as a newcomer and attacked immediately. Ping'an came to Qinjiu almost instantly, and the silver-white blade enlarged in Qinjiu's eyes. Qinjiu subconsciously raised his sword to block in front of him. The moment the two weapons met, there was a huge collision sound. Qinjiu staggered and took a step back. Ping'an's attack was quick and fierce, and the force was completely different from that in the usual sparring. Qinjiu's pupil shrank slightly, and he pushed Ping'an away with greater strength, and suddenly took several steps back. Ping'an did not intend to let her go. Just as he adjusted his body shape, the blade chopped towards Qinjiu's arm. At the critical moment, Qinjiu instinctively dodged back, and the blade brushed her arm. Although Ping'an's broadsword was not sharpened, it also cut Qinjiu's sleeve, leaving a red mark. There was a whistling sound behind Qinjiu, and her back felt a little cold. She retreated to the air wall, but Ping'an did not stop attacking because of this. Instead, Qinjiu's retreat stimulated his warlike genes. He planned to pursue the victory, and jumped up with the broadsword to chop Qinjiu's forehead from top to bottom. His attack was swift and powerful. Even if the weapon was not sharpened, Qinjiu's head would definitely explode with this attack. Normally, Ping-an would not be so unrestrained. The teacher frowned throughout the whole process. Seeing that something was wrong, he had already touched the whip wrapped around his waist and was about to stop the game. But Qinjiao, who was supposed to be forced to take this fierce attack, suddenly disappeared. The broadsword lost its target and chopped on the air wall. At this moment, a sound of breaking air came from behind him. He didn't have time to look back, and the alarm bells in his mind rang loudly. He retracted the blade and dodged to the side. Qinjiao's wooden sword brushed past his waist. Qinjiao sighed inwardly, but soon accepted the reality. After all, the opponent was Ping-an. If he could win with one move, wouldn't it be an insult to his ability? Ping-an was secretly shocked. The reason why he didn't control the degree of sparring was because he believed that Qinjiao would not be easily defeated by him. He expected Qinjiao to dodge the attack, but he didn't expect her to attack him after dodging. He didn't know how Qinjiao did it, but he knew that Qinjiao was stronger than the last time she fed him a move. The person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear. The audience witnessed the whole process of Qinjiao's additional attack after dodging. Qinjiao didn't show any panic when facing Ping-an's attack. She seemed to have anticipated Ping-an's offensive. Her figure was as agile as the wind. She used the wooden sword to stab the ground to gain leverage and dodged to the side lightly. When Ping-an's broadsword fell on the air wall, she drew her sword and swung it fiercely at Ping-an. With her strength, even if she only used the wooden sword, Ping-an's waist might be broken. The two of them did not use light or heavy hands, which made the teacher outside the field feel anxious again and again. Suddenly, he wanted to give the two high scores and let them get out quickly. Bang! The two of them came into contact again, and the sound of the wooden sword and the broadsword colliding with each other continued. Some people paid special attention to the time above their heads. Although only 1 second had passed, they had heard several collisions. Everyone on the field was silent, and their moods rose and fell with the movements of the two. Ah! Qinjiao is going to lose. No, Qinjiao dodged. Ping-an was cut. Wait, Ping-an counterattacked. Qinjiao quickly dodged. It's so dangerous almost. Qinjiao's back of the hand is also injured. The two of them fought back and forth, and the battle was extremely fierce. Ping-an's swordsmanship was brave, and Qinjiao could always dodge and counterattack in critical moments. Her swordsmanship was not very routine, but it was unpredictable, which gave Ping-an a headache. As time went by, the countdown had come to the last minute, and the two had not yet decided the winner. But no matter what the result of this competition, their names will be remembered firmly. Their physical strength seemed to begin to decline, and the frequency of attack was obviously not as fast as at the beginning. Ping-an's heart was already full of waves. What he didn't want to admit was that his physical strength did begin to decline, but Qinjiao didn't. Qinjiao's attack was as fierce as ever, but because of her declining state, her pursuit came faster, as if she had seen her weakness and accelerated the attack. Qinjiao, very scary. After a mistake, Ping-an gave Qinjiao a chance to go further. The tip of Qinjiao's wooden sword pointed directly at Ping-an's vital point. Her attack came too fast. Ping-an had no time to dodge, and was about to be pierced through the head. The teacher had removed the air wall and rushed towards the two. But the next moment, her movement stopped. I saw that Ping-an's broadsword had a gap on its back, and Qinjiao's sword was stuck. Bang! The next second, the wooden sword broke into 2 pieces and fell, hitting the floor with a dull sound. Qinjiao looked at the wooden sword that was only half left, and was silent for a while before saying, I lost. Her eyes were cast towards Ping-an's broadsword, and she saw that there were blocks of metal reorganizing and moving around the gap on the back of Ping-an's broadsword. Gradually, the gap disappeared, and the back of the blade returned to its original shape that would fall apart if it was chopped down. Ping-an looked at Qinjiao with complicated eyes, and couldn't speak for a long time. Did Qinjiao lose? No, he lost. Qinjiao could force himself to this point with a wooden sword for practice, and he didn't dare to say that he won. The second form of his broadsword has never been used in actual combat against students of the same grade. Unexpectedly, the first use was forced out by an outsider. When Ping-an thought that she was a pet care major, she was even more heartbroken. The teacher had not had time to retract the long whip in her hand, and she saw that the time had just returned to 0. The two of them ended the competition, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's not easy to be a teacher these days. She almost had a teaching accident. She put her hands on her waist, and the long whip was like a little snake that came to life, wrapped around her waist and became her belt. If you didn't look carefully, you would think it was an ornament. The teacher announced the result. Ping-an won. The whole venue was silent. No one applauded, no discussion. They almost witnessed history. Ping-an almost suffered a Waterloo in his life, and was very embarrassed. Gu Zheng's tense emotions slowly relaxed, and the heartbeat in his eardrums was still very clear. He turned his head to look at Wang Ling, who was also shocked, and asked, "Is this why you said Qingjiu couldn't win?" Wang Ling didn't expect to see this side of Qingjiu. He had to admit that Qingjiu's calm and composed appearance and sharp eyes during the battle just now made him feel scared. Qingjiu was the kind of enemy he didn't want to meet in his life. Wang Ling withdrew his thoughts and nodded. The back of his blade is alive and can change shape according to the owner's needs. Moreover, it is made of special metal, and its strength is unmatched by ordinary weapons. Gu Zheng sighed. The new weapons are also developing rapidly now. He looked at Qingjiu, who was in a trance after picking up the broken sword, and asked a question that Wang Ling had never thought of. "Do you want to make one for Qingjiu too?" Chapter 94. Wang Ling also looked at Qingjiu, who had already gotten over his defeat, and shook hands with Ping'an with a smile on his face. Wang Ling thought about Gu Zheng's question seriously for a long time, and then he said, "I can think about it." The situation in the live broadcast room was completely different from that on the scene, with comments coming in very fast, and some of them were interns and people from other schools who came to join in the fun. I just seemed to hear Wang Ling and Gu Zheng from Xinhuang chatting, and they confirmed that Ping'an's weapon was made by teacher Levin. I didn't believe it 10 minutes ago, but now I believe it. I asked for a multi-camera playback of the broken sword segment. This form is so cool. I also sparred with Ping'an after my internship, and I saw this form. It's really good looking. Wait, the person upstairs is not the 5th-year student union president, right? Damn, that's true. He's a full-fledged member of the fighting army. So, doesn't Qingjiu have reached the level of the fighting army? Not really. Ping'an still restrained himself. Otherwise, Qingjiu would have lost long ago if this killer weapon was used. But she was able to force Ping'an to use the second form of his weapon. As a student majoring in pet care, she's already amazing. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that Qingjiu was majoring in pet care. Outrageous. Wait, if that's the case, can Qingjiu get more than 10 points? Yeah. I almost forgot about the last mechanical exam. Did Qingjiu take it? She took it, and handed in her paper an hour and a half after the exam started. Ah? Did she finish it? I don't know, but as far as I know, Wang Ling was the second one to hand in her paper, and she also worked on it for almost 2.5 hours. Yes, the questions this time were so disgusting. I don't want to face them again. That's cold, what a waste of time. How many points does Qingjiu have left? Now she has 5 points. She should have about 20 points after the combat practice test. What about baking? The baking practice test is this afternoon, right? Thanks for the invitation. The baking teacher didn't let Qingjiu take the test. Why? Put your ears. Nothing. It's just that Qingjiu is the leader of the dark cuisine world, and the teacher said he was worried that she would be poisoned during the judging, so he persuaded her to quit. This. Don't disbelieve it. I saw Wang Ling and Gu Zheng eat it, and vomited until the sky was dark. I feel a little balanced in my heart. She finally has flaws. Gu Zheng saw that he was called by name in the live broadcast room and took a serious look at the content. His deliberately sealed memory was awakened in an instant, and the sweet, salty, and greasy taste surged to the root of his tongue. He closed his eyes and silently said, "I haven't eaten it, I haven't eaten it, I haven't eaten it." He admitted that Qingjiu had hurt him to the point of PTSD. Now whenever he saw the cookies, he would subconsciously recall the vicious taste. Qingjiu came back and saw Gu Zheng looking at her with resentful eyes. She was confused for a moment. Did she offend Gu Zheng while she was taking an exam? Bai Shui jumped into her arms, looked at the shallow wound on the back of her hand, sniffed it, and then licked her. Qingjiu didn't feel any pain, just itchy. Ping'an came to Qingjiu and was about to sit down. Seeing Bai Shui licking the back of Qingjiu's hand, he remembered that he seemed to have accidentally scratched her hand just now, and was about to ask. But when he looked closely, there was no sign of injury on the back of Qingjiu's hand. Did he remember it wrong? Or? Bai Shui was still licking the back of Qingjiu's hand, as if healing her. Ping'an had heard that war beasts had strong self-healing abilities. It seemed that Bai Shui's saliva had worked and accelerated the healing of Qingjiu's wound. He stopped struggling and asked Qingjiu, "Are you really not going to change your major? You are really wasting your talent in pet care." Qingjiu rubbed Bai Shui's little head and smiled. There are 365 professions, and there are top talents in every profession. How can there be any distinction between high and low? You see, I like pets too. She picked up Bai Shui and shook her in front of Ping'an. Bai Shui was a little puzzled, but she did not resist. Her body was stretched into a long strip and hung down. Ping'an, what kind of pet is this? It's obviously. He suddenly fell silent, looked around, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "You are a war beast." Qingjiu chuckled and took Bai Shui back. "But it's a pet to me." "Right, Bai Shui?" Bai Shui wrinkled her nose. In fact, she didn't like the title of pet, but if it was Qingjiu's pet, she would accept it reluctantly. Ping'an was helpless. He knew that Qingjiu had his own ideas, and didn't interfere too much. He lowered his head to wipe the back of the knife. Wang Ling, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but said, "Your part is a little loose. Do you want me to help you reinforce it?" Ping'an stopped what he was doing and looked up at Wang Ling. How could he tell? Wang Ling seemed to read his doubts, and took the initiative to explain. "I came with teacher Levin at that time, and I also participated in the production." Ping'an suddenly realized that it was no wonder that teacher Levin always said that someone would help, and it wouldn't take too long. It turned out that it was not a greeting. Students who can be favored by Levin must have extraordinary abilities. However, Wang Ling's identity as a member of the Star Emperor Student Union alone can explain the problem. Ping'an handed the knife over generously, and Wang Ling took out two tools from somewhere and repaired it on the spot. This scene was filmed and posted online. It was originally only circulated among a small group of people, but someone brought up Levin, which caused a heated discussion. The peak moment of public opinion was when Levin personally admitted that Ping'an's weapon was made by him and Wang Ling, and the topic instantly became a hot search. Originally, everyone was discussing weapons, but when the video of Ping'an and Qingjiu's exam was released, the hot topics increased. Qingjiu's fighting skills, Major Qingjiu? Is it the Qingjiu I know? Isn't she a pet care major? Oh, she chose the secondary subject in Qingjing. It's hard to explain clearly at the moment. Let's make a melon strip. Wait and eat melon. In Xinghuang, someone suddenly broke into Levin's office, and Levin was startled. He looked up and found Edel, and asked unhappily, "What's the matter? Why are you so anxious?" "Oh, sorry, I'm a little anxious." Edel's face showed no apology. His eyes narrowed slightly under his gold-rimmed glasses, and he smiled maliciously. Levin couldn't help shaking his body, and he asked, "What's the matter?" He happily opened the content on the terminal and handed it to Levin. "Make one for our Qingjiu too." Levin, You are here for free. Chapter 95. Qingjiu was chatting with Xia Xiaolan on the other end of the terminal, and the two little guys, Lightning and Lightning, were waiting silently behind Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan switched the direction of the camera so that Qingjiu could clearly see the appearance of the entire care center. Xia Xiaolan's execution ability was very strong. When Qingjiu left Xinghuang, the two-story shop he rented was still empty, but now it has been completely renovated. The new layout made Qingjiu's eyes light up. After consideration, Xia Xiaolan decided to put the care center for war beasts on the second floor, and the first floor was the service center for ordinary pets. After all, not everyone can accept war beasts appearing around them. If an accident occurs during the service, they also need to bear a lot of responsibility. The safest way is to let the war beasts go to the second floor. She also deliberately asked the engineering team to build an independent staircase on the second floor directly to the first floor, so that pets and war beasts can be unrelated. Qingjiu praised Xia Xiaolan for her thoughtfulness. She also shared with Xia Xiaolan the pet mecha she saw in the Qingjing Pet Care building. Xia Xiaolan immediately replied, "Yes, I am worried about how to use two walls." "Oh, by the way, do you remember the two ragdoll cats before?" Qingjiu recalled that they should be customers at the flea market, right? She nodded and replied, "I remember." Xia Xiaolan, I posted photos of the decoration in the circle, and by the way, I thought about whether I could attract some customers in advance. After seeing them, their owner directly booked an annual card with me. Now everything is not ready, and it is difficult to set the price. I reserved a place for her first. There are already loyal fans before the business starts, which is a very fulfilling thing for the entrepreneurs. Xia Xiaolan thought of the recent hot searches, and she asked hesitantly, "Jiu, will you change your major? I see that you seem to be interested in fighting." Qingjiu shook his head almost instantly. "I don't have that plan." Xia Xiaolan got Qingjiu's affirmative answer, and she relaxed. These days, she was tormented, afraid that Qingjiu would find a direction that she liked more in Qingjing, and change her major without saying anything. The premise for their pet care center to be established is that Qingjiu is there. If she runs away, this business will collapse halfway. After getting rid of a worry, Xia Xiaolan and Qingjiu chatted. "How is Lu Qin studying there?" Qingjiu, Very good. Xiaoxiaolan, that's good. He looked quite worried before he went there. We were also afraid that he couldn't keep up and would feel inferior. Qingjiu, don't worry. He is getting along well with Qingjing's students now. Others asked him for advice. Okay. After Xiaoxiaolan finished speaking, she took the initiative to move aside, leaving space for Qingjiu to communicate with the two war beasts. Xiaoxiaolan said outside the screen, "You are busy with exams recently, and I don't have time to communicate with you. They have come here several times. You can chat slowly." Seeing Xiaoxiaolan move aside, Lightning immediately jumped forward and stretched out two claws to scratch Qingjiu's face on the terminal screen. But because it was just a projection, there was no real object. It passed through and fell to the ground, not giving up and getting up again to repeat the action. Guangming couldn't see, but he could locate Qingjiu's direction from the subtle sounds around him. He flew to Lightning and chirped twice. Qingjiu hadn't seen the two little guys for a long time and missed them very much. She called their names and asked, "Lightning, Guangming, have you been good in school? Have you listened to Teacher Edel?" Lightning blinked his big eyes and shook his little leopard head up and down. Guangming spread his wings and fluttered them on Lightning's face. Lightning was indifferent, as if he had long been accustomed to Guangming's lively temperament. Seeing that they were all very energetic, Qingjiu was also very happy, and picked up Bai Shui beside him to look at them. The moment Bai Shui saw Lightning, she yawned loudly, as if she disliked Lightning for wasting her sleep time. Lightning learned to ignore Bai Shui, and still only looked at Qingjiu. And Guangming, who couldn't see Qingjiu, just chirped, hoping to get Qingjiu's response. Qingjiu chatted with them for a few words, and told them that he would be back soon so that they didn't miss him too much. After chatting, she hung up the call. There was a written test for the mecha major in the afternoon, so she took the last time to review. Qingjiu was reviewing, and Bai Shui didn't disturb her and left quietly. It wandered around the campus, occasionally looking up to sniff the air, and then continued forward. No one knew where its destination was. It came to a sparsely populated place, where there was a small house, which was incompatible with the imposing Qingjing. Bai Shui saw a very small window on the wall, more than 2 meters high, and it jumped up. Li Tong, who was curled up in the corner, sensed Bai Shui's breath. She raised her head suddenly, and Bai Shui was already standing by the small window and looking at her silently. Li Tong was still put in solitary confinement. After she heard someone, the school received a complaint from Phase C, and the school confirmed the handling plan after completing the process. The punishment of solitary confinement was aimed at Li Tong, because Li Tong was not afraid of anything except being put in a small dark room. Perhaps it was because she had been under the ruins for a day and a night when she was a child that she was traumatized, and confinement was the only way to punish her. This time it was only 3 days. The longest she had ever been confined was a week, and she almost had a mental breakdown when she got out. Ping'an had always been dissatisfied with this way of handling things, and had gone to make trouble many times, but was eventually rejected. If the principal was not in school for the time being, he would have gone to make trouble again. Bai Shui felt Li Tong's fear, and it jumped to the ground and walked to Li Tong's side. Ah! Bai Shui sat in front of her, and Li Tong was still curled up in a ball, not saying a word, just looking at Bai Shui quietly. Bai Shui tilted his head and looked at her for a long time, and found that she was not quite right, and took the initiative to use his head to push her calf. Li Tong still didn't react much, as if he had completely changed into a completely different person, autistic and silent. Bai Shui blinked and left the same way again. But its destination was not Qingjiu's. It wandered around the campus for a long time, and finally found its target. Faith was complaining to his friends about the difficulty of the exam. He was very loud and rude. Whenever someone passed by him, they couldn't help but frown. Really? Who does that old witch think she is? She's lecturing us with a stern face. He was talking to a man with dyed hair of several colors. His trouser legs seemed to be pulled by something suddenly, and he looked down subconsciously. When he saw the white kitten, his soul instantly left his body, and his courage was about to break. He couldn't help but scream. His scream broke through the sky, and the students around him covered their ears and looked at him like a lunatic. They looked down along Faith's gaze, and a snow-white kitten was sitting at his feet with its ears covered. Its soft and cute appearance made people's hearts melt. At the same time, their contempt for Faith became more obvious. A grown man, wouldn't he be afraid of even a cat? And it's such a cute kitten. Snow White is very annoyed by humans who startle at every turn. It doesn't understand how their small bodies can make such a loud noise. Its sensitive ears are about to be deafened. Face's friend also covered his ears. When Face finally finished shouting, he asked, What's wrong with you? Isn't it just a cat? Cat? No, it's... Snow White walked to his friend's feet in his horrified eyes, and rubbed his ankles affectionately. The friend squatted down and touched Snow White's head, blaming, "Look how obedient it is, don't scare it." Face looked down numbly, only to see Snow White's face was fierce when she looked at herself. But she was as obedient as a rag doll when facing her friend. Face, Save him, he has never heard of war beasts changing their faces. Chapter 96. The blinded friend picked up Snow White and approached Faith. Faith stepped back suddenly, and looked at Snow White with vigilance. "Aren't you ashamed as a grown man to be afraid of a kitten?" The friend looked down at Snow White's dirty hair, and his big round eyes were full of grievance. He couldn't help but touch Snow White's head again. "Little guy looks pitiful. Where is your master? Doesn't your master want you anymore?" Snow White was not dirty, but it rolled around the flower bed on the way here to get some fine soil stuck on it. "If you want to ask it why, it's of course to play the victim." Snow White tilted its head as if thinking, but its eyes were fixed on Faith. Faith felt scared. He didn't understand what Snow White wanted to do for a moment. Snow White stretched out its claws and waved twice in his direction. Faith took 2 steps back. Snow White seemed to be hurt and hung its head sadly. The friend's eyes moved between the two of them, and he suddenly asked, "Is your master Feisty?" Feisty shook his head and waved his hands, wishing to get rid of himself immediately. "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not." Bai Shui pretended not to understand what people said, but just kept looking at Feisty. Seeing Bai Shui's actions, the friend came to his senses, and when he looked at Feisty again, his eyes were clearly full of disbelief. Feisty was speechless, and had no words to say. He never knew that the war beast could act, and it acted so realistically, and it really tricked him. He hurriedly explained, "I tell you, it's a war beast. It's Chinchio's war beast. Don't be fooled by it." When the friend heard it, he didn't believe it anymore. What about the war beast? If it was a war beast, would I still be standing here safely? It's good that it didn't eat me. Besides, Chinchio majored in pet care, not animal control. Do you think I'm easy to cheat? Feisty was about to collapse. His silly friend. "You will be targeted by scammers if you do this, you know." Bai Shui acted more affectionately at this time. She stepped on her friend's arm with her front paws, and looked at Feisty eagerly. Her golden eyes seemed to be about to shed tears. The friend was suddenly distressed. He was very dissatisfied with Feisty's abandonment and blamed him. "It is your pet after all, and it looks very well behaved. It won't cause you any trouble. You shouldn't abandon it." Feisty's expression was uglier than crying. He saw Bai Shui's eyes flashing with teasing, and his face turned completely black. Well, this girl is clinging to him. He gave up struggling as if he had accepted his fate. "Put it down." The friend hugged Snow White tightly, his eyes full of vigilance. "Let me make it clear first, you can't throw it away." Snow White's little paws gently scratched the friend's chest, as if to please him. Faze admitted that Snow White was the smartest war beast he had ever seen. It would even use human emotions to achieve its own goals. It was a little too smart. He suddenly remembered that when he caught it and took it to the back mountain, Snow White just struggled slightly and didn't resist strongly at all. According to Snow White's fighting ability, how could he pick it up and put it in the bag? Maybe Snow White knew it was him from the beginning and cooperated with him to play a fool. Faze's temples were throbbing, and he choked up when he thought that he, an adult, was fooled by a war beast. He took a deep breath and said to his friend, "Okay, I will take it away, but you remember what I say next." Feisty had thought about it. If Bai Shui insisted on pestering him, he would not be able to escape at all, so he might as well accept the reality. However, he had to leave himself a way out. If he really had an accident, at least someone could be responsible for him. He said, "I know you don't believe it, but you must remember it. It's called Bai Shui, it's teacher Edel's war beast, and Chinchio is its temporary guardian. If I am killed by it, remember what I said above, and find Chinchio to hold it accountable." His friend suspected that he had hysteria and was trying to stop him from fantasizing. Feisty had no intention of chatting with him. He hooked his finger at Bai Shui and left first. Bai Shui broke free from his friend's arms, fell to the ground, and took small steps to follow Feisty. It must be said that Feisty learned to be smart this time. He revealed his identity first. For Chinchio's sake, he really couldn't touch him at all. But Bai Shui didn't come for the previous incident, so she naturally didn't intend to hurt him for revenge. Feisty came to sit down by the fountain in front of the administration building, and Snow White jumped onto the bench and sat next to him. Feisty chose this place for a reason. There were not many students passing by here, so it would not hinder their communication. But there were many teachers upstairs in the administration building, and if something happened downstairs, at least they could save their lives to the greatest extent. Feisty saw it jump onto the chair, and he stood up in fear and kept a certain distance from Snow White. He looked scared again and stammered, "Miss Snow White, what's the matter with you?" He just finished speaking and felt funny again. Can a war beast communicate with him? Snow White raised her little paw, patted her neck, and then pointed at Feisty. Feisty's eyes showed doubts, and he tried to understand Bai Shui's meaning. Me? Neck? Bai Shui nodded. Fei's eyes were as big as copper bells. Could it really understand? Bai Shui stretched out her nails again, gestured on her neck, and then pointed at Fei. Fei saw that its nails were extremely sharp, pointing at her neck and then at him, and he subconsciously covered his neck with his hands. What? Do you really want to kill me? I tell you, if you kill me, Qinjiu will also be caught. Bai Shui rolled her eyes, showing her helplessness vividly. He was so stupid. Bai Shui straightened up with her lower limbs, and gestured from top to bottom at her ears with her two little claws, drawing a pair of brackets. Fei still didn't understand, and there was no tacit understanding between the man and the beast. Big can? Don't do that again, you. Do you want to cut my neck? Do you want me to give you a can? If I don't give you a can, you will kill me? No, isn't it? Don't be angry and sneer at me. I really don't understand what you mean. Bai Shui was so angry that she wanted to give him a claw, but she held back. It was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up and howled to the sky. Ah! Although the sound was not similar, Fei finally got it, and he asked carefully, "Wolf?" Bai Shui nodded. Fei combined its previous actions to analyze: nails, neck, wolf, and big can. He suddenly slapped his thigh and asked, "Are you talking about Li Tong?" Bai Shui nodded heavily. Fei had an illusion that he saw a relieved smile on a war beast. He finally guessed it right, and couldn't help but say, "Who told you to make a big can gesture? I thought Qinjiu didn't buy you canned food, so you came to me." Bai Shui, You are the can. Your whole family is a big can. Those are twin ponytails. Chapter 97. Since it has guessed Bai Shui's intention, it will be easier to guess her intention if it thinks about Li Tong. Fei continued to ask, "Is there anything you need me to help her with?" Bai Shui nodded, and she fell from the chair to the ground, glanced back at Fei, and walked forward on her own. After taking 2 steps, she found that Fei did not keep up with her, so she stopped and looked at him. Fei tried to take 2 steps towards her, and Bai Shui continued to move forward. Fei stopped, and Bai Shui also stopped. Fei understood Bai Shui's meaning, and she asked him to keep up. After finding that Bai Shui could communicate, Fei became bolder and followed her footsteps, and continued to move forward. From the crowded place to the sparsely populated place, Bai Shui occasionally looked back to supervise whether he kept up. If he was slow, Bai Shui would show a fierce look on his face and urge him to move faster. Faith was upset when he thought that he was being commanded by a small animal, but when he remembered that it was the big white leopard he met on the mountain, the resistance he had just begun to show was instantly extinguished. Snow White stopped in front of a small house that was out of tune with the surrounding environment. Although there were no weeds here, it was also extremely desolate. The path leading to the small house had obviously been cleaned recently and looked very clean. Faith didn't know that there was such a place in the school, and was curious about the purpose of Snow White bringing him here. Could it be that she was planning to kill him here and destroy the body? Thinking of this, Faith's steps were slightly hesitant. He stopped and looked at Snow White's small figure, and first asked, "Wait, are you going to kill me here?" Snow White continued to move forward unhappily. It walked to the door and pulled the gate. The whole animal lay on the gate and looked back at Faith, who was still hesitating. Seeing Faith motionless, Bai Shui yelled at him, and he immediately came back to his senses and walked closer. Since Bai Shui did not choose to attack him at the beginning, she would not attack him now. It protected Qinjiu, and would not let Qinjiu be imprisoned. There was no benefit in killing him. Maybe there was something in the room, and Bai Shui needed his help. He was at a height that could easily see the situation inside through the small window on the door. He came to the door, deliberately stood at the farthest position from Bai Shui, and looked inside. There was no light inside, and there was a small window on the wall facing the door. The 2 small windows were the source of all the light inside. Fei adjusted to the light for a while, before seeing Li Tong curled up in the corner. He understood instantly that Li Tong was in solitary confinement. He used to think that solitary confinement meant that Li Tong was suspended from classes, and not allowed to come out of the dormitory, and not allowed to participate in all school activities. But it turned out that he was locked up in this shitty place. He felt happy for a moment, and Li Tong deserved such a fate for going against him. But before he could express his joy, Bai Shue's claws had stepped on his shoes. He just lowered his head and saw Bai Shue's expression as if she wanted to stab him, so he dared not show any joy. Bai Shue patted the door, stepped on his shoes again, and raised her head to look at Fei Si. It was obviously him who was looking down at Bai Shue, but Bai Shue was the winner in terms of momentum. Fei Si tried to understand Bai Shue's meaning, and he asked, "You want me to let her out?" He was smart for once, and Bai Shue affirmed his answer, with a light of appreciation in her eyes. Fei Si, why does it feel so awkward? Feth looked at the door lock and saw that it was an explosion-proof lock that required an electronic key. He couldn't open it. I can't open it. I don't have a key. Bai Shue's eyes revealed helplessness. Just now I praised him for being smart. How come he became a fool again? Oh no, he was a fool. Bai Shue certainly knew that he didn't have a key, but the reason she looked for him was not to lure him to help Li Tong open the door. The biggest reason for Li Tong's punishment was that Fei Si in front of him was a snitch. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. As long as Fei Si proposed a settlement, wouldn't Li Tong be released? It can think clearly as a war beast, and it also said that humans are the smartest creatures. Bai Shue now doubts the accuracy of this statement. But maybe it's only inaccurate for the man in front of him. Bai Shue felt that it was really difficult to communicate with him. It stretched out its nails again, made a scratching motion on its neck, and then pointed at Fei Si. Bai Shue repeated the action several times in his puzzled eyes, and almost couldn't help but want to beat him up. Before he collapsed, Faith finally understood what it meant. He suddenly asked, "Do you want me to forgive her and let the teacher release her?" Bai Shue nodded coldly. Faith deliberately made a difficult expression, "But you know, we can't influence the teacher's idea." As soon as he finished speaking, he watched Bai Shue, who was originally the size of a kitten, become half a person's height. Bai Shue's claws were no longer as soft as they were when he stepped on them just now. Its big claws stepped on the back of Faith's foot, and he felt a piercing pain. He almost thought his foot was going to break. Don't mess around. I go find the teacher." He was now certain that Bai Shue was the white leopard he had seen on the mountain. The illusion that it was just a small animal that he had just been confused by its appearance disappeared completely, and Fei Si was scared to death. Bai Shue then retracted her claws and turned back into a kitten. It picked up the fallen cat ear and put it in front of Fei Si. Fei Si immediately understood what it meant. He picked up the small cat ear, put it on it with trembling hands, and quickly took it back. Bai Shue fiddled with the fake cat ear, confirmed that it would not fall off, and began to return the same way. Just like when it came, it looked back at Fei Si and motioned Fei Si to follow. Fei Si was speechless. If he had known earlier, he should have just said that he was safe, and should not have gotten involved in Zheng Wenhao's affairs. Zheng Wenhao said that he had been making a fuss for a long time, and finally let the teacher give in to show him the video, and he had confirmed that it was Qin Jiao who instructed her pet cat to throw away her ID card, and asked Fei Si to teach it a lesson. If Zheng Wenhao knew the truth that the teacher did not pursue the responsibility at that time, I wonder if he would still dare to make trouble. It doesn't matter if he knows. It doesn't matter if he doesn't know. Now he is the one who suffers for Zheng Wenhao. Fei sighed silently and followed Bai Shue's footsteps resignedly. I will never dare to offend unfamiliar people again. Under Bai Shue's threat, Fei Si came forward to communicate with the teacher and release Li Tong. Li Tong left the dark room and picked up Bai Shue. Bai Shue was startled when she suddenly left the ground. She was about to break free from Li Tong's arms, but she could feel Li Tong's body trembling. Bai Shue thought for a moment and decided to let her go. The wolf cub is still a child. Just treat it as coaxing a child. Chapter 98. In the written examination room for the Mecha Major, Qin Jiao sat in the first row facing the teacher, whether by coincidence or deliberate arrangement. There were no classes after the exam, and Qin Jiao did not need to rush to answer the questions. She did not write without raising her head, like she did in the first mechanical exam. Gu Zheng sat behind her, and looked up by chance to see that Qin Jiao's paper was covered with dense words. She actually answered it, but Wang Ling had already given her a shot of prevention. Wang Ling said that Qin Jiao would answer the questions, but her answer might not be correct. It is also possible that she wrote a few more words to make the paper look more beautiful and get some sympathy points. But Gu Zheng saw that she seemed to have drawn something on the drawing question on her paper. If you can't do the drawing question, you can't do it. What can you draw? Flowers? He glanced at the time and finally focused on his own paper. The people taking the exam had no idea that the outside world had exploded. because the results of the mechanical major exam were out. Fresh out. The scores for the mechanical major are out, everyone. The first written test results. Exciting. Who is the first place? Wang Ling from Xinhuang. Oh, the expected result? Yeah, Wang Ling has been exposed to mechanical weapons in the army since he was a child, and he is now Mr. Levin's favorite student. I would find it strange if he didn't get the first place. Clicked. Wait, I want to see something different. What about Qinjiu's results? Didn't Qinjiu also take the exam? And he was the first to hand in the paper half the time in advance. Hurry up, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. It's time to open the blind box. Don't be impatient, always leave some suspense. Don't pretend above. I bet he is still looking through the rankings, because he can't find Qinjiu's name. Damn, don't expose it. What's Qinjiu's place? I've turned 2 pages backwards, and still haven't found it. Oh no! Isn't Qinjiu ranked last? So hard to find. I found Qinjiu's name. What? Where is it? Hey, I want to ask those friends who are looking for names. Did you jump to the end as soon as you clicked in? Yeah, what's wrong? Have you looked at the first page? They didn't pay much attention to the ranking information of mechanical majors, but just came to join in the fun to see if Qinjiu ranked last as they guessed, and they were also curious about how many points she scored. Reminded by others, they turned to the first page and read from Wang Ling's name down. Finally, they found Qinjiu's name. Second place Qinjiu. Friends who just said Wang Ling was the first place. Why don't you just say who is the second place? Is there a possibility? Because we are still wondering if we read it wrong, or the teacher changed it wrong, so... My friend who majored in mechanical engineering has been speechless since the moment he saw the results. Ah? Qinjiu's place? Ha ha ha. You heard it right, second place. Today is not April Fool's Day, right? The student who answered the question directly posted the ranking announcement link to the forum, and the number of people who viewed the announcement soared instantly. Family, am I hallucinating? How many points is the difference between her and Wang Ling? 2 points. Duo Xiao? 2 points, that's 2 points. I don't believe she can really get such a score. Request a review. Add 1. My friend who majored in mechanical engineering has already applied. Everyone wait for good news. Where is Qinjiu now? In the written test for the mecha major. Can you remind the teacher to keep a closer eye on her, and not give her a chance to cheat? Although, I think the school is unlikely to let her cheat, but I am not confident now. Wang Ling was also speechless after seeing the results. Wang Ling knew that Qinjiu and Gu were taking the exam. He did not find Qinjiu immediately, and turned to the administrative building. The administrative building was full of people, all of whom were majoring in mechanical engineering. They demanded a strict investigation to see if Qinjiu cheated, or if the teacher had recorded the wrong score. The teacher looked at the group of people crowded in the office, and he sighed, "You are all gathered here talking, how can I speak?" The students fell silent and looked at the teacher. The teacher then said, "I have already checked the problems you can think of. Qinjiu did the test under my nose, so it is unlikely that she cheated. And you know that if she cheated in the exam room, I don't need to do anything, the camera will catch her on the spot. I checked the video records. She didn't raise her head or stop her hands from beginning to end. She was writing all the time. There is no suspicion of cheating." He picked up the light screen for teaching again and opened Qinjiu's test paper. The red was the mark of his corrections. "I have corrected Qinjiu's paper 3 times, but I still can't find any problems. You should look for problems in yourself." His tone suddenly changed, and he looked up at everyone, annoyed. "Look at you, have you studied seriously? How long has Qinjiu been here? She must have put in a lot of effort to take care of so many secondary subjects. You only study one subject. Not as good as Qinjiu. Still looking for problems in others. Go back and reflect on yourselves." The students saw that the teacher was really annoyed, and 1 or 2 did not dare to refute. They whispered goodbye to the teacher and fled. Only Wang Ling, who had not squeezed in, was still standing there. When the others left, Wang Ling was finally seen. The teacher looked at him deeply and waved to him. Wang Ling came to the office and sat down face to face with the teacher. "Are you here to question Qinjiu too?" Wang Ling was silent for a long time and shook his head. The teacher was surprised. "You don't doubt it?" "Wang Ling, when I first saw the results, she said she didn't doubt it was fake, but I believe she wouldn't cheat. I'm just a little curious about her test paper. Can I take a look?" The teacher chuckled and said, "You students at Xinhuang have such a good relationship." He handed the light screen to Wang Ling. "Look, I plan to ask Qinjiu's opinion and then make it public." Wang Ling took the light screen, and the red and black font on it was reflected on the lenses of his glasses. He quietly read the whole test paper. He put down the light screen, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his inner waves. His eyes were full of shock, and the teacher could understand it. After all, he was not much less surprised than him at that time. Did you see what was going on? Wang Ling nodded with a complicated expression. Her solution ideas and steps are exactly the same as mine. No one can understand the meaning better than Wang Ling. Qinjiu's review materials came from him, so it is inevitable that there will be similarities. But the terrifying thing is that she not only learned the answer ideas, but also wrote down all the knowledge points in it. She lost 2 points more than you because she missed one step in the answering process, which is a point that laymen tend to overlook. The other scores are the same as yours. Qinjiu learned all the theoretical knowledge in just 1 week and was able to apply it skillfully in the exam. Not to mention that she spent 1 hour less time on the test than me. Wang Ling seemed to have suddenly figured it out. It was not a coincidence that she got the first place in the Star Emperor exam. Her learning ability and memory ability are really terrifying. Chapter 99. Qinjiu and Gu Zheng handed in their papers almost at the same time this time. Not long after she came out, she heard Gu Zheng's voice behind her. Wang Ling said that the teacher of the mechanical department wanted to see you. Didn't you see the message? Qinjiu stopped and opened the terminal. She found that Wang Ling did send her a message. She said, "Oh, I didn't see it just now. I go now." Gu Zheng thought that since he was free, he might as well go and see. "I go with you." The two walked on the school road. The sights from all around were too strong to be ignored. Although as members of the student union, they also received a lot of attention in Xinhuang, most of the sights were friendly. And now, Gu Zheng could clearly feel the malice in their eyes. But these malice were not directed at himself, but at Qinjiu. Gu Zheng looked at Qinjiu, and Qinjiu continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened, as if he didn't feel their sight at all. Gu Zheng discovered that Qinjiu was sometimes really insensitive, but sometimes very sensitive. It was unknown whether she really couldn't feel it, or she selectively ignored the sights around her. Gu Zheng forced himself to ignore the sights of others and quickened his pace forward. Qinjiu saw him suddenly speed up and quickly caught up with him, curiously asking, "Are you in a hurry? Why are you walking so fast?" Gu Zheng was speechless for a moment. His eyes fell on Qinjiu's face, which was still ignorant and innocent, and he sighed and said, "Walk faster, it's cold outside." Qinjiu heard this and fumbled in her pocket while walking. Soon, she took out a thermostat chip and handed it to Gu Zheng. "Is your thermostat chip invalid? I have a spare one here, use it." Gu Zheng didn't accept it and pushed back. "You keep it, I have more." Qinjiu didn't force Gu Zheng to accept it. After all, Gu Zheng looked pretty good now, and he didn't seem to be holding on. Gu Zheng didn't talk to her again, and the two walked for more than 10 minutes before they arrived at the mechanical building. Under Qinjiu's leadership, the two found the teacher's office and saw Wang Ling inside, and they all looked puzzled. Wang Ling was not too shocked to see Gu Zheng following. After all, Gu Zheng's temperament was quite strange. He didn't make friends easily, but once he made friends, he would be extremely dependent on each other. At that time, he and Qinjiu finished the exam together, and it was expected that he would follow Qinjiu. Qinjiu and Gu Zheng greeted the teacher respectfully. The teacher looked at Qinjiu with complicated eyes and said carefully, "Qinjiu, do you mind if the teacher asks you a few questions?" Qinjiu was a little puzzled, but nodded and said, "Teacher, you ask." After Qinjiu's affirmative answer, the teacher asked a few questions related to the mechanical major. Wang Ling remained silent and listened to their conversation quietly. The questions asked by the teacher were not difficult, but the angles were very tricky. You need to think carefully and avoid all the possible pitfalls before you can get the correct answer. Qinjiu looked puzzled. She didn't understand the meaning of the teacher's question, but she still answered his question seriously. Wang Ling found that Qinjiu almost spoke the moment the teacher asked the question, and he didn't even need to think about it deliberately. His mastery of the knowledge points can be called proficient. Wang Ling became more and more shocked as he listened. He turned his head to look at the teacher and found that the teacher's face was also full of astonishment, and the degree of shock in his heart was no less than his own. Qinjiu answered the last question, and the office fell into silence as she finished speaking. Although Gu Zheng could not fully understand, he still knew a little about some knowledge points because mecha and machinery have something in common. That is why Gu Zheng can be sure that some of her answers are correct. He listened to Qinjiu's answers in amazement, and combined with the teacher's expression, he knew that Qinjiu must have answered all of them correctly. But how did she remember everything in just 1 week? Is she really a genius? The teacher has regained his composure, but he looks at Chinjio as if he has seen a ghost. After learning half a semester's worth of content in 1 week, I still remember it so well. It's incredible. The teacher turned on the screen and handed Chinjio's test paper to her, saying, I heard that you were taking the test just now. You probably don't know that we have released the results yet? This is your test paper. You got second place. Chinjio didn't show much joy when she heard that she got second place. She didn't pay attention to her own results and asked, who got first place? The teacher's mouth twitched slightly. Why did she feel like she was not satisfied with the result? He pointed to Wang Ling beside him. Wang Ling is first place, 2 points higher than you. Chinjio nodded slightly. If Wang Ling got first place, it would be acceptable. When he heard that Chinjio not only got second place, but also scored only 2 points lower than Wang Ling, a thunderclap sounded in Gu Zheng's mind. He stood there blankly, his eyes staring as if they were about to jump out of his sockets. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Wang Ling, who was sitting next to the teacher. His eyes seemed to ask, is what he said true? Wang Ling received Gu Zheng's gaze. He smiled bitterly and nodded in affirmation. Gu Zheng raised his hand blankly, pointing between Wang Ling and Chinjio, but couldn't speak. Chinjio was amused by his appearance. She waved her hand in front of his eyes and said with a smile, what's wrong? Gu Zheng seemed to be awakened by Chinjio's voice, and his eyes finally focused. He couldn't control the volume and asked loudly, you rank second? 2 points behind Wang Ling? Chinjio, really? Gu Zheng snatched the light screen from her hand and observed the traces of the teacher's grade change for a long time before accepting the reality. Some concepts in his mind collapsed. Chinjio saw that he was struck by lightning and took the initiative to comfort him. I'm okay in studying, but I can't do your hands-on work at all. Gu Zheng's expression was uglier than crying. He always felt as if he was humiliated by the word okay. Suddenly remembering that they just came out of the same examination room, he asked tentatively, what about the exam just now? Do you think it's difficult? Chinjio thought for a moment and replied, it's okay, it seems to be much simpler than the questions in the mechanical major. Gu Zheng, He pretended to sniff and sat next to Wang Ling with grievance. He and Wang Ling are in the same team. The teacher was also a little shocked when he heard their conversation. It seems that he will have to talk to the teacher of the mecha major to see if he can see Chinjio's score in advance. But he did not forget his main purpose. He said to Chinjio, I called you here mainly to ask you, do you agree that I will make your test paper public? Because some voices from the outside world are not good for you. I think the best explanation is to let them see your answer. Chinjio shrugged indifferently. I don't mind. After the teacher got the answer, he immediately announced it in the academic affairs system, and sent the clarification manuscript that was typed in advance. After doing all this, the teacher looked at Chinjio with a smile. Chinjio had a sense of déjà vu. Chinjio, are you interested in taking another minor? Chinjio, ? Again? Chapter 100. Chinjio rejected the teacher's proposal and left with Wang Ling. She only cared about her own ranking list. With the test points for the mechanical major, her total score reached 30 points. Although she didn't get the total points of the first place, it was still satisfactory overall. The three decided to go out for dinner together, and happened to meet Qianqin and others in the restaurant. With the experience of sharing a table together last time, they didn't seem too restrained this time. The more Qianqin looked at her junior sister, the more she closed her eyes. She curved her eyebrows and said, Congratulations, I heard that you and Wang Ling took the top 2 in the written test of the mechanical major. You did a good job. Chinjio also smiled and responded, Thank you, senior sister. Qianqin said again, We have a long vacation after the mission here. I plan to go back to Xinghuan with you. The three paused and seemed a little surprised by Qianqin's plan. Qianqin was amused by their actions. I haven't graduated yet, have I? Why can't I go back yet? Wang Ling, of course not. Qianqin looked at Chinjio meaningfully and asked with a smile, What do you think of the members of the student union? Chinjio didn't understand Qianqin's meaning, so she answered truthfully, All 5 of us are pretty good. Qianqin was not satisfied with her answer and shook her head. What about the students in other grades? Chinjio raised her eyebrows slightly and faced Qianqin's hint and acted perfectly. We have few opportunities to meet, so we don't know much. Qianqin was a little surprised by her answer. Just because she wasn't in school didn't mean she didn't know what was going on in the school. After all, she was the president of the student union and had been with her juniors for a long time. How could she not know what their temperaments were? The rumors she heard included the incident of Chinjio being targeted, and she thought Chinjio would take this opportunity to complain to her. He doesn't gossip, but he is a smooth person. Shichin's favorability towards her has risen again. Okay. Then let the senior sister help the junior sister. Shichin didn't plan to continue on this topic, and asked them to pick up some food. But before Shichin had eaten 2 bites, an emergency notice came from the terminal, and a group of beast men hurriedly left. The remaining 3 people looked at each other, and didn't know what to say for a while. It was Wang Ling who reacted first. It's nothing serious, it may be an emergency training. I used to do this occasionally in the army. Let's continue eating. The 2 nodded, and the originally somewhat nervous mood gradually dissipated. It is true that there may not be a dangerous situation, it may also be an emergency drill, so there is no need to worry too much. After dinner, Qingjiu didn't see Bai Shui for a long time. Thinking of the last time Bai Shui ran up the mountain and got injured, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Could Bai Shui have run off to some dangerous place again? Gu Zheng saw her suddenly quicken her pace and head towards the school in a hurry, so he could not help but speed up to catch up. He walked side by side with Qingjiu and asked, "What's wrong?" Qingjiu, "Bai Shui, I haven't seen it for a long time, it shouldn't be." Wang Ling, who caught up later, seemed much calmer. He opened the post on the terminal to show Qingjiu. The post showed Bai Shui and Li Tong lying on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses on their faces. The simulated sun in the room emitted a dazzling light, which fell on the 2 of them, giving them a layer of golden light. Qingjiu, ? Wang Ling, I saw a post saying they are enjoying a sunbath at the Sunshine Entertainment Center outside the school. Qingjiu could clearly understand every word Wang Ling said, but when she put them together, she seemed to not understand a single word. Gu Zheng came over to see the man and the beast enjoying themselves, and couldn't help but bend his lips slightly. They are quite good at enjoying themselves. Qingjiu looked puzzled, and Wang Ling explained, on Porcelain King Star, the warm sun is a luxury. Some businesses spend a lot of money to customize artificial suns, to create simulated sunbathing conditions for consumers. This business is quite popular on Porcelain King Star, but the price is high, and not everyone is willing to spend a lot of money to try it. So, Qingjiu couldn't understand the picture more and more. Where did the 2 of them get so much money to enjoy a sunbath? Wang Ling had just read the post, and he said, the poster said that Fei Si took them there, so the money was also paid by Fei Si. Qingjiu, Although Qingjiu didn't know the situation now, her intuition told her that this matter was definitely related to Bai Shui. She still knew Bai Shui. It was indeed Bai Shui who threatened Fei Si to compensate Li Tong for her mental loss, and asked Li Tong to pick a place she liked and let Fei Si pay. Fei Si was wondering if his luck was too bad this year to offend this old man. He dared not say anything, and could only mourn for his wallet. Fortunately, he still had some money, otherwise he would not be able to bear it. Fei Si and Bai Shui made 3 rules. This time was the last time, and he should pay back everything. Now that he knew Bai Shui's movements, Qingjiu was no longer worried. After separating from the 2, she went to do her volunteer class today. Tomorrow was 3 consecutive exams, and the 2 exams in the morning had overlapping time, so she had to hurry up to do the questions. The results of the Mecha Major came out very quickly, and were announced the next morning. Qingjiu was still taking the exam at that time, and had no idea what was happening outside. Gu Zheng opened the results announcement as soon as he could and saw Qingjiu, who was 1 place above him. He felt mixed emotions. He also did well in the exam, and was only 1 point away from being the first. I don't know if I had already given myself a shot of prevention yesterday, but now I feel numb to seeing Qingjiu in the front row. But other people don't have such a good receptive ability, and Qingjiu seems to have dealt a heavy blow to the academic community. Duo Xiao? Am I seeing that correctly? Qingjiu got first place? Is this reasonable? Did you see the test paper that the teacher announced yesterday? I request that the Mecha Major's test paper be announced as well. I saw it, I'm a mechanical major, let's say, she taught me 4 words. Practice more if you're not good at it. No way, is there really someone so amazing? Does she have other exams? I'm taking the exam 3 today. Although the time conflicts, I don't think it's a big problem for her at all. Others just finished the mechanical exam early and changed fields. At this pace, could her goal be to be the first? I just calculated that if Qingjiu finished the written exams for all the majors she signed up for and maintained a top 5 score, she could definitely surpass Xiaofeng. It's over, I felt, it was reasonable for a moment, she could do it. Can anyone tell me that the first place in Star Emperor is of this strength? With this score, she can walk sideways in the interstellar world. Why did she choose pet care? I heard from my friend that her financial situation is not good, and she has no money to study other majors. No, can't I apply for a scholarship? Maybe this is just a hobby of hers? I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to sue the Federation. I'm going to sue the Federation. The Federation can't do anything. The Federation can't do anything. Chinjiu was walking on campus after the exam, and she suddenly realized that everyone's eyes were completely different from yesterday. Some were envious, some were worshipful, some were hateful, and some were jealous. Chinjiu felt a little embarrassed by the burning gazes, and she couldn't help but touch her face. What, is there something on her face? Chapter 101. Seeing Chinjiu's score catching up, Xiao Feng couldn't help but call Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng was still busy assembling the new mecha. After he answered the call, he didn't even look at Xiao Feng. What's the matter, tell me? Seeing this, Xiao Feng hung his head, and his aggrieved eyes were transmitted to Gu Zheng through the light screen. Gu Zheng couldn't hear the sound for a long time. He took the time to look up, and when he saw Xiao Feng's appearance, he put down the things in his hands helplessly. Tell me what's the matter? Xiao Feng put his head closer, and his aggrieved expression disappeared. He looked around, as if to make sure the environment was safe, and then said, What's wrong with your vice president? He's too fierce, right? He doesn't really want to take the first place, right? Gu Zheng saw from the screen that there were several figures reflected on the glass behind him. They all gathered beside Xiao Feng, holding their breath and waiting for Gu Zheng's answer. Gu Zheng remembered that Xiao Feng had deliberately created an atmosphere where only he was there, and he found it funny. Chinjiu had never concealed her ambition. From the student union meeting before departure, they already knew that Chinjiu's goal was very clear, that is, to get the first place. To be precise, she seemed to be only interested in the 1 million. But at that time, everyone thought she was joking and didn't take it seriously at all. Chinjiu didn't think about keeping it secret, so he naturally didn't need to hide it for Chinjiu. Gu Zheng, yes, her goal has always been the 1 million. Xiao Feng got Gu Zheng's affirmative answer. Although he had a premonition in his heart, he couldn't help but be surprised. How long does it take to go from the last to the first? Others don't know, but if Chinjiu continues to maintain her recent amazing state, it will only take a week. Xiao Feng didn't have much desire for the 1 million. He could earn it back by making 2 mechas and selling them. But he was originally the first in the gap, and suddenly a dark horse came out and attacked him openly. He felt a little awkward. Do you think she can do it? Gu Zheng's dark eyes flashed with light. He looked at Xiao Feng and said firmly, Yes. Xiao Feng's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a surprise flashed under his eyelids. In his impression, Gu Zheng was never a confident child, and rarely spoke with a 100% affirmative tone. But he found that since he went to Xinghuang, the child who used to hide under his light seemed to have grown up. He had new friends and new spiritual sustenance, and the whole person looked radiant. Xiao Feng was happy to see the changes in Gu Zheng, and he no longer entangled with Chinjiu's problem. Since Chinjiu had declared war on him, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. It would be better to compete fairly with each other. Xiao Feng saw some small mechas behind Gu Zheng that he had never seen before, and asked curiously, What kind of mecha is that? Why haven't I seen it before? Gu Zheng followed Xiao Feng's line of sight, and looked back at the messy floor behind him. It was piled with different types of mechas, but without exception, none of them had anything to do with his topic. He shrugged and said, It's a small gadget for pets. It doesn't look difficult. Let's make some for fun. When he heard Chinjiu's sword pointing to the first, Xiao Feng's expression was not as exciting as it is now. He was nervous, and even raised his voice an octave. What is that? For pets? Tell me again what you are doing. Gu Zheng was a little disgusted with his startled appearance, and asked instead, Are you still okay? If not, I'm hanging up. He didn't give Xiao Feng a chance to react at all, and turned off the communication with a snap. Xiao Feng's friends were still discussing Chinjiu's high skills and courage, but Xiao Feng couldn't hear a word. His mind was buzzing, and only a few words were left. Pet gadgets, make some fun. Since Xiao Feng could remember, Gu Zheng had only 2 things to do when he entered the mecha room. One was to make combat mechas, and the other was to study rescue mechas. His dream was to join the mecha army like his uncle Gu, and become an excellent mecha master. But now, he told Xiao Feng that he was making toys, who took over his Xiao Zheng. After thinking about it, there was only one answer. Xiao Zheng was confused by Chinjiu. He felt a little sour, because he hadn't entered Xiao Zheng's heart for so many years, and Chinjiu did it in 1 semester. Although he envied Chinjiu a little, he was more grateful to Chinjiu. She let him see a lively Gu Zheng, not Gu Zheng who had always lived in his own shadow. His friends were still discussing fiercely behind him, and the 2 voices were colliding. Some people held opposing views, thinking that Qingjio couldn't do it and was just daydreaming. Some people were optimistic about Qingjio and hoped to see Qingjio's counterattack. They didn't notice that Xiaofeng, who was sitting in the same place, was shaking and seemed to be twitching. Not long after, a series of strange laughs came from Xiaofeng's seat. Hee hee. Hee hee. Everyone, ? Seeing that he was like possessed by evil, laughing creepily, one of them boldly stepped forward and patted Xiaofeng on the shoulder. Xiaofeng? Are you okay? Xiaofeng turned around and looked the same as usual. He stopped laughing and stood up. It's okay, I'm just happy. His face was full of confidence, and he walked forward first. Let's go back to study. We can't just sit there and wait for others to catch up, right? Qingjio's score has been rising. Others have gone from being surprised at the beginning to being able to discuss her score calmly now. And the voices of doubt at the beginning have gradually become fewer. Now, many people hope that Qingjio can really surpass Xiaofeng's score. From the last to the first, they can't do it, but no one doesn't like to watch this kind of counterattack drama. After Qingjio's consecutive exams, her score has surpassed Lilith and ranked second. Because the exchange is about to end, everyone's attention to the scoreboard has risen sharply. They were surprised to find that Xiaofeng, who was originally ranked first, was also slowly rising. There are not many places to get points now, and the only thing that can add points in academics is exams. Basically, everyone's scores will stagnate for a while, until the results come out before they rise a little. The scores of the first and second rankings are rising, and everyone can smell an invisible smell of gunpowder. Is Xiaofeng getting nervous and rolling up secretly? I'm so excited to see the two big guys fighting. Fight! Qingjio will win. You are thinking about Peach. I don't need to tell you what level Xiaofeng is, right? He has been ranked first on the list for a long time. How could you steal his place? It's interesting only when Qingjio wins. Gentlemen, who doesn't want to see Qingjio's counterattack? Please, you little fans, can you wake up? What status does Xiaofeng have? He is a regular soldier of the Mecha army. Qingjio is just a student with some talent at best. That's all? You can do it? Xiaofeng can climb from negative points to second place in a week. Are you jealous? Don't make a fuss. You are just chasing stars here? What does it matter to you who gets the first place between the two of them? You should worry about your test scores. Oh, the person above is being a rational person again? Why don't you change the lightning on your avatar first? Otherwise, I will give you a crooked butt. Is my avatar of a war beast offending you? I'm kidding, you understand? You already use lightning as your avatar, so I don't need to tell you which side your butt is leaning, right? Are you still arguing? Have you checked the list? Qingjio has surpassed Xiaofeng and is now temporarily in first place. I'm still here to have fun. Has the new ruling boss appeared? For now, Xiaofeng still has classes and no exams. Then Qingjio also has no exams. Great. Qingjio makes me feel good. So good that I want to punch this morning King Star. Qingjio didn't check the rankings because she had more important things to negotiate. Chapter 102. Qingjio was secretly following the students of the Mecha Major. The purpose of their coming to the pet building was because the pet care major needed to replan the layout here and replace some mechas in the pet park with new ones, and they needed to check the location in advance. Qingjio saw this opportunity and came to ambush them. Jiruo and the students of the Mecha Major were handing over some of their ideas and requirements. She always felt as if someone was secretly watching her direction. Jiruo looked at the stairs and found that Qingjio was hiding behind the wall and looking at them with two eyes. Jiruo was a little surprised. After all, there was no class today, and Qingjio should not be here. She waved to Qingjio, and Qingjio immediately ran to Jiruo. Jiruo asked, "What do you want?" Qingjio nodded. Her eyes fell on the Mecha Majors, and she smiled. "I heard that you are going to eliminate the pet mechas here?" The senior brother in the lead was the senior brother who brought Guzheng here last time. He is the primary contact person of the pet care center. Now everyone in Qingjing knows Qingjio's name. He is also very curious about Qingjio, and of course he is happy to communicate with her. "Junior sister, do you have any ideas?" Qingjio pointed at the mechas on the wall, and she asked, "Do you want to dismantle those mechas too?" "Yes." Qingjio seemed to have made up her mind, and took out a star coin card from her pocket. This star coin card was found under the suitcase by her. It was 10,000 star coins that she put in the suitcase before going out for emergency use. She handed the star coin card forward and said, "I want to buy the mechas you eliminated, is it okay? Here are 10,000 star coins, which may not be enough. Can I pay the rest later?" The senior brother lowered his eyes and looked at the star coin card in her hand, showing a little surprise. Do you also need a pet mecha? I remember that there seemed to be only 5 people in your pet care major in Xinhuang. Qinjiu nodded and answered truthfully. We are preparing to open a pet care center in the entrepreneurship park, and we are now in the decoration stage. I am very interested in your pet mecha, especially the white ball that day my cat likes to play with. Since you are all going to be eliminated, why not sell it to me? The senior brother suddenly realized that Qinjing also has an entrepreneurship park, and there are also many students who open shops in it to sell various things. The pet care major in Qinjing is a relatively advanced major. Many people originally study pet care, and it is difficult to make a profit by opening a shop. But the situation may be different in Xinhuang. The senior brother lowered his head to think about Qinjiu's proposal. They can not only earn the renewal fee of the pet care major, but also receive an extra income from Qinjiu, and they can also reduce a batch of waste disposal. For their mecha major, Qinjiu's proposal is 100 benefits and no harm. The smile on the senior brother's face became more and more intense. Qinjiu stood in front of him like a star coin card. He said, Of course, we will tell you after we calculate the cost here. This 10,000 star coins can be regarded as a deposit. He stretched out his hand to take Qinjiu's star coin card, and suddenly a hand covered Qinjiu's hand and pulled it back in Qinjiu's direction. Qinjiu looked up and saw Gu Zheng, who was panting. She asked curiously, Why are you here? Gu Zheng didn't have time to answer. He looked at the senior brother in front of him with a restrained smile and said with an apologetic smile, I'm sorry, senior brother, we still need to discuss this matter. After he finished speaking, he took Qinjiu away quickly. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment, but senior brother was the first to react. His eyes stayed on the corner of the stairs for a long time, and he chuckled, The business is gone. Shirua didn't understand what he meant, and asked, Qinjiu has a strong desire to buy, it's impossible for him not to buy. Although a business deal was ruined, senior brother was not annoyed, and explained, That's Gu Zheng. Since he chose to take Qinjiu away, it means he will make a new one for Qinjiu. And with his ability, the one he makes may be better than ours. Shirua expressed understanding, and several people stopped talking and continued to discuss the details of the subsequent decoration. Qinjiu was pulled away by Gu Zheng. She didn't ask why, nor did she resist, but just followed Gu Zheng quietly. She believed that Gu Zheng must have done this for her good. Gu Zheng took her to another building. Seeing that there was no one around, he took a breath and said, Why did you buy someone else's discarded mecha? If I hadn't wanted to come and see their new plan, wouldn't you have spent 10,000 star coins? After he finished speaking, he put the star coin card in Qinjiu's palm and held her hand tightly. Put the money away. Qinjiu, but their mechas are really useful. Gu Zheng's temples were throbbing. He took a deep breath and said, Didn't you ask me to help you make a pet mecha? Qinjiu remembered what happened when she first came here. She nodded, Yes, but you didn't agree to me at that time. Gu Zheng, Well, it was his fault for not giving a clear answer. Gu Zheng took out a ball from his pocket and threw it to the ground. After the ball bounced off the ground, it did not fall immediately, but flew straight to a farther place, and then came back, over and over again. Gu Zheng, don't worry about the pet mecha, I will help you solve it. Qinjiu looked at Gu Zheng and raised his hand. The ball seemed to have eyes, and returned to Gu Zheng's palm. Her eyes lit up. This is very good for Guangming to practice hearing and hunting. Qinjiu handed the star coin card in her hand to Gu Zheng. She looked at Gu Zheng seriously and said solemnly, The future of our store is in your hands. Gu Zheng did not refuse and took the star coin card in her hand. Okay, I will accept the fee. In fact, the materials he used were more than this price, not to mention the labor cost. But, who asked Qinjiu to be his vice president? He had never made a similar mecha before, so he just took it as a practice. The college exchange came to an end. When the last result came out, Qinjiu's name was firmly in the first place, and there was no suspense. Xiao Feng could only smile bitterly when he saw that he was 10 points behind Qinjiu. Who would have thought that the difference was due to a job of cleaning a building? But he also admired Qinjiu sincerely. She only participated in the practical assessments for pet care and fighting, and only took the written exams for the rest. Even so, her results were extremely terrifying. She did not rank lower than the second place in any of the written exam subjects. Anyone who saw this would have to say that she was a monster. How good a memory does she have to do this? Could she be a robot disguised as a human, and could be mobilized at any time as long as the data was entered and recorded in the chip? To be the top student in Xinhuang, her learning ability is really amazing. She actually completed a counterattack, the first person in the history. I discovered that Xinhuang is a place that produces weirdos. Shirong Star has weird soil and water. Listen, what weirdos haven't I tasted? Besides Qinjiu, who went from a negative score to the first place, Xinhuang had another negative score that could not be surpassed before. Don't you know? Oh! I know. Historical record, no one can break it. That seems to be true. The two most outrageous things were both in Xinhuang. Shirong Star has a problem with its soil and water, and it breeds weirdos. Hey, don't be too picky. Don't bring up the school or the planet with your personal behavior. That's right, where is the management? Quickly ban the regional black. System warning, you are banned for not saying bad things about Shichi. Banning reason, suspected of provoking war. The prize money for the exchange activities will be distributed to the personal terminal before the end of the semester. Qinjiu has an irrepressible smile on his face, and he looks friendly to everyone he sees. His smug look is a beautiful sight wherever he goes. Gu Zheng and Wang Ling went out to buy parts together, and happened to come back to meet Qinjiu, who was smiling. Gu Zheng and Wang Ling, this woman looks damn dazzling. Chapter 103. The school did not arrange any classes for the last few days, so they were left to arrange their own time. Qinjiu and his friends received a message for help from their classmates, and were planning to go to Xingbei College next door. When they went out, they happened to meet Ping'an and Li Tong. They exchanged a few words, and decided to go to the next door school together. The three nearby colleges are brother schools, and students can visit each other. On weekdays, Li Tong often sneaked to the next door to play. It should be more appropriate to say that she ran to the next door to steal fruits. And Qinjiu and his friends were members of the student union, and their ID cards could be used to access all nearby colleges. Qinjiu and his group passed the verification and entered the campus smoothly. Qinjiu's eyes stayed on the wall, and couldn't move away. Ping'an looked at Qinjiu's eyes, and found that Qinjiu was looking at the ice porcelain with colorful light. He took the initiative to explain, ice porcelain can be artificially changed in color. This kind of rainbow ice porcelain is only available in Xingbei. I heard that it cost a lot of money to find someone to make it. It can be regarded as a feature here. Qinjiu retracted his gaze, and continued to walk in. Qinjiu's fame has risen recently. Everyone can see Qinjiu almost every day in Qingjing, and it is no longer a novelty. But when they came to a new place, students who had never seen Qinjiu saw a familiar face and stopped. Their eyes full of admiration fell on Qinjiu and his group, and the discussion continued. Is that Qinjiu? Yes. It must be. The people next to her are Gu Zheng and Wang Ling, and Ping'an and Li Tong next door. They are all in the top 20 of the list? Aren't they from Qingjing? What are they doing here? I don't know, can the student union visit? Yes, maybe you are here to play? Li Tong is very familiar with the road conditions in Xingbei. She has been following Qinjiu and asked, where are you going, sister? Qinjiu turned her head and faced Li Tong. I don't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that Li Tong's skin seemed to have become much darker, and her originally fair skin seemed to be transitioning to wheat color. She thought about the content of the help message and said, Girls' Dormitory Building D. Li Tong immediately nodded and led the way. Follow me. Several people came to the dormitory building and were shocked by the scene in front of them. Colorful ice porcelain was piled up like a small hill downstairs. In front of it, a middle-aged woman and another girl wearing Xinhuang's school uniform were arguing about something. Qinjiu and others walked forward quickly, and their conversation also reached their ears. Classmate, I told you not to pile up debris here. Why haven't you cleaned them up yet? Andy, give me some more time. I will clean them up the day after tomorrow at the latest. No, you must deal with them today. I try my best. Not try my best, I must. The girl wanted to say more, but she glanced at the people walking towards this side. She ignored the ant shouting, as if she saw a savior, and ran directly towards them. The girl stopped in front of Qinjiu and said happily, I've been waiting for you to come. Wang Ling's brain was working quickly, assessing the current situation, and he asked, Are all those ice porcelains at the back yours? The girl nodded, Yes. I want to transport them back to Xinhuang as a collection in 2 days, but Auntie doesn't allow me to put them here, so I have no choice but to come to you. Ping'an, who was standing by, frowned after listening to her narration, and asked in confusion, Where did you find the rainbow ice porcelain? This kind of ice porcelain is unique to the outer wall of Xingbei, and it can't be found anywhere else. The girl's eyes evaded when she heard this, and she stammered, I bought it. Oh, at least I didn't steal it. Qinjiu listened to it, and felt that this matter was not that simple. She put pressure on the girl in a serious tone. Tell me the truth. Where did you get these ice porcelains? Seeing that they were all questioning her, the girl stomped her feet and gritted her teeth and said, if you don't want to help, then don't help. I will find a way myself. She wanted to leave after she said that, but Chinjio didn't give her a chance to leave. Chinjio was quick-witted and grabbed her arm, using some force to stop the girl. The pain from her arm distorted her face, and she shouted, it hurts, let go. Chinjio had a blank expression on his face and repeated his question, where did these ice porcelains come from? Ping'an saw the veins on the back of Chinjio's hand exposed to the air, and thinking of Chinjio's brute force, he couldn't help but persuade her. Chinjio, you should hold back a little, or you break her hand later. Ping'an's words were originally meant to plead for the girl, but they sounded even more frightening to the girl's ears. She knew everyone present, and of course she knew what Ping'an was majoring in. When she heard Ping'an's praise for Chinjio, she seemed to feel her arm hurt even more. She didn't care about anything else, and cried with a sad face, don't grab it, I tell you. I tell you. Chinjio then let her go. The girl looked at Chinjio with resentment and said, I picked it up from the small hill behind the dormitory. Since the past 2 days, small pieces of ice porcelain have occasionally rolled down from the hill. I just collected them together. I really didn't steal or rob them. When several people heard this, they saw solemnity in each other's eyes. The hill behind the dormitory is a place for students to take a walk after dinner. Occasionally, some young couples come to the pavilion on the hill to chat at night. Everyone is in class in the morning, but few people come here now. On the other side of the hill is the school wall, which is used to isolate the school area. It also has an important function, to defend against alien beasts. Rainbow ice porcelain cannot appear for no reason. There is only one possibility. The wall was destroyed. Thinking of this, Ping'an immediately said to the dormitory manager, Auntie, please notify the school immediately to close this place to ensure the safety of the students. The dormitory manager has just arrived. Although she is not very clear about the matter of rainbow ice porcelain, she is also a smart person. Judging from their reactions, it seems to be a serious matter. She agreed and glared at the girl. I should have told the leader earlier, Chinjio said to Wang Ling beside him. Notify senior brother Lin and ask them to come quickly. Without Chinjio's instructions, Wang Ling was already in contact. He gave Chinjio an okay gesture and told Lin Yi on the other end of the communication what was happening here. Bai Shui, who was originally at Chinjio's feet, suddenly looked up and sniffed the mountain. It turned its head and bit Chinjio's trouser leg. Chinjio squatted down, touched Bai Shui's head, and asked, What's wrong? Bai Shui raised her paw and pointed at the mountain, showing her teeth. Chinjio whispered, Is there an alien beast? Bai Shui nodded heavily. In order not to cause panic, Chinjio said to Ping'an and the others, You should help Auntie notify the students, who are still in this building, and evacuate as soon as possible. After listening to her arrangements, Gu Zheng felt strange. Obviously, Chinjio is also a girl, and this matter should be done by her and Li Tong together. Why did they give the task to a group of men? He frowned and asked, What about you? Chinjio pointed to the hill. I want to go there and take a look. Chapter 104. Nonsense. Wang Ling was the first to object, and Gu Zheng and Ping'an also expressed their disapproval of her approach. Ping'an, it's too dangerous. The best thing we can do now is to wait for rescue instead of causing trouble. Gu Zheng, Ping'an is right. What if there is really an alien beast up there? Chinjio chuckled, and a dark light flashed in her eyes. Then, just chill. After saying that, the snow under her feet suddenly grew bigger, and the cat's ears fell to the ground, revealing its original appearance. Chinjio put one hand on the back of snow to use the force to turn over and landed steadily on the back of snow. Almost at the moment she sat firmly, snow ran up the mountain like an arrow from a bow. The people standing in place could only catch a white shadow with their naked eyes that flashed a few times and disappeared from sight. Li Tong, who was the first to react, was ready to catch up with Chinjio's pace. As soon as she had the tendency to move forward, Ping'an immediately grabbed her hand. Ping'an scolded, One is enough, don't make trouble again. Gu Zheng on the side was so anxious that he kept turning in circles, muttering, What are you talking about? I'm afraid you're cold. Oh no! Bah, what are you talking about? It's all hot, hot. Although Wang Ling's eyes were gloomy, he still arranged the work in an orderly manner. Let's do this. It's not good for several boys to appear in the girls' dormitory rashly. Let's go to the nearby to find someone to help. Li Tong, you go up with her. As he spoke, he pointed at the student of Xinhuang. Gu Zheng looked at him dissatisfied and said, Aren't you anxious? Wang Ling took a deep breath and calmed down. Is it useful to be anxious? Since the incident has already happened, the best way now is to follow Qinjiu's words. Let's help the nearby students evacuate first. Wang Ling was not without worry, but he had an inexplicable trust in Qinjiu. Since Qinjiu could get close to the war beast, he could naturally fight side by side with it. With Bai Shui by her side, although it cannot be said to be 100% safe, at least if they encounter an alien beast, they will have the strength to fight. They can't help much even if they panic in the same place, which will only waste time and have no benefit to the development of the situation. At this time, they should remain calm, ensure that things develop in a good direction, and reduce unnecessary losses. Gu Zheng was affected by his attitude and also thought about it. It is better not to panic at the beginning. Now we really shouldn't lose our composure. He adjusted his mentality and pointed to a dormitory building next door and said, I go there to find someone to help. Wang Ling nodded and pointed to another building. Then I go there. Ping An also chose a place. Li Tong and the girl also went upstairs, and they acted separately to help evacuate the crowd. On the mountain, a white shadow flashed by, bringing a strong wind to blow the trees, and the trees leaned to one side. For the first time, Qinjiu personally experienced why the swift leopard was called the swift leopard. The wind whistled in her ears, and the wind hitting her face was like an ice knife, scratching her cheeks painfully. She could only barely open a slit in the strong wind to peek at the surroundings that were rapidly retreating. Even when Bai Shui carried her through the woods, it did not slow down at all. Every time its powerful limbs landed, it brought considerable acceleration. The solution that Bai Shui hoped for was that it would go up the mountain to fight the alien beast itself, instead of taking Qinjiu with it and putting her in danger. Qinjiu had guessed Bai Shui's idea a long time ago, and she did not give Bai Shui this opportunity. She gave it an order before Bai Shui secretly wanted to run away. After Bai Shui's last experience of nearly losing her life, Qinjiu would never let Bai Shui face danger alone. Humans are fragile, but they can become the second brain and second pair of eyes of war beasts. The main purpose of the Beast Control Army, to give orders to war beasts, is to let the war beasts scream their animal nature, and not just rush to fight to the death. Instead, let them fight according to the more reasonable fighting methods summarized by the Beast Control Army after analyzing the battlefield. Although Qinjiu is not a professional beast control, she has seen similar theories in Teacher Edel's Animal Behavior Guidance Theory course, and she thinks the two should have something in common. Bai Shui's movement slowed down, and they reached the border in a few breaths. As they expected, a hole had been broken in Qingbei's wall, and many fragments of rainbow ice porcelain were scattered on the ground. What's more shocking is that outside the gap in the wall is a black vortex with no end in sight. Qinjiu was horrified. It was a wormhole. Ah! Bai Shui roared, and the sound of living things stepping on dead branches came from all directions. Qinjiu silently got down from Bai Shui's back, stuck close to Bai Shui's side, and looked around. 5 medium-sized alien beasts surrounded them from all sides. Their steps were very slow, as if they were waiting for an opportunity to move. It was the first time that Qinjiu saw a normal alien beast other than a humanoid alien beast, and she looked at it carefully. The body of the alien beast was similar to that of an ordinary gray wolf, with only a huge eye standing in the middle of its face, and the mouth below had already opened to the back of its head. They were staring at Qinjiu with a covetous look, and humans were their favorite food. Qinjiu's hand touching Bai Shui's back could feel Bai Shui's muscles tensing. Qinjiu's heartbeat accelerated, and the sound of the beating reached her eardrums, becoming more and more intense. She didn't feel scared, but rather excited. It was adrenaline at work. The dark light in Qinjiu's eyes became stronger, and she pointed at the alien beast closest to them. Bai Shui, go! Bai Shui responded and rushed over, biting the alien beast. The original balance was broken, and the other 4 alien beasts seized the opportunity to hunt. Qinjiu dodged the attack of one of the alien beasts, and Bai Shui had already finished the hunt, and returned to give the alien beast that attacked Qinjiu a fatal blow, biting its neck. It didn't let go immediately, and Qinjiu looked at another alien beast that pounced on Bai Shui from behind. Bai Shui's back of the head seemed to have eyes, and threw the alien beast in her mouth backwards, accurately hitting the enemy, who had already jumped into the air. The alien beast that had pounced on her was knocked back to the ground by its own kind, and Bai Shui took advantage of the victory to kill it. Qinjiu was pounced on by the alien beast while Bai Shui was fighting. She pinched the alien beast's neck and tried to keep its fangs away from her face. The last alien beast was about to bite Qinjiu's leg, but was knocked away by Bai Shui's headbutt. Before it could stand up, Bai Shui had come to its side and stepped on its neck and broke it. Qingjio's strength gradually became inferior to that of the alien beast, and she saw that the alien beast's fangs were about to fall on her face. Bai Shui turned back, bit the alien beast from the back of its neck, and threw it away fiercely. The alien beast with broken vertebrae struggled twice and died. Qingjio just wanted to praise Bai Shui, and a long black strip of material instantly wrapped around Bai Shui's body. Chapter 105. Bai Shui. Bai Shui and the black mass flew a few meters away and rolled to the ground. They tangled together, and the sound of crushing dead branches kept coming. Qingjio stood up and looked in the direction of Bai Shui, only to see a black python tightly wrapped around Bai Shui. Its body circled around Bai Shui again, and there was a faint tendency to shrink. Bai Shui also reacted and struggled to break free. Its white fangs bit the body of the python. The hard scales of the python could not resist Bai Shui's attack at all. Bai Shui's teeth pierced the snake body of the python, and bright red liquid oozed from its wound. Qingjio's steps forward suddenly paused. She quickly glanced around, and her eyes confirmed something in the mess on the ground. The fallen alien beast had completely died, and its body collapsed limply on the ground. Their fur was stained with their own blood, and the black and purple liquid spilled on the ground, forming small puddles. Qingjio reacted immediately. No! The blood of the alien beast is black and purple, but the blood of the python is red. It is not an alien beast. Is it a beast hibernating in the mountains? No, Xingbei would never let a beast that threatens the lives of students stay in the mountains. She was still thinking about where the giant python came from, and suddenly there was a gunshot behind her. She staggered forward 2 steps as if pushed by something, and then a burning feeling began to spread from her arm to her whole body. It hurts. Every drop of blood in her body seemed to be boiled, and her vision gradually began to blur. In addition to the beating of her heart, there was only a harsh ringing sound in her ears. She lost her sense of direction, and could not stabilize her body, and fell heavily to the ground. The burning sensation in her body was still tormenting her. She rolled on the ground, trying to get rid of the pain. Red bloodshot climbed up her eyeballs, and her unfocused pupils gradually turned dark red, almost bulging out of her eye sockets. Ha ha! It actually works. Mr. Fei had a pair of piercing eyes on his dark circles, and he looked at Qingjio, who was rolling and struggling on the ground, almost crazy. He held a silver pistol in his hand, which could only hold 1 bullet, and the position for the bullet was vacant at this time. He glanced at the shadow, who was fighting with Bai Shui, and confirmed that Bai Shui could not break free from the stranglehold of the shadow in a short time. He came to Qingjio and admired her pain. A glass bullet fell beside Qingjio, and there was still some purple-red liquid left in it. Mr. Fei chuckled and said, "Don't worry, the dosage has been diluted, you won't die. You will be back to normal in half an hour at most." Qingjio couldn't see anything or hear any sound. She just felt like she was in a sea of fire. The flames were going to devour her. Bai Shui saw Mr. Fei approaching Qingjio from the corner of her eye. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she used all her strength to attack Shadow. There were already several holes on Shadow's snake body, all of which were marks left by Bai Shui's fangs. There were also teeth marks left by Shadow on Bai Shui's body, and the skin around the teeth marks had turned purple-black like poison. Bai Shui's sharp claws broke free from Shadow's entanglement and slashed it fiercely, breaking Shadow's scales and leaving a deep scar that could be seen to the bone. Shadow's snake body twisted and fell to the ground. Bai Shui immediately walked towards Qingjio, but before she took a few steps, the world in front of her eyes was spinning. It shook its head hard, trying to keep itself awake. Qingjio's struggle gradually stopped, and he closed his eyes and seemed to fall asleep. Mr. Fei threw a ball to the ground, and after the ball landed, it spread a huge net to wrap Qingjio in it. The small ball flew up on the spot, and the small ball seemed to have infinite power, and lifted up the fainted Qingjio. "Quick! Over there!" Mr. Fei heard the voice approaching this side quickly, and his eyes were cold. He said to the Shadow, who was still trying to fight with Bai Shui, "Shadow, go quickly." Shadow obeyed the order, twisted his body, and let the blood trail on the ground, and came to Mr. Fei. Mr. Fei and Shadow walked towards the wormhole, and the small ball followed them with Qingjio. Ah! Bai Shui's vision was floating and deforming, and it could only roughly see that Qingjio was about to be taken away. It relied on its slowly dissipating sense of smell to lock Qingjio's position, and used all its strength to pounce on the small ball. The small ball could not bear the combined weight of Bai Shui and Qingjio, and it struggled in the air for a second before falling vertically. Mr. Fei paused in his escape. He wanted to drag Qingjio away, but the voices from the military were getting louder and louder. It was estimated that if it was any later, he and Shadow would not be able to escape. Mr. Fei's eyes became completely gloomy. His lips moved, and he looked at Qingjiu with a struggle in his eyes. Shadow hissed at his feet, warning Bai Shui. Even though Bai Shui was in a bad state, she was unwilling to show weakness, and a threatening growl came out of her throat. Mr. Fei struggled for a moment, looked at Qingjiu with regret, and said through gritted teeth, "Shadow, let's go." After that, Mr. Fei took back the small ball, and the big net on Qingjiu was also retracted at the same time. One man and one beast jumped into the wormhole, and the wormhole disappeared after they left. Linny and Qianqin arrived at this time. They were horrified to see the mess on the ground. Were all these alien beasts killed by Bai Shui and Qingjiu? Qianqin saw Qingjiu lying beside the school wall, and she walked forward quickly. Bai Shui was still on alert. When she heard someone approaching Qingjiu, she immediately turned around and growled at Qianqin. Qianqin stopped. She saw that Bai Shui's snow-white hair had turned red and purple-black. Her eyes were scattered and unfocused, and she seemed to be keeping watch for Qingjiu with only the last bit of reason. It was not in the right state. Qianqin shouted to Z, who was staring at her with wolf eyes, "Z, go." Z didn't look like he usually played with Bai Shui recklessly, because he could feel the threat coming from Bai Shui. It was an indiscriminate threat. Z carefully took wolf steps, and just as he approached a few steps, Bai Shui opened his mouth, revealing silvery fangs. Z hummed softly, and Bai Shui seemed a little hesitant, tilting his head to distinguish whether the person in front of him was an enemy or a friend. Z saw that he was thinking, and then he took 2 steps forward boldly. Bai Shui's muscles tensed, and he roared at Z, warning him not to get closer. At this time, Wang Ling and others who came up by car at the foot of the mountain finally arrived at the scene. The traces in front of them all told everyone that a fierce battle had just taken place here. They saw Qingjiu lying on the ground, and Bai Shui was covered in wounds, but was still on guard against others, and was unclear about the situation for a while. "Gu Sheng, what's going on? Why don't you go and see if Qingjiu is injured?" Lin Yi's expression was complicated. "Bai Shui won't let us get close." Wang Ling frowned and asked, "Aren't Bai Shui and Zi good friends? Can't it recognize them?" Qin's eyes were solemn. She pointed at Bai Shui's eyes and said, "Its eyes are scattered and unfocused. I doubt it can't see what's in front of it now. Also, it may have a problem with its sense of smell, otherwise it wouldn't refuse Ziyi's approach." Gu Sheng was watching anxiously. Now Qingjiu's life and death were uncertain. Bai Shui was seriously injured, and there were corpses of alien beasts everywhere. He couldn't stay calm and almost wanted to rush up to check their status. Wang Ling grabbed his hand and shook his head. Lin Yi had a military communicator on his ear. He asked, "The war beast Bai Shui is out of control. Please use anesthesia to knock her down." The other end of the communicator replied 5 seconds later, "Approved. Please inject number 7 anesthesia." "Understood." Lin Yi pulled out the anesthesia gun, found number 7 anesthesia in the box, and shot it Bai Shui's front legs. Not long after the anesthesia bullet hit its front legs, Bai Shui staggered and fell down. Qin said coldly, "Help." Chapter 106. Everyone immediately went forward to check on Qingjiu. Qianqin hugged Qingjiu's upper body, and put a transparent patch next to Qingjiu's carotid artery. A transparent light screen appeared, which showed Qingjiu's vital signs. Except for some anemia, everything was normal. Qianqin breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately asked someone to take Qingjiu down the mountain. There are too many answers as to why Qingjiu fainted. It may be because she was afraid of the alien beast, and was frightened, or it may be that the alien beast hit them when attacking them. But the answer is not important. As long as she is still alive and healthy, that is the best ending. Qingjiu and Bai Shui were sent down the mountain together, leaving the rest of the Beast Control Army to study the traces of the fight at the scene, wanting to record it and restore the scene. But they didn't stay for long before the emergency assembly bell rang again. Qianqin and Lin Yi looked at each other, and they could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. 2 emergency assemblies on the same day meant that there were special situations in other places besides here. Qianqin opened the emergency assembly information and checked. The assembly point was very close to here. Qingjing College. The wall of Qingjing College was damaged before, but the school responded quickly. The outer wall was repaired almost the next day, and it was specially reinforced once. "How? Let's go and see what happened." Qianqin stepped on the hoverboard and left first. The other beastmen followed closely behind, leaving a mess. Qingjiu woke up after a day of coma. When she opened her eyes, she saw snowflakes in front of her. It was unknown how long it took for the snowflakes to slowly dissipate. In front of her was a pure white ceiling, and her nose was full of the smell of disinfectant. Qingjio concluded that she was in the hospital now. She felt a sense of gain and loss in her body, and she tried to get up. The people who had been guarding her all the time were relieved to see that she finally woke up. Wang Ling was the first to notify the doctor, and Gu Zheng came to her side to help her sit up and asked, "How are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Qingjio's ears trembled, and the original rustling sound gradually disappeared, and Gu Zheng's voice slowly became clear. She opened her mouth, and her throat felt like it was on fire. Water. Qingjio was stunned when she heard her hoarse voice, and she touched her neck in disbelief. Ping'an brought her a glass of water, and she just took a sip. The door of the room opened from the outside, and Li Tong walked in quickly. "Sister, I heard that you woke up, and I came back immediately. Sister, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Qingjio did not answer their questions, but looked around, as if looking for something. "Wang Ling, what are you looking for?" Qingjio endured the pain like a knife cutting, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said hoarsely, Bai Shui. Bai Shui is... Where is she? Li Tong held her hand tightly, with a smile on her face, but Qingjio could see that her smile did not reach her eyes. She said, "I just went to see it. It was also injured, and it is recovering. It's okay." Li Tong is a naive girl who shows her emotions on her face, and she is not good at lying. Qingjio clearly did not believe her words. Even though her voice was hoarse, several people could hear her urgency. "Where is she?" Ping'an patted Li Tong's shoulder and shook his head at her. Li Tong restrained his smile and quietly stepped back. "Ping'an, it is an emergency treatment. It was poisoned and held on for a while. Now its organs are damaged, and it is receiving treatment. The war beast has good physical fitness and will definitely recover." Qingjio was shocked when he heard Ping'an's narration and asked, "Poisoned? Why? Why was it poisoned?" Several people had different expressions when they heard this. Gu Zheng asked, "You don't know?" Qingjio tried to recall the scene at that time. Her memory only stayed on her, and Bai Shui's solution to the alien beast. Later, Qingjio's headache became worse and worse. Wang Ling stepped forward to stop her. "When we found you, you were fainting on the ground. Maybe your head was attacked. If you can't think of it, don't think about it." Qingjio took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. After stopping to recall, she really didn't have a headache. Was she attacked? Why did the memory later seem to be covered with a layer of red water curtain and couldn't see clearly? Qingjio wanted to ask about Bai Shui's condition. The doctor came in and asked others to step back. He wanted to check Qingjio's physical condition. After the examination, the doctor said, "You are fine, but a little weak. Stay in the hospital for 2 days to observe the situation and recuperate." Qingjio nodded, "Thank you, doctor." The doctor heard her hoarse voice and asked the nurse to bring some throat-soothing medicine to Qingjio. He told Qingjio to take a rest and left. As soon as he left, another figure appeared at the door of the ward. The man, who was wearing the same hospital gown as her, smiled warmly and asked at the door, "Can I come in?" Qingjio nodded quickly. She wanted to get up, but the man waved his hand. "Don't get up, just sit down." Qingjio shouted in a hoarse voice, "Admiral's eyesight." The people in the room were still wondering who this kind man was. When they heard Qingjio's name, they stared at Zyside with wide eyes. They had never seen Admiral Hester in person, but they often saw him in the news. It was hard to connect this weak man in a hospital gown with the majestic Admiral Hester. However, their stunned state did not last long, and they all respectfully called out, "Hello, Admiral Hester." Hester smiled and responded, "Oh, okay, sit down, don't be too reserved." Several people looked at each other, not knowing why Hester came, and sat down silently on the sofa beside them. Zyside sat beside Qingjio. Looking at Qingjio's pale face, he said distressfully, "I heard about your story. Kid, you are very brave. It is indeed our loss that our beast-taming army cannot absorb talents. You can just stay here to recover, and our military will bear all the expenses." Qingjio, "I didn't help much." Zyside, "You kid, it's not a good thing to be too humble. You have made great contributions." Cough. Cough cough. Zyside coughed violently before he finished his sentence, and red liquid flowed from his lips, and his hand covering his mouth was also stained with the liquid. Qingjio exclaimed, "Admiral Zyside?" The assistant who had been on standby at the door came in and took out a handkerchief and handed it to Zyside, as if he was used to Zyside vomiting blood. Wang Ling stood up and said, "I go get a doctor." But Zyside waved his hand and said, "No, it's an old problem and can't be cured." Seeing Qingjio looking at him in confusion, Zyside took the initiative to explain, "Lung cancer is difficult to cure. If they were still the old world civilization of the ancient Blue Star, they would indeed be terrified by the mention of cancer. But at that time, humans had already begun to study ways to cure cancer. Cancer now is not much different from the cold in the past. As long as it is treated well, it can be cured quickly. Pingham was puzzled. Lung cancer can be cured with targeted therapy, right? Admiral, you. Zysite smiled, but the smile was a little bitter. My situation is more complicated, not just cancer. He pulled open his sleeves, and a very obvious blood vessel appeared on his arm. The blood inside was close to black in color. Anyone who saw it could find it unusual. I was infected with the alien beast virus and had cancer. Even if it is cured, it will recur until my body can no longer resist it. Alien beast virus? Chapter 107. It was the first time for everyone to hear this term, and they couldn't help but express doubts. Shizi pulled down his sleeves to cover his blood vessels and explained, You probably don't know this virus yet. I was injured in a battle with an alien beast and was infected. In fact, its infection probability is not high. I'm just too lucky. Li Tong pondered for a moment and asked, What will happen if I'm infected? Will I definitely get cancer? Li Tong has never been good at reading the atmosphere. She doesn't care whether the question will offend Shizi. Pingham reached out and tugged at the corner of her clothes and warned her with his eyes not to talk too much. Shizi didn't seem to care much. He replied, No, it's just that after infection, the microscopic world of the body will be reconstructed. Some people will become stronger, while others will develop diseases. In general, the probability of disease is relatively high. After all, the physique of alien beasts is much stronger than that of humans. Once their viruses enter the human body, they will take root in the human body and attack weak cells. This is a fatal blow to the human body. He spoke a long sentence in a row and couldn't help coughing again. The assistant handed him a thermos cup with black liquid medicine in it. Hester took a sip and recovered his breath. His mouth was bitter, and he continued, Fortunately, I have someone who can take over. Even if the old man dies, he doesn't have to nag the young people. Admiral. The assistant looked at him reproachfully. Please don't say anything unlucky. Hester chuckled. Why are you also learning the superstition of the old world? He put down the cup and looked out the window. Upon closer inspection, his eyes were filled with deep resentment. He seemed to be joking, but also seemed to be trapped in the swamp of memory. If there is really good and evil in the world, it would be great. Unfortunately, in this world, good people always die young, and evil will last for thousands of years. If I had known this, I would have become an evil. The assistant shook her head and sighed. Even now, Hester still likes to joke. She also felt that the world was unfair. Admiral Hester had saved so many lives, but he was backstabbed by his teammates in an operation, leaving him alone to face a large number of alien beasts. In that battle, Hester was not only seriously injured, but his war beast also died to protect him. Since then, although Hester looked the same as before, as his assistant, she could clearly feel his changes. On the surface, Hester was still the gentle and elegant man, but he sat in a daze for longer and longer time. And because he was infected with the alien beast virus, his body was declining day by day, and he often needed to rest for a while before he could continue when presiding over a meeting. She even occasionally heard some arrogant young people talking behind his back, saying that Hester was so weak that he was not suitable for this position, and asked when he would step down and let others do the right thing. Once she heard it, her blood boiled and she wanted to go out and teach these young people who were gossiping behind her a lesson. But before she took a step, Hester stopped her and just shook his head at her. The assistant had been with Hester for more than 10 years. She felt unfair for Hester, but sometimes fate would play a joke on him. In the last days of Admiral Hester, she hoped to be by his side and accompany him through the last journey. Zysite retracted his gaze and pulled himself out of his memories. Seeing the depressing atmosphere, he took the initiative to break the silence. Don't worry, you are all excellent children. You will definitely be able to protect yourself when you go to the battlefield in the future. He looked at Qinjiu with a much softer look. Don't worry, Bai Shui protected you very well. You are not hurt by the alien beast, and will not be infected with the virus. As an S-level war beast, Bai Shui's genes are much stronger than ordinary alien beasts, and it will not be infected. Its healing ability is also strong. I have seen it. It's okay, don't worry. Zysite's words did soothe Qinjiu's emotions. She was no longer worried and irritable at the beginning. I hope Bai Shui can recover before returning to Xinguang. Mr. Fei grabbed the armrest of the chair, and the veins on the back of his hand emerged. His heavy breathing sounded in everyone's ears, like a life-threatening alarm. Everyone present had never seen Mr. Fei so angry. Everyone was in danger, lowered their heads and eyes, and dared not breathe. A person rushed in from outside the door, breaking the tense atmosphere inside, and Mr. Fei's eyes, which were originally tightly closed, slowly opened. The person seemed to be unaffected by the atmosphere, and walked quickly towards Mr. Fei. Although the others standing in the room were curious, they did not dare to look up, and only dared to peek with their peripheral vision. The person ignored the others, stood in front of Mr. Fei, bowed respectfully, and said, "Mr. Fei, Shadow's wounds have all been treated, and there is no danger to his life. He is now sleeping and recuperating." Finally hearing something gratifying, Mr. Fei nodded, and said in a calm tone, "Okay, you continue to treat Shadow, and don't let it get into trouble. Do you hear me?" "Understood." After he finished speaking, he nodded and said goodbye to Mr. Fei, and left in a hurry. The sound of the door closing came, and everyone began to get nervous again. Mr. Fei's eyes swept across everyone. He let out a long breath, and said in a slightly impatient tone, "Tell me, what did you do, and what results did you get?" One of the men in black robes said carefully, "We have followed Mr. Fei's arrangements and destroyed the number 13 experiment, but his organs have disappeared." Mr. Fei nodded, and did not react too much. This was the expected result. Seeing that Mr. Fei was not angry, the man in black robe continued boldly, "We also successfully obtained Dr. Arnold's experimental data, and are speeding up the decryption." "Yeah, but..." The man in black robe faced Mr. Fei's sharp eyes, and continued to say, "The number of times we have used our artificial wormhole has reached the upper limit, and it is estimated that it will take a long time before we can use it again." Mr. Fei still nodded. At least this trip was not in vain. With such a big commotion, the Federation will definitely strengthen its defenses, and it is not suitable to go out again in a short time. The artificial wormhole is a consumable, and it will break down sooner or later, so he is not surprised. The task assigned to them was also completed well. But not being able to bring Qinjiu back was his biggest loss on this trip. Even because of the failure of this matter, all the joy of other successes was washed away. Qinjiu's blood has the genes of alien beasts, and she is a chosen experimental subject. In order to prove that the blood report is not wrong in the shortest time, he even took the risk of damaging the experimental materials, and used diluted alien beast toxin bullets. Qinjiu did not disappoint him. She reacted to the toxin. No one knows why Qinjiu has the genes of alien beasts, but is not genetically optimized like other humans, but lives like a normal person. He is eager to know what the difference is between her and the experimental subject he developed himself. And her unique talent for controlling beasts reminded him of an old friend and his war beast. "I haven't seen him for more than 20 years, and I don't know if he is still safe?" Chapter 108. The military department heard that Qinjiu had woken up, and immediately sent someone to find out the situation. Qinjiu answered truthfully that she knew nothing about what happened after she and Bai Shui dealt with the alien beast. How Bai Shui was injured and how she fainted were full of doubts. But the military department saw that she didn't seem to be lying, so they had to tell her to have a good rest and leave. Qinjiu couldn't stay in the hospital, and applied for discharge, and returned to school the next day. Saisai also advised her to stay for 2 more days, to prevent special circumstances, but she really didn't like the atmosphere of the hospital. The doctor evaluated her condition, and allowed her to be discharged after confirming that she was in good health. As soon as she arrived at the gate of Qingjing, she saw a large machine transporting towards the laboratory building. Qinjiu curiously asked Gu Zheng beside her, "Is the laboratory being renovated?" Gu Zheng pushed out the wheelchair he made for Qinjiu, and planned to let Qinjiu use it. After Qinjiu refused, the chair became a small cart for them to put sundries. Gu Zheng glanced in that direction and nodded. "Yes, Qingjing was also invaded by alien beasts during your 2 days in the hospital, but fortunately there were no casualties. But because the laboratory is close to the outer wall, many things were destroyed, and now new equipment is being replaced." Qinjiu was nervous when she heard that Qingjing was also invaded by alien beasts. But she was relieved when she heard that there were no casualties. She thought of the female student of Xinhuang again and asked, "How is the girl who found the rainbow ice porcelain in Xingbei now?" Wang Ling was dealing with this matter recently. When he heard Qinjiu's question, he replied, "It's okay, I just need to cooperate with the investigation." Speaking of this matter, it was a coincidence that the rainbow ice porcelain had been piled up in the dormitory building for 2 days. The dormitory manager was new, and didn't know that it was unique to the outer wall. The other girls in the dormitory thought it was a building material for maintenance, and no one took it seriously, which almost caused a big mistake. Qinjiu was helpless. There were several opportunities to find the problem, but no one took it seriously. Fortunately, The alien beast had not come down the mountain at that time, otherwise, I don't know how many students would have suffered. Chinjio put down her things and rushed to the war beast hospital without stopping. She showed the certificate signed by teacher Edel, asked about Bai Shue's room, and walked to the ward. As soon as she walked to the door, she heard the voice of Dr. Li. "Don't move, I know you are not feeling well, you will go blind if you don't cooperate with the work." Chinjio opened the door immediately after hearing the word blind, and she saw Bai Shue lying on the bed with cloudy eyes. Obviously, as long as Chinjio was by its side, it would definitely know and react, but now it was completely unaware of Chinjio's arrival. The door opened, and Dr. Li looked back and saw Chinjio, as if he saw a savior, quickly persuade Bai Shue, "It won't let me treat the wound." Bai Shue bared her teeth and made a threatening sound, not allowing anyone to approach. Chinjio was not afraid either. He put the back of his hand on Bai Shue's nose and said softly, "Bai Shue, it's me." Bai Shue's sense of smell was also affected. Chinjio could only feel her breath when he got close to her. Bai Shue immediately relaxed and licked the back of Chinjio's hand gently. Chinjio stroked Bai Shue's head and persuaded, "Let them treat your wound, okay?" Bai Shue moved her head slightly, and Chinjio gave Dr. Li a look. Dr. Li received the signal and immediately directed several other doctors to work together. Bai Shue had many wounds on her body caused by snake teeth biting into the skin. 1 or 2 of them were still purple, and it was obvious that the toxins had not been cleared. According to Dr. Li's diagnosis, the alien beast that bit Bai Shue must be a high-level alien beast, and its toxin is the most difficult to clean up that Dr. Li has ever encountered. Dr. Li injected serum into it for several days to reduce the chance of toxin attack and maintain Bai Shue's normal vital signs. It will take some time to completely remove the toxin. He asked Chinjio, "Did you see what the alien beast that bit Bai Shue looked like?" Chinjio shook his head. "I seemed to be attacked by something at that time, and then I lost consciousness. I woke up in the hospital." "Is Bai Shue in a bad condition?" Dr. Li explained the general situation to Chinjio, and he injected the antidote near Bai Shue's wound again. The purple near Bai Shue's wound showed signs of fading. Chinjio saw the color faded a lot. She asked, "Can it be cured?" Dr. Li, "Yes, but it needs continuous debridement and more serum. The whole treatment process will take about a week." "When will you leave Porcelain King Star?" Chinjio thought about the time and said, "This weekend. There are only 3 days at most." Dr. Li frowned. This is obviously not enough. However, he was transferred to Porcelain King Star this time to protect the war beasts of the trainee beast control army. Since they will have a long vacation next, he can apply to Shirong Star. He asked Chinjio to prepare to go back and apply for a transfer himself. Chinjio was leaving, and the saddest person was Li Tong. She had been in a bad mood since she knew that Chinjio was leaving in a few days. After hearing her sigh for countless times, Ping'an finally couldn't help looking up. He saw Li Tong pouting and looking at the sky in anger, and he shook his head and compromised. "Stop sighing. When the holiday comes, I take you to Shirong Star to spend the winter, okay?" Li Tong suddenly turned back to look at him, her eyes full of expectation. Where was the pitiful look just now? Ping'an sighed secretly. He was fooled again, but Li Tong is his only sister. It's not a matter of principle. He tries his best to meet her needs. Li Tong ran to Chinjio's dormitory happily. She stood at the door and saw Chinjio packing clothes, so she hurried in to help. Chinjio clearly remembered that she was still unhappy when she heard that she was going back in the morning. Why did her mood change 180 degrees now? Li Tong said, "Ping'an said that we will go to Shirong to spend the winter during the holiday." "Oh, no wonder the mood has improved." Chinjio gently touched her head and smiled. Okay, you must be good after I leave, and don't make trouble again, okay?" Li Tong nodded like pounding garlic and agreed quickly. "I know. I will be obedient." She took out a small necklace from her pocket and handed it to Chinjio. Chinjio took it and saw that it was an animal fang. Li Tong said, "This is the amulet my mother left for me. I will give it to my sister, and my sister will be safe in the future." Chinjio pushed it back to Li Tong. "It's too expensive. I can't afford it." Li Tong was rejected by Chinjio, and his mood was visibly depressed. "Sister, do you dislike it?" Chinjio shook her head. "No, it carries the love your mother gave you. Li Tong pulled out another identical necklace from her neck and said, "There are 4 identical necklaces in our family. I heard that they are wolf teeth left by our 2 ancestors. One was lost many years ago, and there are 3 left. I have one, Ping'an has one, and this one, I want to give it to you. This is my blessing to you. Please accept it." Chinjio saw that she was serious, and estimated that if she refused to accept it today, Li Tong would force her to take it away. It is better to accept it openly than to disappoint Li Tong's kindness. Qin Jiu handed the necklace to Li Tong and said, "Please help me put it on." When Li Tong was happy, her two little tiger teeth were exposed again. She smiled happily, and put the wolf teeth on Qin Jiu, muttering, "You must protect her well." Chapter 109. Only when they saw the huge cage for transporting war beasts on the day of their departure did the others know that Qin Jiu had brought Bai Shui to Qin Jing. For a moment, the gate of Qin Jing was surrounded by people. They kept taking pictures of Bai Shui in the cage. On both sides of Bai Shui, there were beast control soldiers escorting her, leaving a passage for her to ensure safe transportation. Bai Shui in the cage was in much better condition, and the wounds on her body were almost healed. Only the two tooth marks with residual toxins had not completely disappeared. After a few days of treatment, the spread of toxins in her body was alleviated, and her eyes were not as cloudy as Qin Jiu saw at the beginning. Bai Shui lay in the cage, as if she had gotten used to the cheers of humans. She looked up at the crowd around her, and then lay down silently with her eyes closed to rest. Even with injuries, it did not damage her temperament at all, and her movements were still elegant. Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed again, "Ah! Did you see it? It looked at me! Bai Shui is really the most beautiful lady in the galaxy." No objection. I'm going to use its expression as my profile picture. Bai Shui should look at me more often like a dog. Is this an idle meeting? It would be nice if Lightning and Master Edo were there too. Qin Jiu followed the team silently, not daring to speak, trying to reduce her presence. Bai Shui's popularity was beyond her imagination. Bai Shui and Lightning had also appeared in Xinghuang, but Xinghuang's students were not as enthusiastic as they were. Gu Zheng saw her sneaky and slightly restrained appearance, so he walked up to her and explained in a low voice, "Because war beasts are not common in Porcelain King Star, especially those at Bai Shui's level, it is normal for them to be so excited." Qin Jiu suddenly realized. She glanced at Gu Zheng and saw a huge box beside Gu Zheng. The muscles on her face couldn't help but twitch. "What is this?" Gu Zheng looked at Qin Jiu with disdain, but did not answer her question directly. "Guess." Qin Jiu stood there thinking for a moment, her eyes slightly brightened. She hurried to catch up with Gu Zheng and asked excitedly, "Is it a pet mecha made for us?" Gu Zheng silently praised Qin Jiu in his heart. Qin Jiu was not stupid. He had no expression on the surface, but his little eyes were full of arrogance. "No." Under Qin Jiu's smiling and soft coaxing, Gu Zheng finally admitted it. Qin Jiu was in a good mood all the way. As members of the student union, Li Tong and Ping'an had the obligation to send them to the station safely. Coming to the first stop of the Porcelain King Star a month ago, everyone had a lot of thoughts in their minds, and they all felt that a month had passed so quickly. Li Tong hugged Qin Jiu and cried loudly. Her voice was particularly abrupt in the station, causing others to look at her sideways. However, this kind of scene is not uncommon in the station, especially in Porcelain King Star. Many young people are not used to the weather here and choose to work in other places. Their parents can't help crying when they say goodbye. Other passers-by see this and only think that they are sisters who are reluctant to part and express their true feelings. Qin Jiu comforted Li Tong for a long time before leaving. Ilya handled the relevant procedures for the return trip, and they were finally going to board the train and leave Porcelain King Star. Ping'an gave each of them an ice porcelain ornament before leaving. Qin Jiu got an eagle-shaped ice porcelain, Wang Ling got a fine magnifying glass-shaped ice porcelain, and Gu Zheng got an emergency aircraft-style ice porcelain. Even Lu Qin got a chance to receive a pet dog-shaped ice porcelain. Qin Jiu was admiring the ice porcelain in his hand, and was impressed by its fine workmanship. Ping'an said, "This is made in imitation of Guangming, does it look like it?" Qin Jiu nodded, very lifelike. Ping'an smiled, and patted Li Tong, who was still sniffling beside him. Li Tong's eyes were red and swollen. She looked at Qin Jiu reluctantly, and waved goodbye with Ping'an. After getting on the bus, several people also waved to them for the last goodbye, and they didn't let go until the door closed. Just like when they came, they took a chartered bus and set sail. Shiqi's students were also in another compartment. This time, Bai Shui could only sit in a compartment alone with the medical team. Qin Jiu informed Dr. Li in advance that it was carsick. Dr. Li made a prompt decision and injected it with anesthesia directly to let it sleep well. "If you are sick and get carsick and vomit, it will be too terrible." Zheng Wenhao didn't dare to provoke Qin Jiu. Faisi had told him everything, and he also saw Bai Shui being transported in the War Beast channel just before boarding the train. Combined with the information he saw in the forum before departure, he dared not provoke Qin Jiu, who was backed by the war beasts no matter how bold he was. He suddenly felt fortunate that they only lost his ID card instead of killing him. Even if Bai Shui was responsible in the end, his life might have been hanging by a thread at that moment. And a war beast of Bai Shui's level could only be punished by confinement, which was not painful. He was completely hitting a stone with an egg. From the moment he got on the train, he sat at the farthest position from the Star King carriage, and never got close to Qinjiu. After sitting on the Interstellar train for more than 10 hours, they walked out of the carriage, and were greeted by the familiar heat wave, and finally felt that they were back on Shirong Star. I'm dying of exhaustion after sitting on the Interstellar train for more than 10 hours. Lu Qin stretched his body, and welcomed the long-lost warm sunshine, feeling very happy. Qinjiu was the same, but she was not greedy for the warm sunshine, but she really missed the two little guys at home. They still need to take the last air train to return to Xinhuang, but before that, they need to wait at the station for the team members going to Yulaunqing to set off together. Yulaunqing is very close to Xirangxing, and the Interstellar train can arrive in about half an hour. Under normal circumstances, they will budget the return time to Xirangxing in advance before setting off, and they should have arrived at the station now. But it's strange that everyone got off the train and waited for more than 20 minutes without seeing them. Ilya was communicating with Wire on the side, and she was asking about the situation. Qinjiu's terminal suddenly received a message. She opened it, and saw a few words from Dean Liu. Xiaojiu, you are back to Shirong Star. They had just landed and did not inform Dean Liu of the return time in advance, but she was able to send greetings so accurately at this time. And her tone was affirmative, not a question. Qinjiu's eyes flashed coldly, and a hint of intriguing smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Sure enough. As long as she used the terminal, this shadowy sense of surveillance would come again. She closed the page and looked at the crowd carrying luggage in the distance. She stepped forward to join their lineup. Come on, maybe this time it's time to solve her doubts for many years. Chapter 110. Since the students who came back from Yulaunqing were not waiting, Ilya, in order to appease them, let them move freely around the station first, and notify them to set off after the assembly. However, after an hour, they still hadn't received the news that they could assemble and go back, and gradually some people began to realize that something was wrong. Qinjiu was sitting in the coffee shop inside the station. Through the glass window, he saw Ilya outside had walked back and forth several times, and her expression seemed very anxious. She and Wang Ling exchanged glances, and Wang Ling nodded imperceptibly. Wang Ling said to Gu Zheng, Do you want to eat something? Qinjiu and I will go out to buy it. Gu Zheng looked at the half cake in front of him, and looked at Wang Ling with a strange look. Lu Qin on the side was not so thoughtful. He immediately raised his hand, and said to Qinjiu, I want the marshmallows I just saw. Qinjiu saw the expectant look in his eyes, like a child full of longing for snacks. Qinjiu didn't expect Lu Qin to have a childlike side. She laughed and said, Okay, do you want strawberry flavor? Lu Qin nodded fiercely, with surprise in his eyes. How do you know I like strawberry flavor? Maybe it's because most of the brothers and sisters in the orphanage liked strawberry-flavored food before, so she subconsciously thought that children would like it. Qinjiu touched her nose, feeling a little guilty. I guessed. Qinjiu agreed, and Gu Zheng on the other side looked back and forth at the two of them, as if trying to find the flaws in their behavior. In the end, he still didn't find anything unusual and was defeated. I don't need it, you guys go, and come back quickly. Qinjiu, okay. She paused again and joked, Do you want me to bring you a marshmallow too? Gu Zheng glared at her and urged her to leave quickly. Qinjiu covered her mouth to hide her smile, admired Gu Zheng's red ears, and left the cafe with Wang Ling. It was Wang Ling who suggested not to let Gu Zheng come out. Qinjiu walked side by side with him and asked as they walked, Why not let Gu Zheng come with you? He is also in the student union. Wang Ling, someone has to take care of your classmates, right? Qinjiu thought about Lu Qin's occasional inattentive look and nodded in agreement. It's reasonable, but it's not the main reason, right? Wang Ling hummed and said, It's enough for the two of us to worry about it, let him rest. After that, he glanced at Qinjiu and added, Recently, he has been staying up all night for several days for your pet mecha. He wanted to finish it early, so that you can use it when you come back. We should try not to let him worry about things that we can solve. There were no classes in the last few days, but Wang Ling was always busy. Most of the time, he was dragged out by Gu Zheng to buy parts. As for why Gu Zheng had to bring Wang Ling remembered that this kid didn't know how to bargain at all, and directly bought a part that was 10 times the price. He cursed him for being a spendthrift in his heart. But it's not Gu Zheng's fault. After all, he has never lacked these things. Maybe Gu Chuanqing rarely communicated with him, but he never lacked money for his mechas. He only needed to move his finger and press the purchase button, and the money would be automatically deducted from Gu Chuanqing's account. He had no idea about the market conditions in the spare parts market, so he was targeted by all the stall owners as soon as he entered the spare parts market. He is a walking fat sheep. Qinjiu was a little surprised when she heard this. She really didn't know that Gu Zheng actually worked so hard for her. A warm current surged from deep in her heart. She raised her lips, her eyebrows curved like crescents. Our Xiao Zheng has worked hard. Wang Ling thought of the days she had been running around, and added at the right time, I am also very tired. Qinjiu was amused by Wang Ling's attitude. Wang Ling was obviously the most calm and stable person. Why would she compete for favor now? Qinjiu also cooperated very well, and did not hesitate to praise her. Okay, our brother Wang is also very hard. Wang Ling stumbled and almost tripped over himself. He coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment under Qinjiu's teasing eyes. He is indeed the oldest, so it is reasonable for Qinjiu to call him brother Wang. Wang Ling tightened the muscles on his face, and tried to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise. Well, reasonable, calm. The two first found Ilya, who was still wandering around. Before they approached, they heard her anxiously saying, What should we do? How about I let the students go back first, and I come find you? Wire on the other side of the terminal page opened and closed her mouth, but Qinjiu and the others couldn't hear her voice. It should be that Ilya turned on the headset mode. But can you handle it alone? Before Wire replied, she saw Qinjiu and Wang Ling through the camera and immediately fell silent. Ilya was wondering why Wire didn't speak, but Wire looked behind her and raised her head. Ilya looked back and found Qinjiu and the others. She frowned slightly and said with doubt in her voice, What are you doing here? Qinjiu saluted Wire first, and she smiled. Teacher, we want to ask when Yulongqing's classmates will arrive. Elijah pursed her lips for a long time, and then gave an ambiguous answer. It will be soon. You can rest for a while. This answer was not what they wanted. Wang Ling wanted to ask more questions, but Qinjiu beside him was one step faster than him. Although Qinjiu still had a smile on his face, for some reason, his eyes were a little cold. She pressed forward one step, and Elijah actually felt a strong sense of oppression. Qinjiu, teacher, we are members of the student union, and have the right to know the current situation. Wang Ling raised her eyebrows slightly. Qinjiu now seemed to be a different person, full of aggressiveness. Ilya and Wire exchanged glances for a moment, and they finally compromised with Qinjiu. Ilya looked around the crowd around, and after confirming that no one came here, she said seriously, It's also your business. The current situation is happening to Jin Chung. The two did not interrupt, but their eyes were full of doubts. How come they can't come back from Yulongqing, and it has something to do with Jin Chung? Ilya played Weir's voice publicly, and Weir said, Jin Chung stopped anyone from getting on the Interstellar train. Qinjiu was puzzled. Why? Weir, we don't know either. Recently Jin Cheng's temper has been getting worse and worse, and he has no rules. He and Hurricane blocked the door together, and no one could get on. Qinjiu frowned, and she asked, Where is Lilith? Can't Lilith take care of it? Weir sighed and said, He let Lilith on, but didn't let others on. Lilith is trying to persuade them, but Jin Cheng's mood is very unstable. Qinjiu and Wang Ling looked at each other, and they obviously knew that the current situation was not optimistic. Weir continued to add, If other people want to get on the train, Jin Chung will let Hurricane attack them, which is indeed not easy to deal with. Qinjiu's mind flashed through all the abnormal situations of Jin Chung recently. She lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, and made a decision. Teacher, let me go to Yulongqing. Chapter 111. Ilya was the first to reject Qinjiu's opinion. No, they can't come back now. Won't you cause trouble if you go there? Qinjiu didn't agree with Ilya's statement. She said, I am the vice president of this student union. I think I have the right and obligation to ensure the safe return of my classmates. We're also disagreed. You are just a student. This kind of thing should be handled by our teachers. Qinjiu saw that she was behind in the votes, so she immediately cast a look of help to Wang Ling, begging for Wang Ling's support. In fact, Wang Ling didn't agree with Qinjiu's proposal in her heart, but seeing her like this, she compromised again. Teacher, we want to take them home. And me. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the crowd. They were startled and turned around to see Gu Zheng, whose eyes were covered with bruises, standing not far from them with his hands in his pockets. Wang Ling was surprised. Why are you here? Gu Zheng's eyes moved around Qinjiu and Wang Ling. He snorted and seemed a little angry and said, Why, If I don't come, you are going to keep it from me. I am not a member of the student union? Qinjiu looked at Gu Zheng's face silently for a long time. She turned back and said to Ilya with a smile, "So now it is 3-2, we won, we want to go to Yulanqing. The student union has more power than the class teacher in this grade." Wei Er, as the student union instructor, was silent for a long time, and finally agreed to Qinjiu's request. In fact, she also had a faint expectation of Qinjiu in her heart. Qinjiu gave her too many surprises. Maybe Qinjiu could really solve their dilemma. Ilya needed to escort the students back to Xinguang first. The three of them bought an interstellar train that would leave for Yulanqing in half an hour, and they decided to go to Yulanqing by themselves. Ilya was worried, but after several people strongly expressed the fact that they were adults, she finally gave in and asked Wang Ling to take good care of Qinjiu and Gu Zheng. Qinjiu bought a huge strawberry marshmallow for Lu Qin as promised. While waiting, she saw Gu Zheng and Wang Ling chatting on the side, but their eyes were always wandering here. She thought about it, and asked the merchant to make another strawberry marshmallow. So when Qinjiu came out of the store, holding 2 large marshmallows to cover her face, both of them were shocked. Qinjiu handed one of the marshmallows to Gu Zheng, who thought she couldn't hold it, so he took it naturally. But Qinjiu said the next moment, "This is for you." Gu Zheng's eyes showed doubt. "I didn't say I wanted to eat it." "Really?" Qinjiu thought of Gu Zheng occasionally looking over here with a look of desire. She smiled and said, "Oh, maybe I remembered it wrong, I buy you more." Gu Zheng was helpless, muttering that Qinjiu's memory was sometimes good and sometimes bad, but he still ate the marshmallows happily. Wang Ling looked at Gu Zheng, who was fighting with the marshmallows, and asked, "Why did you show up?" Gu Zheng glanced at him. "It would be better if he didn't say it, but it would make people angry. You still have the nerve to ask, do you too regard me as a member of the student union? And you went to find teacher Ilya without telling me. If I didn't always feel that your behavior just now was fishy, would you keep it a secret from me and go to Yulanqing by yourself?" Qinjiu looked up at the sky, raised his finger quietly, and pointed in the direction of Wang Ling. Wang Ling, Okay, you're just going to betray him like this. Gu Zheng stared at Wang Ling, and made a short muffled hum from his nose to express his dissatisfaction. Wang Ling knew that he was in the wrong, so he dared not speak, and had to walk forward silently. Qinjiu coaxed Gu Zheng to eat his cotton candy. I don't know if it was because of the sweet effect, but Gu Zheng's mood improved a little. After returning to give the cotton candy to Lu Qin, Qinjiu told him about leaving for Xinguang immediately. Lu Qin thought it was quite normal at first, but the more he listened, the more he felt it was wrong, and he stopped eating the cotton candy. There were still traces of pink sugar on the corners of his mouth. He asked, "Why are you talking as if you are arranging a trip for me? Why aren't you going back?" Qinjiu nodded and said truthfully, "I will go back, but not now. You go back first. We still have things to deal with." Lu Qin looked at Qinjiu, and then at Gu Zheng and the others. He was unusually perceptive. "Is it your student union that has something to do?" "That's normal. I understand. It must be kept secret." Before Qinjiu could say more, a gathering message came on the terminal. Ilya had arranged the trains for other students to go back. Lu Qin swallowed the marshmallow in a big mouthful. He hurriedly said goodbye to Qinjiu and the other two, and ran away with the suitcase. Qinjiu and the other two looked at the time. It was almost time to go to the waiting room of the interstellar train to wait. As soon as they arrived at the waiting room, they heard someone arguing. They looked curiously in the direction of the sound. They saw a woman in a blue-black dress arguing with the staff of the station. Her clothes were embroidered with complicated patterns such as flowers, birds, and rivers. The style was not common. She was excited, gesturing with her hands, and the silver bracelets she wore collided with each other and made a crisp jingling sound. "Why can't I get on the bus? I bought a ticket." "Madam, please don't get excited. We have explained the situation to you, and we are also happy to give you some compensation measures, so..." The woman became more anxious when she heard it. "I don't want compensation. I want to take this bus." Other passengers heard the noise here and expressed their dissatisfaction. Some people began to blame the woman. "I said I would compensate you, but you still made a fuss. It's so noisy." "That's right. This is not the first time this has happened. The station was wrong, but they also helped you arrange the follow-up. Why are you still making a fuss?" Qinjiu listened for a while. Although she didn't know the cause and effect of the matter, she roughly guessed from the words of others that the main responsibility of the matter was the station rather than the woman. The woman was so anxious that others not only did not comfort her, but also added insult to injury. Seeing so many people bullying a woman, Qinjiu couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Hello, do you need help?" The woman saw Qinjiu's kindness to her, and finally had a place to pour out her bitterness. There seemed to be crystal liquid in her eyes. "I bought a ticket to you launching 10 minutes ago, but before the ticket check, they told me that there were no seats on this train and asked me to take the train tomorrow. But I have to go to you launching tonight. I have something to do." Qinjiu looked at the staff with a questioning look in his eyes. The staff nodded and continued to calm the woman's emotions. "We have already explained the situation to you. Because there is an important matter that needs to occupy your seat, our station has arranged accommodation for you tonight and tickets for tomorrow. We will be responsible for your losses to the end." The woman kept shaking her head, and there was a jingling sound on her body. "No, I must return to you launching tonight. There is a sacrifice in our tribe, and I can't be absent." Qinjiu probably understood that this situation is not uncommon. There may be soldiers who need to go on a mission temporarily, and need to occupy a seat, but the seats are full. The station will find the last person to refund the ticket and compensate her for her financial losses, and arrange for her to ride for free. It's just that she may have urgent things to deal with, so she seems flustered. Qinjiu asked, "Is there no next interstellar train to you launching today?" The staff shook his head. "This is the last one." Qinjiu thought for a moment and said to Wang Ling and the others, "Let's give her a seat." Chapter 112. Wang Ling had no expression when she heard this, but Gu Zheng frowned for a moment. He pulled Qinjiu aside and whispered, "This is the last interstellar train to you launching today. If we give up our seats, we won't be able to go to you launching." Qinjiu nodded, and she looked at Gu Zheng very seriously. "Well, so Xiao Zheng, you stay, and we go." Gu Zheng, "Ah?" Wang Ling also walked over slowly at this time, expressing her agreement with Qinjiu's statement. "I agree." Gu Zheng was dissatisfied. "Why?" "No, I don't agree. I want to go. What do you two mean by leaving me behind?" Qinjiu did not refute Gu Zheng's words immediately, but lowered his head to think, leaving Wang Ling to face Gu Zheng's anger alone. Ilya had already left the station with other students. Qinjiu and others would need to go through the docking process again when they returned from launching later, and it might be very late to wait for the train to return to Xinhuang. Qinjiu looked at Gu Zheng and said, "I'm not abandoning you, but I have other tasks for you to complete." Gu Zheng obviously didn't believe it. He looked like he was waiting to see what lies Qinjiu could come up with. He crossed his arms and asked coldly, "What task is so important?" "Qinjiu, you need to be responsible for our connection here. It's very important. Just think about it. If a group of us come back from launching, we have to reapply for the suspension train at the station. How troublesome it is. During the time we are away, you have a more important task. You need to help coordinate the use of the suspension train." Gu Zheng rarely saw Qinjiu's face showing such a serious and sincere expression, and he couldn't help but become serious. He put down his arm at some point, leaned towards Qinjiu, and asked, "What should I do?" "Qinjiu, you will take over Teacher Ilya's work and discuss the handover with the station. For specific matters, you can ask Teacher Ilya in the Star Emperor system. Is there any problem with this task being handed over to you?" Gu Zheng nodded solemnly, and had completely entered the working state. "No problem, don't worry, I will make sure you can get on the train back to Star Emperor on time." "Okay." Qinjiu nodded heavily, with trust in his eyes. "I believe you." After they negotiated, Gu Zheng took the initiative to give up his seat, and was taken by the staff to handle the transfer procedures. The woman thanked them all the way, and it seemed that she really had something urgent to go back to deal with. Qinjiu and the woman got on the interstellar train together, and Gu Zheng began to communicate with Ilya about the details of the work. Wang Ling just sat down and gave Qinjiu a thumbs up. "You still have a way." Qinjiu smiled and said, "Not really, after all, Teacher Ilya just led the team back, and there is no way to come out in a short time. If Gu Zheng can take over Teacher Ilya's work, it can also reduce Teacher Wei's workload and save Teacher Ilya's running around." Wang Ling hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his doubts. "But can Xiao Zheng really handle this matter? I don't think he is very reliable in handling such things." Qinjiu shrugged. "I don't know, but the child will grow up, I believe him." Hearing this, Wang Ling no longer questioned. The woman put away her luggage and came to Qinjiu. The three people's tickets were bought together, and the seats were also connected. Gu Zheng gave up his seat, and the woman sat next to Qinjiu. Qinjiu made way for the woman, who thanked him repeatedly. The woman sat down and started to talk. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you helping me, I don't know if I could catch up with the family festival." Qinjiu heard this term for the first time, and asked curiously, "What is a festival?" The woman, we still retain some customs from the old world on you launching. Every year at this time, the family will gather together to worship and pray for good weather and good harvests on you launching in the coming year, and everyone will be safe and sound. The clothes she wore were indeed very local, and Chinjio had seen them for the first time. The woman suddenly remembered something. She took out a green fruit from her bag and handed it to Chinjio. This is our specialty. Try it. By the way, my name is Ai Miao, and I am the Saint Witch of Yulon. Chinjio gladly took the fruit from the other party and exchanged names with her in a friendly manner. My name is Chinjio, and I am a student of Xinghuang. Ai Miao's eyes lit up when she heard it. Oh! Xinghuang. I know. It's a very good school. Wang Ling didn't say anything, but he straightened his back subconsciously. He was very proud to be a member of Xinghuang. Chinjio's eyes swept over Wang Ling's movements, and she couldn't help but curl her lips, but at the same time she was deeply puzzled by Ai Miao's words. She asked, "What is a saint witch?" Ai Miao explained, "This is some of the old world civilizations that we still retain on Yulon Star. The saint witch is a young generation who is selected from childhood and raised by the elders of the tribe to learn the saint witchcraft. After the previous saint witch is buried in the sky, a new successor will be selected again." Although Chinjio had never heard of this kind of civilization from the ancient blue star, it was not difficult to infer from Ai Miao's words that Ai Miao probably had a higher status in the blue star than they imagined. The interstellar train started, and Ai Miao asked, "Are you going to the blue star to watch the ceremony? Did you get the tickets?" Chinjio shook his head. "We are going to pick up our classmates." Ai Miao tilted her head, and the decorations on her head collided with a crisp sound. She asked curiously, "Are Xinghuang's classmates in the blue star?" The woman in front of them, who looked about the same age as them, seemed to lack relevant experience in studying in the outside world. Chinjio told her about the exchange between colleges and universities, and Ai Miao suddenly realized it. But she still didn't understand. Why do we have to pick them up? Can't they come back from you launching by themselves? And you also said that you have a teacher there. Speaking of this, Chinjio sighed and said, "One of our classmates has been acting a little abnormal recently. He stopped everyone from leaving, and he also brought a war beast with him. It is difficult for ordinary people to control him." Ai Miao asked a few more questions. Chinjio felt that Ai Miao was not a bad person. She told her about what she had heard recently about Jin Chung. After listening to Chinjio's words, Ai Miao lowered her eyes and thought, and did not respond. Chinjio thought she was tired, and did not care, so he stopped the topic. The interstellar train arrived at you launching soon. As soon as they got off the train, they heard the shouts of Jin Chung on the platform. Let's see who dares to come over. Chapter 113. The station on Yulon Star is very large, but the trains to and from Shirong Star happen to be on the same platform, so Jin Cheng's voice can easily reach Chinjio and others' ears. Chinjio looked in the direction of the voice. This was the first time she saw Jin Chung in the past month. Jin Cheng's long golden hair was very eye-catching. He stood at the entrance and exit of the train, and a hurricane was hovering above him. Jin Cheng's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he looked at his classmates, who were also Star Emperors, with a ferocious expression. Lilith pulled his clothes behind him, but Jin Chung was unmoved and continued to do his own thing. Chinjio and Wang Ling had no luggage, so they rushed in that direction as soon as they got off the train. They didn't notice that Ai Miao behind them was looking at Jin Chung with a frown. As soon as Chinjio and Wang Ling arrived near the interstellar train, Wire saw them and waved to them. Jin Chung saw Wire's movements and followed her gaze. When he found out that it was Chinjio and Wang Ling, his expression seemed to be stunned for a moment, but he turned fierce again in the struggle. Chinjio came to the empty space in front of Jin Chung, not afraid of him, and cursed, "Jin Chung, did you take the wrong medicine?" Jin Chung bared a row of porcelain white teeth, and he responded loudly, "Get out! Get out!" Lilith behind him saw Chinjio and Wang Ling, and hurriedly sent out a call for help. "Chinjio, take care of Hurricane." Chinjio heard this, and locked his eyes on Hurricane. Hurricane's condition was not much better than Jin Chung. It was hovering at a low altitude, its eagle eyes were cloudy, and red bloodshot covered its entire eyeball. Chinjio looked carefully, and found that it looked at Jin Chung with eyes that were obviously looking at prey. If nothing unexpected happens, Hurricane will attack Jin Chung, and will not stop until he dies. Hurricane did not disappoint her expectations. After Jin Chung roared again, Hurricane actually pecked directly at Jin Cheng's head. Hurricane is an aggressive war beast. This attack will definitely break Jin Cheng's head. Chinjio's eyes flashed darkly, and she said, "Hurricane, stop." Hurricane's attack paused, and she looked at Chinjio hesitantly. Just when Lilith breathed a sigh of relief and thought that Chinjio had stopped Hurricane's killing of its master, Hurricane flapped its wings and flew into the sky, and then fell with a more rapid posture. Its target was Jean Chung with ferocious features. Everyone couldn't help but scream when they saw this. Wei Er didn't care about the possible damage to Hurricane. She took a weapon and approached Jean Chung a few steps, ready to take Hurricane's attack for him. In a place where no one was paying attention, Chinjio took a deep breath. Her dark eyes were bright. She took a deep breath, and her voice shocked the soul. I said, stop. The Hurricane in midair suddenly stopped its attack, slowly landed, tilted its head, and looked at Chinjio. After a long time, it spread its wings and crawled on the ground, as if kneeling to its king. The situation in front of them was a bit weird, and everyone looked at Chinjio with a scrutinizing look. But the dark light in Chinjio's eyes had long disappeared. She just stepped forward and grabbed Hurricane's wings, controlling Hurricane so that it could not hurt anyone. The cage for Hurricane had been prepared behind Wei, and Chinjio threw it in mercilessly. Hurricane curled up on the ground, not daring to resist. It was a good thing that Hurricane stopped attacking others, but Jean Chung was already clamoring to fight with everyone, as if he had lost his mind. Everyone didn't have time to pay attention to Hurricane, who had already surrendered, and hurried forward to hold Jean Chung. Unexpectedly, although Jean Chung didn't look strong, he still had an advantage in strength. Wang Ling secretly walked to Jean Cheng's side and exchanged glances with Lilith. Lilith understood and shouted loudly, Jean Chung. Jean Chung heard Lilith's voice and turned around, with questions in his eyes. Jean Cheng's back was exposed. Wang Ling tightened his calf muscles and jumped out with all his strength. He inserted his hands into Jean Cheng's armpits to lock Jean Cheng's movements. Jean Chung lost the help of Hurricane, and was controlled by Wang Ling. Wire immediately summoned several strong students to hold Jean Cheng's limbs together to prevent him from moving. Jean Chung moved his hands and feet, and found that he couldn't break free from their shackles. He began to speak harshly, and his voice broke through the sky. Chinjio had just come back from dealing with Hurricane, and saw that Jean Cheng's abnormality was far more serious than she had imagined. He was very abnormal, but no one knew the source of his abnormality. Just when they were still racking their brains over whether to tie up Jean Chung and take him back to Xinghuang, a series of tinkling bells rang out. Chinjio and Wang Ling were familiar with the sound, and they looked at the source of the sound at the same time. Chinjio was surprised to see Ai Miao coming to her side. Ai Miao. Ai Miao did not respond to Chinjio, but she observed Jean Cheng's appearance very seriously. After a long time, she raised her hand and pointed at Jean Chung, and the silver ornaments on her body made a sound with her movements. Ai Miao, he was poisoned by a witch. Hearing this, the air seemed to fall into silence for a moment, and the only sound in the whole space was Jean Cheng's scolding. Chinjio frowned and asked, What is witchcraft? Ai Miao, it is a kind of witchcraft unique to our blue star. People who are poisoned by witchcraft will follow the instructions of the poisoner. He should be poisoned by the mother-child poison, and... She looked in the direction of the Hurricane and continued, it was also poisoned. Everyone was stunned, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Chinjio, how did he get poisoned? Ai Miao shook her head and said, maybe someone tampered with his food. This is the most common method of mother-child poisoning. Chinjio looked at Ai Miao, whose face was calm. She thought for a moment and asked, Ai Miao, can you cure the poison? Ai Miao nodded without hesitation. I can cure it. Chinjio was delighted to hear the answer she wanted. She begged, can you help us? What reward do you want for me? Chinjio paused and pointed in the direction of Jean Chung. He will give it to you. Wang Ling and Lilith, who witnessed the whole process, said, Ai Miao nodded with a smile on her face. Of course, I am happy to help. After all, if you hadn't helped me just now, I wouldn't have had time to return to Yulanqing. And she looked at Jean Cheng's bloodshot, slightly bulging eyeballs, and the increasingly obvious lines hidden under his neck, and her eyes became extremely sharp in an instant. Ai Miao, this kind of witchcraft is forbidden to be used by outsiders. As a holy witch, I should take it back, and I also need to eliminate the aliens among the tribe. After Ai Miao finished speaking, she walked towards Jean Chung step by step. The crisp sound of the jewelry on her body colliding made every time she got closer. The fear in Jean Cheng's eyes increased. His intuition told him that the woman in front of him was very dangerous. He struggled with all his strength, and Wang Ling and others almost couldn't control him to break free. At this time, Lilith suddenly came over. Facing the mad Jean Chung, she raised her hand without any hesitation and slapped him. Pa! The huge slap made everyone stunned, and Jin Chung suddenly stopped struggling. He slowly twisted his head that was hit to the side, and looked at Lilith. There seemed to be a rare glimmer of clarity in his turbid eyes. Lilith, stop it! Let someone treat you. Jin Chung actually calmed down and looked at Lilith carefully. Lilith glared at him fiercely, and Jin Chung looked away again, but looked back again in a moment. Qinjiu? Qinjiu looked at Ai Miao and asked, "What's going on?" Ai Miao. Before the poisoned person completely loses consciousness, he will react to the things he likes or fears the most. Judging from his reaction, he should be very afraid of this girl. Qinjiu glanced at Jin Chung silently and kept silent. Chapter 114. With Lilith's help, when Ai Miao approached Jin Chung again, although he still showed signs of retreat, he lowered his head and dared not move again when he saw Lilith's threatening eyes. This was the first time that Lilith lost her temper with him, and he was still a little scared. Ai Miao walked to Jin Cheng's side and took out a small box from her pocket. After the box was opened, a round black pill lay quietly in the center of the box. Qinjiu, what is this? Ai Miao, it's a pill for detoxification. Just let him eat it. I need your help. Ai Miao looked at Wang Ling and others. Don't let him spit it out before I say it's okay. Wang Ling nodded, and the others also said they understood. Jin Cheng's mouth was tightly closed, and Ai Miao's pill had no way to enter his mouth. Lilith snatched the pill from Ai Miao, clamped Jin Cheng's chin with one hand, opened his mouth violently, and then quickly stuffed the pill into his mouth. Jin Chung was forced to swallow the pill, and Wang Ling immediately took over Lilith's work and covered Jin Cheng's mouth tightly. Before he could spit it out, the pill had turned into a warm stream and entered his esophagus. The pungent smell of herbs remained in Jin Cheng's esophagus, and the pill, which looked very large, melted in his mouth. At first, he thought he was just eating an unpalatable herb, but not long after, he could feel the feeling of a foreign body crawling in his blood. The person controlling Jin Cheng's limbs felt a strange touch under Jin Cheng's skin. He looked down and saw that there seemed to be worms crawling in Jin Cheng's blood vessels, and they were all moving upwards. The man was almost scared to the point of letting go and running away. God, he was most afraid of bugs. But he was also afraid of failing because of his own failure, so he had to suppress his fear and ignore the goosebumps on his body for the time being. He looked at his companion beside him and sent a look for help. Change shifts, there are so many bugs. Bugs? Weir stepped forward and pulled up Jin Cheng's trouser legs. The blood vessels on Jin Cheng's legs were purple and black, and there were indeed long strips of material wriggling underneath, which made people feel great psychological pressure. Weir pressed down Jin Cheng's calf and said to the student, who was afraid of bugs, "Let me do it, you go." The man ran to the side and vomited as if he had been pardoned. There were more and more long strips wriggling under Jin Cheng's skin, and his struggle became more and more intense, as if he was suffering endless pain. Lilith couldn't bear it. She came to Qinjiu and asked worriedly, "Will everything be all right?" Qinjiu didn't dare to answer Lilith's question, because she didn't know the answer either, but she looked at Ai Miao, who looked calm and composed, and her worry was inexplicably soothed. Now we can only trust her. Finally, when all the movements were concentrated on Jin Cheng's neck, Ai Miao shouted, "Let him go." Several people responded by releasing the action of locking Jin Chung. Jin Chung staggered 2 steps on the spot and kept retching. After a long time, he held on to the pillar beside him and spit out a mouthful of blood. Jin Chung. Seeing him staggering and about to fall, Wang Ling immediately stepped forward and let him lean on him. He looked down at the large pool of blood on the ground, and he couldn't help but sweat for Jin Chung. There was also blood-red liquid oozing from his mouth. Although he looked very weak, Qinjiu found that his eyes had returned to normal. Ai Miao walked up and waded in the pool of blood on the ground. Finally, she saw a worm wriggling in the pool of blood, as if trying to escape. Ai Miao did not give it this opportunity and stepped on it to death. Qinjiu also saw it, and she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is this the goo?" Ai Miao nodded. "This is a subu worm." Jin Chung regained consciousness, and although his breath was weak, he still asked in disbelief, "Did this worm come out of my mouth?" Qinjiu nodded. Ugh! Jin Chung had actually vomited out the goo worm, so he shouldn't vomit again, but he was afraid of worms, and had a physical nausea. Qinjiu thought he was still not feeling well, and was about to ask Ai Miao about his condition. Lilith on the side had already answered for her. "It's okay, he's just afraid of bugs." Qinjiu, Ai Miao did the same thing, and made Hurricane spit out the poisonous insects. Ai Miao, "I'm sorry, This happened because my people didn't discipline them well. Chinjio shook his head. It's none of your business. Someone just wants to harm him. AI Meow handed Chinjio 2 dark red pills. Let them take them. These are pills made with the blood of the holy, which is a medicine, and they will not be affected by any poison after taking them. Now the enemy is in the dark, and it's hard to defend. At least there is a guarantee before we catch this tribe member. Chinjio was not polite, and happily accepted it, and fed Hurricane 1. Jin Chung was still afraid. Could there be bugs in it? AI Meow. Yes, I made this with 30 different kinds of medicinal insects. Jin Chung tightly closed his lips, with an attitude of dying rather than surrendering. Chinjio and Lilith exchanged glances, and Lilith stepped forward to block Chinjio and Jin Chung, accusing Chinjio. You know that he is most afraid of insects. Can you give him this thing to eat? Are you deliberately trying to harm him? Chinjio. Isn't this for his own good? Get out of the way quickly, don't block the way. Lilith. I'm blocking it, so what? I'm protecting Jin Chung. Don't pretend to be a good person here. Chinjio. Oh, who is pretending to be a good person? You don't let him eat. Don't you just want to push him to death? Everyone was confused when they saw the two of them suddenly quarreling. Jin Chung forced himself to stand up a little straighter and said, Don't do this for... Lilith was quick-witted, and took the pill from Chinjio's hand the moment he opened his mouth, and stuffed it into Jin Cheng's mouth. This pill, like the previous one, melted in the mouth, and before Jin Chung could react, it had disappeared. Lilith let go of her hand, and Chinjio stood side by side with her in relief. The two even high-fived in front of Jin Chung. Jin Chung was furious when he saw this. You guys together, lied to me. Chinjio. It's just a necessary measure when necessary. Lilith. Happy first cooperation. Chinjio. Hee, happy. Jin Chung. He felt even more dizzy, and didn't know if he was angry with them. Jin Chung is not as unreasonable as before. Except for being a little weak, everything else is normal. Everyone packed up and could finally go back to Shirong Star. Before leaving, Chinjio and Ai Miao exchanged contact information. Ai Miao promised to find the person who cast the poison and punish him severely. She had just said goodbye to Ai Miao when Lilith stood at the door and shouted, Chinjio, go back. Chinjio ignored the new inquiry message from Dean Liu in the terminal and walked towards the Interstellar train. Here I come! Chapter 115. The Interstellar train arrived at Shirong Star very quickly. As soon as everyone landed, Guzheng found their location and came to meet them. Wire was about to coordinate the use of the suspension train, but Guzheng blocked her way. Teacher, I have arranged it in advance. We can transfer back to Xinhuang immediately. Wire was a little surprised. She glanced at the information on his terminal and couldn't help but smile and said, I didn't expect you to know this. You did a good job. Guzheng blinked his eyes and looked away a little embarrassedly. His ears were stained with a blush. Jin Chung, who was supported by Wang Ling, heard their conversation, raised his still trembling hand, and gave Guzheng a thumbs up, saying weakly, Our Xiaozheng is great. Guzheng sniffed, and the pride in his eyes could not be concealed, but he still said stubbornly, What's the problem? Everyone looked at each other, and smiled knowingly. They seamlessly connected to another train, looking at the streets around them that were gradually becoming familiar, and they felt that they were finally home. This month's experience was like a dream. Lightning walked around in front of the gate of Xinhuang, with a pair of golden animal eyes constantly looking outside. Just now, Ilya brought a team back, and it rushed up first. But it didn't see Chinjio's figure, so it had to return to the door in disappointment and continue waiting. It had been a while since the last team came back, and the sun that was originally hanging in the sky had a tendency to fall. Lightning took 2 steps and sat in the middle of the door again, watching his shadow getting longer and longer. Lightning fell from the circling sky at some point, and stood beside Lightning. An eagle and a leopard were standing alone in the sunset, with their long shadows behind them. Someone walked by and secretly took a photo of this scene, and posted it on the Xinhuang forum, causing heated discussions. Is he waiting for Chinjio? What should I do? He looks so pitiful, I really want to hug him. Wake up, Chinjio is the only one who can hug him. You are courting death if you go up to hug him. That's not right. Didn't Teacher Ilya come back? Why didn't Chinjio come back? Chinjio is in our car, we are almost there. Huh? Aren't you going to launching? Why is Chinjio in your place? It's a long story. I open a separate post to talk about it. The man combined Jin Cheng's recent abnormality with Ai Miao's treatment of Jin Chung, and then posted it on the forum in both text and video formats, and everyone clicked in to watch it out of curiosity. Gu Zheng was bored in the car, and also saw the content in the forum. He frowned and asked Jean Chung beside him, "Do you want to contact the administrator to delete his post?" Jean Chung looked at it silently for a minute, and shook his head. "No, let him post it." Lilith also saw the post. When she heard that Jean Chung was not going to deal with it, she disagreed. "This is your privacy, and we don't know who hurt you." Jean Cheng's voice was weak, but he still interrupted Lilith's questioning. "No, I probably know who it is." Jean Cheng's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible cold light, and then said, "Let them post it. That person may be angry to death now, right?" Lilith saw that he was unusually calm, and stopped persuading him. Qingjiu probably understood what Jean Chung meant. Putting this matter on the table was equivalent to telling everyone that someone wanted to harm him. As the crown prince of Chunwang Star, he was deliberately murdered. The royal family of Chunwang Star must have started an investigation. Seeing that the matter was exposed, the other party would definitely not dare to act rashly, and Jean Chung could guarantee safety for a period of time. It happened that the Yu launching festival took up a large part of the hot search, and someone posted Jean Cheng's incident under the video of the holy witch performing a ritual and praying for blessings. For a while, everyone's attention to the matter rose to a peak again. Jean Yu, who saw the hot search, saw that the plan failed, grabbed the cup at hand, and smashed it to pieces. In his plan, Jean Chung became furious, and Hurricane became gluttonous. One day, they would explode like a time bomb. Jean Chung would anger Hurricane, and Hurricane would kill its master. It is common for beast masters to be injured. Jean Chung has a bad temper, and angered Hurricane, and was killed. No one would doubt the reason why Hurricane killed its master. But now everything is ruined. It was the student named Qingjiu who brought the holy witch to remove the poison for Jean Chung. When he checked her information for Mr. Fei before, he was still curious about Qingjiu's origins that made Mr. Fei so concerned. After getting the information, he only glanced at it, and lost interest. She was just an ordinary orphan whose past could be explained on a page. It was much easier to get rid of her than to get rid of Jean Chung, and he would not accept this loss. But as for Mr. Fei, he decided to find another opportunity to test Mr. Fei's strength, and let him find another opportunity to deal with Jean Chung for him. And Qingjiu. If Qingjiu was useless to Mr. Fei, then there was no need for her to exist. When the train arrived at Xinghuang, before Qingjiu had time to get off, a small black figure rushed in from the door, and jumped on her with a clear goal. Qingjiu subconsciously raised her hand to catch the black thing, and lightning lay on Qingjiu's shoulder, and rubbed and licked Qingjiu's face. Qingjiu's heart softened, and he said softly, "Lightning, I'm back." "Awah!" Lightning wrapped his arms around Qingjiu's neck, nestled his little head in her neck, greedily taking in her breath, clinging to her tightly. Qingjiu carried it out of the carriage, and an eagle cry broke through the air, and Guangming circled over her head for a few circles before landing steadily on Qingjiu's shoulder. Qingjiu's shoulders sank, and he took the initiative to lean towards Guangming. "Guangming, do you miss me?" Guangming rubbed his head against Qingjiu, as if answering Qingjiu's question. Seeing that Qingjiu was welcomed by two war beasts as soon as he came back, Jean Chung sniffed and felt a little sour. "It's great. I miss you too." He suddenly remembered that he was almost torn apart by a hurricane not long ago, and seeing the well-behaved Guangming, he felt even more sour. Qingjiu put Lightning down, but Lightning was still not happy, and it stood up straight with its front paws on Qingjiu's body. Qingjiu squatted on the ground. She stretched out her finger, tapped Lightning's brow, and smiled. "I take the luggage first, and play with you later." After that, she also patted Guangming on the shoulder. Guangming was more sensible than Lightning. It understood Qingjiu's meaning, and consciously landed on the ground first. Qingjiu returned to the carriage to find his suitcase. Lightning outside the door raised its little nose to sniff the air, and walked towards the war beast's carriage with light steps. Guangming followed it when he heard its footsteps. Lilith and Jean Chungang watched the staff take down the cages of Qiuqiu and Hurricane, and were about to return to the war beast's dormitory. Lightning got in through the gap of Qiuqiu's cage without hesitation. Lilith recognized Lightning, and was very calm. After all, Qiuqiu and it always eat together, and now they are probably eating together. Qiuqiu looked at Lightning sitting in front of him. After the two of them communicated silently with their eyes, Qiuqiu shook his head. As it shook its head, its hair gave off a rancid smell. Lightning wanted to leave immediately after getting the answer, but when it smelled the peculiar smell on Qiuqiu, it covered its nose tightly, and looked at Qiuqiu with disgust. Qiuqiu felt offended. Lilith saw that its mood had visibly deteriorated, and immediately stepped forward to touch Qiuqiu's gray hair through the cage, coaxing, "It's not dirty, our Qiuqiu is not dirty at all." After that, she glared at Lightning fiercely and threatened, I will complain to Chinchio about you, saying that you bullied Chiochio. Lightning nodded at her, left the cage nonchalantly, and jumped to find Chinchio with a cheerful little step. It still has a question that needs an answer. Where is Snow White? Chapter 116. After Lightning left, Lilith fell into deep thought as she looked at her hands covered in dust. Well, Chiochio is indeed a little dirty. Chiochio, who went to Yulon Star, had to adapt to the training and courses there. Running in various mountains every day, it is inevitable that there will be mud, sand, and stones on the hair on his body. There was no place to bathe Chiochio there, and Chiochio refused to let her bathe. Usually, she just took a shower after training. I must wash it clean this time. As she was thinking, Jean Chung said, Have you seen the pre-release of their major recently? Jean Cheng's incoherent words made Lilith confused. What? You know Xia Xiaolan, right? Lilith had not dealt with her much, but she knew this kind of person. I know. Jean Chung needed to take a breath after saying a sentence, and the whole person hung on Wang Ling. Their major is going to open a pet care store in the entrepreneurship park. I heard that it also includes war beast care business. Why don't you take Chiochio to experience it? Lilith heard this, opened the forum, searched for the words pet care, and saw relevant posts. This post is quite popular. There are photos of their store. Although it looks like it has not been fully renovated, Xia Xiaolan's plan is indeed very good. Wang Ling had been silent, but now she said, Xiao Zheng has also made a lot of pet mechas for them recently, and they will be placed inside in the future. Pet mechas? Similar to toys, but with more functions. It sounds like a real thing. Lilith secretly decided to bring Chiochio to patronize Chinchio's business after the business opened. She was worried about leaving Chiochio to someone else, but she felt relieved to leave it to Chinchio. On the other side, Chinchio didn't care if she didn't see Lightning and Guangming after taking out her luggage. The two little guys were smart, and would definitely find her. Her terminal rang at this time. Seeing that it was a call from Dr. Li, she answered it immediately. Dr. Li. Behind Dr. Li was a large cage with Bai Shui sleeping in it. He said, Bai Shui's indicators have returned to normal. She can be sent back after today. Chinchio's heart was relieved, and she smiled and responded, Okay, then I trouble Dr. Li. Lightning came back at this time, and he also saw Bai Shui in the communication. He was stunned. Why did Bai Shui look sick? He climbed up Chinchio's trouser legs, and climbed into her arms, squinting his eyes, and carefully looking at Bai Shui, who was sleeping. Is this guy injured? Chinchio tapped Lightning's nose and asked, What's wrong? I haven't seen Bai Shui for a long time. Do you miss it? Lightning turned his head to the side, and didn't answer. Chinchio was happy. He was obviously worried about Bai Shui, but he refused to admit it. She didn't expose Lightning's idea. After saying goodbye to Dr. Li, she turned off the terminal, held Lightning in one hand, and pulled the suitcase back to the dormitory with the other hand. When she returned to the dormitory, Xia Xiaolan and Su Shanshan were both there. But they looked a little embarrassed. Xia Xiaolan still had a big mouthful of rice in her mouth. When she saw Chinchio coming back, she shouted before she could swallow it, Xiaojiu, you're back. Su Shanshan was sitting with her back to the door. When she heard Xia Xiaolan's words, she turned around and saw Chinchio smiling. Xiaojiu, welcome back. Chinchio stood at the door without answering, but looked at the two carefully. Their hair, clothes and skin were all covered in dust. Su Shanshan's glasses were even more exaggerated. There was a thin layer of dust on them. They looked like they were rushing to eat after working at a construction site. Chinchio said hesitantly, I'm back, what are you doing? Xia Xiaolan looked down at her clothes and explained, Hey, we're in a hurry to open the store, and we have to watch the master decorate it. We have to go there after dinner. Chinchio, do you work at night? Xia Xiaolan, yes, we're in a hurry to open the store at the end of the month, and we're installing the second floor now. Looking at Su Shanshan, who originally had some baby fat on her face, and turned into a melon seed face, she was silent for a moment, and said from the bottom of her heart, You have worked hard this month. Su Shanshan swallowed a mouthful of rice and smiled. It's okay, it's all for making money. Chinchio suddenly felt a little embarrassed about being a hands-off boss, and she asked, Is there anything else I can help with? I can go too. Xia Xiaolan shook her head and interrupted Chinchio. The decoration is not needed for the time being, but... Her eyes looked at the lightning in Chinchio's arms, and the lightning sensed her sight and looked at her. For some reason, it felt a little cold on its back. Xia Xiaolan, we want to let you do the promotion before the opening. We need the cooperation of the war beasts. You? Qinjiu didn't wait for her to finish her words and immediately agreed. No problem, leave it to me. So Xia Xiaolan finished her meal with joy, and she and Su Shanshan rushed to the entrepreneurship park without stopping. Qinjiu put down the suitcase and packed all the clothes. She found that the flying toy that Gu Zheng gave her was still in the pocket of one of her clothes. She took it out and threw it out the door, shouting, "Light!" Light came in response. It caught the flying toy accurately, and flew back to Qinjiu's arm after holding the toy. Qinjiu took the golden ball from its mouth, and praised her generously. "Our Light is awesome." Chirp! Light puffed up his chest, with a proud look on his face. Qinjiu suddenly felt a gentle tap under her feet, and she saw Lightning looking up at her, with a pair of golden eyes full of expectation. Qinjiu squatted down, chuckled and patted Lightning's head. "Our Lightning is awesome too." Lightning immediately licked Qinjiu's hand. Qinjiu packed up her things and went to dinner, then checked the school map to find the location of the entrepreneurship park, intending to go over to see the progress of the renovation. As soon as she stepped into the entrepreneurship park, she saw a familiar figure walking in front of her. Xiao Zheng. Gu Zheng turned around when she heard Qinjiu's voice. Qinjiu saw the mecha box in his hand. She asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Gu Zheng waited for Qinjiu to come to her side before saying, "I measure the size and design the position for you." Qinjiu immediately felt that the party bee she found was very reliable. She and Gu Zheng walked side by side to the place they rented a month ago, and their jaws were almost unable to close. In just 1 month, this building has undergone earth-shaking changes. The lighting has been installed inside, and under the illumination of the warm light, it seems to be coated with a layer of golden light. Next to the gate is a rest area, where several round tables and long tables are arranged according to the layout, probably for the owners of pets or war beasts to rest. Looking inside from the other side is the pet care area, which includes a haircut area, a washing area, a drying area, and a nail care area. Qinjiu even saw 2 strange pools that looked like spa baths for humans. Gu Zheng was also surprised by their actions and the stunning finished product. He nodded in appreciation. "Well done." "Huh? Are you back?" A familiar voice came from behind the two of them. They turned their heads at the same time and saw Elade standing behind them with a small bucket. He was wearing a pointed paper hat on his head and colorful paint on his face, looking like an artist. Qinjiu looked him up and down and asked, "What are you doing?" Elade, "Oh, I'm painting some decorations on the exterior wall." Qinjiu was surprised. "You can also paint?" Elade hadn't answered yet, and Gu Zheng next door said for him. He won the championship of the Shirong Star Youth Painting Group, and is particularly good at oil painting. Qinjiu's eyes widened. "You also have this skill?" Elade said modestly, "It's just SOSO. Qinjiu, great, if the business is bleak in the future, I will send you out to paint to earn money to supplement the family income." Elade, question mark. Is it popular now that bosses have to work like slaves? Chapter 117. Of course, this was just Qinjiu's teasing. She didn't dare to treat Elade as a cheap laborer. The construction team was working on the 2nd floor. Qinjiu and Gu Zheng were led by Elade into the building. When they were in Qingjing, they had discussed the issue of pet mecha with Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan left a large space and a blank wall on both floors for Gu Zheng to use. Qinjiu looked at the space and found that it was even about the same size as Qingjing's pet mecha park. It seemed that Xia Xiaolan was also optimistic about the park they envisioned. After Gu Zheng roughly confirmed the range with Elade, he opened his box and placed a black cube in the 4 corners of the frame. He pressed the controller in his hand, and several black cubes emitted several rays to frame this range. Qinjiu witnessed the 3-dimensional model in the box space appear on Gu Zheng's terminal page. After the whole model was clearly presented, Gu Zheng took back the small cube, said he would come again tomorrow, and left. Elade remained silent, and after Gu Zheng left, he approached Qinjiu. "How did you convince Xiao Zheng?" Logically, he wouldn't agree to do such a boring thing. Qinjiu shrugged. "I don't know, maybe I have a strong personality." Elade laughed. "Don't be narcissistic." Gu Zheng came the next day and sat here for a whole day, tinkering with his pet mecha alone. During this period, his classmates asked him to go back to class, but he refused. Qinjiu persuaded him to focus on his studies, but Gu Zheng said that it was a combat mecha course, and he had reselected the rescue mecha. Qinjiu didn't say anything, and let Gu Zheng pretend here slowly. She heard that teacher Gu Chuanxing was furious when he heard that Gu Zheng was playing around here. Of course, she was the one who was scolded the most. Qinjiu was the culprit who led Gu Zheng astray. This was the most words Qingjio heard in 2 days. She didn't care much. If they could better protect Gu Zheng by transferring their firepower to her, Qingjio didn't care. After Gu Zheng installed a mecha here, he also gave each of them a user guide, which detailed the switch methods and different modes of all pet mechas, so that each of them could turn on the mecha and use it. On the other side, Bai Shui also returned to the War Beast dormitory with Dr. Li. In fact, Bai Shui's body has recovered 70% to 80%, but her spirit is not very good. As its attending physician, Dr. Li has the obligation to take care of it in Xinghuang. Lightning wandered around the campus when Qingjio went to class. When he walked to the War Beast dormitory, he smelled a familiar breath. It roared at the light hovering in the low sky, and the light understood and entered the War Beast dormitory with it. Snow White, who was resting with her eyes closed in the War Beast dormitory, also sensed their arrival. Snow White just shook her tail for a moment, and then closed her eyes again without much energy. Lightning came to Snow White's cage. Lightning called twice, and Snow White opened one eye and looked at it, shaking her tail twice. Lightning tilted his head outside the cage, as if thinking about something. Snow White just glanced at it, and closed her eyes again. Lightning's small body could completely squeeze into the gap of the cage. He and Lightning each took a hole, and slowly moved their bodies into Snow White's cage. Lightning rarely did not fight with Snow White. He walked to Snow White's side, lowered his head, and nudged Snow White's front paws that were resting on his head. Snow White raised her head, and slowly opened her eyes. Lightning blinked his eyes, looking at Snow White's lifeless eyes, and rubbed his little head on Snow White's front paws. Snow White was silent for a long time, then lowered her head, and licked his head. Lightning also came over and called out twice. Snow White also combed its hair. After doing these two things, Snow White was tired again, and she didn't know if the anesthesia had not been completely metabolized, and she still wanted to sleep. She gently raised her paw to drive Lightning away, and then lay back on her paws and closed her eyes. Lightning was not annoyed, but began to patrol around Snow White's body. When he saw Snow White's wound wrapped in gauze, he was about to heal Snow White. But Snow White felt that he wanted to lick the wound, so he immediately raised his head and growled at him. Lightning stopped moving. The wound is poisonous. Lightning walked to Snow White and sat down, then leaned on Snow White's body. Lightning also lay on Snow White's body. This was a familiar feeling for Snow White, and she fell asleep again in a daze. When Edel finished his work and came over to see them snuggling and sleeping, they looked like they were living in peace, and he couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. He knew that Lightning must be worried about Snow White's condition, so he rushed over as soon as possible. Although the two siblings seemed to have a grudge against each other, they never killed each other, which was why Edel never interfered with their fights. But when they really encountered something that threatened the other's life, they were more worried than each other. Dr. Li was just about to come over to record Snow White's condition. Seeing Edel here and the situation in the cage, he whispered, "Is it here?" Edel looked at him and smiled. "Well, come and see it. How is its body?" "It is recovering well. Once the toxins in the wound are cleaned up, and the wound heals, it will recover." Edel's eyes under the gold-rimmed glasses were filled with inexplicable emotions. He asked, "Although you reported an attack by an alien beast, you know in your heart that this was definitely not done by an alien beast?" Dr. Li nodded. "It is most likely a war beast. Only the toxins of a war beast can hurt Bai Shui." Edel took a deep breath. What unexpected things happened this time? Dr. Li thought of the destroyed corpse, and his expression was serious. Now it can be confirmed that they have not only made a comeback, but also become more terrifying. They have opened the first section of the gene lock and successfully created a humanoid alien beast with self-awareness, and it can also survive in human form for a period of time. Edel was silent for a while, then asked, "What do you think is the purpose of them creating a large number of humanoid alien beasts? To survive? To become an alien beast if you can't defeat the alien beasts?" There was a strong mockery under his light-colored eyes. "Can it still be considered human? Can it still be considered alive?" Dr. Li did not answer. This is a question that does not need an answer. Because if he was given a choice, he would rather die gloriously than become a puppet of the alien beasts, and eventually die an untimely death. After a long time, Edel suddenly asked, "Old Li, you say? Shouldn't I have let them force Rokov back then? If it weren't for what happened later." Dr. Li sighed. He knew that this matter has always been a knot in his heart, and he didn't say it, which doesn't mean he can forget it. No one can predict the future, no one can expect what will happen later, and no one can guess that the always invincible tyrant will suffer from heart disease due to overwork. Edel, don't blame yourself anymore, let the past go. Yes. Edel closed his eyes and murmured, There is no way to predict the future, and the past cannot be made up, so let it go. Chapter 118. The decoration work did not last too long. On the third day after Chinjio came back, all the hard decoration of the pet care shop had been completed. Now all that needed to be done was to purchase some consumables. It happened to be the weekend, so they planned to go out shopping together. Lightning saw that Bai Shui was fine yesterday, and today he couldn't sit still and had to go out with Chinjio. Chinjio thought that Lightning's appearance was too eye-catching, so he didn't want to take it out, but after it acted cute and whimpering, Chinjio was confused by its cuteness and agreed to take it with him. Since Lightning was going to follow, Guangming was naturally indispensable. However, Guangming could follow in the sky not too far away, so it was not very noticeable. It just so happened that Xia Xiaolan had bought some pet leashes online and put them in the dormitory. When she heard that Lightning was going out with her, she came over and asked Chinjio, "Are you afraid that he will run around? Should we use a leash to hold him?" Lightning was stroking his fur at Chinjio's feet. When he heard Xia Xiaolan's voice, he immediately turned around and stared at Xia Xiaolan, grinning and showing his white fangs to express his dissatisfaction. Chinjio thought about it and agreed with Xia Xiaolan's proposal. Of course, there is no need to worry about Lightning running around in school. He is very familiar with the whole school, and it is impossible for him to get lost. But the outside world is completely different. What if Lightning accidentally gets lost and can't find Xing Huang? So Chinjio followed Xia Xiaolan, who was inexplicably excited, to choose leashes in the box. Chinjio got closer to the box and took out one of them. She found a pair of small devil wings on the matching ring. She put it down and took out another one. There was a pair of small angel wings on the ring. Chinjio, this. Xia Xiaolan glanced at Lightning, whose pupils were shaking, with ill intentions, and explained to Chinjio, "After all, we are a store with the concept of cute pets, and the things we buy must develop in this direction. Oh, by the way, you see that this angel ring also has a headdress." As she spoke, she found a white, fluffy circle at the bottom of the box. There is also an angel halo. Look, is it very suitable for Lightning? Little angel? Chinjio's eyebrows curved. It really suits Lightning. Lightning under her feet was shaking his head wildly. Chinjio didn't notice Lightning's movements at all. She was just studying how to use the things in Xia Xiaolan's hand. Under Xia Xiaolan's guidance, Chinjio finally learned the correct way to use this set of traction ropes. She took it and was about to squat down to put it on Lightning. Lightning was really like Lightning when she squatted down. He rushed to the door of the dormitory with a whoosh, and his eyes were full of vigilance looking at the traction rope in Chinjio's hand. Chinjio saw that it seemed to be resisting and felt a little disappointed. "I thought I could see Lightning in the style of a little angel, which must be very cute." Lightning saw that Chinjio became visibly unhappy, and it stood by the door, struggling again in its heart. Wearing that thing, where is its dignity? But Chinjio seemed to want to see it wearing it. Lightning's big round eyes rolled a few times, as if it had made up its mind, and came to Chinjio with a look of being martyred. It gave up struggling, as long as Chinjio was happy. Chinjio was still rubbing the ring in her hand, and adjusting the pair of white wings shining with pearls. Lightning walked to her side and arched her palm. Chinjio looked at Lightning in confusion, and Lightning put his front paws on the pair of small wings. Chinjio tried to understand its thoughts and asked carefully, "Are you willing to wear it?" Lightning's expression struggled for a moment, then he closed his eyes, chose to turn a blind eye, and nodded heavily. Chinjio became happy again in an instant, and she quickly put the ring on Lightning with the cooperation of Lightning. She did not forget to put the angel halo on Lightning. After putting a whole set of angel suits on Lightning, Xia Xiaolan on the side opened the terminal and took pictures crazily. She turned into Lightning's station sister, and took a few beautiful photos of Lightning from all angles. While taking pictures, she said, "I want to post this set of photos on the photo wall. This is our storefront." Lightning sat there with a look of despair on his face, and Chinjio rarely opened the camera of the terminal to take pictures of it. After she took the photos, she also considerately changed the name of this set of photos to a nice one, Lightning Little Angel. Chinjio buckled the leash and let Lightning follow him. The two of them left the dormitory. Su Shanshan went to supervise the master to install the large projection in the morning. The 5 people agreed to meet at the main gate of Xinghuang. She had been waiting at the gate of Xinghuang with Yalade. The scene of Chinjio holding Lightning in his hand was really shocking. There were not many pedestrians on the campus on Saturday morning, but when they saw the scene, they all raised their hands and rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had not woken up and saw hallucinations. "I woke up suddenly. What did I see? I don't seem to wake up yet. Everyone is dreaming, haha. I sleep a little longer. No. I woke up. What is this? Ah, this is what I deserve for getting up early on Saturday. I have no regrets in my death. From the day I was born, I never thought that one day I would see a war beast wearing a leash. Haha, who in my family understands? I bought the same one for my little baby before. Guess what? Not only was the little wing bitten to pieces, I was also about to be bitten to pieces. You are really bold. Who gave you the courage? I didn't dare to say it before, but now I want to say that it was Chinchio who gave me the courage. Cold knowledge. Only Chinchio can do it. Try again. I guarantee that next time you will not only be bitten to pieces, but you may also become a war beast. Are there any high-definition photos from multiple angles? There is also an angel halo. Ah, lightning is really cute. It is the cutest war beast in the world. Cute refers to the meritorious war beast that can shatter your internal organs with a slap. Lightning, who was leisurely following Chinchio, had learned to ignore the sight of others. It numbly raised its head and looked at the shocked Su Shanshan and the other two, and sneered. Ha! I know you are impressed by my handsomeness. The 5 people who met left Xinhuang together and walked on the road. Many students didn't get up on Saturday morning, but the market was crowded. There were more people going to the market early than they thought. There were small stalls on both sides of the street, some selling food and some selling daily necessities. It was very lively. Except for Chinchio, who often worked part-time, and Xiaoxiaolin, whose parents were businessmen, the other 3 were in the market for the first time. They were curious about everything around them, and wanted to buy everything they saw. Chinchio saw a handmade hat, and thought it was a good match for Guangming. She spent 2 star coins to buy it. However, in the crowded streets, she didn't dare to call Guangming down casually. Not everyone can accept the appearance of the war beast next to them. Compared with Lightning, who can disguise as a kitten, Guangming's figure is obviously more likely to attract attention. Chinchio suddenly felt the leash in her hand tighten. She looked back and found that Lightning was standing in front of a small stall, concentrating on the things on the stall. Chapter 119. Chinchio was speechless. There was a mirror standing upright in front of Lightning. Lightning stretched out his front paws to straighten his white whiskers in front of the mirror, and looked at the halo on his head in disbelief. He looked left and right at his wings, as if struck by lightning, and stood there in a daze. Chinchio covered her mouth and chuckled. She walked to Lightning and squatted down, asking, "What's wrong?" Lightning pointed to the angel halo in the mirror, and then pointed to the top of his head. Chinchio nodded, with a bright smile on his face. "Isn't it cute?" Lightning was silent, looking at himself in the mirror. It seemed to sigh, and walked away with its head down. The ant-selling mirrors didn't have good eyesight. Even after observing Lightning for a short while, she still mistook Lightning for a kitten. She said happily, "Little girl, your pet is quite smart, isn't it? It's smarter than those mechanical dogs." Chinchio smiled. "Yes, it's very smart." After that, Chinchio took Lightning to catch up with the others. They stopped in front of a small stall selling pet toys, and Xiaoxiaolin was choosing some small dolls. Lightning was also wandering around the stall. After a long time, it walked towards a white tiger-headed doll and bit it. The boss saw it taking away his toy and said anxiously, "Hey, that little black cat, don't steal things." Lightning glanced at the boss lightly, and then jumped to Xiaoxiaolin's side. Xiaoxiaolin saw it put the white tiger doll in front of her, and she tried to ask, "Do you want it?" Lightning nodded, and stretched out his claws to point at the top of his head. It seemed to say that if Xiaoxiaolin let it take this ghost thing, she would buy it a toy. Xiaoxiaolin understood what it meant, put the white tiger doll into the basket she was selecting, and said helplessly, Okay, I buy it for you." Lightning then returned to Chinchio with a satisfied shake of his tail. Everyone had been with Lightning for a long time, and almost forgot that Lightning was a war beast. Its occasional willful behavior was no different from that of an ordinary pet. Chinchio saw that it tricked Xiaoxiaolin into buying it a toy, and she was also amused and helpless. She picked up Lightning and gently touched its nose. "You are so greedy." Lightning shook his head, and did not accept Chinchio's accusation. Alade and Lu Qin naturally became tools, taking over bags of things bought by Su Shanshan and Xiaoxiaolin. Until their vision was completely blocked, they finally stopped the 2 shopping enthusiasts. After discussing, several people decided to go to the distribution center in the market to send the things back to Xinhuang before continuing to purchase goods. The only way Chinchio could help was to take Lightning to pick things for them. For example, if you let Lightning smell the shower gel, you don't want the one that Lightning slaps away with his paw. If you comb Lightning's hair, you don't want the one that Lightning avoids. Chinchio once asked Xiaoxiaolin why, and Xiaoxiaolin only said, "Lightning is too picky, and other war beasts don't like the things that it doesn't like. This is not Xia Xiaolan's groundless guess. Xia Xiaolan has a good relationship with the students majoring in beast control, especially when they heard that Xia Xiaolan was going to open a care center in the entrepreneurship park. They agreed with both hands and feet, and naturally said that they knew everything about Xia Xiaolan's questions. She bought some freeze-dried food one time, and thought of packaging it out to give to potential customers. She left the extra ones for Lightning to eat. But Lightning just sniffed it, slapped it away with his paw, and walked away in disgust. She didn't take it seriously at the time, and sent the freeze-dried food out anyway. But when she visited the dormitory a week later, she found that the freeze-dried food she sent out was placed in the corner of their dormitory, without any signs of being touched. She thought for a long time, and concluded that War Beast probably didn't like this kind of freeze-dried food, so she decided to buy a few more. Lightning happened to be there at the time, so Xia Xiaolan lined up all the freeze-dried food for Lightning to choose from. Lightning smelled each one, and finally ate only one of them. With a try-it mentality, Xia Xiaolan bought the brand that Lightning had carefully selected and gave it away again. This time, it was only sent out for less than half a day, and several people came to ask her about the brand of freeze-dried food. Xia Xiaolan took the canned food to try again. This time, she selected a few target customers, and sent out both canned food that Lightning liked and didn't like. Sure enough, the one that Lightning liked was well received. From then on, she knew that if she wanted to build a good relationship with the owners of other war beasts, Lightning was a very useful stepping stone. Xia Xiaolan thought that it was not a bad thing for war beasts to be picky. So with the help of Lightning, Xia Xiaolan bought a lot of items carefully selected by Lightning and asked Allied and others to send them back. At noon, several people found a small restaurant to eat. Qinjiu was about to go in with Lightning, but a neatly dressed waiter at the door stopped Qinjiu and said politely, "I'm sorry, guest, pets are not allowed in this restaurant." The Lightning under Qinjiu's feet did not realize that the other party was talking about him, and he still walked in with a swagger. After walking a few steps, a pair of straight legs appeared in front of him, blocking his way. This time, the waiter said to Lightning, "I'm sorry, pets are not allowed in this store." Lightning looked at him strangely. "If you don't allow pets in, what does it have to do with my war beast?" Qinjiu took 2 steps forward and picked up Lightning, a little embarrassed. "Then how should I place it?" The waiter pointed to a small compartment next door, where some other customers' pets were resting or eating. The waiter said, "That room is specially provided for pets to rest. The temperature inside is suitable, and food and water are also provided. You can put it in there first." So, Lightning was sent to the pet compartment to stay with cats and dogs in the gloating expressions of Xia Xiaolan and others. Lightning saw Qinjiu's back disappearing around the corner, and it stayed there in disbelief. It Lightning, a famous star in the Interstellar. It actually fell to the point of staying with pets. It looked at the other pets in this space with disdain, and found a corner farthest away from them to lie down, as if it had accepted its fate. A teddy dog came over curiously, its tail wagging wildly, and it lowered its head to sniff at Lightning. Lightning slapped it with its paw, and the teddy dog screamed in pain and left. Lightning lay down bored again, leaning against the glass to look at the street view outside. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught its sight. It stared at the other person closely, and couldn't help but sit up straight. The other person seemed to feel its sight, and looked over here. The gray wolf's big mouth in the bite stopper opened, and the animal's eyes were full of mockery. He couldn't help laughing at Lightning's fangs and claws. I really want to record its embarrassed appearance for Snow White to see. Chapter 120. Lightning pressed his whole face against the glass, looking at Z fiercely. Z sat elegantly, admiring Lightning's anger. Qianqin was concentrating on picking fruits beside Z, and she didn't notice that Z under her feet was looking at Lightning not far away. Z came back with Qianqin. When she was on Siwang Star, Qianqin and Qinjiu said that after completing this mission, she would return to Xinghuang and enjoy her last student days. Later, Siwang Star was in trouble, and Qianqin thought that the vacation would be cancelled because of this, and they needed to stay on Siwang Star to help. But not long after, a group of interns left their positions as usual. Because the matter was too difficult, and they were not able to handle it as interns, the military sent regular troops to garrison, and they took a vacation as usual. The arrangement of personnel transfer was made relatively late, and Qianqin did not come back with Qinjiu and their interstellar train, but was a few days late. Qinjiu didn't see Qianqin and the other interns in the last few days, so he guessed that they were still busy and couldn't come back. Lightning looked at Z, who had the same bad face as his sister, and wanted to leave the ex-restaurant and beat him up. But thinking that this would bring trouble to Qinjiu, he had to slap the glass hard, turned his head and lay down, and ignored Z. Qianxin also picked out the things at this time, and pulled Z away. Z was also wearing a leash, but unlike the cute pet leash that Lightning was wearing, Z was wearing a leash for war beasts. The leash for war beasts is not very effective in restraining war beasts, but it can make ordinary people around feel at ease after wearing it. Finally, he glanced in the direction of Lightning and left slowly. We will meet again sooner or later anyway. Qin Jiao and his 4 companions did not continue to stroll in the market after dinner. They had already bought everything that could be bought in the market, and more high-end items could only be found in the mall. Fortunately, the nearest large mall to them was a pet-friendly mall. Lightning, as a very deceptive war beast, entered the mall without any obstacles under the guidance of Qin Jiao. Lightning lowered his head and looked at his reflection on the shiny floor, his small eyes full of doubts. It looked up at the crystal chandelier, the adjacent shops, and the people coming and going, and its curiosity reached its peak. It has been to the War Beast Management Center, the Federal Administration, the Interstellar Supreme Command, and other confidential forbidden places that ordinary people would never be able to touch in their lifetime, but it has never been to a mall or a market. Edel never brought them to such crowded places. The reason was simple. He was afraid that he would not be able to control them, and cause panic or economic losses. After all, as a veteran victim of war beasts, Edel hadn't received a bonus for many years. He didn't want to see Bai Shui and Lightning destroy the store and lose his salary. Qin Jiao and the others planned to go into a store to shop. The corridor of this store was a bit narrow. Qin Jiao was afraid that Lightning would accidentally touch other things, so he put it at the door of the store. Its leash also fell to the ground casually, as if its owner was not afraid of it running away at all. Lightning was naturally obedient. It yawned boredly and was about to lie down to rest, but suddenly heard a familiar voice. Huh? Lightning looked up and looked at the 5-person team not far away. The leader wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and was dressed somewhat similarly to Edel. As his doubtful voice sounded, several people behind him also looked over here. When they saw Lightning with an angel halo and small angel wings, they all showed shocked expressions. The man holding a briefcase beside him asked hesitantly, "Is it a swift leopard?" Hearing this, several people behind him started a heated discussion. "I don't believe it's a war beast who dares to put an angel suit on a swift leopard and go out with a pet leash. I also think it's definitely not a war beast." The man with gold-rimmed glasses took 2 steps forward and saw that the little black panther did not show any aggression. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and carefully observed its ears and tail. He was silent for a while, then said, "It's a swift leopard." Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then they put on an unbelievable look, but there is only one black swift leopard on Shirong Star, and that is Lightning. The man with the briefcase said, "But who dares to dress Lightning up like this? Won't he be beaten to death?" Even Edel didn't dare to come. Could it be that I saw it wrong? It might just be an exotic pet. The man with gold-rimmed glasses raised his eyebrows and spoke with authority. "What do you think is the probability that I recognize the wrong war beast?" The people behind him fell silent. After a long time, the man with the briefcase said, "Could there be a new swift leopard coming to Shirong Star?" "No, there is none among all the registered war beasts." "Then have you arranged a blind date for Bai Shui recently?" "No. Since there are no new swift leopards deployed to Shirong Star, and no blind dates for war beasts, then where do new war beasts come from? Could it be?" Their expressions as they looked at Lightning gradually became more interesting. Could it be that this was the offspring of Lightning and Snow White? That would be really confusing. The man with the briefcase immediately opened the terminal and dialed a call to Edel. The call was answered almost instantly. Behind Edel was the wall of an underwater tunnel. He looked like he was in an aquarium. He looked at the man and smiled. "Yi Qishu, how come you have time to communicate with me?" Before Yi Qishu could speak, a man wearing glasses came over to the camera, smiling. "Edel, long time no see." Edel was surprised. "List? You are here too?" List left the camera and pointed to the environment behind. A voice came from the side. "Guess where we are?" Edel looked for a moment, his eyes widened under the gold-rimmed glasses, and his light-colored pupils were full of shock. "You came to Shirong?" "Yes." List returned to the camera. Before, Yuxing Huang had a student who could bathe the golden winged eagle. "Our War Beast Management Bureau is very interested in this, and plans to come and take a look." Edel nodded. He thought that this day would come sooner or later. He said, "When will you come to Xinhuang? I will arrange accommodation for you." List interrupted him, and asked Yi Qinshu to turn the camera to Lightning in the angel suit. "Let's talk about the rest later. We want to know who this swift leopard is." Edel on the page suddenly became quiet. Everyone saw that he seemed to be fiddling with the terminal page with a serious expression. The sudden silence made everyone nervous, and they all stared at Edel. Edel kept a serious and rigorous expression while fiddling with the terminal, and seemed to have completely forgotten that there were other people. Edel's abnormality made everyone more convinced of the answer they suspected in their hearts. After a long time, Liz finally couldn't help asking, "Edel, could this swift leopard really be?" Edel didn't answer his question, but said dissatisfiedly, "Old Yi, change the direction. I can't see the little wings in this direction. I can't take a good picture of our little lightning angel." Everyone, ? So we have been worried for a long time, and you are here to take pictures with a cold face. Liz secretly made a note in his heart. This year's War Beast subsidy, he will find a way to deduct all of Edel's share. Chapter 121. Yi Qingshu had no expression on his face, while Lister looked at Edel on the terminal silently with a stern face. Edel didn't notice the expressions of the two people in the small window at all, and said to Lightning in a flattering way, "Lightning, can you pose a little cuter?" Lightning glanced at him, and turned his head away to ignore him. Edel coaxed him, "Just one, take a nice one for me, okay?" Lightning lay directly on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. Lister watched their interaction, and was sure that this little war beast must be Lightning. Only Lightning would show Edel a bad face, and only Lightning could make Edel humble. It should be said that the two have similar approaches. No wonder they can become each other's partners. Lister asked Yi Qingshu to turn the camera back, and Edel saw that the little cutie on the main screen had turned into two uncles, and the smile on his face instantly subsided a lot. List asked in a deep voice, "Explain? You didn't bring Lightning with you, but she appeared here and was dressed like this. What's going on?" Edel pondered for a moment. "It has something to do with the purpose of your coming. Lightning listens to that student. It should be said that not only Lightning, but basically any war beast you have seen will be attracted to her. Yi Qingshu is mainly responsible for the clerical work of the War Beast Management Bureau. He has paid special attention to the recent hot searches." He accurately asked the name. "Is it the student named Qingjiu?" Edel nodded. "She may be near you now." Yi Qingshu looked around and saw a familiar figure carrying a basket in a store next to them. Qingjiu was following Xia Xiaolan's instructions, following behind her to carry things for her. She didn't pay attention to the situation outside, followed Xia Xiaolan and walked a few steps inside, disappearing at the corner. Yi Qingshu looked at the people around him with his eyes, and they naturally understood Yi Qingshu's hint. Edel saw their eye contact and understood that they probably saw Qingjiu, so he asked, "Do you want to go in and say hello to her now?" List shook his head. "She looks busy. We are still in Xinguang." "Ah!" His voice was interrupted by Edel's screams, and several people looked at Yi Qingshu's terminal nervously. Edel was drenched in water, his whole body was wet like a drowned chicken, and he stood there in a very embarrassed manner. He turned around and shouted, "Mingwe! You?" Splash. Another rain curtain fell, soaking Edel again. Lister and the others seemed to be able to hear the sound of water flowing over Edel's side. If nothing unexpected happens, Edel will have to take a few more hits. Edel wiped his face, said goodbye to the others with a dark face, and hurriedly closed the communication. The people present looked at each other, speechless for a moment. I don't know how long it took. Yi Qingshu couldn't help laughing anymore. "You say, why did Edel choose 3 ancestors as his war beasts?" Lister also smiled. Edel is undoubtedly the strongest beast master in the galaxy, but at the same time, he is also the most unlucky war beast owner in the galaxy. Because he is strong, the war beasts he chooses are also famous war beasts in the galaxy, but usually these war beasts are not very obedient. One is enough to worry about, let alone 3. Therefore, his fate of being persecuted by war beasts could not be changed from the moment he just joined the Beast Tamer army. While several people were still discussing Edel's past, Qingjiu and others walked out. The shopping mall is more convenient than the market because they don't need to send it by themselves. They just need to give the delivery address to the merchant, and the merchant can complete the delivery business for them. They came out empty-handed. Qingjiu saw a few middle-aged men not far from Lightning. She was a little surprised, but she didn't take it seriously. She stepped forward and called Lightning. "Lightning, let's go!" Lightning, who was lying down, stood up instantly. It also picked up the leash that fell on its side, and took small steps towards Qingjiu. Qingjiu saw his cute model. Like this, she couldn't help but bend down and touch its head, and Lightning also cooperated and rubbed it on her palm. Qingjiu took the leash from its mouth and prepared to leave. She just stood up and saw several middle-aged men in front of her staring at her in amazement. She paused. For some reason, She always felt that their eyes were a little hot. She didn't know the other party's identity, so it was better to avoid trouble when going out. Chinjio hurriedly led Lightning, and tried to leave them quickly. When Chinjio passed by List woke up as if from a dream and immediately turned around and called Chinjio, "Little girl." Chinjio turned around, and saw List looking at her. She pointed at herself and asked, "Call me?" List smiled, "Yes, I am." He looked at Lightning, who was sitting next to Chinjio and threatening him. He thought for a moment and said, "I just want to praise your pet for being cute." Chinjio heard him praise Lightning, and immediately picked up Lightning, grabbed Lightning's little paw, and waved it at List and the others. "Lightning, Uncle praises you for being cute." Lightning was desperate to follow Chinjio's manipulation, and it didn't even bother to look at the familiar people in front of it. What kind of uncle is this? They should be considered peers. Chinjio couldn't hide his shock, and the mask that he thought was well disguised began to crack from the middle, and his expression gradually became unnatural. Is this Lightning? Did Lightning dismantle his entire office just because he accidentally touched it when he was packing documents? Chinjio turned his head stiffly and looked at the other companions. Everyone's expression was not very good, and they seemed to have remembered some unbearable past. List's disguise was slightly better than the others. He still forced a smile and mechanically raised his hand and waved it in response to Lightning. Chinjio carried Lightning and walked away as if nothing had happened, leaving the few people messy in the wind. Ilade on the side looked back every few steps. He seemed to be trying to recall something, but he always lost the clue before he could find the answer. Chinjio saw his distressed look and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" "Ilade, those people just now. I seem to have seen them somewhere. They look familiar, but I can't remember them for a moment." Chinjio raised her eyebrows slightly. She actually noticed something was wrong. The expressions of the people behind the man who just chatted with her were very complicated when they looked at Lightning. They didn't look like the expressions they would show when they saw a pet. Did they recognize Lightning as a war beast, so they deliberately called her? Chinjio rubbed Lightning's little nose. Lightning didn't feel comfortable, and gently pushed Chinjio's hand away with his claws. "Lightning, do you know them?" Lightning blinked his big eyes, pretending not to hear, broke free from Chinjio's arms, and fell to the ground. Chinjio didn't ask any more questions, and continued to walk forward holding Lightning's rope. If Lightning didn't know them, it would definitely shake its head. But it deliberately didn't respond. Obviously it knew him. And it's very likely that it didn't want Chinjio to know. Chinjio chuckled and joined the conversation of Alade and the others. Her intuition told her that it wouldn't be long before they would meet again. Lightning secretly glanced at Chinjio, and found that she didn't seem to care about what happened just now, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What if those old guys told about the bad things it had done in the War Beast administration before, and destroyed its image in Chinjio's heart? Lightning's eyes became firm. They must not be allowed to contact Chinjio. Chapter 122. After shopping, the group returned and saw a large pile of things delivered to the door of the pet care shop. They could already foresee how busy these days would be. In order to open the shop as soon as possible, they planned to work overtime, and not return to the dormitory at night. They brought toiletries, and planned to sleep directly in the shop after cleaning up. After Lightning came back, no one knew where he went, and so did Guangming. Chinjio thought that it was likely that they went to play together. Lightning and Guangming came to Baishua's cage together. Dr. Li was not there for the time being. Guangming flew to the cage lock and opened the cage for Baishua. Baishua gave Lightning an inquiring look. Lightning blinked and raised his head to it, motioning Baishua to follow. It walked out of the cage and found that Baishua did not get up, so it stopped and waited. Baishua shook her tail twice, and still stood up slowly and followed them away. Lilith found that after a month out, Chiyochio became picky about food again. She wanted to be hard-hearted and listen to Chinjio's words, and only give Chiyochio one can, and let it starve until it was willing to eat. But every time she saw Chiyochio's loss of appetite and pitiful look at her, she couldn't bear it after all, and let it go. Every time she indulged Chiyochio, she told herself that there would be no next time, but every time she would be soft-hearted and repeat the above operation. The result was that Chiyochio, who had finally cured his picky eating problem, was back to his original state. Originally, Lilith wanted to ask Chinjio for help, but she knew that the pet care professionals were busy opening a store recently, and everyone was busy and dizzy, so she was embarrassed to use Chinjio's rest time again. She sat next to Chiyochio, looking at the 3 cans that had been opened in front of her, sighed, and looked sad. Chiyochio licked his lips, and was about to trick Lilith into opening the can again. But he smelled a few familiar smells approaching slowly, and immediately stood up and looked at the stairs as if he was facing a great enemy. Baishua lived in the War Beast clinic adjacent to the War Beast dormitory. There was a connecting passage between the two, and Baishua and the others did not need to go through the outdoor space to reach the War Beast dormitory. Lilith was startled by Chiyochio's sudden action, and she quickly stood up to comfort Chiyochio. "What's wrong?" Chiyochio looked at the three robbers approaching him with some despair. He saw Lilith's eyes shining after she found Baishua and the other beasts, and he became even angrier. How long has his good life been? It's coming to an end again. Lilith opened the door of Chiyochio's cage and invited several uncles in. As the representative of social terrorists among them, Guangming sniffed the air, found the bitter melankin very accurately, and ate it by himself. Lilith took a peek at Chiyochio, and found that Chiyochio began to protect her food. She was so happy that she immediately ran to the canned food pile, and took 2 large cans. "Lightning, this is the krill can you like?" Chiyochio looked at Lilith and opened a can that Lightning liked. "Snow White, this is the canned chicken and vegetables that you like." Chiyochio roared softly, but after being coldly treated by Snow White and Lightning, he lowered his head silently. "This life is unbearable." Lilith made up for it at the moment of its sadness. "Chiyochio, are you not going to eat? I give Lightning and the others." Before she finished speaking, Chiyochio immediately pushed the can closest to him to his feet, and buried his head in the food. Lilith breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the 3 war beasts, who came to eat free food. Her eyes became more gentle. Everyone stopped eating halfway. Lilith was surprised by their abnormality, and also paid attention to the other war beasts in the dormitory. Lilith found that most of the first-year war beasts in the war beast dormitory stopped what they were doing and stared at the door carefully. The war beasts of other grades just glanced at the door and retracted their gaze. Lightning and Snow White, who had just stopped, just paused for a while like the other war beasts and continued to eat. Guangming's reaction was the same as Chiyochio's. They were all looking at the dormitory door with puzzled expressions. Lightning found that his brother stopped, and he took the initiative to step forward and nudge Guangming's neck with his head. Guangming tilted his little head, as if thinking about something. Lightning repeated the same action again, and Guangming lowered his head hesitantly, and continued to eat the can. But he didn't eat attentively, and his attention was still on the door. Chiyochio's eyes never left the door, which made Lilith very curious about what was outside. The next moment, a gray wolf, with a bite stopper walked in slowly. It locked onto the direction of Snow White and Lightning, and quickened its pace to approach this side. Chiyochio responded by making an attacking gesture, with its flaming tail erected high. The gray wolf paused, and looked at Snow White and Lightning, who were feasting on their food. It decided not to go in and play with them for the time being. After all, this big lion seemed very fierce. Lilith saw the gray wolf running straight towards this side, and subconsciously hid behind Chiyochio. After she found that Chiyochio did not seem to attack, she secretly stretched her neck to see what was going on. Seeing the gray wolf sitting outside the cage with no intention of coming in, she looked at the gray wolf carefully again. After a moment, Lilith's eyes widened, somewhat unbelievable. This is not an ordinary gray wolf, this is a war beast galaxy wolf. The reason why the galaxy wolf is called galaxy wolf is that there is a galaxy hidden in the eyes of each galaxy wolf, and if you look closely, it is a shining piece of stardust. Their night vision ability is particularly good, and they can see the environment several kilometers away without lights, which is a powerful help in night combat. The number of galaxy wolves in the Interstellar is almost as scarce as that of the swift leopard. This is also the first time that Lilith has seen a living galaxy wolf. Is there a galaxy wolf war beast in their school? Lilith searched all the memories in her mind, and did not find the galaxy wolf option in any of the war beasts of her classmates or seniors. Could it be that someone from the beast taming army has come? Dailu happened to come down from the 2nd floor, and saw the galaxy wolf. She shouted in surprise, "E?" Z glanced at her briefly, then retracted his gaze, and looked at Guangming hiding behind Lightning, with a puzzled look on his face. It is the same war beast as Tianqing. But it seems that it can't see anything. Although Guangming can't see, he is still trying to sniff. Compared with the nervous look of Chiyochio, it behaves more like a curious baby. After several times of comfort from Lightning, Guangming knows that the new smell is their acquaintance and friend. Guangming came out from Lightning and jumped towards the cage door. Lilith was a little anxious. After all, she didn't know the character of this galaxy wolf yet. If she approached rashly, she might be attacked. She whispered, "Guangming, come back." Guangming didn't listen and jumped in front of Z. Z looked at it, and then looked at the eyes of Lightning and Bai Shui. Z suddenly lowered his head, licked Guangming's head, and combed his hair. Guangming saw that it was a new friend, and began to chirp non-stop, happily flapping his wings and slapping Z several times. Z, eh? He looked at Baishua and Lightning and asked, is it normal for him to be like this? Chapter 123. Snow White and Lightning looked very calm, and they nodded at the same time. Normal, too normal. This is just the beginning. Guangming slapping is normal, and he hasn't started chasing and pecking hair yet. You get used to it in the future. Guangming doesn't hold back when he hits you, and sometimes he hits you, and even if you don't bleed, it will hurt for a while. Because he lacked normal guidance since childhood and couldn't see, he never knew how other war beasts expressed their love, so he could only rely on his sense of touch to feel the other party. Slapping is the most basic way for Guangming to express his friendliness. Seeing that he was standing there, and not daring to move after being slapped, Snow White licked the meat on his mouth and slowly came to Yi. In Yi's shocked eyes, he opened his mouth and took Guangming away in his mouth. Guangming was suddenly controlled, his body suspended in the air. He didn't show any fear. He was very familiar with Snow White's breath. He knew that Snow White would not hurt him, and this was not the first time that Snow White had taken him away by force. After all, he had eaten here several times before, and he would run to the cage next door while eating and start making friends with other war beasts. Guangming is a disabled war beast. In the war beast world, he follows the principle of protecting the weak, so other war beasts still have some preferential treatment for him. At least they will not show any malice to him and acquiesce to his presence in their territory. So Guangming thought that everyone liked to be friends with him, and he would slap people here and peck people there every day, and other beasts would not dare to yell at him even if they were annoyed. Baishua would take Guangming away every time she watched the time pass, so as to prevent the other war beasts from collapsing. But Guangming didn't know it. Every time Baishua took him away, he thought Baishua was jealous, and didn't want to see him too close to other war beasts. Guangming would occasionally come to play with other war beasts secretly when Baishua and Lightning were not around. Everyone was already familiar with him, and knew the meaning of his slapping. Everyone also coaxed him like a child, and never lost their temper with him. However, since Baishua had been away for a month, without Baishua's restraint, Guangming was unscrupulous and annoyed almost every war beast in this month. Everyone saw Yi, who was stunned by Guangming's slap, and they couldn't help showing a gloating expression on their faces. Finally, a new victim appeared. Guangming was brought back to the cage by Baishua and gently placed next to the bitter melon jar. Baishua started to walk towards Qiuqiu again. Qiuqiu was not afraid of Baishua. He carefully observed the interaction between Baishua and Yi with suspicion, and found that Baishua seemed to know Yi. He gave Baishua a puzzled look. Baishua also responded with her eyes, and the two reached some agreement in a silent communication. Baishua turned around and called Z in. Z was still a little concerned about Qiuqiu, and walked in slowly, his eyes always on Qiuqiu. If Qiuqiu showed any aggressiveness, he would turn around and run. Although Qiuqiu was not used to the strange smell entering the cage, he could barely accept it after learning about Z's identity from Baishua. Lilith, who was standing side by side with Qiuqiu, was stunned. There were 5 S-level war beasts in this small cage at the same time. As a weak human, she could only reduce her presence and survive in the cracks. Baishua and Z blocked the door again, not giving her any chance to escape. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. At this time, a strange woman wearing Xinhuang's school uniform walked in, her long red hair fluttering in the wind. On her chest, the badge of the student union was pinned on the Xinhuang school uniform, but her badge was different from the badges of other student union members she had seen in school. Her badge was not silver, but golden unique. From the moment she saw Ze just now, Dai Lu knew that it must be Shi Qin who came back, but it was earlier than she expected. She thought Shi Qin would come back when she finished her thesis and defense in the next semester. When Dai Lu saw Shi Qin, the smile on her face never stopped. She rushed to Shi Qin and shouted, "President!" After Shi Qin recognized Dai Lu, she also smiled. She opened her arms, and caught Dai Lu, who rushed into her arms. The two hugged each other tightly, and Qian Qin smiled and said, "Long time no see." This floor is basically for first-year beast men, and it was lunchtime, so there were also many first-year students. Everyone knew who Dai Lu was. When Dai Lu called out the president, the air on the whole floor seemed to freeze suddenly. Everyone looked at each other, and everyone could see the surprise in everyone's eyes. This is Qian Qin, the president of the student union? Isn't she still interning in the Beast Tamer army? Everyone reacted and gradually overlapped her appearance with the red-haired young man in the student union announcement. Lilith had only seen the photo of this student union president once, and her appearance was really vague in her memory. The only thing that made Lilith remember was her red hair that was as bright as a flame. When Qianqin saw her Z running into someone else's war beast cage, she was also shocked, fearing that they would fight. But when she saw Lightning and Baixue standing next to Z, she slowed down again. Qianqin stepped forward and glanced at Baixue, then looked at Lightning. "Hello, little Lightning." Lightning rarely showed a face, just nodded. She looked at Baixue again. "Are you feeling better?" Baixue also nodded, and then played with Z. Qianqin saw that there was actually a swift eagle next to them, and it seemed that there was something wrong with its eyes. Qianqin couldn't help but curiously ask Dailu, who had just walked up to her, "What is it?" Dailu: "Oh, it's Qinqiu's war beast, born like this, called Guangming." Qianqin then remembered the forum information she had seen before, and she also greeted it in a friendly manner. "Hello, Guangming." Guangming tilted his head, and he didn't seem to have heard this voice before. But it was still as bold as ever, jumping and skipping in front of Qiqin. After all, Guangming was also a war beast, and when Qiqin saw it approaching, she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Guangming spread its big wings again, trying to express friendship with Qiqin. Qiqin was startled, thinking that Guangming was going to attack her, and screamed. The next moment, Z, who heard Qiqin scream, stood in front of Qiqin and took Guangming's slap. Guangming found that Z actually took the slap on his own initiative, and happily slapped a few more times. Qiqin, shock. It's over. He has to fight with other war beasts on the first day back. Just when she thought Z was going to lose his temper and attack Guangming, Z stood still, and was slapped by it obediently. Qiqin, ? Z played with Guangming helplessly, just like teasing a child, and it was unmoved no matter how Guangming hit it. Qiqin, Her S-class war beast actually accepted the provocation of other war beasts so calmly. Is this reasonable? Could it be that it has lost its wolf nature? It shouldn't be. Z is a 99% new war beast that has only been in service for less than half a year. Chapter 124. After Dailu's explanation, Qianqin understood what was going on. Dailu's war beasts were also slapped by Guangming. People who are professional in beast control, regardless of grade, have seen the light fan beast, but no war beast has ever fought Guangming. Later, everyone asked Teacher Edel to report the situation and wanted to see what was going on. Edel was knowledgeable and quickly gave the answer. This is Guangming's way of expressing his preferences. At first, some people didn't believe it, so they came here squatted over the time when the light appeared. As long as Guangming spreads his wings and wants to beat the war beast, he opens his mouth to drive away Guangming. But before Guangming showed any injury, the man's war beast had already stepped forward to protect Guangming and roared at him. This matter has been widely circulated in their beast control major, and there have even been quarrels about whether the war beast that threatens its owner is qualified. Finally, Edel, who accidentally passed the post, came out to explain to everyone. Maybe it is because Guangming is born incomplete and has a tradition of caring for the weak in the war beast world. Everyone's war beasts treat Guangming as children. So the master drove away the light, which made the war beasts feel that it was an act of bullying the weak. They were naturally dissatisfied because they protected their shortcomings. Later, everyone observed the way the light and their war beasts got along, and found that their war beasts really indulged the light's behavior. Even the war beasts, who were originally very protective of food, would turn a blind eye to the light that stole food. Everyone was surprised that Edel could actually read the thoughts of the war beasts. No wonder he was the first beast master in the galaxy. But only Edel himself knew that all his experience was generated under persecution. It was not their problem that other students could not clearly understand the meaning of the war beasts, but that they had not suffered enough from the beatings of the war beasts. This time, Baixue did not stop Guangming. Z was still carrying a bite stopper, so she had no way to respond to Guangming's thoughts, and could only let Guangming slap her. Qiqin saw Qiuqiu watching the side warily. She knew this fire-tailed lion. Are you Qiuqiu? Qiuqiu looked at Qiqin, as if curious about why she knew her name. Qiqin saw the girl hiding beside Qiuqiu again, and she smiled friendly. Hello. Lilith immediately walked out and wanted to get closer, but because she was still a little afraid of the war beasts standing at the door, she slowly retracted her steps. She looked apologetic and bowed slightly to Qiqin. Hello, senior sister. Seeing her timid, Qiqin couldn't help but think of herself when she was a freshman. She was even more timid than Lilith. After all, Lilith could remain calm in the cage facing 5S level war beasts, which she couldn't do 4 years ago. If Lilith knew what she was thinking, she would definitely complain bitterly. She didn't want to either. She wanted to leave the cage now, but her position was too awkward. Qiqin took the initiative to walk to Yi and stop Yi, then said to Lilith, Come out. Lilith moved her body and walked along the edge of the cage. When she reached the door, she rushed out. Xiqing turned on Yi's bite stopper. Yi lowered his head to sniff Guangming's breath, and then stroked Guangming's fur. Guangming was very happy, and immediately bit Yi's face. Everyone took a breath of cold air. Was this a provocation? Xiqing was ready. If he attacked Guangming, she would immediately give Yi an order to leave. But he didn't show any anger at all. It just helplessly let Guangming pull its face. Guangming felt that it was almost done, and began to rub its head against Yi's front legs again. A very harmonious picture. Harmony is a bit weird. Dailu smiled and said, "They are making friends." Xiqing was also very happy to see Yi make new friends. After all, there are very few S-level war beasts among the interns of the Beast Tamer Army, and it can't play with war beasts below a level. Since going to the Beast Tamer Army for internship, he has become much quieter, and it is a good thing that he can make some noise now. Xiqing gently closed the door of the cage and looked back at Lilith. "I'm Qianqin, a fifth-year student, and I'm the current president of the student union." Lilith: "Hello, president. I'm a freshman who just enrolled this year, and I'm also a member of the student union." Qianqin asked, "Is there another beast tamer named Jin Chung in the first-year student union?" She suddenly remembered the hot search she saw a few days ago, and she couldn't help but worry. "Is he okay now?" Lilith shook her head. "He's fine now, but he's still a little weak. He's in the clinic next door with his beast." Qianqin heard this and said with interest, "Let's go see him together." Lilith: "Okay." She took the lead and walked in front, with Dailu and Qianqin following behind her. Dailu hadn't seen Qianqin for a long time. They had a good relationship before, and now they couldn't stop talking when they met. "President, it's great that you can come back early. I missed you so much." Qianqin smiled and asked casually, "Did anything happen during the 6 months I was away?" Dailu's face changed slightly, pretending not to understand what she meant. "Everything is fine. Qingling also has her own ideas." Qianqin raised her eyebrows. "That's good." Several people arrived at the clinic and wanted to find Jin Chung. They heard his voice before they saw him. "Thank you for your concern. I am much better now. I am working hard to supplement iron every day. Alas, I did lose a lot of fans some time ago, but the number of fans has skyrocketed in the past 2 days, more than before." "Hurricane? It's recuperating. I can take you to see it, but try to keep quiet." Jin Chung came from another direction, and happened to see Lilith and others. He stopped and said to Lilith, "Are you here to see Hurricane too?" Lilith nodded and moved aside to let Qianqin behind her appear in Jin Cheng's field of vision. "Lilith, this is our president, senior sister Qianqin." Jin Cheng's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately said respectfully, "Hello, president, I am Jin Chung from the first grade." "Qianqin, I know, I saw the video of you being chased and bitten by a hurricane before." Jin Chung: Jin Cheng's live broadcast has not been closed yet, and the barrage of comments began to be filled with ha ha ha. "Ha ha, I've seen people puncturing lung tubes, but I didn't expect that this president would directly puncture the aorta. Red-haired sister is so cool. I fell in love at first sight." "Sister, are you in a relationship? Don't be so stubborn about gender. Put on some pants upstairs." "Wait, I was saying she looked familiar." "Damn. She's Qianqin, this year's special recruit of the Beast Taming Army. She's already receiving the same treatment as regular soldiers before she even graduated. Beautiful and strong, I love her even more. It's normal, she's the president of the student union of Xinhuang. I don't need to say much about her abilities, right? I'm a student of Qingjing. This sister was stationed here not long ago. I thought she was a regular soldier." Sure enough, the president and vice president of the student union of Xinhuang are all super awesome. "I don't accept this. There's also Qingjio who majors in pet care." "What's so awesome? It's a disgrace to Xinhuang. I don't even want to say anything about you upstairs. Are you here to start a fight? Shame on you?" "What shame on you? Do you mean the shame of going from the last to the first in the college exchange in 2 weeks?" "Hot knowledge, Qingjio's learning ability is the best in the entire galaxy, no objection accepted." "What a big face. The first in the whole galaxy. Those who don't know would think it's true. I don't believe she didn't cheat." "Shinjin, the teacher has come out to clarify for her. When will it be your turn to shout?" "No way, you really believe in Hu Jiobao?" Qingjio, who was at the center of the topic, was planting saplings in the small yard in front of the store. When she heard a deposit message from the terminal, she quickly took a look. "It's the bonus for the college exchange." Qingjio looked at the soft white cloud in the sky, and her mood flew up to the sky. Today is really a good day. Chapter 125. Led by Jean Chung, several people came to Hurricane's cage. Seeing Hurricane sleeping soundly, Jean Chung made a quiet gesture to them. Hurricane was as injured as Jean Chung, but the recovery ability of war beasts was several times higher than that of humans, and Hurricane's body had recovered. It was just that it was a little sleepy recently, so Jean Chung specially asked the veterinarian to arrange a quiet and comfortable room for it. After Shichin saw Hurricane and confirmed that it was in good condition, several people left together. Shichin, you don't need to worry too much. The War Beast Management Bureau and the War Beast Medical Center have sent people to Shirong Star. They will also do a physical examination for Hurricane at that time. Jean Chung was a little surprised. The War Beast Management Bureau seemed to him to be a somewhat mysterious organization. Except for occasionally seeing their popular science posts on the internet, he seemed to have never heard of their travels. Moreover, Jean Chung noticed the word also in Shichin's words. He asked, "They shouldn't have come specifically for the hurricane?" Shichin shook her head. "Before I came back, I heard from my superior that they were here to give Lightning, Snow White, and Mingwei a physical examination. But in my impression, they only need to be checked once every 5 years, and they were only checked in the past 2 years, and this is not the deadline yet." Mingwei? Jean Chung pondered and finally extracted the information about the war beast related to this name from the depths of his memory. Mingwei is Edel's aquatic war beast, the Hornet. Because its combat field is limited, it can only attack war beasts in the water or on the shore, so its reputation is not as great as Lightning and Snow White. However, if you think that it is not as capable as Snow White and Lightning just because it appears less frequently and the conditions are harsh, you are totally wrong. Mingyue's highest record is to fight 50 alien beasts in the sea with only one beast, and annihilate them in one fell swoop with only minor injuries. Mingwei is the real overlord of the sea. Jean Chung has never seen Mingwei, and doesn't know where Mingwei lives. But from what Qianqin said, Lightning and Snow White were also checked together, so Mingwei should be very close to them, right? Seemingly sensing Jean Cheng's doubts, Qianqin took the initiative to explain. "You may not know that you are freshmen, but Mingwei actually lives near Silver Moon Bay, not far from Xinghuang, and Teacher Edel often goes to see it. Silver Moon Bay is only a 10-minute drive from Xinghuang, which is indeed not far away. Even Lilith has been there before. It's just that it's a public sea area, and I've never heard of war beasts there." Seeing Lilith lost in thought, Shichin said, "Ordinary people can't see it. There is a barrier that separates tourists from the sea area where it moves, but ordinary people don't know about it." Lilith was curious and asked, "Do we have a chance to see it? I haven't seen an aquatic war beast yet." "Shichin, we can make an appointment to go together. We just need to apply to Teacher Edel in advance. By the way," Shichin asked Jean Chung and Lilith, "I don't think I saw Wang Ling and Gu Zheng after I came back. Do you know where they went?" Jean Chung nodded. "Gu Zheng is preparing information for his major change. Wang Ling seems to be very busy recently. I heard that Teacher Levin assigned him a task." Qianqin suddenly realized that it seemed that her juniors had a rich campus life. Then, Qianqin's eyes silently passed over the faces of the three people. As the president of the student union, she naturally could not leave trouble for her juniors. Some people were bureaucratic in the student union, and it was time to deal with them. After Wang Ling came back, he was alone in the mechanical activity room, and almost all his time was spent on drawing blueprints. He had a small stubble on his face, and his dark circles were bigger. His eyes were full of red bloodshot, but his eyes were still bright. In front of him were countless virtual light screens spread throughout the activity room, with drawings of various mechanical weapons on them. Wang Ling once again turned off a light screen at hand, and she couldn't count how many plans it had rejected. "Wang Ling, are you in there?" Levin asked at the door. Wang Ling took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to the door. He opened the door and called out to Levin, who was a little surprised, "Teacher Levin." Wang Ling has always been a child with a good sense of time management. Except for the last time when he was in a hurry to make weapons for Pinyin, he had rarely seen Wang Ling so tired. He knows how to cherish his body, and has a very stable daily routine. Levin looked Wang Ling up and down, and then looked at the virtual light screens on the ground behind him. He retracted his gaze and asked, "What are you doing?" Wang Ling answered truthfully, "I am researching weapons suitable for Qinjiu." Levin laughed and said, "What? Edel also came to you?" Wang Ling looked puzzled. What does this have to do with Teacher Edel? Seeing that he seemed to be completely unaware, Levin couldn't help but feel curious. "Didn't Edel ask you to do it?" Wang Ling shook his head. "No." Levin thought, what a coincidence, he and his favorite student were thinking the same thing. "Go in first." Wang Ling stepped aside to leave a way for Levin. After Levin came in, he casually checked the content of a light screen, his eyelids trembling slightly. Is this the drawing you drew? Yeah. Wang Ling admitted it, took another look at the drawing in Levin's hand, and said, that one is a waste draft, but I think some parts can be kept, so I didn't delete it. Levin felt more and more that Wang Ling was indeed a very good seedling. He walked around the entire space, picked out a few drawings, and handed them to Wang Ling. These are more interesting, you keep them first. Wang Ling obediently collected several drawings, and asked, Teacher, what do you want to see me for? Levin nodded helplessly. I do have something to ask you, but you are already doing it. Wang Ling was surprised. Teacher, what do you mean? Levin, Edo watched the video of Qin Jio's Qingjing fighting assessment, and immediately ran to me to discuss making a mechanical weapon for Qin Jio. We are all family, so I agreed. Wang Ling was skeptical about what he said. He stared at Levin's eyes and asked, Teacher, tell me the truth, how many star coins did you receive from Teacher Edo? Levin was embarrassed when he heard this. It was rare for him to show what it meant to feel guilty in front of his students. Not much, mainly material costs. Wang Ling did not ask further. He knew that this was the way teachers get along with each other. If Levin refused to take the star coins, Edo would compensate Levin in other ways. It would be better to accept it openly, and use it for development. Seeing that Wang Ling seemed to be uninterested in this matter, Levin breathed a sigh of relief and began to state his purpose. I promised Edo, but I want to let you do this. The meaning of Wang Ling doing it himself, and Edo entrusting him is completely different. Wang Ling hesitated. Levin patted his shoulder hard to stop him from saying the next word. Don't doubt your own strength, it is a good opportunity for you to practice. And I will always be by your side to guide you, you can do it. Seeing that the teacher gave him a high degree of trust, Wang Ling took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Okay. Chapter 126. Qin Jio stood at the door of the pet care shop, looking at the completed second floor, with a relieved smile on his face. They are going to start making money. Xia Xiaolan has received countless friend requests in the past few days, mostly from students majoring in war beasts. Xia Xiaolan had previously posted the progress of the renovation on her social platform, and every day many cloud supervisors asked her when the official opening would be possible. After Xia Xiaolan gave an answer within this week, her friend request notifications never stopped. In just one day, her friend list showed that it had reached the upper limit. She thought about it, and realized that this was not a solution. So she opened a new store account, and linked it to the terminals of each of Qin Jio and the others. As long as someone added it, anyone among them who saw the information could handle it, giving Xia Xiaolan more time to deal with other things. Xia Xiaolan came back with the delivery robot again, with 2 boxes on top of it. After this period of training, Lu Qin has formed a conditioned reflex. As long as he sees Xia Xiaolan coming back with new boxes, he will consciously go forward to unload the goods. Xia Xiaolan saw Lu Qin taking the initiative to lift heavy objects, and she smiled with satisfaction. You are becoming more and more like a social animal. Lu Qin lifted the box and glared at her. No, I'm still a student. I don't want to have a class atmosphere so early. Everyone was amused by him. Su Shanshan liked to argue with him the most. She asked, What? Do you still want to be a new cow and horse after graduation? Lu Qin rolled his eyes at her. Isn't it good to keep me fresh? Su Shanshan, it's good. It's better to stir-fry some ginger, onion and garlic directly. Lu Qin didn't want to talk to Su Shanshan anymore. He weighed the box in his hand. It wasn't very heavy. He asked, What's in it? It's so light. Xia Xiaolan stole a glance at Lightning, who was playing next to Qin Jio. She said, It's materials for promotion. Alade came out of the store, and saw another box. He also consciously stepped forward to move it. After hearing what Xia Xiaolan said, he couldn't hold it back. Sister, you are still promoting? Do you know that our orders have been booked for the next semester? What? The other 3 looked at Xia Xiaolan in disbelief after hearing what Alade said. Su Shanshan, when can we start making reservations? Xia Xiaolan felt a little guilty. 1 hour ago. Su Shanshan, ? Su Shanshan, do you mean that 1 hour can book a semester's worth of goods? Xia Xiaolan didn't dare to talk and blinked to Alade for help. Ilade glanced at Xia Xiaolan, whose eyes were wandering, and took the initiative to explain. We have budgeted a rough number of customers based on our previous experience of setting up stalls at flea markets and the scale of the current venue. We are open all day on Saturdays and Sundays, and the class schedule will be determined from Monday to Friday. For war beasts, we can wash a maximum of 6 a day, and there is no upper limit for pets for the time being. After all, Everyone here can take orders for pets, and the original quantity is not large. He looked at Qingjiu meaningfully. Xiaojiu also agreed to the budget of a maximum of 6 war beasts a day, 2 each in the morning, noon and evening. This makes sense. The beast control major in their school is the ace major, and there are nearly 1,000 students in the 5 grades. Although not everyone's beast needs this service, even if only 1/3 of the demand is available, it will be scheduled for the next semester. After Xia Xiaolan waited for Eli to explain clearly, she added, "We are going for the mid to high-end service route. The appointment system can reduce the number of people present and provide consumers with a comfortable environment. We strive to make customers satisfied with our services to the greatest extent, become our repeat customers, and promote us. In the future, if there are fewer courses, we can arrange more store opening hours, so that customers can be satisfied, and we will not be as exhausted as in the flea market. We emphasize sustainable development." As Xia Xiaolan talked about her ideals and grand plans, the minds of several people had already flown away. There was no way. They really couldn't play business, and it all depended on Xia Xiaolan's operation. Xia Xiaolan found that no one was listening to her perfect plan, and she was a little hurt, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and pulled Qingjiu aside. Lightning naturally followed Qingjiu. During the month, when Qingjiu was away, Xia Xiaolan also got to know Lightning well. Following the principle of making full use of all available resources, she had her eyes on Lightning from the beginning. Qingjiu was just curious about what secrets Xia Xiaolan had that she needed to discuss with her alone, but she found that Xia Xiaolan's eyes were shining when she looked at Lightning. Lightning wrinkled his nose, with a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment Xia Xiaolan finally showed her devilish smile. "Xiaojiu, I have something I want to ask you and Lightning for help." Xia Xiaolan was being petty. Although Lightning was the only one by Qingjiu's side, she also wanted to drag Snow White and Lightning into the water. Qingjiu looked down and found that Lightning was grinning at Xia Xiaolan. As soon as it felt Qingjiu's gaze, it immediately restrained its expression and rubbed against her trouser legs intimately. Qingjiu pretended not to see its fierce movements towards Xia Xiaolan and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" Xia Xiaolan showed an evil smile and whispered in Qingjiu's ear. Lightning has extraordinary hearing. It heard Xia Xiaolan's wishful thinking and didn't want to act anymore. It rushed directly to Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan always paid attention to Lightning's movements. When she saw it suddenly attack, she immediately turned to the side and avoided Lightning's attack. Qingjiu shouted, "Lightning, don't mess around." Lightning glanced at Xia Xiaolan fiercely and returned to Qingjiu silently. Xia Xiaolan was not afraid either. Lightning's current attitude on this matter was not important. It depended on Qingjiu's final decision. Because as long as Qingjiu spoke, Lightning would not disagree. She had already figured out Lightning's temper. Qingjiu thought about it. Xia Xiaolan's suggestion was good, but while she was hesitating, Xia Xiaolan seemed to suddenly remember something. She opened the terminal page and found an application to send to Qingjiu. Qingjiu clicked it and saw, "Application for War Beast Travel." "Qingjiu, how did you get this?" "Xia Xiaolan, I asked Teacher Ed for it after class yesterday. After all, Lightning can't pretend to be a pet to go out this time, so I have to go through the process again." Qingjiu looked at the application form that had been filled out more than half on the terminal page, and she even found that Edel had signed his name at the end. Qingjiu narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Xia Xiaolan who was full of expectation and asked, "Did you think of this plan long ago?" Xia Xiaolan coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment, dodging her eyes. "I think so, because I feel that if this kind of scene can appear, it will definitely attract a lot of customers." Qingjiu did not doubt Xia Xiaolan's statement. She just looked at the dragon-flying and phoenix dancing name and asked, "Why did Teacher Edel sign it for you?" Xia Xiaolan giggled. "Teacher Edel welcomed this very much, and he also said that when to start the promotion you must tell him." Ouch! Lightning at his feet let out a low roar and disappeared in a flash. Xia Xiaolan's intuition told her that Lightning must have gone to settle accounts with Edel. Xia Xiaolan silently prayed for Edel in her heart. Lightning, who was running on the campus, saw Edel, who had just returned from outside the school, and without saying a word, he enlarged his body and pounced on him. Edel saw Lightning's ferocious appearance, and quickly recalled in his mind what he had done to offend this gentleman recently. He immediately remembered the consent form he signed for Xia Xiaolan. He dodged the lightning attack and immediately hid behind his companions. "List, block it for me." Facing the lightning's anger, List said, question mark. He silently made another note of Edel in his heart. "Don't even think about getting the subsidy next year." Chapter 127. Qingjiu didn't know where Lightning had gone, and she didn't care, because Lightning would disappear for a while sometimes. Under Xia Xiaolan's enthusiastic greeting, she opened the 2 boxes she brought back. In the box was a set of large pet hanging bags bought by Xia Xiaolan, and there was also the logo of their store on the hanging bags. Qingjiu gestured twice, and roughly understood how to wear it. Xia Xiaolan meant to let Lightning wear this hanging bag, and go out of the campus to attract customers. Xia Xiaolan had already prepared the gifts, and planned to put them in Lightning's hanging bag, and send gifts to potential customers at any time. Taking the war beast out to advertise is indeed a very interesting promotional activity. Even if people are not attracted by the pet care business, but simply attracted by Lightning, as long as they take photos, and post them on the internet, they are also promoting them invisibly. Truly use the minimum investment to get the maximum return. No wonder Xia Xiaolan is very business-minded. But Qingjiu still has concerns. Lightning is a large war beast after all. Will it cause panic if it appears in public? Xia Xiaolan shook her head. I have checked. Teacher Edel will also bring Lightning and Snow White to public places at specific times to satisfy the wishes of some war beast fans who want to see them. It is also a kind of welfare in disguise. Xia Xiaolan also showed Qingjiu the collected photos. You see, in Shirong Star, everyone's acceptance of war beasts is still quite strong. Qingjiu looked at Snow White and Lightning on Xia Xiaolan's turmoil. They stood expressionlessly beside Edel, who was smiling, making Qingjiu feel that the 2 war beasts seemed a little helpless. But since Edel also agreed, Qingjiu seemed to have no reason to refuse. But she still wanted to discuss with Lightning and ask Lightning's wishes. At this time, Lightning pushed the door open with his head and walked in. Qingjiu saw the dark little figure and waved to it. Lightning came to Qingjiu in a few steps. Qingjiu asked, Do you agree with the plan we just talked about? Lightning shook his head. Qingjiu, okay. She didn't force Lightning. Looking at Xia Xiaolan's somewhat disappointed expression, she said, I asked Bai Shui. Bai Shui's body is recovered. It shouldn't be a big problem to walk 2 laps. And Guangming is also happy to go out and play. Before she finished speaking, her trouser legs were hooked by Lightning's claws. Qingjiu lowered her head and saw Lightning holding the rope hanging from the pet bag. She asked, What's wrong? Lightning opened his mouth, sat in front of Qingjiu, and stretched out his claws to point at the pet bag. Qingjiu, are you willing to carry me? Lightning's little head shook up and down. If it doesn't go, Snow White will take its place. Snow White has been monopolizing Qingjiu for a long time. It finally waited for a month for Qingjiu to come back, and it should accompany Qingjiu. Although Lightning didn't agree with their plan, it didn't mean it didn't want to go. And just now Edel promised it that if it agreed to go out with Qingjiu for promotion, he would take it to Qingjiu to play during the next holiday. It immediately calmed down and returned to its current appearance. Seeing that Lightning also agreed, the matter was settled. So, under Xia Xiaolan's unstoppable smile, several people began to divide the work and cooperate to pack the gifts and other materials. Early in the morning of the weekend, Qingjiu and his friends gathered at the door of the store to make final preparations. Xia Xiaolan thoughtfully prepared a special water bottle and 2 canned meats that Lightning liked for Lightning in case it needed supplies halfway. They specially hired a transport robot for a whole day and put some water, food, and additional gifts on it. If the gifts in Lightning's backpack were delivered, they could resupply immediately. Lightning sat at the door of the pet store after returning to its original state. Except for Qingjiu, the few people who saw it hesitated and dared not go out. They were used to seeing Lightning's harmless appearance at ordinary times. But now, he suddenly turned into the mighty war beast in their memory, which was difficult to accept for a while. Lightning swept a few people with a mocking look, wrinkled his nose, and snorted with disdain. He said he would help promote it himself. Coward, Qingjiu had the strongest acceptance ability. She picked up the hanging bag and aimed the hole at Lightning's head. Lightning understood and took the initiative to lower his head and bend down to let Qingjiu put the hanging bag in for him. After everything was done, Xia Xiaolan and the others followed Qingjiu and Lightning not too far away, and Qingjiu and Lightning walked side by side in front. At this time, Guangming fell from the sky and stood steadily on Lightning's back. Qingjiu also hung a billboard on its chest, which read, Knock on the NPC to get a free pet gift. Everyone wore the same t-shirt. Xia Xiaolan said that this would be their work clothes in the future, which was light and easy to take care of. Qingjiu's t-shirt was slightly different from theirs, and there were 3 big words NPC on her back. Their team was very eye-catching, and Lightning's appearance in this image was enough to make the War Beast fans excited. Oh my god! Lightning! Lightning in her original skin. Not the Q version. So pretty. What kind of outfit is this? Lightning. Carrying a pet bag? A pre-opening promotion for a pet care shop? Although, this promotion is really impressive, I want to patronize the business too. The above? I hope you mean your pet, and not the war beast. My order is already scheduled until May next year. May next year? Isn't it open yet? War beast care is by appointment, 1 hour for half a year. It's good that you can make an appointment until May next year. I didn't even get a spot. Wait, the direction they are going. Are they not going outside the school? Yes, they have already gone out. Oh my god, I can already imagine the grand occasion of today's hot search. The one on Lightning is Guangming, right? Guangming also has a small sign hanging on it, saying that as long as you talk to the NPC, you can get a gift. Who is the NPC? Do I need to ask? I thought everyone knew this. The answer is obvious. Am I the only one who is seriously thinking about what the gift is? It's freeze-dried meat and meat strips. How do you know so much upstairs? Hee, because I've already knocked on Chinjio. By the way, the gift was taken out of Lightning's bag, and Chinjio specially handed it to Lightning to hold in his mouth and pass it to me. I'm very happy now. Lightning's fur feels good. I change clothes and go out right away. Report the location. Change clothes? I've already run out of the dormitory in my pajamas. No rolling. No. Chinjio and his friends had just walked out of the school gate not far away when they suddenly became noisy behind them. They looked back curiously. This was incredible. A group of students in colorful pajamas were running towards this side, and they kept calling Lightning and Chinjio's names. Several people subconsciously took a step back, shocked by the scene that looked like a doomsday zombie attack. Su Shanshan, should we run away? Xia Xiaolan pretended to be calm. We should just come to see Lightning. Chinjio looked at Lightning, who was very calm at the side, and asked seriously, should I leave you here and run for your life? Lightning, Chapter 128. Lightning turned back helplessly, and yelled at the group of people behind him. The crowd that was approaching stopped, and the hot blood on their heads suddenly cooled down, and they regained some calmness. Although they were obsessed with Lightning, they were also afraid of Lightning. They didn't think they could withstand Lightning's anger. Seeing them shrinking, Xia Xiaolan took the initiative to step forward. There will be campus activities later, don't worry, okay? Someone asked, then will there be Lightning in the campus promotion? Xia Xiaolan didn't dare to answer casually. She looked at Chinjio with a look of help. In order to calm their emotions, Chinjio said, there will be. Lightning didn't refute, and yawned with his mouth wide open. They may not believe what others say, but if Chinjio says there is, there must be. Although it was a bit regrettable that I couldn't interact with Lightning this time. Since there will be special campus promotion in the future, maybe each of them can interact for a longer time. Thinking about it, many people decided not to join in the fun for the time being and left first. Some people wanted to come forward, but were blocked by Xia Xiaolan. I promise that the publicity activities in the school will be better. You can go back first. Xia Xiaolan persuaded the troublemakers to leave. Chinjio asked worriedly as he walked, it's already like this in the school. Will there be more people outside? Can we handle it? Xia Xiaolan, I have thought about this issue and raised my doubts to Teacher Edel. Teacher Edel said there is no need to worry. Just go out as usual. Chinjio was still worried. She was considering whether to stop the activity urgently. Suddenly, Edel's voice came from the side. It's okay. Let's go. The 5 people saw Edel and immediately called him teacher respectfully. Edel's appearance undoubtedly gave them a shot of confidence. Edel reached out and touched Lightning's head. Although Lightning did not respond, he did not refuse. Most people are in awe of war beasts. They will not disturb them at will. And Lightning is not a vegetarian. It will warn anyone who dares to cross the line. The beast control students in the school are not afraid of war beasts, so the reaction will be stronger. Edel patted Lightning's neck and said, protect them. Lightning rarely did not sing against Edel. It nodded, took 2 steps forward and stopped. It looked back at the few people, as if urging them to catch up quickly. Chinjio hesitated for a moment and looked at Edel. Teacher, aren't you coming with me? I'm afraid. Edel, no, I have something to do later. You can go out without worry, it's okay. Chinjio walked to Lightning with Edel's affirmation. There are slightly more people on the streets on weekends than on weekdays. A large war beast appeared on the street, immediately attracting the attention of passers-by. Is it a war beast? Is it? That's just a swift eagle. Its features are quite obvious. The one below is Lightning? It's Lightning. Definitely. Chiron only has a black swift leopard. Is Lightning going to work? Is Edel bankrupt? Ha, ha, you are so humorous. His annual subsidy can equal your salary for 2 or 3 years. Isn't it rumored that Edel doesn't have a subsidy? Edel doesn't have a subsidy? What a joke. Don't you think about it before you say it? How can you talk like that? This is what my friend in the War Beast Management Bureau said. If you don't believe it, forget it. You're making up a story, right? Be careful not to spread rumors that Master Edel will go to jail. If you want to quarrel, go away. You're blocking us from seeing lightning. Although the people around were talking about the 2 war beasts and Edel, no one dared to come up, just as Teacher Edel said. It was a crowded weekend, but a passage was left for them on the street. Someone noticed the brand on Guangming and walked to Qinjiu bravely. The girl patted Qinjiu's shoulder gently under Lightning's gaze. She asked timidly, "Sister, can I get a pet gift?" The girl was holding a calico cat in her arms, and her eyes were fixed on Qinjiu. Qinjiu was attracted by its cute appearance and reached out to touch the kitten's head. Lightning was a little numb on the side. Yes, this woman is a playboy. Qinjiu only touched it once, and then took her hand back, smiling. Yes, wait a minute. She took out a small bag from Lightning's bag and handed it to Lightning. Lightning glanced at her coldly, and turned his head away in a tantrum. Lightning's attitude changed after she touched the kitten, and Qinjiu knew what Lightning was thinking at once. Qinjiu was helpless. Lightning was really a jealous little girl. She hugged Lightning's neck, kissed its ear, and whispered, "Don't be angry. It and I are just playing around. I am sincere to you. This is not business. I will go back and give you a lot of kisses and hugs, okay?" Lightning secretly complained, "This woman is really a scumbag." However, Lightning heard a lot of kisses and hugs, and turned his head reluctantly, holding the bag handed over by Qinjiu. It bowed to the girl and handed the bag to her. The girl's face flushed, and she was so excited that she was incoherent. This is for me?" Qinjiu saw that Lightning cooperated, and nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, take it." The girl raised her hand carefully, and Lightning put the bag in her hand, and stood up again. The girl held the cat in one hand, and the gift given to her by Lightning in the other. Countless fireworks exploded in her mind, making her unable to think. Qinjiu and the others had already walked away, and Xia Xiaolan was behind to make up for it, and immediately rushed over to recommend the business to the girl. The matter of Lightning sending gifts instantly became a hot search. The topic list was a picture of Lightning from various angles. Some people showed off the gifts given by Lightning personally, and some were jealous and cried because they could not see Lightning. There were even toxic fans who refused to sell Lightning and Qinjiu together, and did not allow Lightning to step on Lightning. For a while, the internet was very lively. Xia Xiaolan looked at the overwhelming heat, her face almost cracked with laughter. Hearing her cunning laughter beside her, the 3 of them quietly moved away. Qinjiu was afraid that Lightning would be too tired, so he let Guangming stand on his arm, and occasionally let Guangming give gifts to others. She asked Lightning to deliver the gift to a young woman. An old lady sitting in a wheelchair next to the woman asked in confusion, "Why is there only Lightning? Why are Snow White and the White Tiger gone?" The young woman moved closer to her. "Grandma, Snow White didn't come. You must have remembered it wrong. Master Edel only had 2 swift leopards and a horned whale, so how could there be a white tiger?" The old lady frowned, and she looked unhappy. "I didn't remember it wrong. Don't always doubt me. I'm old, not stupid. You weren't born yet." The young woman shook her head helplessly, and was about to push her grandmother away. Their conversation was not loud, but Qinjiu still heard it. Qinjiu paused, and Lightning cast a puzzled look at her. Qinjiu walked up to the old lady and squatted down, showing a well-behaved smile. She asked, "Grandma, can you tell me about the white tiger?" Chapter 129. The old lady had a kind face, and finally found someone who was willing to believe in her. She immediately agreed, Okay. Although her brown eyes looked at Qinjiu, her eyes seemed to pass Qinjiu and fell into a vortex of memories. This happened many years ago, so long that I almost forgot it. It seems that there was a particularly powerful student beside Master Edel in the past named Luo or something. The old lady frowned and thought carefully, but she couldn't catch the erratic words. She gave up thinking and continued, "Anyway, he was a very famous beastmaster. He had a white tiger war beast, which seemed to be called Bideo. At that time, the 3 war beasts had a good relationship and often went in and out of public places together. In a blink of an eye, many years have passed, and it seems that Bideo's name has never been heard again." Qinjiu listened to the old lady's words patiently, and his face always kept a well-behaved smile. But the lightning behind her froze when he heard Bideo's name, and his eyes showed an incredible look. It took a step, walked behind Chinjio, lowered its head, and bit Chinjio's collar. Chinjio was pulled up by Lightning. She turned her head, and looked at Lightning curiously. Lightning nudged her in her arms, and began to push her to keep moving forward. Chinjio staggered 2 steps after being pushed by it, and turned around to hold Lightning's head. The old lady watched Lightning and Chinjio get along well, and couldn't help but think of the fact that Lightning often played with Bideo and Baishua in the past. She murmured, "Why is Bideo missing?" The young woman saw that her grandmother was still immersed in her memories, and she sighed softly. Grandma is talking nonsense more often, and her condition may be getting worse. She bowed her head and said a few words to her grandmother, pushing the wheelchair, and was about to go in the opposite direction of Chinjio and the others. She looked up and saw Chinjio still looking at her grandmother, and she couldn't help but apologize. "I'm sorry, Grandma may be talking nonsense again. Since she got Alzheimer's disease, she often talks nonsense and often has memory confusion. She may have confused Lightning with the Black Panther in the zoo." Chinjio smiled and nodded, showing her understanding. Before leaving, she did not forget to turn around and wave goodbye to the old lady. Watching the old lady walk farther and farther, Chinjio bowed his head and looked at Lightning. Lightning was still pushing Chinjio forward with his head. Chinjio grabbed the flesh on both sides of his head and forced him to face himself. The people around him exclaimed. Chinjio was too bold. It would anger Lightning. Lightning's big golden eyes looked at Chinjio, and then moved away guiltily. "Chinjio, why did you push me?" Lightning's eyes wandered, and he stretched out his big pink tongue to lick his nose. Chinjio squinted and stared at it for a long time, finally letting go of its cheek, and continued to walk forward. When Lightning finally breathed a sigh of relief, Chinjio suddenly turned around and said to it, "I settle the score with you when I get back." Lightning, You can escape the first day, but you can't escape the 15th day. Lightning's mood suddenly became low, and he followed Chinjio with his head down and was unhappy. Chinjio and the others were still doing publicity, and Edel and Lister were sitting on the suspension train, following them and observing silently. Edel let them go out without worry because he had already made plans to protect them silently in the morning. List couldn't help but sigh. It's such a pity that Chinjio is not a professional beastmaster. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and looked at the swift eagle carefully. "That's Guangming, right? It's a pity for a reconnaissance beast to lose its eyesight." Edel disagreed with him. Although Guangming can't see, his hearing and perception are several times stronger than ordinary swift eagles. It has also been trained, and can play its role on the battlefield like a normal swift eagle. List was surprised. "You think highly of it?" Edel nodded. "In the month that Bai Shui left Xinghuang, Guangming and Lightning have worked together many times." List frowned. "Xinghuang has another alien beast." Edel shook his head. "I went to the border temporarily. After all, the large troops were transferred to the Porcelain King Star. I go and help." Hearing Edel's words, Lister was a little dissatisfied. "Speaking of this, I don't understand what Zizit means. Even if the situation on Porcelain King Planet is indeed more urgent, the large forces on Shirong Planet cannot be transferred away. Isn't this leaving a loophole for others to exploit?" "Edel, Zizit has discussed this with me, and I agreed." Lister sighed after hearing this. "You are too arrogant. Bai Shui is not by your side. How can you be sure that you can handle all special situations?" Edel analyzed calmly. "Now the wormhole in Shirong is naturally generated, and it has been 3 years. Both the strength and the number of alien beasts have reached a certain decline. And the natural wormhole on Porcelain King Planet happened to be generated, plus the artificial wormhole. No matter how you look at it, the situation is more urgent than ours, and..." Edel patted the Star King badge on his body. "If it really comes to that, none of our Star King students who specialize in beast control are cowards." Lister chuckled. He liked this bloodiness in Edel. He suddenly thought of something, and picked up the virtual light screen beside him. "The time for their physical examination has been set. You can take a look." Edel raised his eyebrows. "Whatever, you are not here for them." Lister smiled and said nothing more. They followed Chinjio and his friends all the way, escorted them back to Star King before driving away. Xia Xiaolan added a lot of new friends today, sitting at the front desk and happily replying to their messages at a fast speed. Others were so tired that they laid down in the lounge to rest. Only Chinjio sat in front of Lightning, one man and one beast looking at each other. Lightning kept looking away, and every time he wanted to get up and leave, he would be glared back by Chinjio. Lightning was on pins and needles. Its eyes rolled around and it lay flatteringly at Chinjio's feet, trying to get away with it with its cuteness. But Chinjio didn't fall for it this time. She looked down at Lightning from top to bottom and asked, Do you know the white tiger tyrant that the old lady talked about? Lightning stood up suddenly and ran outside like a fugitive. Shinjio quickly grabbed its tail. After several rounds of secret competition between the two, Lightning was the first to lose. It nodded resignedly. Shinjio asked again, "Where is his master?" Lightning nodded again. Shinjio hummed for a moment and continued to ask, "Is he a student of our Xinhuang?" Lightning nodded again. Just when it thought Shinjio had something else to ask, Shinjio let it go. Shinjio herself didn't know why she wanted to know about the white tiger war beast, but she felt vaguely that a huge spider web was engulfing her, and the breakthrough point might be related to the white tiger war beast. Now it is still a very general concept to her. She can only search for the information she needs step by step to complete this missing piece of the puzzle. Chapter 130. Before the next promotional activity, Shinjio first received an invitation from Lilith. Lilith asked her if she wanted to go to Silver Moon Bay together. Shinjio knew about Silver Moon Bay, but had never been there. Since Lilith took the lead, she thought about it and decided to invite other members of the student union to go together, which could be regarded as a team-building activity. However, when they met, everyone thought that Gu Zheng would be the most tired. Unexpectedly, Gu Zheng looked radiant this time, while Wang Ling followed in Gu Zheng's footsteps and looked very depressed. There was even stubble on his face that was not shaved clean, unlike the meticulous Wang Ling on weekdays. Since Jin Chung recovered from his physical condition, he became active again. He stepped forward and hugged Wang Ling's shoulders and asked with a smile, "Did you go to steal and encounter ghosts? Why do you look like all your energy has been sucked dry?" Jin Cheng's speech was still mean, but it was not difficult for everyone to hear the concern in his tone. Wang Ling pushed his glasses and glanced at Shinjio meaningfully. He shook his head. "I've been working on a piece of machinery recently, which is quite complicated, so I haven't had enough rest." Jin Chung was curious. "It's rare. I thought this kind of thing would only happen to Gu Zheng." Gu Zheng, whose name was suddenly called, looked at Jin Chung. "I have a good schedule now." Jin Chung remembered the public notice he saw not long ago, and his attention turned to Gu Zheng again. "Brother, have you really changed your direction?" Gu Zheng glared at him. "I changed, and now I focus on rescue mechas." Jin Chung became interested. He let go of Wang Ling's shoulder and put his arm around Gu Zheng's. "Tell me, brother, what made you suddenly willing to give up combat mechas and invest in rescue mechas?" Gu Zheng's eyes moved from Lilith, Jin Chung, Wang Ling to Shinjio's face. He gently shook Jin Cheng's arm away, and his mouth was slightly curved. "Secret, I won't tell you." Jin Chung looked hurt. The child has grown up and has secrets. Lilith couldn't stand him, so she kicked him. "Let's go." Too much talk. Jin Chung felt pain, jumped twice, and then put on a smile and followed Lilith. They walked to the gate together. Shinjio saw Qianqin with fiery red hair from a distance, and couldn't help but slow down his pace, with a look of astonishment on his face. Qianqin waved to them, and Shinjio walked to Qianqin and shouted, "Senior sister, you are back." Qianqin smiled. "Yes, we still have a holiday. Let's go, the car is outside the door." She saw that Wang Ling's face was very bad, and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Wang Ling shook her head, and Qianqin stopped asking. Students who major in mecha and mechanics often stay up late to make new products. When inspiration comes, they can't stop it. It's normal for them to be listless. When they got on the suspension train, there were already a few people sitting inside. When they saw a familiar face, they couldn't help but be stunned and called out his name at the same time. "Teacher Edel?" Edel waved at them. "Come up." "This is..." Lilith, who was the first to ask to see Mingwei, looked back at Qianqin. She was a little puzzled. "Aren't we going together?" "Qianqin, originally, but on the day I applied, Teacher Edel said they also wanted to see Mingwei, so they went with us." "Oh, those people are the heads of the War Beast Medical Center, and they are going to check Mingyue's body." Several people suddenly looked at the people sitting next to Edel. The highly educated woman in the lead had a gentle smile on her face. She took the initiative to nod to Shinjio and the others. They immediately bowed slightly to the woman and sat opposite the medical team under the guidance of Qianqin. As soon as Shinjio sat down, a small black figure rushed out from the next car and jumped into Shinjio's arms. Shinjio was already accustomed to Lightning's attacks, and she naturally reached out and hugged Lightning. Everyone in the medical team knew that Shinjio was attracted to Lightning, but when they saw it with their own eyes, they were still shocked. After all, as the most senior medical team in the War Beast Medical Center, they had dealt with Lightning quite a few times, but which time was they not given a cold face and refused to cooperate with the examination? Lightning rubbed its head in her palm, and just raised its head to see Gu Zheng staring at it with a burning gaze, and it sniffed in Gu Zheng's direction again. Gu Zheng carefully stretched out his hand and hovered above Lightning's head. Seeing that Lightning did not attack, he boldly touched it. After all, they had not seen each other for a long time, and he was worried that Lightning did not recognize him. Lightning squinted his eyes and enjoyed Gu Zheng's touch. He turned in a direction, and his eyes met Edel opposite. Edel's eyes widened under his gold-rimmed glasses, and his light-colored eyes were full of shock. Why? Qin Jiu alone is fine. Why did his Lightning also let Gu Zheng touch him? As if reading the jealousy and grievance hidden in Edel's eyes, Lightning raised his head and cast a proud look at Edel. Edel, Wu, his Lightning no longer loves him. But Lightning's pride disappeared not long after the suspension train started. Edel saw it lying on Qin Jiu's thigh, looking sick, so he took the initiative to pick it up. Lightning wanted to resist, but the motion sickness reaction was too severe, so it let Edel take it away. Edel was in a complicated mood. Lightning would only be so obedient when it was uncomfortable. Although Edel wanted to kiss and hug Lightning often, he didn't want Lightning to get sick. Edel took a motion sickness pill from his pocket and fed it to Lightning. After Lightning took it, he closed his eyes and rested in his arms. Edel touched its body to make it relax. He also looked at the other carriage. The lady sitting next to him looked at Lightning's appearance and walked to the other carriage consciously. Jin Chung was a little worried and asked Qin Jiu, "What happened to Lightning?" Qin Jiu, "Carsick." Jin Chung, "War beasts get carsick." Qin Jiu nodded, "Both it and Bai Shui get carsick." Jin Chung, "This is the first time I've heard of this. No wonder they are siblings." Qin Jiu looked at Lightning, who closed his eyes to rest, and suddenly asked, "Jin Chung, have you heard of the war beast tyrant?" Jin Chung searched through his memories and found an answer that he didn't know if it was right or not. "I think I've heard of it. Do you remember the rock-off I told you about?" Qin Jiu nodded. The lowest score in the college exchange was kept. Jin Chung, "Yes, that's him. I seem to remember that his war beast is called Tyrant, and it seems to be a particularly rare snowflake tiger." Qin Jiu, "Anything else about him?" Jin Chung shook his head. "I don't know." Qin, who was standing by, heard their conversation and suddenly remembered the story circulating in the military camp. She took the initiative to tell Qin Jiu, "I also heard a story about white tigers in the beast-taming army." After she told the story to several people, Jin Chung said, "After hearing this, the protagonist of the story is very similar to our senior brother. However, the authenticity remains to be verified." Qian looked at Qin Jiu curiously. "Is there a problem?" Qin Jiu shook his head. "I just met an old lady before, and she mentioned that there was a white tiger that played well with Lightning. I was a little curious." Qian pondered for a moment and said, "But this story has been circulating for a long time. I heard from the predecessors that it has been circulating for nearly 30 years. If it really exists, then Lightning played with it at least 30 years ago." Qian asked a soul-searching question. "How old is Lightning this year?" Chapter 131. No one had thought about this question carefully. After all, Lightning usually loves to act cute and looks like a child. But now everyone felt something was wrong. Edel has been famous for at least 40 years, and Lightning, his war beast, must have been with him since he entered the beast-taming army. Everyone looked at Lightning with a strange look. Lightning felt a few eyes on him, and he weakly raised his eyelids, glanced at them, and laid down again. Jin Chung opened the search page of the terminal and typed in, "Age of War Beast Lightning." The answer appeared immediately in the next second. Results based on the search keywords. Lightning, Edel's War Beast, age 52. Related War Beast Bai Shui, age 52. Related War Beast Mingwei, age 51. Everyone, everyone, question mark. Qin Jiu, what? You mean I hugged an old man every day? Although Shiqin's expression was also complicated, she was much calmer than the others. Shiqin, ahem, I don't think being over 50 is a big problem. After all, the lifespan of a general war beast can reach 200 to 300 years. It is normal for a high-level war beast like the swift leopard to be over 300 years old. In other words, it is still a young man. The muscles on the faces of several people twitched, and they looked at Lightning and couldn't speak. Lightning is a young man in his 50s. Jin Chung thought of his own Hurricane, and he suddenly asked, "So, as long as I take good care of it, Hurricane can send me away?" Qian nodded, "Theoretically, yes. The maximum lifespan of humans is only about 150 years old, and the average is 120 years old. If Hurricane is well taken care of, it can not only send you away, but also send your children away. Jean Chung, thank you. There will be one more corpse collector in the future. Oh, of course, it would be better if it didn't eat its own corpse collector. Qin Jiu listened to their conversation silently, but found something wrong. So, the lifespan of war beasts will be longer than that of their masters. If the masters die, what will happen to their war beasts? Qin didn't expect Qin Jiu to have such a question, but she did know the answer. She said, if their masters die, they can choose whether to retire. If they decide to retire, they can find other retired beast men to adopt them. Those who refuse to be adopted will stay in the War Beast Management Center. However, as she spoke, her eyes dimmed, and she seemed to smile reluctantly. In fact, very few war beasts can retire normally or continue to serve. There was a deep sigh in her tone. After the death of their masters, most war beasts will become depressed and commit suicide. Those who are lucky enough to be rescued will continue to abuse themselves until the day when their bodies can no longer hold on. Shiqin looked at Lightning and said meaningfully, don't think that the war beasts and their masters seem to be incompatible, but in fact the bond between the war beasts and their masters is irreversible. Once formed, they will only get deeper and deeper. They are like each other's spiritual pillars. If one of them leaves one day, the spiritual world of the other will collapse. It's the same with people, so basically the beastmen will fall into pain for a long time after the death of the war beasts. Some people died of illness during this period. Everyone looked at Edel and Lightning. If one day, Edel also left the world before Lightning, would Lightning follow him? This topic was too heavy, and everyone did not dare to delve into it. They were speechless for a while. In just over 10 minutes, they came to the beach of Silver Moon Bay. There were 3 or 2 tourists traveling together on the beach, some lying on the beach, and some swimming in the sea. This was a normal scenic spot. They were really curious. Where would Mingwe be? Edel put Lightning down, and Lightning stood on the sand and took a deep breath, feeling alive. Qin Jiu was about to go forward to see if Lightning was okay, but her trouser leg was suddenly grabbed. She looked back and saw a white leopard hooking her trouser leg. Qin Jiu said in surprise, Snow White? You are here too? Edel stepped forward and looked at the 2 little guys separately. He said, the medical equipment here is relatively complete, and the 3 war beasts were checked together. Qin Jiu thought at first that they were just here for fun, but only after hearing the conversation between Lilith and Shiqin on the train did he know the purpose of this trip. Meet Edel's 3rd war beast, Mingwe. The follow-up inspection had little to do with them. They just wanted to see what this war beast, which was known as the Overlord of the Sea, looked like. Because Mingwe lived in the sea, it was rarely seen. Even if there were occasional interviews about Edel and the camera could only capture its blurred shadow, and Mingwe had always maintained a mysterious color to the outside world. Qin Jiu's curiosity was also aroused. She had never seen an aquatic war beast, and didn't know what the temperament of an aquatic war beast was. Maybe it will be more gentle than the war beasts on land? Qin Jiu held by Shui and Lightning in his arms, and walked on the beach. They were still some distance away from the crowd, so even Edel's sudden appearance did not cause panic. The crowd on the beach thought they were just new tourists, and did not pay too much attention to them. The only one who was a little eye-catching was the girl holding 2 cats. But it is not uncommon to bring pets on vacation. They just took a closer look and focused on their own things. I heard that Lilith, who was raised in the sea Mingwe, kept looking at the coastline, but she could not see any trace of the war beasts at all. Edel led the way in front, and the further they walked, the fewer tourists they met on the road. It was not until they walked for more than 10 minutes that they saw a fence that stopped tourists. This place is far away from the tourist area. Edel lowered his head, and the pupil recognition system on the door detected that it was Edel, and made a cheerful sound, and the electronic door opened with a click. Edel let them go first, and he would cover the rear. He closed the door only after everyone entered the restricted area. There was no foreign matter on the beach of the restricted area, only soft sand, and the sea was calm. It didn't look like there were war beasts at all. There was a building in the restricted area that was out of place here. The purely mechanical outer wall reflected the cold metal light. The giant camera on the top of the tower was slowly falling on several people, as if confirming the identities of the people who broke into the restricted area. Edel walked to the front of the team again. He ignored the camera and walked in on his own. Everyone followed Edel's pace and entered the building together. Qin Jiu looked at the surrounding environment, and she had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The layout here is almost exactly the same as Professor Arnold's laboratory. As they walked, Edel introduced them. This is a marine biological monitoring laboratory. In addition to paying attention to Mingwe's movements, they will also observe some habits of other marine organisms. Of course, the microorganisms in the ocean and the changes in the water quality of the seawater are also within their monitoring scope. Mingwei is staying here temporarily. Snow White and Lightning are very familiar with the environment here. It's not their first time here, but they have a bad experience every time they come here. Especially when they meet the guy. Chapter 132. Edel knew the purpose of their trip and walked towards a place with a clear goal. They didn't know how long they followed Edel, and finally saw a huge fish tank. It's not quite right to call it a fish tank. It's more like an ocean tunnel in an aquarium, with a whole wall of transparent glass extending from their feet. Could Mingwei be kept in this small fish tank? After all, she is the overlord of the ocean. This is too aggrieved. Edel saw their strange expressions and seemed to guess what they were thinking. He took the initiative to explain. Behind this wall is the sea. You just walk downhill, and now we are in the middle of the sea. The transparent glass here is made to better communicate with Mingwei. Mingwei lives in the vast ocean and does not accept being kept in captivity. Everyone was surprised. It turned out that they had walked to the depths of the sea without knowing it. It seems that the scale of this laboratory is really incredible. They followed Edel to a platform. This is the top of the glass wall, and the sea water inside is just flush with the glass wall. But they could see that 100 meters away from the platform they were on was still a silent seabed, and looking up, it was still far from the sea level. Their location was like a drawer pulled out from the center of the seabed, and the rest of the seawater seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall 100 meters away, and would not fall. This was an unnatural design, and it was the first time for everyone to see the method of dividing the ocean. Seeing their stunned expressions, Edel couldn't help laughing and said, "This is the communication station that the group of physics lunatics studied for a long time, and made specifically for Mingwei. I don't know its principle. When I saw it for the first time, I was as surprised as you." Qianqin looked at the dark seabed. She couldn't help but wonder, "Teacher Edel, how do you usually call Mingwei?" Speaking of this, Edel opened his mouth and closed it silently. After a long time, he finally said the answer that was a bit cruel to him in the expectant eyes of everyone. "I can call it occasionally when it is nearby, but if it is not in this sea area, I have no way to call it to appear." Lilith couldn't help asking, "In this case, we may not see Mingwei today?" Edel nodded heavily. Lilith's expression collapsed instantly. Although there was no reason to see Mingwei, she couldn't stop the disappointment in her heart. Edel was a little embarrassed. It's not that he had no way to find Mingwei. He could use sonar to send signals in the sea. Mingwei might choose to come back after hearing it, or she might ignore his call. Who said that his war beasts are so unique? Edel opened the terminal. His war beast system has Mingwei's positioning system, which can roughly see where Mingwei is in the sea. He was standing by the stands, and before he turned on the positioning system, someone below shouted, "Master Edel." Edel stopped what he was doing, looked down, and asked, "What's wrong?" There is a swift eagle hovering above the restricted area. It seems to be a blind swift eagle. Do we need to expel it? Qinjiu heard that there were probably not many blind swift eagles in the world, so she quickly said to Edel, "Teacher Edel, it may be." Edel raised his hand and interrupted Qinjiu. He gave Qinjiu a reassuring look and said to the people below, "It's okay, there is no need to expel it. It followed us." The man agreed and left after hearing this. Edel felt more and more that Guangming was much smarter than the average swift eagle. If it weren't for the congenital defect in its eyes, it would definitely be the hottest top beast in the beast control world. However, even if it has a congenital defect, it can't limit its ability. As a reconnaissance beast, its ability can be regarded as top-notch. It can't see the things in front of it, but it always finds the target. I don't know how it can do it. Edel continued his work just now. He turned on Mingyue's positioning system on the terminal to check Mingyue's position. Their attention was on Edel's terminal, and no one noticed the changes in the water. The originally calm water surface gradually rippled slightly, until the waves splashed out of the platform. They looked up. The location information on Edel's terminal finally appeared, and he immediately said, "Mingwei is now." He stared at the red dot on the terminal in disbelief. This location information shows that Mingwei is now here. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge wave rose from the rippling water surface and swept towards them. Everyone exclaimed and stepped back suddenly. But the huge wave came too suddenly, and they could only watch the waves rushing towards them, making a huge noise. Splash! The impact of the huge wave almost made them unable to stand. If Jean Chung hadn't blocked Lilith in front of her, Lilith would have fallen to the ground and been washed away by the water. Qianqin and others had been prepared for it, holding onto the railings on the side tightly, so they were spared from danger, and were not washed away. Edel's exquisite hairstyle was gone. His silver-white hair was wet and stuck to his scalp, and his glasses also slipped off the tip of his nose. He didn't seem to react yet. Lightning and Snow White escaped the fastest. They had already rushed downstairs at high speed when they saw the huge waves, but they still couldn't escape the fate of having their hair soaked by the seawater. The salty seawater penetrated their hair and stuck to their bodies, which was very uncomfortable. Snow White looked at her claws with disdain, angry and helpless. Every time they saw Mingwe, they had to get wet because Mingwe would only splash seawater, and they had to take a bath after getting wet. Just like all cats, they, the swift leopards, don't like water and would not touch water if they could. But Mingwe didn't care. It just wanted to kill every person and beast equally. Lightning, whose hair was also wet, roared towards the horizontal plane. Even if they didn't understand the animal language, it was not difficult for everyone to hear from the tone of its roar that Lightning cursed very dirty. Looking at Mingwe again, it is not the Gale Leopard. It is Mimi. No one present was spared. They wiped the water drops on their faces and looked at each other, their eyes seeing each other's embarrassed appearance. Jin Chung looked around and suddenly froze. He shouted, "Have you seen Qingqiu?" Hearing this, several people looked around. Lightning and Bai Shui were also spinning in circles below, looking for Qingqiu's figure. But after they looked around the whole area, they still didn't find Qingqiu's figure. Gu Zheng, could he have been washed downstairs? Wang Ling shook his head and pointed at Lightning and Bai Shui. You see, they are still looking for him. If Qingqiu was downstairs, they could find him immediately based on his smell. But now? Gu Zheng, maybe the smell of the seawater covered up Qingqiu's smell? Jin Chung also shook his head. It's unlikely. Lilith frowned. Where did Qingqiu go? Qin stared at the shaking water surface in a daze for a long time, and a dangerous idea came into her mind. Her voice was a little trembling. Could it be? Qingqiu was swept into the sea. Chapter 133. After hearing Qin's words, everyone looked towards the deep sea. No living creatures could be seen in the dark ocean. The water surface that had rolled up huge waves was now calm. Only the slightly shaking water waves reminded everyone that what happened just now was not their fantasy. Jin Chung frowned slightly and asked, "Can Qingqiu swim?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. No one knew the answer, not to mention. If you lose your way in the deep sea, even if you can swim, you may not be able to float to the surface. Edel on the side was so anxious that he waved to people all over the world. Hurry up and send a signal to Mingwe. Let it help see if there are any humans falling into the sea. All nearby radars are turned on, quickly. He arranged everything and stood there muttering. This Mingwe is getting more and more excessive. He doesn't know the importance of doing things. He is too playful. As time passed by, after 5 minutes, there was no news, and everyone's hanging hearts fell to the bottom. The limit of holding breath for ordinary humans is almost reached. If Qingqiu is not found after a little longer, Qingqiu will most likely drown. Edel looked at Mingyue's position on the terminal and was puzzled. In the positioning system, the red dot representing Mingyue has always been nearby and has not moved away. It must have received the sonar signal, but it did not respond. In the three-dimensional deep-sea positioning map, Edel found that Mingyue was always swimming towards the surface of the sea. He did not get Mingyue's response, and he did not know the purpose of Mingyue's doing so. He just guessed that Mingyue was in a hurry to send something to the surface of the sea. He was about to go out to see what was going on when an experimenter in work clothes rushed in and shouted to Edel, "Master Edel, Mingyue, it's out of the sea." Edel's pupil shrank suddenly, as expected. Edel immediately returned the same way, not caring how uncomfortable his wet clothes were on his body. Lightning and Snow White had already rushed to the entrance as soon as possible, and the others followed immediately. Lightning and Snow White saw Qingqiu as soon as they left the building. And the annoying Mingyue. They stared at Qingqiu and Mingyue, who were playing, walked to the shore, and sat down silently. Edel and others came late, panting, and looked in the direction of the movement. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Qingqiu was not on the sea, nor on the beach. She was sitting above a column of water that was spraying up from the sea level, and Guangming was also beside her, flapping her big wings and stepping on the water, having a lot of fun. Qingqiu finally regained her consciousness, looking around and analyzing the current situation. She seemed to be washed up into the air by the water column. Qingqiu looked down and found that she was at least 5 or 6 meters above the sea level. She thought, fortunately, she was not afraid of heights, otherwise she would have fainted now. Qingqiu observed carefully and found that there was a huge shadow under the sea level where the water column came from, as if something huge was lurking below. Her intuition told her that the moon was underneath. Knowing that it was the war beast protecting her, Qinjiu's uneasy mood slowly dissipated, and she accepted the slightly weird current situation. Qinjiu saw several people chasing out of the tower, and she waved reluctantly and said, "I'm fine." But she was a little far from the ground, and the light beside her was having fun, chattering, and the sound of the water column mixed together, so they couldn't hear it at all. Edo was the first to react. He looked down along the water column, and saw a light pink island with only a little breathing hole. Edo had basically guessed who the initiator was. He walked to the shore, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, "Mingwei! Stop!" Mingwei, who was underwater, heard Edo's voice, and controlled the water column to slowly weaken, and Qinjiu also slowly fell down. Mingwei was the most mischievous among Edo's war beasts. Even lightning was inferior to it. I don't know if it's because he has been in the sea for many years, and has no friends. Mingwei likes to use teasing to get the attention of others, and he always thinks this behavior is correct. In the past, Edo would tolerate it getting wet, but now it is a matter of students' lives, he has to pay attention. Edo was so angry that he was shaking. He really wanted to knock Mingyue's head open to see what was inside. Everyone could see that Edo was really angry. Even Lightning and Snow White quietly retreated behind Edo to prevent being accidentally injured by Edo's anger. Edo cursed, "Mingwei, how old are you? Is this a joke? Who taught you to play like this? What if something unexpected happens?" The water column slowly weakened, and the light pink island floated up, revealing its original appearance. Mingwei slowly approached the shore, and as it floated, a small waterfall appeared around it. Its body emerged from the water, blocking the sun, leaving a huge shadow on the beach. Everyone looked up, and was shocked by Mingyue's size. Only half of Mingyue's body was exposed above the sea, but there was already a sense of oppression like a small mountain. Mingyue's skin was different from the color of ordinary whales. Its back was light pink, and it was white from the mouth to the belly. If you exclude its huge body, it looks very cute. Its body floated to the surface, and Qinjiu had already sat on Mingyue's back. Mingyue's skin was smooth, and Qinjiu couldn't find a place to hold on. She slid down along the line of Mingyue's back. Jin Chung, who was standing below, was the first to react and immediately ran forward to Qinjiu's landing. He didn't care about the seawater that covered his ankles, and opened his arms to welcome Qinjiu, who fell. Qinjiu almost fell into Jin Cheng's arms. She was still scared. If Jin Chung hadn't reacted quickly, she might have had a close contact with the sand. Although she wouldn't die, she would inevitably get hurt. Qinjiu left his arms and said, "Thank you." Jin Chung let go of his hand, and stepped back a few steps. He looked at Mingwei, who was listening to Edo's teachings, and asked, "How did you get together with it?" Qinjiu sighed and looked at Mingwei with a complicated expression. Just now, when she heard the sound of waves coming from the bottom of the sea in the building, she subconsciously looked back. After just one glance, she was swallowed up by the huge waves. The moment she fell into the water, Qinjiu thought she was finished. The sea water rushed into her nose and mouth, and she almost suffocated. Then, in her blurred vision, a huge monster appeared. As it approached, the surrounding water flow also became faster. Before she had time to be afraid, the giant had swam behind her. A thrust suddenly came from her back, and the sea water ruthlessly swept across her face. The next moment Qinjiu found that she had left the water. She had just taken a breath and hadn't adjusted herself when she suddenly felt weightless. The scene in front of her changed several times, and she realized that she was sprayed into the sky by Mingyue's water column. Guangming also appeared beside her inexplicably, and played with water by stepping on the water column. She told everyone all her experiences in just a few minutes, and everyone was sweating for her thrilling experience. Chapter 134. Fortunately, Mingwei sent her back in time. If she drowned in the sea, it would be fatal. Everyone was thinking that Mingwei was trying to play a prank by splashing water on them, but accidentally used too much force and dragged Qinjiu in. Only Qinjiu felt that Mingwei was not careless, but wanted to drag her into the water from the beginning. But it was not malicious, it might just want to play with her. Lilith looked at Qinjiu from the side and felt emotional. It was also fortunate that it was Qinjiu who fell into the water. After all, Qinjiu had a strong insensitivity to certain things. It was obviously a matter of life and death, but Qinjiu now acted like nothing happened. Mingwei, who was almost 3 stories high, looked like a child who had done something wrong under Edo's rebuke. It cast a look of help to Qinjiu. Qinjiu adheres to the principle of spoiling war beasts, and takes the initiative to approach Edo to plead for Mingwei. "Teacher Edo, don't scold it, it's just a little naughty, I'm fine." Edo was angry, and now seeing Qingjio still defending Mingwei, his anger was transferred to Qingjio. Edel faced Qingjio with a bad tone. I'm not saying you, Qingjio. Sometimes war beasts can't be spoiled without limits. Look at what it did. It's okay to splash water, but it almost left you in the sea. How can I explain to your dean? You should cherish your life too. Although Qingjio did not calm Edel's anger, he diverted his attention from Mingwei, which was also a way to excuse Mingwei. So she lowered her eyes and stood upright, humbly accepting Edel's education. But Lightning and Snow on the side were not happy. They walked up from behind Edel, stood on Qingjio's left and right, staring at Edel fiercely. Edel had been with them for decades, and they could communicate with just a glance. They were threatening him not to scold Qingjio. Edel rarely backed down, and scolded them together. Why, you didn't come out when I scolded Mingwei just now, and now you come out to scold me, right? You too, are you lawless because I usually pamper you, right? Lightning and Snow White, who were originally arrogant, drooped their ears instantly, and like Qingjio, they lowered their heads and listened to Edel's scolding silently. Edel would not be really angry even if they demolished Edel's office, so he was unscrupulous. But this time, they clearly felt that Edel was really angry. Lightning and Snow White used to look like they were fearless and undisciplined, but if Edel was really angry, they would also be afraid. Mingwei, who was standing aside, saw that Edel had forgotten about herself, and she slowly moved her body backwards and sank into the sea bit by bit. Everyone watched the giant sinking from the side. Sometimes Mingwei found that she was making too much noise, and the waves around her made a slight sound. She would stop immediately, wait until the waves calmed down, and then sink down little by little. Several people witnessed the whole process, looked at each other, and saw the smile in each other's eyes. How could such a big whale be so stealthy? Just when Mingwei thought she was ready to hide beautifully, Edel, who was furious, didn't even look at her and called out, Mingwei. Mingwei stopped moving, and looked at Edel with two eyes still exposed above the water. After Edel finished dealing with Qingjio, Lightning and Bai Shui, his mood recovered a little, but he was still scared when he thought of the thrilling scene just now. He turned to look at Mingwei and said, Don't drag people into the sea in the future, do you hear me? Mingwei didn't nod like Lightning and Bai Shui, but sprayed a small water column from her breathing hole to show that she understood. When Guangming heard the sound of the water column, he flew to Mingwei's breathing hole to play with water. Seeing that it seemed to like playing with water columns, Mingwei sprayed water columns for it, and Guangming had a lot of fun playing on it. Seeing this, everyone had to sigh that Guangming, like its master, sometimes had super insensitivity. Mingwei under Guangming's feed changed the trick and made a high and low water column for Guangming, obviously playing with Guangming. Everyone, The last moment, he was still being scolded, and the next moment, he was playing again. Could it be that war beasts generally have super insensitivity? Edel said two more words to Qingjio, and his anger was basically gone. The few people who were very curious about Mingwei finally had the opportunity to come over and interrupt. Jean Chung was the first to ask, Teacher Edel, we said in class that the reason why the Gobi whale is called the Gobi whale is because its tail is very similar to that of a phoenix, but we haven't seen the real thing yet. Can we take a look? Edel was naturally not stingy in front of his proud students. He said to Mingwei, Come, let them see. Mingwei thought for a moment, and sank into the sea. Thinking of seeing the Gobi whale for the first time, several people were a little excited. Lilith asked, Teacher Edel, can we take pictures? Edel nodded. You can take pictures of the sea, but don't take pictures of the buildings. Hearing this, Jean Chung immediately asked, Can you live broadcast it? Edel glanced at him, and Jean Chung felt a chill on his back, and suddenly regretted asking this question. But Edel said calmly, Yes, but you still can't take pictures of buildings. Jean Chang's health was full instantly. He opened the title of the live broadcast room and changed it to, No way, is there anyone who hasn't seen the Pteranodon? As soon as he started broadcasting, the number of people in the live broadcast room rose sharply. Look at this title, it's that flavor, our Jean Chung is finally back. Brother, I always felt that your live broadcast after you just resumed a while ago was a little lacking, now I know. You were too shy before, and didn't treat us as brothers. But is it really good to use the Pteranodon as a title to attract traffic? There are only 3 active Pteranodons. Where can you find Pteranodons? Yes, I'm afraid you will be banned for false propaganda. Brother, change the title. No! It's not easy to see me do something. Wait, did I see the official account of the War Beast Management Bureau come in just now? No, I didn't find it among the audience. It came in, and then it left immediately. Maybe I opened the wrong account to enter. Ha ha ha, it's over, You actually succeeded in attracting traffic. Jean Chung, don't worry, you can take the blame yourself. Why do you all say it's a prank? Am I the only one who came in to seriously want to see the stork? The above, stork whales are elusive, and their owners may not be able to find them. Where can Jean Chung turn one out for you to see? Raise your hand silently, I actually believe it. After all, the golden winged eagle's attraction was real, and didn't Master Adele have a stork whale? Yeah, I'm serious too. Don't be pessimistic at the beginning, maybe it's true? It's true that I live-streamed washing my hair upside down without the help of any equipment. Took a screenshot, don't cancel the account when you can't afford it. TSK, I'm not afraid. Seeing that the popularity of the live broadcast room has been brought up, Jean Chung turned his back to the sea with satisfaction, and then turned on the camera to take a picture of himself. Hello everyone. Chapter 135. Wow, it's really at the beach. You acted so well. You actually went to the beach to livestream. Hey brother, why are your clothes wet? Jean Chung selectively answered the barrage. Oh, it was wet by the goby. Hearing this, the barrage flew again. To attract traffic, you have done this, brother. Even if you didn't see the goby, I think you have succeeded. You are better at acting than some small stars. Have you ever thought about changing your career? Stop being a beast master and join the entertainment industry. Reconsider, don't waste your identity and your pretty face. The netizens were still watching the fun. Mingwei had already swam to the sea not far away and swung his tail in their direction. Jean Chung didn't know Mingyue's actions behind him, nor did he know what was going to happen next. He was still interacting with the live broadcast room. Jean Chung, today I promise to let you see a real goby whale, no lie. When have you ever seen me lie? Ah. It is not known whether Mingwei did it on purpose. It swung its tail, and then fell hard, hitting the sea level heavily, splashing huge waves several meters high. Although Mingyue's position was still some distance away from the beach where they were now, the remaining waves were enough to bring them a rain of spray. Jean Chung was closest to the beach, and was the first to be soaked. The moment the others saw Mingwei swung her tail, they followed Adele's call and evacuated early. The experience by Shui even went directly through Qinjiu's crotch. Qinjiu had not reacted yet, and the world was spinning in front of her eyes. When her vision stabilized, she found that she was lying on Bai Shui's body. She was afraid that she would fall, so she immediately hugged Bai Shui's body. Bai Shui carried Qinjiu on her back, and lightning followed beside it, leaving the coastline at a high speed. Seeing this, Adele ran and cursed the two war beasts for being ungrateful and not even wanting their master. At this moment, Lightning looked back at Adele on the way of escape and made a face at him. Adele, forget it, why be angry with them? It's not the first day. The few people finally left the range of the waves, and Adele and Gu Zheng, who ran a little slower, got their trouser legs soaked. The others barely avoided Mingyue's water wave attack. They all looked back and saw that Jean Chung was still standing in the same position without moving. His golden hair was soaked again, and this time it was even more embarrassed than before. Because the sea water attacked him from behind, the hair that had been obediently crawling on his back was thrown forward, covering half of his face, leaving only his nose exposed. He was dripping with water all over his body. If it weren't for his blonde hair, it would be hard not to suspect that he was not a water ghost who crawled out of the sea. He stood there silently, and the bullet screen in the live broadcast room also stopped strangely. After a long time, the bullet screen regained its vitality and kept firing like a machine gun. Ha ha, look at Jean Cheng's appearance, is he drenched? This year's best water ghost cosplay, I suggest to give it to Jean Chung. Brother, why are you still not moving? Are you really stupid? I found out, brother, you are a funny style. I feel sorry for myself who fell in love with you because of your appearance. Wait. Stop laughing. Did you see the big tail in the sea just now? I saw it. I took a screenshot. I sent it to you. After that person sent the photo, everyone concentrated on observing the picture that was magnified several times. In the photo, a pink tail suddenly appeared on the blue sea, which looked like a whale's tail. But after careful observation, it was found that it was a little different from an ordinary whale's tail. When the tail was exposed to the sea, there were several long, dart-like structures symmetrically on both sides, and you could even vaguely see the flames attached to it. It was both weird and beautiful. I think. Although our brother Chung took the funny route, he really didn't lie to divert attention. Cocktail whale? It's a real cocktail whale. There's a diagram in the textbook, but I have never seen the real thing. But my intuition tells me that this is the tail of a cocktail whale. It's so beautiful, I want to use it as my avatar. It's so rare, it must bring good luck. So does anyone know where this cocktail whale came from? I don't know. Looking at Jean Cheng's background, there is no reference, and I can't tell where it is. The IP address of Jean Cheng's live broadcast room is still on Shirong Star, which means he is still on Shirong Star. There are hornets on Shirong Star? How come I didn't know about it after living here for more than 20 years? If it is Shirong's hornets, then I can only think of one person. Master Edel. It must be Master Edel's Mingwei. I envy Xinhuang's students so much. I can't stand it. I want to drop out and retake the exam and go to Xinhuang next year. Whose school is the upstairs student from? I'm going to report you for having ulterior motives. Don't talk about him. Don't you envy him? I've seen through his tricks. He just wants you all to give up, giving him a chance to take advantage of the situation and reduce his competitors. He wants to take the Xinhuang exam himself. Don't expose him. Ah! Jean Cheng made a move. Everyone in the live broadcast room is looking forward to Jean Cheng's next move, to show them more of the hornets. But the next moment, the live broadcast room screen turned black, and a few big words appeared on it. The anchor is digging coal. Please wait patiently. Jean Cheng was caught off guard and went off the air. The live broadcast of less than 10 minutes occupied the top few hot searches. Jean Cheng looked at the jumping hot searches with a complicated expression. He silently pushed the hair on his face away and left one footprint after another on the wet sand. Everyone looked at him approaching with different expressions. Edda looked stern, but his trembling lips and tightly stretched facial muscles were all announcing his forbearance. Wang Ling was also trying to suppress the corners of his mouth and try to stay calm. Qin Zhou's eyebrows were curved, and he smiled and observed Jean Cheng. Lilith and Gu Zheng couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. Gu Zheng, ha ha ha. Jean Cheng, there's a starfish on your head. Is it a new fashion item? Lilith, Jean Cheng, if you like crabs, I can treat you to some. You don't have to go to the sea to catch them yourself. Jean Cheng's face darkened. He raised his hand to grab the starfish on his head and threw it hard on the sand. Then he bent down to grab the crab that was clamping his trouser leg. The crab waved its other big claws, and Jean Cheng almost got his hand clamped. He shrank, and after a long stalemate with it, he finally pulled it off and let it go. Jean Cheng looked at the few people silently, with a somewhat aggrieved tone. Why didn't you ask me to go with you? Chapter 136. Lilith calmed down, wiped the tears from her eyes, and replied, You are live streaming. Interrupting your live streaming will ruin your popularity. And you did take a photo of a goby. Everyone is very excited. Jean Cheng pouted when he heard Lilith's answer, and walked to Lilith's side in small steps, as if trying to comfort himself, looking like a little resentful husband. At this time, Mingwei swam back from a distance, revealing only her pink upper body, secretly observing the situation here at the seaside. Qinjiu, who was sitting on Bai Shui, patted Bai Shui's back. Bai Shui understood what Qinjiu meant, leaned down, and let Qinjiu land steadily. Edel's eyes fell on Qinjiu, and he couldn't help feeling a little sour in his nose. He had never ridden Snow White before. Qinjiu treated her so well. He was not envious at all. Really? Qinjiu walked back to the shore on the wet sand. She looked up at the moon that blocked out the sun, and silently reached out to touch the moon's skin. Its skin was slightly cool, delicate and elastic, and felt very comfortable. It was the first time Qinjiu encountered a whale, and felt very novel. Mingwei was large and would not change its posture easily, fearing that it would hurt others, so it rarely responded with actions. But it felt Qinjiu's touch, and was very happy, spraying small water jets through its breathing holes to express its joy. Snow White and Lightning also came to Qinjiu's side. Snow White arched her head against Qinjiu's waist to attract her attention. Lightning leaned over and growled, as if threatening Mingwei and warning it not to compete for favor. Mingwei only looked at it with one eye, waved its flippers, and splashed water on it. Before Lightning could leave, he was soaked again. Lightning stood there for a moment, then cursed angrily, as if he wanted to pounce on Mingwei and fight to the death. Qinjiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, stop fighting. Mingwei can't splash water. And you, Lightning? Don't curse Mingwei anymore. The two beasts understood Qinjiu's persuasion and temporarily stopped fighting. Lightning walked to the other side of Qinjiu angrily, and arched his head towards Qinjiu's waist. Qinjiu's waist was tickled by the two of them, so he took back his hands and stroked their heads one by one. The two swift leopards were happy, and now it was Mingyu's turn to be jealous. The breathing hole on its head spewed out gas several times in a short and powerful manner, and its body swayed slightly. Qinjiu thought it was unwell, and looked at Mingwei with a little worry. Are you unwell? Do you want to find a doctor for you? Shoo. Mingwei answered Qinjiu with the sound of the breath hole. Qinjiu seemed to understand what Mingwei meant. It was saying that it was fine. Qinjiu breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to touch its skin. In the building, the chief of the medical team used the camera on the top of the tower to witness everything that happened on the beach. She walked out of the tower leisurely and walked towards the crowd. Her fluffy big wavy hair fluttered gently with the sea breeze, and her eyes under the frameless glasses were deep and intellectual. She put her hands in her pockets, her body was straight, and after putting on a white coat, she looked cold and refined. She walked towards Edel and stood beside him. They look more like your students' war beasts. Edel sniffed and looked at the woman coldly. Shen Jinglan, don't provoke me anymore. Shen Jinglan chuckled disdainfully. Just right, let your students help persuade them to cooperate with the inspection. After saying that, she returned to the building without looking back. It was not the first time that Edel had been with Shen Jinglan, but her cold and choking personality always irritated Edel. Edel was helpless. Maybe geniuses are just like this, disdainful of mortals? In fact, Shen Jinglan was not like this before. Although she was not lively, she was definitely not as cold as she is now. When they worked together before, Edel often noticed her figure in different department gatherings. Because the two had similar abilities and a special relationship, they were also called the beast-controlling twin swords. Unfortunately, if her war beast had not died in the tiger-killing operation, she could only turn to other departments, and her achievements might not have made her inferior. After returning from that mission, Shen Jinglan disappeared for a while. When I saw her again, she had become this cold and rational look. Edel had looked for Shen Jinglan. He was worried that Shen Jinglan would be unable to let go and follow her war beast. The good news was that she didn't, but the bad news was that she had changed, and Edel almost didn't recognize her. Edel didn't know whether her change was good or bad. However, it was good enough that she could return to normal life, and she didn't dare to ask for too much. Edel told Qinjiu about Shen Jinglan's proposal, and Qinjiu turned around and asked the war beasts if they could cooperate well. The three war beasts stood side by side in front of Qinjiu, and suddenly united. Qinjiu chuckled, and she kissed each beast, and the three war beasts agreed. Qinjiu walked back, and Wang Ling came up to him and handed him a dry towel. Wipe it off, it's easy to catch a cold. Qinjiu took the towel, thank you. Lightning and Snow White followed Qinjiu and walked into the medical room. Mingwei had to swim to the indoor platform by herself. At this time, Shen Jinglan had tied her hair and prepared all the utensils to sit in the medical room. She looked indifferent and professional, which made the voices of other people's conversations much weaker. Shen Jinglan commanded, sit down and draw blood. Lightning and Snow White sat down together, and Shen Jinglan looked at Qinjiu. Let them put their front paws on the blood collection table. Shen Jinglan didn't say a word of nonsense, and the serious atmosphere made everyone dare not breathe, silently watching the chief medical officer work. Qinjiu gave Lightning and Snow White a look, and the two beasts consciously put their paws on the blood collection table. Shen Jinglan turned on the blood drawer, and the cross light of the machine fell on the paws of the two beasts, and the positions of their blood vessels appeared on the light screen. After the system automatically selected a blood vessel, the automatic blood drawer extended the needle and pierced their claws. This pain was almost negligible for the war beasts, but the two war beasts would not miss any opportunity to act like spoiled brats. They looked at Qinjiu eagerly, their eyes full of, "It hurts, come and comfort me." Qinjiu walked between the two beasts, stroking their heads at the same time to soothe their emotions. Shen Jinglan's expression was indifferent, unlike all the other people who saw Qinjiu interacting with the war beasts for the first time. It seemed that she was completely uninterested in the war beasts' unusual closeness to humans. She finished her work in a businesslike manner, looking at the two beasts and one person who were still sticking to each other, without much emotion in her eyes. She suddenly said in a stiff and cold tone, "Don't invest too much emotion in the war beasts. You will be separated one day, and then you will only be hurt." Chapter 137. Qinjiu met her cold eyes, and after a while, he chuckled and said, "Thank you for the advice, but I think no one can guess what will happen tomorrow. If we are destined to be separated in the end, I will enjoy the time with them." Shen Jinglan's originally calm eyes flashed a trace of hesitation. She said nothing more and walked away in high heels. She passed in front of Edel, bringing a breeze. The air was filled with a faint scent of gardenia, which penetrated into Edel's nose. Edel's eyes followed Shen Jinglan's back as she left. He was silent for a moment, raised his feet, and walked in the direction Shen Jinglan left. At Edel's instruction, The staff in the laboratory prepared clothes for Qin Jiao and others to change clothes, and took them to change clothes. Adele followed Shen Jinglan's steps to her office. Shen Jinglan crossed her long legs and slid her white and slender fingers on the light screen. Adele appeared at the door of her office. She only raised her eyes slightly, then retracted her gaze and focused on her light screen. She told Adele in an emotionless voice, "I will take them for routine examinations tomorrow to test whether their mental strength is damaged. The center has reserved a few places. You can ask your student's war beast to come for examination." Adele did not respond. He just looked at Shen Jinglan steadily. After a long time, he asked, "How is it in the medical center now?" Shen Jinglan did not raise her head. "It's okay." "What's the matter?" Adele hesitated for a moment and said carefully, "How have you been recently?" Shen Jinglan turned off the light screen and met Adele's eyes. A mocking arc appeared at the corner of her mouth and asked, "Who are you to say this?" Adele was speechless. Shen Jinglan slowly spoke while looking at Adele, as Adele's Beastmaster, or... She picked up an electronic pen on the table and played with it in her palm, and continued to ask, "As my fiancé?" Adele opened his mouth, but finally just sighed and answered her previous question. "I may arrange 3 to 5 war beasts to come for inspection. You can have someone prepare them." Shen Jinglan returned to a cold expression and replied, "Okay." Adele walked away slowly with heavier steps than when he came. Shen Jinglan's reaction was within his expectations. He thought he had let Shen Jinglan down. He and Shen Jinglan were brothers and sisters from the same school. They had similar abilities, and were at the age of being unruly. They had to compete with each other every time they went on a mission. Outsiders also liked to bet on the two of them, to see who could achieve better results in the mission. Neither of them was the type to show off their emotions. They competed secretly with each other, and they fell in love over time. Adele pursued Shen Jinglan first, and they spent a happy time together after they got together. Later, they even confirmed the details of the wedding and planned to spend the rest of their lives together. But everything changed after Shen Jinglan's mission team was almost wiped out, and Shen Jinglan's war beast also died in this battle. Originally, Adele should have been with Shen Jinglan at this time, but the mission was urgent at the time, so he chose to put the mission first and left Shen Jinglan alone to face the darkest time. When he came back, Shen Jinglan disappeared. A month later, Shen Jinglan came back. She chose to change her position, and the whole person became more withdrawn and cold. She used her advantages of being smart and capable to climb up to the position of chief physician step by step. When Adele met her again, their relationship was back to zero. But Adele was a coward this time. He didn't dare to ask for Shen Jinglan's forgiveness, and communicated with her in the way Shen Jinglan wanted. He couldn't fall in love with another person anymore. Shen Jinglan had occupied all the places in his heart. He has been single until now, and there has never been a second woman around him. Maybe they did nothing wrong, but they were just wrong in the play of time and fate. When Adele returned to the hall, he saw the students who had changed their clothes and were playing outside. He thought, if they could stay safe and keep their current happiness. After Qin Jiao helped Mingwei cooperate with the inspection on the platform, several people returned to school by the same route. Before leaving, Adele had already selected the war beasts that occupied the free physical examination quota: Guangming, Qiuqiu, and Hurricane. It's not that he has selfish motives for the 3 members of the student union. He made the choice after weighing the pros and cons. Guangming was born with a disability, so he could consider whether he could be equipped with an electronic eye. Qiuqiu had fought with the alien beast and needed to monitor his physical condition regularly. And Hurricane, as the first war beast in history to be bewitched, needed a comprehensive checkup. As soon as they returned to Xinhuang, the students majoring in beast control were eagerly blocking the door. When they saw Qin Jiao and the others get off the car, they swarmed in. "Jin Cheng, is the war beast you just photographed Mingwei?" Jin Cheng nodded. "Yes, it is Mingwei." There was a small commotion in the crowd, and one of the girl's eyes lit up. "Did you touch it? Do you know that the scorpion whale is a symbol of love? I heard that if you can see the scorpion whale with the person you like, they can receive the blessing of the scorpion whale. You can be happy in the future." Jin Cheng was stunned when he heard this. His eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept over Lilith's back. He looked puzzled. "Really? Why haven't I heard of it? Those are all urban rumors. The version I heard is that people who see the horned whale can get rich and have good fortune in the future." Now it was Qin Jiao's turn to smile. She was very satisfied with this statement. After all, she not only saw the horned whale, but also touched its body. Good fortune will definitely come. The crowd did not stay at the door for too long. After getting the gossip about the horned whale that they wanted to know, they quickly let them go. At the same time, Lightning and Snow White also wanted to leave. They sneakily wanted to blend into the crowd leaving. But because their appearance was too conspicuous, and no one dared to get too close to them, their plan failed, and they were caught by Chinchio. Lightning, Snow White, where do you want to go? Lightning and Snow White stopped their sneaky steps at the same time, looked back at Chinchio, and their eyes revealed innocent looks. Their thoughts were too easy to guess. Chinchio was smiling, but the smile looked a little creepy. After soaking in the seawater, where else do you want to run to? Lightning and Snow White looked at each other and ran away. Chinchio chased from behind. How could Chinchio outrun Lightning and Snow White? The two beasts were about to disappear from her sight. An eagle cry came from behind Chinchio. Chinchio looked up, and saw a black shadow under the sun moving like an arrow in the direction where Lightning and Snow White disappeared. Chinchio quickened his pace, and finally found Lightning and Snow White in the grove outside the 3 teaching buildings. Lightning and Snow White sat in place. The light in front of them flapped its big wings, chirped at Lightning twice, and then turned around and slapped Snow White twice. Lightning and Snow White lowered their heads, as if they were patiently listening to Lightning's teachings. Chinchio, who witnessed this scene, said, ? When did her light become the Dean of War Beasts? Chapter 138. Becoming the Dean of Teaching was a lie, but Lightning and Snow White were giving in to him. Guangming was actively persuading the two beasts to go with him to wash off the salty smell of the seawater. Lightning and Snow White were helpless. They didn't like playing in the water like Guangming did. They were war beasts that didn't like water. But they also understood that they had to rinse clean after being soaked in seawater, otherwise their hair would deteriorate, and they might even lose their hair. Snow White struggled for a while for her beauty, and then she gave up. Lightning considered that Chinchio might not like her stinky self, and if her hair fell off, Chinchio would not like to touch her anymore. So the final result was that the 3 war beasts were carried back to the pet care shop by Chinchio. The pet care shop is now in trial operation. On the first floor, there are several kittens playing with the pet mecha made by Gu Zheng, and Xia Xiaolan is communicating with their owners. Seeing Chinchio coming back, Xia Xiaolan waved to her, and the customers in the shop turned back one after another. When they saw 2 swift leopards appear at the door of the store, the customers hid behind Xia Xiaolan. One of the familiar female customers knew that they had war beast services, but she couldn't help being surprised when she actually saw it. Your store is really bold, you can even wash war beasts. Xia Xiaolan smiled and said, it is also thanks to everyone's demand that we can start business. Don't worry, the war beast service area is on the 2nd floor, and we won't run into it. Sure enough, after Chinchio and Xia Xiaolan greeted each other, they went up to the 2nd floor from the stairs opened on the side. The 2nd floor was decorated and arranged but not officially put into use, and the 3 of them were the first batch of customers. Chinchio started to fill the bathing pool in front of her, which was the size of a swimming pool. She walked past the toiletries area, pointed at the consumables on the cabinet, and said to the 3 war beasts, pick one you like. The 3 war beasts smelled the bottles one by one. At this time, Edo, who believed that Chinchio would definitely take Lightning and Snow White to take a bath, was coming with several people from the War Beast Management Bureau. The best place to bathe the 2 war beasts is undoubtedly the newly opened pet care store. Liz saw the big words pet care and looked at Edel in confusion. What did you bring us here for? Edel, don't you want to study how to get along with war beasts? This is the best place. List had heard of the reputation of Xinhuang's pet care major, and knew that they were about to start a pet care business in Xinhuang. Lightning was pulled out by Chinchio for a promotional event not long ago, and Edel told them that Chinchio would start a war beast care business. They came for this reason too. Every animal lover hopes that their war beasts can live clean and comfortably. But most war beasts do not accept humans cleaning their bodies, and the result of forcing them can only be a lose-lose situation. And there are also war beasts that have skin diseases because they have not taken a bath for too long, and they are unwilling to cooperate with treatment, causing the disease to become more and more serious. They just want to come here to learn how Chinchio and the war beasts get along, and see if they can learn how to deal with the war beasts. But from their recent observations, this is something that only Chinchio can do, and there is little point in their learning. Although there is no way to learn, they can poach. After all, Chinchio is not qualified to join the beast-taming army, but their War Beast Management Bureau does not have so many restrictions. As long as they are talented, they will be included. After listening to Edel's words, they looked inside and found that there were only a few cats taking a bath inside, which had nothing to do with war beasts. They were inevitably disappointed. Edel did not ignore the disappointment in their eyes. He believed that Qingjiu would definitely bring lightning and Snow White. He opened the door, and Xia Xiaolin, who was sitting at the front desk, saw Edel and smiled in surprise. "Teacher Edel, how did you come?" "Edel, has Qingjiu been here?" Xia Xiaolin nodded and pointed upwards. "On the second floor, Lightning, Snow White and Guangming are all here." Edel looked clear and took Lister and others up the stairs to the second floor. Qingjiu was not alone on the second floor. She had just found a lady to come up and work for her. Thinking that there would be other war beasts to serve in the future, Elaide was also happy to be ordered by Qingjiu. Lightning, Snow White, and Guangming were soaking in the pool at this time, and the water in the pool turned gray. The main sources of the dust were Lightning and Snow White. Guangming was a clean child. Even if Qingjiu didn't bathe him, he would fly to the stream to wash himself. Guangming couldn't see, but his sense of smell was very sensitive. He clearly sensed that the water in the pool was getting dirty. He immediately flew up and stood by the pool, chirping and complaining. Lightning and Snow White in the pool lowered their heads at the same time, as if they were a little embarrassed by Guangming's scolding. Elaide had already prepared bath balls and other items and stood by. Qingjiu asked Lightning and Snow White to lie down, and he and Elaide went in together, each brushing one. Because he had been with Elaide and the others for some time, Lightning's attitude towards them was not flattering, but he did not show disgust or avoidance. Elaide tentatively poured some shower gel on Lightning's body. Lightning looked up at him, and then turned his head to look at Qingjiu. Elaide found that it did not resist, so he started to brush it directly. Lightning gradually felt the joy of bathing in Elaide's professional technique. He gurgled in his throat, and squinted his eyes with an enjoyable look. It yawned loudly, and felt drowsy. Bai Shui's situation was no different from Lightning's. The two siblings cooperated very well. Edel and his companions who had just come up looked at the situation inside. List asked Edel, "Who is that boy?" "Edel, he is also a student of pet care," named Elaide. Yi Qingshu saw Lightning raising his hand very cooperatively, and he was surprised. "I always thought that only Qingjiu could take a bath with a war beast, but other people can do it too." Edel seemed calmer. "Maybe it's because Qingjiu is inside that Lightning is obedient?" Yi Qingshu, although this possibility cannot be ruled out, Qingjiu can train other people to take care of the war beast. Taking a shower, this is already a very scary thing. List liked Qingjiu more and more, and he said, "Let this little girl come to work in our War Beast Management Bureau in the future." "Edel, the little girl can do whatever she wants. Why do you, an old man, interfere?" Before List could refute, Yi Qingshu had already started to snatch people. "I think our department is very suitable. I will leave a good position for Qingjiu." List was dissatisfied. "Why go to your clerical department? Talents must stay in the War Beast Planning Department." Several people around him were also dissatisfied, and they all started to snatch people. "I think it's best for her to come to our propaganda department. She can bring her war beast with her to promote." "Bring a war beast to promote what? Should we adopt a war beast for promotion? It's unrealistic. It's definitely best for her to come to our cultivation department. You're just taking a talented person to be a nanny? To raise a little war beast for you? Is this appropriate? Why is it inappropriate? If she can cultivate an obedient war beast, it will be a blessing for the entire galaxy." Several people were arguing at the door, and they started to get angry, their faces flushed, and the more they argued, the louder they got. The two people, who had been attracted early in the morning, looked at the situation outside the door and kept silent. After a long time, Elaide asked Qingjiu, "Which department do you plan to join?" Qingjiu, Qingjiu, I don't plan to go to the War Beast Management Bureau. Chapter 139. Edel outside the door ignored their quarrel, looked away from them, and looked at the two people inside. When he found that Qingjiu and Elaide had been paying attention to the situation outside, he deliberately coughed to attract the attention of several people. When several people heard the sound that Edel deliberately made, they all stopped quarreling tacitly. They all looked at Edel, and Edel gave them a wink, indicating that they should look inside. The eyes of several people followed Edel's line of sight, and looked inside, and happened to meet the eyes of Qingjiu and Elaide. They all showed a kind smile. However, this smile had a different meaning in Qingjiu's eyes. Since they had been discovered, it was not good to hide anymore. Edel took the lead to open the door and go in. Qingjiu and Elaide were about to stand up and say hello to Edel, but Edel raised his hand to indicate that they should continue to do their own things. Edel saw that Snow White and Lightning had completely relaxed their guard and were enjoying themselves in the bath. He silently turned on the camera under everyone's gaze, and took beautiful pictures of his war beasts bathing in all directions. Liszt, who witnessed the whole process, twitched his mouth slightly. He really couldn't understand how Edel could treat his war beasts as if they were meeting for the first time for 30 years, and always keep them fresh. To a certain extent, Edel might really be a big love brain. Liszt withdrew his gaze from him and turned to look at Chinchio, with a gentle tone. "Hello Chinchio, my name is Liszt, we have met before." Chinchio nodded. "Hello." Of course, she remembered this man she met in the mall, and Chinchio also had some impression of the few people following him. But at that time, she didn't know that the other party was actually a senior member of the War Beast administration. Lightning dozed off on the side, staring at the few people with his narrowed eyes, always on guard against these little old men. It must be said that these little old men were completely a mobile black material library for him and by Shui. Lightning was afraid that they would suddenly say bad things about him in front of Chinchio and discredit his image. Lister had a kind face and began to enter the process of speech. "Chinchio, I heard from Edel that you don't want to switch to the Beast Control Major." Chinchio nodded. Lister asked again, "Zizit said that he talked to you, and you don't want to go to the Beast Control Army?" Chinchio nodded again. Lister's smile deepened. All competitors had been excluded by him. He did not hesitate to open his mouth and throw an olive branch to Chinchio. "In that case, come to our War Beast administration. You can go to any department you want." The few people who were just arguing fell silent and waited attentively for Chinchio's answer. They all hoped that their department would be named by Chinchio. But Chinchio gave her answer immediately without thinking. "Sorry, I haven't considered going to the War Beast Management Bureau either." Liszt's smile froze for a moment, and he said in a gentle and persuasive way, "You can think about it first. Don't be so anxious to answer me. After all, you are still a freshman, and there are still 4 years for you to consider. If you have any salary and benefits requirements, you can just raise them, and we will try our best to meet your wishes." Chinchio was silent for a moment, and did not directly refuse. "Okay, I will consider it." Although he did not get the answer he wanted, he was relieved to hear that Chinchio would consider it. At least, he was not rejected directly like Zizite. He looked at Alade again and repeated the same words. "Young man, what about you? Are you interested in joining the War Beast administration?" Alade slowly turned his head and secretly glanced at Chinchio. He chuckled and shook his head. He was a student majoring in pet care. He was favored by the War Beast administration because of Chinchio. Chinchio had no intention of going to the War Beast administration, and he certainly would not accept their olive branch. After all, if it weren't for Chinchio, none of them could get close to the War Beasts. He still knew himself. Lister's face was really a little embarrassed at this time. It was the first time he was rejected by 2 people at the same time. How many people wanted to work in the War Beast administration, but Edel's students were as stubborn as him. He gave Edel a fierce look. Edel, who was taking pictures, "What's wrong? Is the air conditioner too cold? Why do I feel a little cold on my back? Never mind. Let's take a few more photos." But Lister really didn't want to let go of the talent. He thought for a moment, and thought of a compromise. He asked, "Chinchio, do you still need free labor here?" Chinchio looked at him in confusion. "We have no plan to recruit workers." Lister analyzed for Chinchio. "Think about it, your place is so big, and there are so many war beasts in the school, you must be too busy. You are serving the war beasts, and our War Beast Management Bureau should make some response. How about this? Our War Beast Management Bureau will dispatch labor for you for free. You keep the money, and they will let you command." The 2 were stunned when they heard this, and they looked at each other silently. Eliade was shocked. What kind of pie in the sky was this? The people from the War Beast Administration Bureau were working for them, but Chinchio saw through Liszt's idea. How could this be free labor for them? He wanted to send people to learn and wanted Chinchio to give free guidance. Chinchio stopped what he was doing. Bai Shui looked up and saw that Chinchio did not continue to massage it. It showed a puzzled look. Chinchio washed the bubbles on her hands and took off her long gloves. She pointed to the direction of the VIP lounge and said, "Mr. Liszt, can I borrow a step from you to talk?" No one understood what Chinchio meant. Even Liszt could not guess what Chinchio wanted to say to him alone. Liszt could be said to be the brain of the War Beast Administration Bureau. He never went in and out of any public place alone. If something happened to him, everyone here would not be able to escape responsibility. Even if Chinchio was only a freshman, they could not be careless. Yi Chinchu stepped forward and was about to refuse for Liszt. But Lister raised his hand to stop him and smiled. "Okay." Chinchio and Lister entered the room together. After the door was locked, the room fell into silence. After a long time, Lister asked, Little Chinchio, do you have anything to talk to me alone? Chinchio bowed respectfully and said, Mr. Lister, I know you plan to send someone here. I can agree to your conditions. Not only can I agree to the War Beast Administration to send people to learn, I can also teach them the skills to get along with war beasts. Lister raised his eyebrows. This is indeed what he wants most. But Chinchio took the initiative to mention it, so there must be other conditions. Hearing you say that, do you have any requirements? Chinchio nodded. She took a deep breath. Her eyes were deep, and it was hard to see clearly. She said, I just want to know one thing. Lister, please speak. Chinchio, I want to know about Ba Dao. Chapter 140. The name from a long time ago suddenly appeared, and List was in a trance for a moment. The young man who was playing with the little white tiger seemed to appear in front of him. He was scratched by the white tiger again, and came to his office to complain, and asked someone to take good care of the white tiger. List took a deep breath. His eyes fell on Chinchio's face, and asked, How do you know Ba Dao? Chinchio answered truthfully, An old lady told me. List wanted to find a flaw in Chinchio's face, but there was no trace of strange color in Chinchio's eyes. He retracted his gaze. List was silent for a long time, sighed, and said, Forget it, if you want to know, I tell you, anyway, it's not a secret. List walked to the sofa and sat down. His eyes looked at the door opposite. His eyes passed the door, and saw the epitome of another time and space. Ba Dao is a snowflake tiger. Snowflake tigers can be regarded as top beasts in the world of war beasts. They are ranked first in intelligence and ability. The snowflake tiger holds the title of the king of all beasts. Other war beasts obey the snowflake tiger, but they do not obey its orders out of fear, but they have a bond with the snowflake tiger from the depths of their souls. This kind of existence, that can make other war beasts willingly obey orders, is difficult to be tamed by humans. Lister thought of the scene when Ba Dao appeared in the War Beast Management Bureau, and couldn't help laughing. The snowflake tiger cannot be artificially bred and hatched because it has the ability to call on other war beasts. Once it chooses to unite with other war beasts to resist, no matter how much manpower and material resources are, there is no way to control the situation. So, the snowflake tiger can only survive in the wild. Chinchio's eyelids trembled when he heard this. The conditions for having a snowflake tiger to become a war beast are so harsh, but Ba Dao exists. How did Ba Dao join the big family of the War Beast Management Bureau? Lister did not notice Chinchio's changes. He was still immersed in his own memories. He continued, Ba Dao's appearance was a very random accident. Ba Dao was originally a little tiger born in the wild not long ago. But because of some accidents, it was separated from its family and struggled alone in the heavy rain. It was found and picked up at that time. Chinchio asked, Who picked it up? Lister looked at her. Ba Dao's owner, Rakov. This was the third time Chinchio heard Rakov's name, and his curiosity about this person had skyrocketed to the peak. Rakov, who has the strongest war beast Ba Dao, got the lowest score in history in the college exchange, which makes people feel incredible no matter how you look at it. List didn't know Chinchio had heard of this name before. He explained, Rakov is also a beast master. He is Edel's favorite student. Edel has always raised him as his own son. Sometimes this kid is very stubborn. He refuses to admit defeat, and is unwilling to bow his head. I still remember that he disagreed with the student union's views during the college exchange and argued with the student union, breaking all their rules. Chinchio was curious. Doesn't he have parents? List nodded. His parents were also soldiers. They both died in an accident, leaving only Lakov, who was less than 3 years old. Lakov grew up in the barracks eating military rations. Chinchio sighed. He was an orphan like himself. The only difference is that he knows who his parents are, while Chinchio doesn't. Lakov has completely inherited his parents' excellent genes. He is good at studying, obedient, and smart. When he just turned 10, he was already in a frenzy of robbing, and the people in the team hoped that he could come to their department in the future. At that time, he just made it clear that he would follow his parents' path in the future, join the army, and repay this place that supported him, but he didn't confirm which branch of the army he would join. It was only after he picked up tyranny that he really confirmed that he would become a beastman. List opened the photo of Lakov when he was a child. In the photo, Lakov was only half a person's height. He was covered in mud, holding a little white tiger that was a little bigger than a cat in his hand, with a bright smile on his face. List also truly regarded Lakov as his own relative. When he saw his photo, he couldn't help but express regret. Seeing that he didn't speak, Chinchio asked, What happened next? Lister. Then Rakov raised the white tiger. Because the temperament of the snowflake tiger is different from that of ordinary war beasts, they always fight. How can humans compare to war beasts? Later, for a long time, Rockoff was injured every day. Originally, the War Beast Management Bureau proposed to release the almost adult snowflake tiger back to the forest, but Rockoff thought that it might not be able to survive in the wild after being raised for so long, so he decided to continue to adopt the snowflake tiger. I don't know if Rockoff's sincerity touched the snowflake tiger, or if the two of them fell in love with each other during the fight. One day, Rockoff was able to give orders to the snowflake tiger. So they became the ace partners in the beast-taming army, often going in and out of different wormholes, and became famous. Lister's words came to an abrupt end, and Chinjio looked at him curiously, wanting to know what happened next. Seeing Chinjio's scrutinizing eyes, Lister shrugged and said, "Later, Rockoff and Tyrant also had an accident and fell." Chinjio keenly felt that Lister was hiding something. After all, Rockoff was once such a terrifying genius beastman, but now he has completely disappeared. There must be some unknown secret events in the middle. Chinjio knew that Lister would choose to remain silent about Rockoff's true whereabouts. This was the only information she could get from Lister. Chinjio met Lister's sight and took the initiative to end the topic. "Mr. Lister, regarding the personnel deployment of the War Beast Administration, I have to confirm with our person in charge before I can give you an accurate answer." Lister was relieved when he saw that she stopped asking questions. His words were half true and half false, and he should have been trying to evade Chinjio. Lister put on a bright smile again. "Okay, then I wait for your good news." The two added the contact information and left the room. The few people waiting outside were relieved when they saw them come out, and Yi Qingchu's curious eyes fell on Lister's eyes. Lister shook his head imperceptibly, and said goodbye to Chinjio with a smile. He scanned the whole scene, and finally found Edel, who was taking a photo in front of Lightning's face in the corner. The corners of his eyes twitched, and his voice became cold. "Edel, won't you see us off?" Edel looked at them with some disdain, closed the terminal reluctantly, and looked back every few steps to see them off. On the suspension train, Lister told Chinjio's exchange conditions in the eyes of everyone's curiosity. He looked at Edel and asked, "Do you know why she asked about Ba Dao?" Edel shook his head. "I don't know, maybe she's just curious." He looked at Li Si's particularly meaningful eyes, and he reacted and frowned. Chinjio couldn't be related to the White Tiger organization, she wasn't even born at that time. Lister also felt that his groundless guess was a bit unrealistic. He retracted his gaze, closed his eyes and rested. Let's go back to the bureau and wait for Chinjio's news. Chapter 141. After Chinjio and Xia Xiaolan discussed the matter, Xia Xiaolan expressed her unlimited welcome. That's professional free labor. Don't miss it, but she also knows that there is no free lunch in the world. Xia Xiaolan is worried whether Chinjio needs to pay other prices for this. Chinjio concealed his deal with Lister, and only said that the War Beast Management Bureau hopes to learn how they get along with war beasts, and there are no other additional conditions. After Chinjio's repeated affirmation, Xia Xiaolan was relieved, and was thinking about how to use several new employees. But before they come, they need to redecorate the location of several dormitories for these employees. Edel also knew the proposal of the War Beast Management Bureau. Edel took the initiative to ask him to solve the accommodation problem of new employees, and he would apply for employee dormitories from the school. Everything was going on in an orderly manner, but Chinjio didn't wait for the free labor of the War Beast Management Bureau, but waited for Wang Ling, who had disappeared for a long time. After Wang Ling came back, except for the last time to see the bright moon together, he was absent from all student union activities, and even sent him messages without replying. One time, Lilith and the attendance team happened to check Wang Ling's class, and found that Wang Ling was absent. She asked a few more questions, and Teacher Levin said that he had taken a long leave, which did not affect his attendance. Lilith mentioned this matter in the meeting, but Gu Zheng said not to worry, he might just be in seclusion. Gu Zheng's major and Wang Ling's major have something in common, and he used to be in a state of high pressure, so he knows best what state Wang Ling is in now. He must have encountered a bottleneck when researching new machinery, and now is the critical time for a breakthrough. Although everyone was still worried about Wang Ling's physical condition, they tacitly did not disturb Wang Ling. They believed that Wang Ling knew how to behave. But when Wang Ling appeared at the door of the pet care shop, everyone was still surprised. Wang Ling's short hair was no longer there. His hair had grown long enough to cover his ears. His chin was covered with black stubble, his face was sunken, and the dark circles under his eyes were purple. His eyeballs were full of red bloodshot, but his eyes were bright, and the joy on his face could not be concealed. He called out in a slightly hoarse voice, "Chinjio, come here." Chinjio walked out of the shop with him, with a worried look on her face. She asked, "What's wrong with you? How long have you not rested?" Wang Ling shook her head, indicating that he didn't want to talk more about this issue. He held a black box in his hand, and no one knew what was in it. He handed the box to Qinjiu, his tone full of expectation. "Open it, it's for you." Qinjiu opened the black box under his hopeful eyes. She looked down and saw a black and red metal wristband in the middle of the box. Qinjiu was puzzled. "What is this?" Wang Ling took out the wristband inside, and put the box aside. He reached out to pull Qinjiu's hand. "Excuse me." Qinjiu let him raise his hand, and Wang Ling clamped the wristband on Qinjiu's wrist. As Wang Ling moved, Qinjiu could clearly feel that the wristband, which was originally half a circle larger than her wrist, automatically shrank as if it came alive, until it fit her forearm perfectly. There was something extra on her wrist, and she couldn't help but be surprised. "What is this?" "It's a little heavy." Wang Ling didn't answer her question. He raised his hand again, reached his hand to the back of Qinjiu's neck, and pressed it hard. Qinjiu felt a slight sting, and when Wang Ling's hand moved away, she touched her neck, and there was nothing on it. Wang Ling said, "This is a weapon made specifically for you." Qinjiu's eyes widened. "Weapon? Like Ping An's big knife?" Wang Ling nodded, and Qinjiu saw the almost arrogant confidence on his face for the first time. "It's much better than his." "Try it." Qinjiu turned his wrist, and the wristband did not change at all. She poked and pressed again, but the wristband remained silent, and Qinjiu didn't know how to use it. Wang Ling saw her puzzled look, and he explained, "I have just implanted the control chip into your brain. You can treat it as a part of your body, and control it with your consciousness." Qinjiu couldn't understand Wang Ling's mysterious statement. She was curious and asked, "What do you mean by treating it as a part of your body and using it? Then can I now regard it as a sword growing on my hand?" As soon as she finished speaking, the wristband came alive again, and quickly disappeared from Qinjiu's wrist. A pure black sword suddenly appeared in Qinjiu's hand, and the blade was shining coldly. Qinjiu stared at his hand in a daze. Several people in the store had been paying attention to the situation here. When they saw the weapon suddenly appearing in Qinjiu's hand, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. "Too cool." Wang Ling looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction, and said, "That's how to use it. Hurry up and see if it's suitable for you." Qinjiu found her lost thoughts, and weighed the weapon in her hand. She found that it was really suitable, as if it was born for her. "Wang Ling, it can change into different forms according to your consciousness. You can slowly explore it later." Qinjiu's mind moved, and sure enough, the long sword turned into a long whip made of highly precise mechanical structure. Each section of its chain and gears meshed tightly, and a slight swing could make a sound of breaking through the air. The next moment, the long whip turned into a short dagger. Qinjiu was amazed at the ingenious design of this mechanical weapon. She had never seen anyone else in Qingjing possess such a heaven-defying weapon. Qinjiu let go of her hand, and the short dagger disappeared in her hand, becoming an inconspicuous wrist guard again. Its weight did not change, only the structure changed. Qinjiu looked at Wang Ling silently for a long time, and then asked, "You are busy with this recently?" Wang Ling nodded, "Yes." "How is it? Is it easy to use?" Qinjiu's joy was obvious. She had never encountered a weapon more handy than this. She praised from the bottom of her heart. "It's easy to use. I like it very much." Although it was not a weapon that Qinjiu commissioned Wang Ling to make for her, but thinking of Wang Ling's efforts for this, she still asked very seriously, "You name a price. I have money now. I can't take your things for free." Wang Ling shook her head. Qinjiu thought he was politely refusing, but Wang Ling explained the next moment. "Teacher Edel has already paid the commission fee." "Teacher Edel?" Qinjiu was stunned when he heard this. "What's going on?" Wang Ling told Qinjiu everything about Teacher Edel commissioning Teacher Levin to make a weapon for her, and Qinjiu knew the cause of the matter. But judging from the finished product, this quality is definitely not something that can be achieved by ordinary commissions. Perhaps without Edel's commission, Wang Ling would also make this weapon for her. Qinjiu suddenly felt that she was loved by many people. She was an orphan, but she never lacked love. Qinjiu thanked from the bottom of her heart. "Thank you. If you have any difficulties in the future, come to me, I will definitely help you." Wang Ling smiled and said, "Okay." Chapter 142. After sending Wang Ling away, Xia Xiaolin and the others ran out of the store, looking at the wrist guard on Qinjiu's hand with eager eyes. Lu Qin became more and more jealous, and asked, "Can your weapon be transformed into anything? Then don't you have a mobile tool box in your hand?" Qinjiu didn't think of this aspect, and she was also curious, trying to imagine it was a pair of scissors. Sure enough, The next moment, the wrist guard disappeared, and Chinjio had a pair of black scissors in his hand. Alade looked at the scissors in Chinjio's hand. His eyes were straight. This is too scary. How much effort does he have to put in to make a weapon that can change at will? Chinjio thought of the pinyin sword he had seen before, and its sword shape can also be arranged and combined. She was puzzled. Isn't this the standard configuration of mechanical weapons? Seeing Iliade's fiery eyes, Chinjio was curious. Are mechanical weapons that can change rare? Iliade nodded heavily, his eyes always staying on Chinjio's wristband. The difficulty of making it must be top level. After all, you need to design and adjust all the functions you want in advance, and then design their transformation methods. Each change form has its own independent drawings. Judging from the current functions, it may have thousands of drawings alone. No wonder Wang Ling seemed to be unable to wake up all day long. He didn't know how much effort he spent on drawing drawings and assembling. Iliade continued. Mechanical weapons with multiple forms also have very demanding requirements for users. Multiple forms mean that more and more delicate accessories need to be assembled, and its weight is definitely not low. If users cannot accept high weight, they will not be able to use multiform mechanical weapons. Lu Qin watched Chinjio put on the wristband and behaved just like usual, as if he was wearing a bracelet. He asked, Chinjio, is it heavy? Chinjio, it should be. Not bad? Although Lu Qin couldn't get it, he was really greedy. He negotiated and said, can I wear it too? Chinjio scratched his head and said, Wang Ling just said that it can only be used by me, and it's useless even if other people get it. Lu Qin nodded, it's like this. Whoever has the control chip implanted in his brain can get the right to use it, and other people can't start it. I just want to touch it. I haven't seen such an advanced mechanical weapon. Hearing this, Chinjio took off the wristband very readily, and handed it to Lu Qin. Lu Qin happily stretched out his hands to take Chinjio's wristband, but Chinjio just let go. Lu Qin felt like a big stone suddenly fell on his hand, and he almost didn't catch it. Lu Qin's pupils trembled. He looked at Chinjio as if he was looking at a monster, and his tone was full of disbelief. Jio, don't you think it's heavy? Chinjio shook his head. It is a little bit heavy, but not very heavy. Lu Qin heard this and raised his voice an octave. Not very heavy. Are you serious? With Iliade's explanation just now, everyone knew that Chinjio's wristband could change into many forms, so it must have some weight. Seeing Lu Qin's somewhat surprised look, Iliade smiled disdainfully. Are you so weak? Lu Qin glanced at him. You can do it? Iliade stretched out a hand. Give it to me. Lu Qin looked at his confident look, and a wicked smile flashed across his face. He raised the wristband and put it on Eli's palm. Alade confidently used only one hand to receive it. When Lu Qin put down the overweight wristband, Iliade fell to one side. He staggered 2 steps to stabilize his body, but he still couldn't lift the wristband in his hand. He had to stretch out his other hand to hold the wristband. He also looked at Chinjio with a look like a monster. Is this the weight that people can accept? Chinjio shrugged, took his wristband from Iliade with one hand, and easily put it back on his hand. After she put on the wristband, she turned her arm a few times and asked puzzledly, Are you so weak? Isn't it very heavy? Alade and Lu Qin, I feel offended, but I have no evidence. Lu Qin, only you can use this, I'm not jealous anymore. Xia Xiaolan witnessed the exchange of several funny people on the side. She suddenly remembered something and said, Xiaojiu, are you going to take Guangming for a physical examination the day after tomorrow? Chinjio nodded, yes. Xia Xiaolan, I know, I go to arrange the shift, you can take a day off that day. Chinjio agreed, served the customers, who had been scheduled 2 days before leaving, packed up early and prepared to go to the experimental base on the seaside again. With the experience of the last time, Chinjio decided to let Guangming choose the way to go. Guangming clearly chose to fly over by himself. Chinjio boarded the suspension train alone. Jin Chung on the side was still settling Hurricane. He saw that Chinjio did not take Guangming with him, and asked curiously, Where is Guangming? Chinjio. Guangming said he flew over by himself. Recalling the experience of Guangming following him last time, Jin Chung shut up. Lilith settled the ball, and got on the train. She and Jin Chung sat on Chinjio's left and right. Lilith asked, It's almost vacation, what are your plans? A barely perceptible coldness flashed in Jin Cheng's eyes, and he said to Lilith with a playful smile, I plan to stay at your house for a vacation. Anyway, your house is on Shirong Star, and there are many rooms in the palace. Lilith said disdainfully, There are no rooms, they are full, go back to your own home. Jin Chung pretended to be hurt, And he asked Qinjiu again, Lilith won't take me in, can you take me in? Qinjiu glanced at him lightly. Do you want to go back with me to volunteer at the orphanage? Jean Chung was silent. Lilith coughed lightly, hugged her arms in front of her chest, and raised her head slightly to look at Qinjiu. She looked high and mighty, but her red ears betrayed her heart. She was merciful and said, If you have nowhere to go, I can take you in. We have a lot of rooms in the palace. Jean Chung protested immediately after hearing this. Why is there no room for me, but there are plenty for Qinjiu? It's not fair. I want to appeal. Lilith glanced at him, rejected. Qinjiu sat between the two of them, and they were bickering with each other, and Qinjiu couldn't help laughing out loud. Lilith saw her speak and asked, How about it? Do you want to come to my house? Qinjiu put away his smile and left a polite smile. She shook her head and said, No, I'd better go back. I still have younger brothers and sisters to take care of. Lilith's face darkened visibly, and Qinjiu saw this and immediately said, I go find you to play. Lilith's face softened. Okay. Along the way, Jean Chung kept accusing Lilith of double standards, and Lilith refuted every word. The two were like two little live treasures quarreling. Qinjiu didn't hate such noise. She listened to the two people's quarrel, and the smile on her lips never fell. But she thought of the orphanage, and her eyes became colder. After this semester, she clearly knew that she might be born to control beasts. And Dean Lu has been inducing her to touch the matter of controlling beasts. Did she know from the beginning that she was special? Chapter 143. Qinjiu's intuition told her that Dean Lu might know her life experience, and she might not be a simple orphan. Even Dean Lu might know her biological parents. With so many doubts, she was eager to know what the dean had concealed, and what kind of secrets were contained in her special physique. She needed to return to the orphanage and find out all the truth. Accompanied by the noise of the two, the train arrived at its destination. As soon as Qinjiu walked out of the train door, Guangming immediately found her position and landed steadily on her shoulder. Qiuqiu and Hurricane were also released. With their owners, they didn't need to be trapped in the cage. Qinjiu hadn't seen Hurricane for a long time since the last time on Blue Star. She took out the freeze-dried food she carried with her from her pocket and waved to Hurricane. Hurricane left its owner without any hesitation and flew to Qinjiu's arm. Guangming, who smelled the aroma of freeze-dried food, chirped twice, flew to Hurricane's side, and stood side by side on Qinjiu's arm. Before Hurricane started eating, Guangming had already picked up a small frozen food, spread his wings and patted Hurricane's body, just like a warm gesture between good brothers. Hurricane was almost patted down by Guangming, and he looked at Guangming helplessly. Guangming found that Hurricane did not eat the frozen food, and was a little anxious, and kept flapping his wings to invite Hurricane to eat together. If it could speak, it would definitely say that Hurricane was too reserved and advised Hurricane to eat freely. No need to be polite with it. Qinjiu witnessed the whole process. In fact, Hurricane did not want to eat, but Guangming's enthusiastic move hindered Hurricane's next move. Hurricane wanted to stay away from Guangming, but Guangming moved closer and patted its wings to urge it to eat together. But Guangming's wings kept flapping, and Hurricane had no way to pick up the frozen food. Qinjiu saw deep helplessness on the war beast for the first time. Qinjiu smiled and said, Guangming, don't move. You are blocking Hurricane from eating. Guangming's wings were still stagnant in the air when he heard it. He silently retracted them, called out apologetically twice, and rubbed Hurricane's neck with his eagle head, as if to apologize in a flattering way. Hurricane was obviously much more mature than it, and silently picked up a piece of frozen food and handed it to Guangming. Guangming tilted his head, as if he knew what Hurricane meant, and took the frozen food and started eating it. Hurricane settled Guangming before he picked up a piece of frozen food and started eating it. Jean Chung watched the interaction between the two war beasts from the side, and he felt incredible. You know, Vice President, Hurricane is a cold eagle in the war beast dormitory. I have never seen it communicate with other war beasts, let alone special care. He looked Qinjiu up and down, and stared at Guangming with a serious look. After a while, he cried and accused, What kind of love potion did you two main beasts give Hurricane? My Hurricane, woo-woo, Daddy's good Hurricane. It was bewitched by the goblin. Lilith rarely teased Jean Chung. She reached out and patted Jean Chung and comforted him earnestly. Okay, don't cry. Jean Chung put away his hypocritical tears, and he looked at Lilith suspiciously. No. Lilith's reaction is wrong. Shouldn't she laugh at herself? The next moment, he looked up and saw Qiuqiu sticking out her pink tongue to lick Qinjiu's face. Qinjiu smiled happily, rubbed Qiuqiu's head, and gave it freeze-dried food. What a harmonious one person and three beasts, warm as a family. Jean Chung and Lilith looked at each other, and both saw the sadness in each other's eyes. It's the same, everyone's war beasts are all attracted by Qinjiu. They can empathize. While the few people were still fighting, someone came out of the building to take over. The leader was Xin Jinglan's assistant. She registered the few people and their war beasts and invited them in. Xin Jinglan sat in front of the machine that drew blood from Bai Shui and lightning last time. She turned her chair to face them. When she saw all the war beasts surrounded Qinjiu, a hint of surprise flashed in her cold eyes, and soon returned to normal. She said to Qinjiu, like last time, take them to the designated location. Qinjiu did as he was told, but for some reason, Guangming, who is usually the most obedient, was uncharacteristically unwilling to go down. Qinjiu calmed its emotions and coaxed it gently. Guangming is not afraid. Are you afraid of the needle? It doesn't hurt. It will be fine in a moment. Guangming did not listen. It spread its wings and lay in Qinjiu's arms, and buried its whole little head in Qinjiu's chest. Qinjiu stroked its body. She could feel Guangming's uneasy emotions flowing, but she didn't know what made Guangming so uneasy. Xin Jinglan stood up, walked to Qinjiu's side, and said in a slightly cold voice, "Do you want to anesthetize it?" Qinjiu shook his head. Anesthesia abuse is not a good thing, and Guangming doesn't need to suffer this. Qinjiu and Guangming communicated fruitlessly. Xin Jinglan took another step. She held the restraint in her hand, and was considering whether to tie Guangming up physically. The next moment, Guangming, who was originally gentle, suddenly turned his head, and pecked Xin Jinglan's back of the hand fiercely. It was merciless when it bit down, and a lot of blood immediately gushed out of the back of Xin Jinglan's hand. The assistants around cried out in surprise, and hurriedly came up to treat Xin Jinglan's wound. Xin Jinglan just frowned, and let the assistant treat the wound as if nothing had happened. Everything happened too quickly, and Qinjiu had no time to stop it. It had already happened. Qinjiu moved Guangming's head aside and scolded, "Guangming, what's wrong with you? Why did you hurt Dr. Shen?" Guangming showed no guilt at all. He chattered in his mouth, and didn't know what he was yelling, but Qinjiu could feel his hostility toward Xin Jinglan. Guangming was not a war beast that was afraid of seeing a doctor. It got along very well with Dr. Li. It could be said to be the war beast with the best temper among the war beasts. It was not even like other war beasts, occasionally teasing humans or giving others a bad look. In its resume, there has never been a negative incident, let alone direct injury. Qinjiu's eyes flashed with a subtle emotion. She stroked Guangming's wings and said to Xin Jinglan, "I'm sorry, Dr. Shen, maybe it's scared and stressed. Since it doesn't want to be checked, forget it." Xin Jinglan's hand had been treated for the wound. She shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Whatever you want." Qinjiu bowed slightly to her, and walked to the side with Guangming. Hurricane and Qiuqiu sat obediently to be checked with the cooperation of Jean Chung and Lilith. Guangming seemed to know that he didn't need to be checked by Xin Jinglan, and his mood soon calmed down. Qinjiu looked at Xin Jinglan, who was working from a distance. She narrowed her eyes and asked softly, "Guangming, don't you like Dr. Shen?" Guangming nodded, called softly, and got into Qinjiu's arms again. Why? Even if Qinjiu asked, Guangming would not answer. But Guangming didn't like it, so he didn't approach it. It's just, Guangming's intuition has always been accurate. It must have its reasons for not liking Dr. Shen. Dr. Shen, maybe he also has secrets that they don't know. Chapter 144. While Qiuqiu and Hurricane were checking their bodies, Qinjiu walked to the platform and called Mingwei. She didn't know where Mingwei was now, but she just wanted to find it with a try. Not long after Qinjiu called Mingyue's name, Mingyue's voice came from a distance, and shallow waves began to form on the water in front of Qinjiu. Mingyue's pink figure was particularly obvious in the sea. It came to the platform and sprayed a short water column for Guangming to play with. Guangming returned to his nature and had a lot of fun. Qinjiu rubbed Mingyue's head and said reluctantly, "I don't know when I can come to see you next time. If you are lonely, I will let Guangming come to play with you, okay?" Guangming cannot enter this place without someone to accompany him, but he can find Mingwei on the sea and is Mingyue's most ideal playmate. Mingwei in the sea shook his body up and down, and the waves on the horizontal surface were lifted and fell on the floor with a splashing sound. Qinjiu was still playing with the two war beasts. Xin Jinglan, who had already checked the bodies of Qiuqiu and Hurricane, watched from below for a long time before calling out, "Qinjiu, come down." Qinjiu wanted Guangming to play with Mingwei for a while, but when Guangming heard Xin Jinglan's voice, he immediately followed Qinjiu and landed on Qinjiu's shoulder. It looked like it was facing a great enemy, and it wanted to protect Qinjiu. Qinjiu remained calm about Guangming's abnormal behavior, but he was more careful about Shen Jinglan. Shen Jinglan pushed his frameless glasses, glanced at Guangming, who had a fierce expression, snorted disdainfully, and retracted his gaze. A small disabled swift eagle is nothing to be afraid of. She looked at Qinjiu and said in a flat voice, "You should also come for a physical examination." Qinjiu heard this, his eyes revealed confusion. "Me? I don't need it, right?" Shen Jinglan, this is what the higher-ups mean after all. She glanced at all the war beasts present, and said in a flat tone, "You are a very important person. The higher-ups have to ensure your health, free of charge." Qinjiu looked at Shen Jinglan's calm eyes. She lowered her eyes, and smiled softly, her indescribable thoughts hidden under her eyelashes. She said, "Okay." She calmed Guangming's emotions, asked Hurricane to take good care of her brother, and she followed Shen Jinglan away. Jean Chung and Lilith were arranged to take a break in the VIP lounge, waiting for Qinjiu to come back. Qinjiu did a very routine examination, and several items were completed quickly. Qinjiu secretly rejoiced that the wounds from needle punctures are usually small, and if you don't look carefully, you can't see clearly. Even if you recover quickly, no one can find anything wrong. Qinjiu and his companions got on the suspended train, they came in and left. At the same time, Shen Jinglan had received Qinjiu's physical examination report. She dismissed her assistant, and sat alone in the office looking at the numbers on the screen. It was true that the superiors asked her to do a physical examination on Qinjiu, and she did all the work according to their requirements. It was just that she did an additional blood test on top of that. And this test was illegal, and not allowed by the Federation. It involved some top-secret events, and could not be touched at will. Shen Jinglan turned off the camera in the central control system, and checked the data one by one, fearing that she would miss something important. Several red numbers appeared in Shen Jinglan's sight, and her sight was attracted and her eyes became sharp. After carefully checking these numbers, she frowned and couldn't believe her eyes, thinking that she had seen it wrong. She carefully confirmed several times, and after finding that she was not mistaken, her expression changed from confusion to astonishment. Why does Qinjiu have the genome of an alien beast? Her telomeres are completely different from those of ordinary people. It's like the genetic lock has been completely unlocked. She looked solemn and turned on the terminal she rarely used. This terminal has been specially processed, and will not be monitored or tracked by the military. She turned on the communication system, and found a name to start a communication with him. The other party quickly answered the call, and his voice was lazy. "What's wrong?" Shen Jinglan sat up straight, calmed down, and slowly said, "Mr. Fei, I got Qinjiu's blood for cross-comparison." The man was silent for a moment, and asked with interest, "The result?" Shen Jinglan took a deep breath, looked at the light screen and replied, "Qinjiu has the genome of an alien beast." The man said him without any emotion. This was something he knew long ago. Shen Jinglan heard his calm response, and guessed that the other party might have known it. She didn't care and continued, "And her telomeres seem to have no end, and it is possible to regenerate infinitely." The man's breathing suddenly stopped, and he seemed to be suddenly interested. "This is information we didn't get. The blood we got last time was too little, and the quality declined after long-distance transportation, so some cross-comparison experiments could not get accurate results. The telomeres can regenerate infinitely, which means that Qinjiu has already broken through the genetic shackles. As long as she cherishes her life, it is not a problem to live for hundreds of years. This is very similar to the alien beast." The information Shen Jinglan got further verified his guess. Qinjiu perfectly integrated the genes of the alien beast. She is the perfect experimental subject he has always wanted. The man asked Shen Jinglan if there were any other gains. Shen Jinglan said no for the time being, and the man hung up the call. Mr. Fei looked at the sleeping body in front of him, and he hummed a little song happily. Everything has been going very smoothly recently, and it seems that God is on their side, making up for the regrets they have not achieved for so many years. The researchers who followed him found that he was in a good mood, breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly worried for themselves. After all, there are not many advanced results in the third laboratory as a whole recently. Mr. Fei does not keep idle people, and they work with fear every day. Fortunately, the experimental subject in front of them has made good progress recently, which can be regarded as a disaster for them. The upright experimental tank in front of Mr. Fei is full of light green liquid, and the woman is sleeping in it with her eyes closed. The woman has a quiet and gentle face, and her hair sways gently in the water, like a sleeping beauty. She seemed uneasy in her sleep. Perhaps she was having a nightmare. Her brows were slightly furrowed. If Gu Zheng saw the sleeping woman here at this moment, he would be shocked to the point of being unable to breathe. He would never forget the woman's face until his death. It was a wound engraved deep in his soul, a wound that could never be healed, and a slight touch would cause heart-wrenching pain. That was the mother that everyone told him was dead. Chapter 145. Mr. Fay was very satisfied with this experimental subject. Sure enough, the physique of military members is better than expected. He looked through the data report about the woman and asked, which phase of the experiment has she gone through? The experimenter lowered his eyebrows and reported truthfully, the third phase, the current cell fusion degree has reached 80%. Mr. Fay, I think we can stop the experiment. This is the limit we have speculated. If it goes up? Mr. Fay turned around and looked at the experimenter with sharp eyes. The experimenter felt his gaze and fell silent instantly. The air was silent for a moment. Mr. Fay shrugged and said, you are an experimenter. Shouldn't you want to get results more than me? The experimenter didn't dare to speak. His sweat soaked his inner clothes. He said tremblingly, of course, I hope to break through the critical value as soon as possible and achieve the effect we want. But the number 13 experimenter on the Porcelain King star is already the fastest fusion. But he couldn't break through the 80% mark in a short time. If we stop the experiment now, we can integrate and calculate the data of the number 4 experimenter, guide the direction of cell fusion, and increase the success rate of the experiment. Mr. Fay nodded and looked at him with appreciation. Not bad, very professional approach. The experimenter showed a look of joy on his face, but he didn't feel happy for too long. Mr. Fay's calm voice came, cutting off all his retreat. Increase the stakes, and go directly to the next experiment. Since her fusion degree is so good, there is no reason for us to waste it. After Mr. Fay finished speaking, he left without looking back. The experimenters felt sorry for subject number 4. After all, if they continued to increase the pressure, the subject they had cultivated for more than 10 years might not survive until tomorrow. Of course, it is possible that experiment 4 will experience nirvana and become the new human they are chasing after. All this is unknown. Mr. Fay left the third laboratory, passed many checkpoints, and came to the first laboratory. Eve was still floating quietly in the center of the laboratory, but compared with the last time, her body shape had changed, and her originally blurred face began to show depressions in her facial features. She was growing at a gratifying speed. Dr. Cui saw Mr. Fay coming and immediately came up to him, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Mr. Fay, you are here. He rarely saw Dr. Cui in high spirits, and couldn't help asking curiously, what's wrong? Is there anything to be happy about? Dr. Cui nodded repeatedly, pointing at Eve, his eyes obsessed. Her development progress is much faster than we thought. If nothing unexpected happens, at most 3 years, she will be able to transform into an adult in 3 years. Mr. Fay nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. This is good news. Although it will take some time, but after waiting for so many years, I don't care about the remaining 3 years. He was finally about to succeed, and he wanted to share this joy with his best friend as soon as possible. Mr. Fay had never stopped looking for him over the years, but he had not received any news from him until now. He seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, disappearing without a trace. He was the leader of the project of the first laboratory, but now there is no news from its owner. I hope that on the day, when the experiment succeeds, he can come back to see the results. Shin Jing'an received a notice from her superiors, and she was also asked to arrange for the people in the medical center to go to Qin Jio's pet care shop to learn, and said that they must not lose to the War Beast Management Bureau. Shin Jing'an didn't want to get involved, but due to the pressure from her boss, she had no choice but to do it. Because she came from the War Beast Medical Center and had Edel's access permit, she had no problem coming to Queen Star. Shin Jing'an just handed her Qin Jio's physical examination report. Qin Jio was nursing a war beast and couldn't receive the report. She asked Xia Xiaolan to treat Shin Jing'an well. Xia Xiaolan wanted to talk to her more, but Shin Jing'an's almost freezing aura made her end the topic hastily and busy herself with her own things. Shin Jing'an watched Qin Jio washing the body of a dog-type war beast, and her thoughts flew away. She didn't lie to Mr. Fay. Qin Jio did have the genes of the alien beast, and her telomeres were indeed abnormal. But Shin Jing'an had reservations about Mr. Fay and concealed some of the test results. She has never been one of those people who work for the organization wholeheartedly. She just chose to join them temporarily because she had a goal she wanted to achieve. She is not the same as them. Qin Jio finished his work and sat down next to Shin Jing'an. Qin Jio thought she came for the medical examination report and said a little embarrassedly, Dr. Shin, please come here specially. Shin Jing'an put down the teacup in her hand, and her voice was cold. I also have something to ask you. Qin Jio's eyes rolled around, and she suddenly felt a little amused. Dr. Shen, don't tell me, you also want to send people to study here? Shen Jinglan frowned slightly. She certainly knew that the group of people in the War Beast Management Bureau had already planned to place the younger generation to study, but from Qinjiu's tone, it seemed that things were not that simple. Sure enough, the next moment Qinjiu said, in addition to the War Beast Management Bureau, the Beast Control Army also asked Teacher Edel to come here as a lobbyist this morning, and they must also arrange a place for them to study. I have 10 more laborers now. Shen Jinglan didn't expect them to be so fast, but even so, her purpose would not change. Then you will have 15 laborers soon. Qinjiu smiled bitterly. They don't need so many people. Although they don't have to worry about wages and accommodation, these things will naturally be solved by Teacher Edel. But they need to order meals for meals, and with more than a dozen people, their expenses are huge. Shen Jinglan saw that she seemed dissatisfied, and asked curiously, wouldn't it be better to have more people to help? You can also take more business. Qinjiu, it's not bad to have more people to help, but the more people there are, our expenses will also increase exponentially. Shen Jinglan raised his eyebrows. Didn't they apply for funding for you? Qinjiu was confused. Funds? What funding? Shen Jinglan laughed disdainfully. Your training expenses. Sending people to study should pay you a certain amount of training expenses. You can ask them for it actively. Qinjiu had never heard of this, and she suddenly felt wrong. Xia Xiaolin, who was quietly paying attention to the chat here, had moved her, but to sit next to Qinjiu without knowing when. Her eyes were slightly bright, and she looked at Shen Jinglan as if she was looking at a huge star coin card. She asked, So, Dr. Shen, you will pay for the training, right? Shen Jinglan nodded, of course. After that, she took out a star coin card from her pocket, put it on the table, and said, This is 100,000 star coins, the training fee for 5 people for 1 month. Is it enough? Xia Xiaolin's eyes lit up, and her face was full of flattering smiles. Enough, of course. She accepted the star coin card and sent Shen Jinglan away. Qinjiu looked at the star coin card in her hand and asked, Is it a bit bad? Xia Xiaolin said earnestly, Jiu, these can only subsidize the recent expenses. You know, if they all come, we need to arrange meals for 20 people a day, which is not a small amount. Qinjiu thought about it, and decided that it was true. They had money anyway, so it would be a waste if they didn't take it. Xia Xiaolin confirmed the date for their arrival. They set out from different places, and arrived at Xinhuang on the same day. When the 3 parties landed at Xinhuang at the same time, they felt what it meant to be treated differently. Chapter 146. Xia Xiaolin borrowed a flying bulletin board and put up a banner that read, Welcome to the War Beast Medical Center, War Beast Administration Bureau, and Beast Taming Army. However, the words War Beast Medical Center were particularly large, and the words War Beast Administration Bureau and Beast Taming Army were placed below the War Beast Medical Center. The font size was not small at all, and it was possible to ignore it if you didn't look carefully. The people from the War Beast Administration Bureau and the Beast Taming Army frowned, obviously unable to understand the reason for the different treatment. Xia Xiaolin warmly invited the people from the medical center to come in, and took the initiative to introduce them to Qinjiu, who they were curious about. The people from the War Beast Administration Bureau and the Beast Taming Army were led forward by Alade and Lu Qin. The people from several organizations are all the best among their peers. Under this obvious differential treatment, several people from the Beast Taming Army stopped and said dissatisfiedly, What's wrong with you? Why do you give preferential treatment to people from the War Beast Medical Center? Lu Qin looked at the person who took the lead in speaking. He did not hide it, and said bluntly, It's very simple, because the medical center paid the tuition, and this tuition will be used to subsidize your meals. We are just students. You suddenly arrange so many people to come here, and we have to pay for your food and accommodation. Business is not good, so we should be more enthusiastic to the sponsor. I didn't expect it to be this reason. Driven by self-esteem, several people immediately expressed strong protest. We don't need their charity. We have our own money. Lu Qin nodded perfunctorily. Okay, let's go quickly. They followed Lu Qin with gloomy faces. They must report the matter of their differential treatment. After completing the check and registration, Xia Xiaolin arranged for them to get to know each other in the store. In fact, many of these 15 people knew each other. After all, most of them were former classmates or friends. Instead, everyone was more interested in the students of Xinhuang. To be more precise, they were most curious about Qinjiu. The 5 people in the pet care major had a strong dramatic color from the beginning. Xinhuang's most useless new major, the pet care major with only 5 people. But in such a new major, There is Xinguang's first admission, and he is also a person who can get along well with war beasts. Later, Ilya became their class teacher and Edel became their subject teacher. This kind of teaching resources is the top configuration that others dream of. Xinguang's small pet care major was obtained so easily. But as the 15 people who grew up enjoying the resources, they obviously looked down on them. There is no way, after all, in their cognition, the pet care major is a major that cannot be put on the table. Xia Xiaolan remembered each of their names when they introduced themselves, so as to facilitate the subsequent work arrangements. Xia Xiaolan instructed them to work together and receive customers by themselves. Several people assigned to the first floor to be responsible for pet business expressed dissatisfaction and protested to Xia Xiaolan. We are here to learn how to get along with war beasts, not to serve cats and dogs. Qinjiu heard their complaints and found that Xia Xiaolan was alone and weak, so he immediately stepped forward to support her. Xia Xiaolan just raised her hand to signal Qinjiu not to worry. She looked at the new faces in front of her, and there was not much fluctuation in her voice. This is how we work here, with a shift system, and you will also take your turn. If you are not satisfied, you can leave at any time. The other party was annoyed by Xia Xiaolan's attitude. What do you mean? Aren't you just a student of an unpopular major? How can you have such a great authority? The noise here alarmed others, and even a few people upstairs were lying on the stairs to watch the fun. The 5 people from the pet care major were all present, and stood beside Xia Xiaolan to support her. But they all tacitly did not speak. They believed that Xia Xiaolan could handle the situation well. Xia Xiaolan was not annoyed either, she said lightly. Because you are here, I am your boss, and I will not keep employees who are disobedient. You can go back to your place at any time. After Xia Xiaolan finished speaking, she confirmed today's appointment information without even looking up. Although they looked unhappy, they would not be able to report to their superiors if they turned back and might even be punished. After weighing the pros and cons, they could only swallow their anger and start working indignantly. But after half a day, there were more mistakes than when the 5 people worked alone. Xia Xiaolan only took 6 orders, but received 2 complaints. She felt that this group of people did not come here to learn, but to mess up the place. Xia Xiaolan sighed frequently while eating at noon, and she began to worry about the business in the afternoon. This group of people really did not disappoint Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan looked at the person who was scratched by the cat and let the cat run away, and sighed. Another. I've complained. Lu Qin had been observing the situation here. When he saw the cat running away, he immediately followed it. The cat stopped after running a few steps, and waited quietly for Lu Qin to approach. He picked up the cat, and the cat, which was originally noisy, suddenly became well-behaved. The others were still checking the wounds of their companions. When they found that Lu Qin was holding the cat with a dark light flashing in his eyes, they were all stunned. The man who was scratched looked at Lu Qin in disbelief. He was a beast tamer, so he naturally knew what the dark light in Lu Qin's eyes meant. He lost his voice and said, "Can you tame animals?" Lu Qin saw that he was making a fuss and was very disgusted. Everyone in our pet care major can tame animals. Don't be so startled and scare the cat. Lu Qin walked away from them in astonishment, found the pool where the cat was originally, and gently put it down. Lu Qin took over the man's job, humming a little tune while bathing the kitten. The cat, which was originally irritable, became quiet in Lu Qin's hands. Everyone silently watched the strange scene in front of them. They dispersed, returned to their workstations, and continued to work. They wanted to see what clever place their boss insisted they come to. Chapter 147. Several people worked reluctantly. The war beasts went up directly from the stairs outside. They did not see a single war beast on the first floor. They were somewhat skeptical of the claims on the internet, and subconsciously believed that those news were just marketing methods that they created themselves. After all, the internet is full of truth and falsehood. Who can guarantee that what they see is true? At first, they were unwilling to hear that they would be arranged to study with a group of students. They often deal with war beasts. They don't need others to explain to them what kind of temper war beasts have. They don't think that a group of students majoring in pet care can handle the relationship with war beasts. Now that they can't see the arrival of war beasts, their guess is confirmed. This group of people is just false propaganda, with a false appearance, and they have deceived their superiors. The more they thought about it, the more wrong it was. They could only vent their anger at work, and their actions of wiping the table became more and more fierce. At this time, Lightning walked in from its own small door and looked around for Qinjiu's figure. Because Lightning and his friends often come in and out, Xia Xiaolan designed a special small door for them at the beginning of the decoration. Qinjiu was not there for the time being. Xia Xiaolan saw lightning coming in and waved to it. Lightning, come. Everyone's ears caught the word lightning and immediately looked up at the little black ball. It was really the swift leopard. It was lightning. They were excited. The few people present had basically never seen lightning. Master Edel had not returned to the bureau for a long time, since he retired to the second line, so they naturally had no chance to see Edel's war beast. At this time, seeing their idol war beast, they couldn't help holding their breath and focusing their eyes tightly on lightning. Lightning heard Xia Xiaolan's call, tilted his head, and thought for a moment, then walked towards her leisurely with his tail erect. He sat in front of Xia Xiaolan, looked up at her, and seemed to ask her what she wanted. Xia Xiaolan picked up a plate of newly bought freeze-dried food, squatted down, put it in front of Lightning, and asked, "Try it, and see which one you can buy?" Lightning sniffed it, pointed at one of them, and knocked over all the others. Xia Xiaolan nodded, stood up, and handed it the shower gel with a new scent to smell. Lightning chose two, and Xia Xiaolan wrote them down and said to it, "Qingjiu is getting something in the warehouse, you go find her." Lightning heard the words, ignored everyone, jumped past them, and went straight into the warehouse. Several people looked at each other, put down their work, and surrounded Xia Xiaolan. Seeing them suddenly surrounding her, Xia Xiaolan stopped packing her things and looked puzzled. "What do you want to do? Was it lightning just now?" "It was lightning. How could it listen to you?" Xia Xiaolan looked at the man who was talking. She remembered that his name was Li Ke, from the beast-taming army. Xia Xiaolan was puzzled. "What does it listen to?" "I just asked for its opinion." Everyone was surprised. "You can communicate with the war beast normally?" Their strong reaction made Xia Xiaolan confused. "This. Can't you communicate with your own war beast?" Everyone showed an embarrassed look on their faces, and some regretted asking humiliating words. Li Ke sighed. "It's not that we can't communicate, but most of the time it seems to be indifferent to me. Except when I go on a mission, I basically just give it a cold shoulder." Xia Xiaolan nodded. It made sense. Most of their customers were like this. Li Ke saw Xia Xiaolan started to organize the things in her hands again. He came forward and asked carefully, "Do you have any skills to communicate with war beasts?" Xia Xiaolan really stopped to think for a while. She hesitated and said, "Does it count if we don't treat them as war beasts?" Li Ke, "Ah? What do you mean?" Xia Xiaolan, "We never treat war beasts as war beasts. We just treat them as ordinary customers or pets. Anything is fine. It's okay after you get used to it. They won't lose their temper for no reason. You can just serve them according to their needs and wishes, right?" Li Ke and the others were confused. Seeing that they seemed to not understand what people were saying, Xia Xiaolan glanced at the first floor and saw that there were no customers for the time being. She waved her hand and asked them to follow her to the second floor. There were two war beasts taking a bath on the second floor. Su Shanchen and Yilei were responsible for one each, and the others were watching and helping. When the people on the first floor came up, they saw the others standing in a row beside the bathing pool, and they couldn't help but frown. Aren't there still war beasts? Why don't they need to work? Li Ke walked to their team and looked at the situation in the bathing pool, and his eyes could no longer leave. Su Shanchen was asking a wolf-type war beast in a flattering way, "Is this strength okay?" The gray wolf nodded, squinting his eyes, as Su Shanchen rubbed its neck, looking very happy. "This is Galaxy Wolf?" Its owner was sitting nearby, and when he heard someone calling out the name of his war beast, he looked at the person who was speaking. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Qianqin couldn't help but smile and shout, "Senior Li Ke." Li Ke saw Qianqin and waved happily. Qianqin was one of the interns who followed him to learn. She went to Porcelain King Star some time ago, and then said she was on vacation and returned to Star King. It has been a long time since then. Li Ke walked past everyone and sat down next to Qianqin to greet her. Qingjiu came back from the warehouse with 2 new bottles of detergent in her hand. Lightning followed her footsteps, not leaving her step. Qingjiu just put down her things and saw Qianqin waving at her, so she walked over curiously. She sat on the other side of Qianqin and asked, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Qianqin pointed to Li Ke next to her and introduced her, "Xiaojiu, this senior of the Beast Tamer army is called Li Ke." Qingjiu knew of course, but she didn't understand why Qianqin specifically mentioned it to her. Seeing that she didn't respond, Qianqin turned to Li Ke and asked, "Senior, can you tell me?" Li Ke smiled and nodded. "It's not something shameful." Qianqin then said to Qingjiu, "Senior also grew up in Shirong Orphanage." Qingjiu opened her mouth slightly. It was the first time she met someone who came from Shirong Orphanage. She quickly reacted, feeling like she was seeing a fellow villager, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Liku, I know you also came from Shirong Orphanage. After all, you are well known in the industry. Have you been back? Chinchio shook his head. No, I plan to go back during the holidays. Oh! Liku suddenly sighed and said, since the director was changed, I haven't been back for a long time. Chinchio's pupil shrank slightly. She buried her emotions deep in her eyes, and there was no flaw on her face. Oh? Has Shirong Orphanage changed the director? Wasn't your director Lu before? Liku. No, the previous director's surname was Chang. The director was changed after I was adopted. I heard that Director Chang died of a sudden illness. Alas, what a pity. Director Chang was a very good person, and he died at the age of 80. It's really a pity. But I heard that your new director Lu also managed the orphanage in an orderly manner, which can be regarded as inheriting Director Chang's last wish. Chapter 148. Chinchio asked, Senior, do you remember how many years ago the orphanage changed its director? Lika thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure about the exact time, probably 20 to 30 years ago. Chinchio silently noted the time, took a deep breath, and put on a smile again. Senior, even if the director has changed, you can come back to take a look. The orphanage has been renovated twice, and the current environment is much better than before. I think Director Lu should also welcome you to come back often. Lika said happily, then I find a time to go back. Chinchio expressed his infinite welcome, ended the conversation immediately, and picked up Lightning. The free workers saw Chinchio holding Lightning and patting his head, and their eyes were straight. Chinchio looked at the situation of Su Shanshan and Yilade, both of whom could control the emotions of the war beast very well. She was relieved and walked out of the store alone to rest. She saw Edel coming with Bai Shui from a distance, and there were two people wearing the uniforms of the War Beast Administration Bureau beside him. Chinchio took the initiative to greet them. Bai Shui saw Chinchio, quickened her pace, walked to Chinchio in 2 or 3 steps, and nudged Chinchio's palm with her head. Chinchio understood and rubbed her head. Chinchio greeted Edel, Teacher Edel. Edel was already immune to the betrayal of his 2 children. Now that he saw them standing on the same side with Chinchio, his heart was no longer disturbed. He smiled and said, How is the situation in your store now? Chinchio, it's okay, but I received several complaints recently. Xiaoxiaolan has a bad temper. Edel thought, this is Chinchio expressing his dissatisfaction with him. He didn't want to help the old men in the beast-taming army to arrange for people to come in, but Zysai called him in the group to arrange. If he didn't arrange, it would be considered as refusing the mission, and his year-end bonus this year would be deducted. He was in a bitter mood. The War Beast Management Bureau said that he had handed the War Beast to Chinchio for management and had not fulfilled his obligation to support it. The subsidy was withheld, and he continued to observe. They also said that the year-end bonus would be deducted. He was living on the salary of the current Star King. If it was deducted further, his meager salary would not be enough to cover the food expenses of Bai Shui and others next year. Edel shamelessly pretended not to understand, still smiling. The War Beast Management Bureau said that they would shoot a promotional film for you for free, which is also a documentary, recording the daily life of their juniors, as a promotion before the graduation season. Chinchio knew that there were many recruitment promotions every graduation season, but he didn't expect that a unit like the War Beast Management Bureau, where everyone wanted to squeeze in, actually needed promotion. After the 2 people from the War Beast Management Bureau confirmed with Xiaoxiaolan that it would not affect their daily work and that they would be given an additional subsidy, Xiaoxiaolan reluctantly agreed to their plan to add more people. During the prime time on Saturday night, a hot search jumped to the first place like a dark horse. Variety documentary War Beast Care Daily. Everyone clicked in curiously, and found that the producer of the documentary was actually the War Beast Management Bureau, and everyone discussed it fiercely. Am I hallucinating? The War Beast Management Bureau account that only posts popular science has actually started to post variety shows? Isn't it a documentary? Why add the word variety show? Does the War Beast Management Bureau also want to take advantage of the popularity? You guys go and watch it. It's a daily variety show. So interesting. Yes, yes, yes. I dug up a treasure variety show. I picked Xiao Qingwe, an emotionally stable big brother. What is this? Is there any department representative who can tell me what this is? The department representative is here. This is the daily work of the new generation of the War Beast Management Bureau in Chinchio's pet care shop. Also known as, every day when the new generation of the War Beast Administration Bureau is severely beaten by the War Beasts. Chinchio's pet care shop? Oh my god, Is it riding on the popularity of the War Beast Administration Bureau? The above? Please correct me, it is the War Beast Administration Bureau riding on the popularity of the pet care shop. Chinjio is a magical person who can make lightning come out to do business and promote the opening. Aren't they students? Why can they open a shop? It is opened in the school's entrepreneurship park, and non-school personnel can enter by making an appointment in advance. Great, before, I was talking about whether I could go to the Interstellar Patrol to wash my pets. Now that I have a fixed position, I can also let my war beasts go to wash their pets. Don't think about it. According to my connections in Xinhuang, the war beast care business has been snapped up long ago, and reservations will not be open until next semester. This is too popular. I am equally jealous of everyone who makes an appointment. Wait, how come I see some familiar faces in there? You've also noticed, I saw the young people from the Beast Taming Army and the War Beast Medical Center in the variety show. You mean? At the same time, there are not only people from the War Beast Management Bureau, but also people from the Beast Taming Army and the War Beast Medical Center working for Chinjio? Yes, there are. I'm from the War Beast Medical Center, I can testify. From the Beast Taming Army, anyone. What size pet care shop is this? The dozen people there can be used as an army. Upstairs, guaranteed. When will it be updated? I've finished watching it. The part where Liku was chased and bitten was so interesting. I suspect that the War Beast Management Bureau did it on purpose. This is a business war. Naked business war. They always catch the embarrassing situation of the Beast Taming Army and the War Beast Medical Center staff. The young people of the War Beast Management Bureau are perfect at handling the scene. The inside story? I heard before that their major departments don't like each other. Now I am sure that this is definitely not a rumor. It really happened. Ha ha ha, the War Beast Management Bureau is quite good at beautifying itself. I just don't believe it. The other two organizations did such a bad job, but only theirs didn't have any accidents. They are so good at editing. I saw that the War Beast Medical Center next door started to fight back. They uploaded a video of people from the War Beast Management Bureau being bullied by ordinary pets, and one was driven crazy by a husky. Fight. Fight. Isn't this real offline fast fight more interesting than singing and dancing variety shows? Don't pull down, each has its own beauty. I don't, I just look good, just better than them. Can you see that the popularity of the variety show has risen to the top of the gap? Hasn't anyone noticed that the 5 people of Xinhuang are all very good? I found out, to be honest, in this business, they are invincible, right? I watched it slowly, and they can actually tame animals. Ilya, my students, I guarantee they can do it. Xinhuang's pet care major is a seriously underestimated major. Next year will definitely be a hot topic. What do I need to prepare for the pet care major at Xinhuang? Prepare to get the first place. Mr. Fei, who was watching the variety show, was playing with a tiger head badge. The words on it were exactly the same as the one Chinjio found on Porcelain King Star. It came from the 3rd laboratory. Mr. Fei looked at the young faces one by one, and the corners of his mouth rose. Seeing this, the assistant who had worked with him for many years had guessed what he was thinking and asked, Mr. Fei, which one do you like? Mr. Fei stopped what he was doing and pointed at 2 of the young men. This one named Xiao Qinghua and Li Ke, they look like good seedlings. The assistant lowered his eyebrows. I understand. After the assistant left, Mr. Fei continued to watch the variety show, looking at Xiao Qinghua and Li Ke, and he felt more and more satisfied. The new experimental material similar to the number 4 experimental subject should also be effective, right? Chapter 149. Chinjio and Lilith received a meeting notice from the student union and agreed to go to the student union meeting room together. This student union meeting required all members to be present. Even the other 5th-year seniors, who were on internship, had to take time to come back. No one else took it seriously. After all, it was normal to have a big team building before the end of the semester. Chinjio felt that this meeting was not an ordinary meeting. Perhaps after today, the structure of the student union would undergo earth-shaking changes. Chinjio walked in front, and was about to open the door of the meeting room. Who knew that enemies would meet on a narrow road? Qingling, who appeared from the side, took the lead and pushed her away, glanced at her arrogantly, and sneered and went in. Dai Lu, who followed behind her, cast an apologetic look at Chinjio and hurried in. Chinjio curled his lips, and looked at Qingling's back in silence. Lilith wanted to rush up to settle accounts with them. Chinjio stretched out his hand to block her way, turned around and saw Lilith, who was angry, and quickly said, It's okay, let the senior sisters go first. Lilith didn't understand Chinjio's submissive behavior. She is obviously bullying you. Is our first-year vice president a punching bag? He wants to be bullied by her. Lilith is a protective person. At the beginning, she didn't have a good relationship with Qin Jiao and turned a blind eye to Qing Ling's fault-finding behavior. But after almost a semester of getting along, several of them in the first grade have united and can't bear to see others being bullied. Especially Lilith is still a strong-willed person. She didn't rush up to beat Qing Ling up, which was considered as forbearance. Qin Jiao calmed her emotions, and a trace of imperceptible coldness flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, she won't be able to jump today. Everyone didn't understand what Qin Jiao meant. Qin Jiao just shook his head, signaling them not to say anything more, and went into the office first. 25 people from 5 grades were all present, and the originally spacious conference room suddenly became crowded. Everyone sat in their seats, waiting for Qianqin, who was at the first seat, to organize the meeting. Qianqin smiled and chatted with classmates of the same grade for a few words. Seeing that everyone was waiting for her to speak, she stood up. Her eyes swept across everyone's faces, but paused for a moment on Qingling's face. For some reason, everyone felt that Qianqin's expression was more serious than usual. She began to talk about today's topic. I think everyone can guess that today's meeting will involve some matters related to the change of the student union. Before we graduate, I need to implement the work first. Qingling heard this, and showed a look of joy on her face. She finally waited for the day when Shiqin abdicated. She had been suppressed by Shiqin for a long time. After 4 years of waiting, it was finally her turn to take the position of the president of the student union. She sat upright, showing the attitude of a winner, and the smile on her face deepened. Her expression did not escape Shiqin's eyes. Shiqin sighed secretly in her heart. She didn't know what she was going to face. Shiqin took a deep breath, restrained her emotions, and said, in another 6 months, I will officially graduate from Xinhuang. The position of the president of the student union should be passed on to the 4th-year vice president Qingling, but as soon as she changed her voice, Qingling's determined expression on her face froze, and she had a bad premonition in her heart. Shiqin's eyes fell on Qingling, and her voice was slightly cold. I think the 4th-year vice president is not qualified for the position of president. Now I want to ask for everyone's opinions, and vote to decide whether Qingling can take office. As soon as this was said, the whole room was in an uproar. This was the first time in the history of Star King that the vice president was publicly asked to be dismissed by the president. If successful, Qingling would become the first president who could not take office. Qingling's face turned black in an instant. She slammed the table and stood up, asking loudly, Why? Why did you vote for me to step down? Could it be? Her fierce eyes fell on Qin Jiao. She heard that Qianqin and Qin Jiao had known each other for a long time when they were on the Porcelain King Star. Qianqin must be avenging Qin Jiao's personal grudge. She shouted, Could it be that you did this because Qin Jiao had a good relationship with you, and you listened to her nonsense? Qianqin frowned. She was very dissatisfied with Qingling's groundless speculation. No, Qin Jiao has never mentioned you in front of me. Qin Jiao is not as bad as you think. You know it yourself. What did you do during my absence? Qingling's eyes flashed with panic, but she quickly returned to her normal state when she thought that she had no evidence. She said viciously, Don't frame me. What did I do? I have a clear conscience. I will report it to Teacher Wire. You abuse your power. Shiqin saw that she was unrepentant, shook her head, ignored her, and continued, Start voting. Please raise your hands if you agree to let Qingling take the position of president. Only 2 or 3 people raised their hands, and the few people who were waiting to see whether to raise their hands also sat silently in their seats and dared not speak. Qingling saw that no one in the 4th grade raised their hands, and she said dissatisfiedly, You! I'm so good to you. Dalu didn't look as weak as usual, but she didn't refute it out loud, just snorted coldly. Qianqin ignored her and continued to ask, Please raise your hands if you disagree with Qingling taking office. The rest of the people raised their hands, and Qingling was not elected as expected. She was unwilling to give up, and took out the school's rules and regulations to put pressure on Qianqin. The rule of the student union is that the vice president will take over after the president retires. What you did is against the rules. Qianqin shook her head gently. She had long thought that Qingling would make a fuss about this, and she projected the relevant regulations on the big screen. There was one particularly obvious one. Under special circumstances, the president has the right to hold a voting meeting to decide whether the vice president can inherit the position of president. Qingling seized the words and asked, Under special circumstances, what did I do wrong that you treat me like this? Qingqin wanted to give her a chance, save her some face, and let her withdraw by herself. But Qingling still refused to repent, so Qianqin had to make all the evidence she collected public. On the screen was all the evidence of Qingling's profiteering as the vice president of the student union in the past few years. Qingjiu looked up and saw more than 400 records on both sides. Jean Chung whispered in her ear, "It seems that the president has made all preparations long ago." Qingjiu read 10 lines at a glance. After reading about half of it, she suddenly felt that Qingling's removal was not a bad thing. Among the more than 400 records, half of them were about Qingling using the position of vice president of the student union to seek personal gain, and the other half were about reselling test answers to outsiders. After these crimes were confirmed, Qingling's face turned pale. She wanted to quibble, but Qianqin interrupted her thoughts. "I have handed these evidences to Teacher Wire, and your name will be erased from the student union soon. If you are lucky, you can still stay in Xinhuang. If the teacher intends to hold you accountable, you know what the consequences will be." Qingling's legs softened when she heard this, and she fell into a chair. In the entire conference room, there was only the sound of chairs moving, and no one spoke for a while. Chapter 150. Weir came in from the door at this time, and everyone looked at her. Weir's eyes fell on Qingling, who was in a daze, and she sighed deeply. She was able to get the first place in Xinhuang's entrance exam, and her personal ability was unquestionable, but it was a pity that she failed because of her character. If she didn't have any bad thoughts, and didn't do things she shouldn't do, she wouldn't have come to this point. Qin was right. If the school didn't hold her accountable, she would be lucky. Although she lost the position of vice president of the student union, she could stay in Xinhuang until graduation. But she made too many mistakes, and even stepped on the bottom line of the school. Wire couldn't turn a blind eye and let things go. Qingling's result was already obvious. She would be dismissed, and no longer have the identity of a Xinhuang student. All the glory would disappear from this moment. Wire came to Qingling silently, and she said calmly, "Qingling, come with me." Qingling looked up at Wire woodenly, and when she saw Wire's face, she immediately jumped up and shouted, "Teacher Wire, they are all bullying me." Shiqin also used her power to kick me out of the student union. You have to make the decision for me. Wire remained calm, and her pity and guilt for her were reduced. She is really good at turning the tables. Wire didn't intend to annoy her here, and comforted her. "Okay, if it is found out that this is true, I will make the decision for you. You come with me and tell me what happened." Qingling was calmed down by Wire's words. She followed Wire's steps, and didn't forget to look back and glare at Shiqin. Shiqin looked at Qingling disappearing at the door of the conference room expressionlessly. She reorganized her thoughts and continued, "After Qingling leaves, we need a candidate for the president. This person will be selected from the remaining 4 students in the 4th grade. You can nominate yourselves, and we will vote for who will take over Qingling's position." Dailu, who was originally quiet, and seemed not to fight for it, was the first to raise her hand. She stood up under the permission of Shiqin and said, "I nominate myself. I can take over the position of vice president." She found all the work items she had done in the past few years in the terminal, and projected them to everyone. Almost all the things that Qingling should have done were done by her alone. Maybe she knows the operation of the vice president's position better than Qingling. Dailu does have the potential to be president. Shiqin looked at her silent efforts over the years, and hated herself for not kicking Qingling out early. After Dailu finished speaking, she looked at the remaining 3 people and asked, "Do you have any nominations?" Several people shook their heads. They asked themselves that they did not have such strong information processing ability as Dailu, and they had no ambition for the position of president, so they naturally had no interest in competing with Dailu. Shiqin, show your opinions, raise your hands if you agree that Dailu will take over. Everyone's impression of Dailu is much better than Qingling. Dailu got the support of most people without any surprise. Shiqin quickly confirmed Dailu as the vice president. Dailu's mouth was slightly curved, and she bowed to everyone. "Thank you for your support. I will definitely do a good job." Gu Zheng noticed Qinjiu's actions on the side. He found that Qinjiu did not raise his hand to express his opinion, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Don't you agree that senior sister Dailu will replace senior sister Qingling?" Qinjiu shook his head, did not speak, and just looked at Dailu silently. The evidence just now spanned 4 years, and Shiqin could not have obtained it in just half a year. There is only one possibility: all these evidences were collected by Dailu. Her purpose may have been clear since she entered school. She wants to replace Qingling. Otherwise, how to explain that a little girl who is usually timid and submissive now suddenly takes the initiative to take over Qingling's job? Of course, if Qingling did not make a mistake, she would not have this opportunity, but she is definitely not as simple as she looks. She is very ambitious, and can be very tolerant. Such a person is very scary. It is not clear whether it is good or bad for her to take over the position of president. But Qingjiu looked at Gu Zheng, who still had innocence in his eyes, and she chuckled and retracted her gaze. They don't need to know these things. If Dailu is not good for them, she will take it all for them. The meeting ended not long after, and Shiqin, as the highest paid intern present, was slaughtered as expected. Shiqin smiled helplessly and agreed. She asked everyone to go to a restaurant outside to get together in the evening, and now they can move freely. Before Qingjiu could leave, Dailu called out from behind her, Qingjiu. Qingjiu stopped and signaled the others to go first with her eyes. She turned around and faced Dailu. What's the matter? Senior sister Dailu. Dailu saw her cold expression and smiled dumbly. You don't have to be so hostile to me. I only target Qingling, and won't do anything to you. Qingjiu was a little surprised by her confession. Was she going to stop pretending? Dailu saw her stunned and couldn't help laughing. I knew it when I found out that you didn't raise your hand just now. You are very smart, and I can't hide it from you. Qingjiu smiled lightly. Senior sister Dailu, I'm just not interested in standing in line. Dailu, don't be on guard against me. I won't do anything bad to you. You are different from Qingling. You are a very good vice president. You are hostile to me just because you are afraid that I will use the same means to deal with your friends. I won't hate you for not raising your hand to agree. On the contrary, I admire your responsibility. Since Dailu dared to expose herself, it means that she will not hurt them. Qingjiu let down his guard and put on a friendly smile again. That's good. She extended her hand to Dailu. Congratulations on becoming the new vice president. Dailu shook her hand without hesitation. Thank you. Let's work together in the future to develop our Xinhuang Student Union. In the evening, after everyone had dinner, Shiqin also opened a KTV box for them all night so that everyone could have more fun. During the social gathering, I don't know who suggested drinking. As everyone drank, some people began to get confused. Some people got drunk, some people started dancing and singing, and some people started crying again. The whole box was very lively. There were about 10 wine bottles in front of Qingjiu, but she was not drunk at all. She and Wang Ling, who never drank, coaxed Gu Zheng, who was crying because of drunkenness. Gu Zheng was talking nonsense, occasionally calling his mother, and occasionally scolding Gu Chunqing, as if he had suffered a great injustice, and cried until he was hoarse. Moreover, after being drunk, Gu Zheng was extremely strong. Wang Ling and Qingjiu had to work hard to pull him off the table and press him into the sofa. Otherwise, they had no doubt that Gu Zheng would perform a striptease on the wine table. It was eye-catching just to think about it. Jin Cheng was very sensible when drinking. He would not drink too much. Although his face was red, he remained sober. Lilith was drunk and fell asleep obediently on Jin Cheng's thigh. Jin Cheng was afraid that she would catch a cold, so he took off his coat and covered her. Just like the past 20 years of getting along, Lilith had Jin Cheng's unconditional care. Qingjiu finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the little ancestor was calm. She looked at Jin Cheng and asked what she was most worried about recently. The assassination attempt on you has not been investigated yet, and the holiday is coming soon. Can you go back to Chunwang Star alone? Chapter 151. Jin Cheng looked at Qingjiu with a dazed look, without any confusion in his eyes. After a long time, he smiled and said, okay. He was not joking when he told Lilith that he wanted to stay in the Shirong royal family for a while. He knew his situation well. But thinking that if he chose to stay in Shirong, Lilith might also be implicated, he gave up the idea. Qingjiu suddenly asked him about his plan. Even though Jin Cheng had drunk, he knew that Qingjiu must have sensed something. It must be said that Qingjiu's feelings were sometimes really sharp and terrifying. Jin Cheng, have you heard that the most dangerous place is the safest place? It will be fine. He will not let me die on Chunwang Star. Qingjiu had a brief understanding of the royal family of Chunwang Star, and the outside world had a high evaluation of their royal family members. Especially in the relationship between their brothers, the outside world even praised it to the sky. Jin Cheng was naughty, since he was young and was often scolded by his father. As his brother, Jin Yu took good care of him and took the initiative to block his father's anger every time. If they were born in other royal families, they might have been incompatible now, and each wanted to kill the other to seize the throne. People praised their brotherhood for being unshakable by external things. But Qingjiu had never heard anything about his brother from Jin Cheng, which was abnormal for Jin Cheng. Qingjiu almost instantly connected Jin Cheng's murder with Jin Yu. Maybe they were not as harmonious as the outside world said. Under the place that outsiders could not see, undercurrents were surging, and one careless move could lead to eternal damnation. But what Jean Chung said made sense. If it was Qin Jiao, she would not have taken action on Chen Wang's star and left a seed of suspicion. It would be best if Jean Chung died accidentally on a planet a few light years away from Chen Wang's star. He would then pretend to be sad and completely exclude himself from the suspicion. Qin Jiao said seriously and jokingly, "Don't die outside, otherwise no one will help me deal with the student union affairs." Jean Chung chuckled. He could understand the concern behind Qin Jiao's teasing. "Okay, I will definitely come back." Wang Ling listened to their conversation and did not speak. She just looked at Jean Chung with a trace of worry in her eyes. Jean Chung was more mature and reliable than they thought. They could not intervene in this matter. They could only pray that Jean Chung could solve it by himself and come back safe and sound. It was not until noon the next day that the hangover people gradually woke up. Lilith covered her still dizzy head and opened her eyes to see Jean Cheng's beautiful face. He seemed restless in his sleep, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and his eyelashes were trembling. He slept on the sofa for a whole night, just because he didn't want to wake up Lilith, who was resting on his thighs. Lilith's heart beat faster, and she sat up lightly. She took up her coat that belonged to Jean Chung and covered him with it. Jean Cheng's quiet and well-behaved appearance tempted her to raise her hand, wanting to smooth his frowning brows in his sleep. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "Awake?" Lilith was frightened by Qin Jiao's voice. She quickly withdrew her hand, sat down in a panic, and didn't dare to look directly at Qin Jiao, and stammered, "Yes. Yes, awake." Qin Jiao looked at Lilith's reaction with interest, and curled his lips slightly. It seems that Jean Chung is not completely unrequited love. Jean Chung was awakened by the sound of their chat. He stretched and opened his eyes, which were still bloodshot, and was still a little confused. Qin Jiao smiled. "You haven't woken up yet?" Jean Chung turned his head mechanically, blinked his eyes, and didn't answer. Lilith explained on the side, "He is still in a bad mood after getting up. Some people look awake, but they are not awake yet." Qin Jiao teased, "You know him well?" I don't know where Qin Jiao's words stimulated Lilith. Lilith stood up with red ears. "How can I not understand? He lived in my house for a long time when he was a child. He is always like this." Qin Jiao didn't tease her anymore. She was thin-skinned and would be hated if she joked too much. Gu Zheng, who was sleeping on the other side of the sofa, also woke up. He didn't get up yet, but he was already moaning. Qin Jiao walked over, looked down at him, and asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Gu Zheng slowly adjusted to the light and opened his eyes. He saw two Qin Jiao standing in front of him. He didn't answer but asked, "Qin Jiao, how come you became two?" Puff. Qin Jiao was helpless. "You haven't sobered up yet?" Wang Ling was used to the regular schedule and woke up earlier than Qin Jiao. After waking up, he consciously went to buy sobering soup. He just came back when Gu Zheng woke up. Hearing Gu Zheng's nonsense, he couldn't help but smile. He bought a sobering soup for each of the 4 people and asked Jean Chung and Lilith to take it themselves. He handed a portion to Qin Jiao, who shook his head. "I don't need it. I'm not drunk." After that, she took Wang Ling's hangover soup and sat beside Gu Zheng to feed him. After everyone drank the hangover soup, the dizziness gradually disappeared and they regained sobriety. Only Gu Zheng, who was the most drunk, was still complaining about a headache. Seeing his painful appearance, Qin Jiao couldn't help but teach him, "Let's see if you dare to drink so much in the future." Gu Zheng rubbed his head and said aggrievedly, "I'm so uncomfortable, and you still say I..." Heh. Qin Jiao didn't give him any face at all. "Wang Ling, come. Let us, Gu Zheng, see his amazing behavior last night." Hearing this, Wang Ling came to Qin Jiao and turned on the video to show Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng in the video stood on the table and twisted his buttocks, muttering something in his mouth, but it was not clear because of too much noise. He twisted on the table, and the equally drunk senior brothers and sisters below applauded him. The next moment, Gu Zheng on top began to take off his shirt, revealing the thin muscles hidden under his clothes. The video stopped abruptly here. Gu Zheng didn't care that he was still having a headache. His reaction speed had returned to normal. He immediately came up to close Wang Ling's terminal. Wang Ling didn't drink, and his movements were much more sensitive than his. He dodged Gu Zheng's pounce. Gu Zheng's face was flushed. He had never lost such a big person in his life. He gritted his teeth and said, "Delete it. Delete it quickly." Wang Ling didn't move, but looked at Qin Jiao. It was like asking Qin Jiao what he meant. Qin Jiao grinned. "Will you dare to drink outside in the future? If Wang Ling and I didn't hold you down, you would have to take off all your clothes here." Gu Zheng used to be strict with himself, and had never drunk alcohol. He didn't know that this little thing could be so powerful. This was his first time drinking. He drank cocktails, which were sour and sweet like juice and easy to drink. But he didn't expect that the wine was sweet and sour, and he felt crazy after drinking it. He swore that this was his first and last time to drink. Qingjiu teased him a few times and asked Wang Ling to delete his black history. However, they had already deeply imprinted this unforgettable Gu Zheng in their minds. Other students also got up one after another, and the robot came in to clean up the bottles and cans. The cleaning robot walked to Qingjiu and took away the basket with empty bottles. The robot had its own calculation function, and a number that no one expected appeared on it. 36. Chapter 152. No! Did it calculate wrong? Lilith remembered that they only drank about 12 or 13 bottles before she passed out. How come it became 36 in one night? This is clearly a scam. Hearing Lilith's exclamation, Shiqin also came over and looked at the robot's data. It was indeed a bit different from the other tables. She was about to find someone to calculate, but Qingjiu said, "No need, senior sister Qianqin, it's not wrong, I drank it all." Everyone. Wang Ling tried to recall the details before going to bed. He said, "Although your alcohol tolerance is indeed more terrifying than we imagined, didn't you only drink more than 10 bottles last night? Even if you count what Gu Zheng and the others drank, it was at most in the early 20s. Qingjiu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "I couldn't sleep last night, so I kept drinking. It tastes good and has different flavors. I drank it and found that I seemed to drink a lot." Everyone took a breath. Jin Chung asked in disbelief, "So you are drunk now? Are you dizzy?" Qingjiu shook his head. "I think it's like juice, and I wonder how you can drink like that." Other brothers and sisters also heard the conversation between Qingjiu and Qianqin and couldn't help but be stunned. "Junior sister, you are awesome. You are definitely the biggest drinker in our Star Emperor. Damn, I thought my alcohol tolerance was already pretty good. How can there be someone even stronger? You have to give up the title of the #1 drunkard. Give it up." "I will give it up with all my heart. Junior sister, you are really a hidden talent. In every aspect." Qingqin didn't feel bad about the money. She really admired Qingjiu's alcohol tolerance. She asked the robot to leave, and asked them what they were going to do. Everyone said they would go back to have breakfast and then leave. After all, it was almost exam week and everyone needed to review. So they formed teams and went back to school. Qingjiu and his friends bought breakfast in the school cafeteria and then came back to sit together. Wang Ling sat opposite Qingjiu, who witnessed his entire preparation process before eating. He did not start eating immediately after sitting down, but first classified the different dishes and divided them into several different areas on the small plate. Only after all the dishes were classified did he show a satisfied look on his face and prepare to eat. Jin Chung saw that there were dumplings he loved on his plate, and he was quick to pick up one with his chopsticks. Wang Ling's expression instantly turned cold. He shook his head gently, and did not condemn Jin Cheng's behavior. He just sorted out the various types of food that were originally clearly separated and messed up because of Jin Cheng's chopsticks. Qingjiu suddenly felt that Wang Ling was not unhappy because Jin Chung stole the dumplings, but because Jin Chung disrupted the original order on his plate. How serious is this obsessive-compulsive disorder? Qingjiu couldn't help but show admiration. Wang Ling might have to divide the food like this every time. Several people were eating hard, but Qingjiu saw Xiao Qinghua and Lika pulling the suitcases. She stopped what she was doing and took the initiative to step forward. "Good morning." Lika looked up and found that it was Qingjiu. He immediately smiled. "Morning." Xiao Qinghua's expression was as cold as always, but she also nodded to her and said, "Morning." Qingjiu looked at their suitcases and asked curiously, "Are you leaving? Isn't it less than a month?" Liko also showed a regretful expression on his face. "Oh yes, I heard that it was Admiral Zeisite's temporary transfer." Xiao Qinghua was the one he asked for from the War Beast Management Bureau. "It's true, after staying here for a few days, and getting along with the War Beasts for a while, I'm reluctant to leave." Xiao Qinghua was not very satisfied with the statement that he was asked to go there, but it was true. Although the three organizations occasionally childishly compared who was good and who was bad, as long as it involved work content, they still handled it impartially and assisted the transfer of personnel from each organization. This deployment was indeed the proposal of the beast-taming army. Qingjiu had a faint smile on her face. She asked, "Has Admiral Zister returned to the headquarters now? Is he in good health?" Lika sighed and said, "He has returned to the headquarters, but his health has not improved. I heard that he has been in bed recently, and many things have been done by others. I don't know when Admiral Zister will get better." Chinchio's eyes darkened, and she said, I hope the Admiral will get better as soon as possible. After breakfast, Li Ke and the others got on the special car and left. Chinchio and the others separated, and Chinchio returned to the pet care shop. Xia Xiaolin and the others were not in the shop. After all, the exam was coming soon. They were usually careless, and now they dared not act rashly. But because there were other people helping, the shop was still open for business, but the war beast business was suspended. Everyone was on the first floor. When they saw Chinchio coming back, they all nodded in a friendly manner. They were not spoiled people, but they were used to being arrogant. They were dissatisfied when they were transferred here at first. I have been here for more than half a month now, and I have become accustomed to the content and intensity of the work. After several encounters with war beasts, they clearly understood that Chinchio and his friends were really capable, and they had to admit it. Chinchio was the only one who didn't have to spend too much time reviewing. Now she temporarily took over Xia Xiaolin's position as store manager and arranged work for them. Since she came back, Chinchio has been in a daze at the counter, and no one knew what she was thinking. Half a day passed before Chinchio spoke the first sentence. Do you know what mission Li Ke and his friends are going to complete when they go back? Everyone shook their heads, and one of them said, many times, the missions of the Beast Control Army are carried out in secret. If they are carrying out secret missions, their terminals will also be set to private mode, and only the military can contact them, and none of us can find him. Starting from an hour ago, his avatar has turned black in the system. Chinchio's fingers tapped the table lightly, making a clicking sound. After a long time, she asked again, then do you know what Xiao Qingyu's job is in the War Beast Management Bureau? Oh, I know this. He is responsible for breeding rare war beasts. Chinchio nodded, and did not ask any more questions. Everyone returned to their posts to work. What kind of mission requires a beast tamer and a war beast breeder to complete at the same time? And it is a top-secret mission, and the person even lost contact a few hours after leaving? Admiral Zeisite specifically named these two people. What is so special about them? Chinchio couldn't figure it out. But she had a vague guess that Li Ke and the others might not be able to come back for a long time. Chapter 153. Classical music flows in the room, the flames projected in the virtual fireplace flicker, and the crackling sound of charcoal burning can be heard from the speakers. The warm light illuminates every corner of the room, completely isolated from the stormy environment outside. It seems warm and comfortable here. After Mr. Fei and Zeisite confirmed that the experimental materials he needed could be transported over, he hummed a little tune and packed up in a good mood. When the assistant came and saw this, he was a little worried. Mr. Fei, are you really going to Shirong Star? Mr. Fei stopped what he was doing, stood up and looked at the assistant who had been with him for more than 20 years. He nodded slightly. I'm going to Shirong Orphanage. The assistant's mind flashed with the face of the student of Xinhuang, and he asked in confusion, is it because of the student named Chinchio? Mr. Fei said him softly, and continued to pack his luggage. By the way, go find Rakov to see if he is also on Shirong Star. He has been missing for too long, I miss him so much. The assistant fell into a long silence, but did not leave, just stood there quietly, without saying a word. Mr. Fei felt that he seemed to have something to say, so he stopped packing, got up and sat on the sofa, and poured him a cup of tea. Sit down, this is your favorite flower tea. The assistant was reluctant to sit down, just staring at the cup in a daze. Mr. Fei took a sip of hot tea, and found that he had not sat down yet. Mr. Fei put down the cup in his hand, sighed and asked, do you have anything to say? Just say it. The assistant looked up at Mr. Fei, and finally expressed his concerns. Mr. Fei, Shirong Star is a high-risk area for us. I think you know this better than me. Let alone the strong military deployment of Shirong Star, the masters of Xinhuan Academy alone are already difficult to deal with. Especially at L11, they all know you. Mr. Fei looked at the tea still smoking in the cup, and still asked the assistant to sit down first. This time, the assistant slowly sat opposite Mr. Fei, patiently waiting for Mr. Fei's answer. Mr. Fei, I know you are worried about my safety, don't worry, I won't take the initiative to come to them. And you are here too, are you still worried? The assistant knew that he could not change Mr. Fei's mind, so he could only accept it silently. He picked up the tea, looked at his own shadow reflected in the tea, and said, I will make a travel application for Shadow within 2 days. Mr. Fei nodded with satisfaction. I am at ease with you doing things. The assistant took a sip of tea and asked, Mr. Fei, have you decided on the travel time you want? Mr. Fei pondered for a moment and replied, then let's go 10 days later. It just so happens that we can bring them some small gifts. The assistant heard this without changing his face. Yes. After the exam, they started their first vacation in Xinhuang. But before getting the results, Qin Jiao and his friends decided to stay in school for a few more days before going home to finish the orders on hand. The free laborers can already handle the business on hand on their own. However, Qin Jiao is still needed to appear when facing the war beasts, and they can only help a few people. When the results came out, Qin Jiao undoubtedly became the first in the school's GPA. Everyone seemed not surprised by this result, but every time they lay down at night and thought of it, they had to eject and sit up, cursing. No, is she still a human? Now that everyone is free, Jean Chung and Lilith often come to Qin Jiao's place to sit and enjoy the free afternoon tea and excellent rest environment. Xia Xiaolan doesn't care at all, because they really give too much. So every time they come, Xia Xiaolan always takes the initiative to greet them and open the door for them. Jean Chung saw that Lilith arrived earlier than him, so he sat beside her and asked, "When are you going back?" Lilith swallowed the biscuits in her mouth and said, "Maybe in 2 days, I will go with my aunt. She seems to have some unfinished business now." "What about you?" Jean Chung leaned on the sofa, looked up at the halo of the chandelier, and smiled. "I will leave when the vice president can't keep anyone here." Lilith, "Go back to Morning King Star?" Jean Chung looked at her sideways. "Well, or have you decided to take me in?" Lilith didn't refuse directly this time, like she did last time. "Come whenever you want, tell your uncle, and if he agrees, you can go with me." Jean Chung was a little surprised. He moved closer to Lilith. "Really? Are you willing to take me in?" His faint breath sprayed on Lilith's face. Lilith's ears flushed, and she slapped him away. Jean Chung fell to the other side of the sofa with an ouch sound. He covered his face and looked at Lilith with resentment. "What's wrong? If you don't want to take me in, then don't take me in. Don't hit me." Lilith tilted her head to one side. "Who told you to get so close? You're making me itchy." Jean Chung lowered his head and muttered, "It was like this before." Lilith glared at him, and he immediately quieted down and made a zipper gesture to prove that he had shut up. When Lilith calmed down, she asked again, "Are you going with me?" Jean Chung shook his head. "No, I'm going home." Lilith was not surprised. She just nodded, indicating that she already knew his answer. Qin Jiao came into the store from outside at this time, and saw that they were indeed there, and walked straight towards them. Lightning was still squinting in her arms, and taking a nap, while Guangming was playing with Bai Shui outside. Qin Jiao sat down, and Lilith asked, "What about you? When will you go back?" Qin Jiao thought for a moment, and replied, "In another week, I will close the store after you all leave. The orphanage is not far from here. I can go back slowly." She looked at Jean Chung. "You are the star train the day after tomorrow, right?" Jean Chung nodded, but Lilith beside him widened her eyes, and questioned Jean Chung, "When did you buy the ticket? Why didn't you tell me?" Jean Chung, "I decided this morning. I have to report to the vice president before I can buy the special ticket." Lilith, Jean Chung is the one who wants to buy the special ticket? Qin Jiao understood the meaning of Jean Cheng's trip. Asking for the special ticket was fake, and telling them the travel time plan and train number was true. The school will also keep an eye on whether the students have arrived home at any time. If they report in advance, the school will contact the Star Train operator several times to inquire about the student information to ensure that their students are safe, which is tantamount to an extra layer of protection. Qin Jiao said to Lilith again, "Teacher Ilya has decided to leave in 5 days. You should also go back to prepare." Lilith said, "Oh." Qin Jiao just went to a meeting with the president and vice presidents. It is normal that she is more informed than them. Lilith asked again, "What about Wang Ling and Gu Zheng? When are they leaving?" "They are leaving today." "Is that so?" Before Lilith finished her words, Gu Zheng and Wang Ling appeared at the door. Chapter 154. Gu Zheng wanted to stroke Lightning again before leaving, while Wang Ling came to say goodbye. Lightning felt that he was handed over by Qin Jiao. He looked up and saw that it was Gu Zheng, and then closed his eyes and nudged into his arms. The few of them stayed for a while, and went out together to send Gu Zheng and Wang Ling to the station to say goodbye. Qin Jiao sent all his friends away within a week, and returned to the empty store. She locked the store door, and left with her suitcase. Lightning and Snow White sent her to the school gate, and they were reluctant to let her leave, and Guangming, as her war beast, could go with her. Qin Jiao touched their heads and told them, "Listen to Teacher Edel, okay? I will come back to see you." Lightning scratched Qin Jiao's trouser legs with his little claws, and his head was drooping, obviously unhappy. Snow White rested her big head on Qin Jiao's shoulder, greedy for the smell of Qin Jiao's neck. If he continued to stick with them, Qin Jiao felt that he would be reluctant to leave. She hardened her heart and turned to leave. Snow White and Lightning stood at the school gate and watched until Qingjiu's back disappeared at the end of the street. Then they reluctantly returned to school. Qingjiu deliberately dragged his suitcase and walked slowly on the street, while Guangming followed him closely. When Qingjiu arrived in front of the orphanage, the sun had already set over the western hills. The golden afterglow fell on the ground, illuminating the big word Shirong Orphanage. There were toys scattered all over the ground in the orphanage yard, but no one was there, and the whole orphanage revealed a strange silence. At this time, it is very likely that everyone is having dinner in the dining room. Qingjiu just walked to the door, and a happy voice came from the access control system. "Xiujiu, you are finally back." Qingjiu chuckled. "Yes, Dean Lu, I'm back." The door opened automatically, welcoming Qingjiu in. But in Qingjiu's view, the open door was more like the mouth of a giant beast, and if you go in, you will be swallowed up. Qingjiu didn't hesitate for a moment, and stepped in. After she walked into the yard, the door behind her closed quietly without making any sound. Qingjiu walked in according to the route in her memory, and found the location of the dining room. As expected, all the children were sitting at the long dining table, waiting for dinner. As soon as Qingjiu stepped into the dining room, all the children looked at her in unison, without saying a word. Whether it was the older children or the younger cotton balls, they all remained silent without exception, completely different from children of the same age. They were very well behaved and very quiet. But the silence was very strange, not like living people. Dean Lu stood up from the main seat. Her almost wrinkle-free face was full of smiles, as if she had gotten used to the lifeless appearance of other children. She greeted Qingjiu, took the suitcase from her, and said to the oldest boy at the table, "Xiaoqing, help your sister put the suitcase back in the room." The boy called Xiaoqing fell from the chair. His eyes were cloudy, and he walked towards them woodenly. He took the suitcase from Dean Lu and pulled it away. During this time, there was only the sound of the suitcase wheels dragging on the floor. Until the little boy left, the whole space fell into silence again. The depressing atmosphere did not affect Qingjiu's performance at all. She smiled and accepted all the good intentions arranged by Dean Lu for her, allowing Dean Lu to take her hand and lead her to the dining table. The dishes on the table had obviously been prepared for a while, but it seemed that no one had started eating because everyone had not arrived yet. The children were waiting for Qingjiu to arrive. Dean Lu noticed that Qingjiu's eyes lingered on each dish, and she immediately asked nervously, "Do you think the dishes are not to your taste? Do you want to make a few more dishes? Or should I add a few more dishes?" Qingjiu shook his head, looked at his brothers and sisters beside him lovingly, and said, "Eat, you have been waiting for me for a long time, right? Everyone is hungry, don't bother." Dean Lu heard this, a loving look on his face, and said gently, "Yes, everyone is hungry, let's eat." With the permission of the dean, the children picked up their spoons and started to eat. The rice in their bowls was not hot at all, and it was obviously cold. But no child made a fuss and asked for another bowl of white rice. Qingjiu inadvertently scanned each dish, and found that no one picked up the food with chopsticks. They only ate the white rice in their bowls. Qingjiu pretended not to notice their strangeness, took the steaming hot rice handed over by Dean Lu, and started to pick up the dishes. She chatted casually, "Dean Lu, there are so many dishes today, is there something good happening?" Dean Lu smiled and served Qingjiu the dishes. "Isn't it that Xiujiu, you are coming back? I will make you something delicious." Qingjiu sneered calmly. She didn't tell Dean Lu that she was coming back today. Her terminal was monitored again. She covered up the mockery with chewing. "Really, thank you, Dean Lu." Dean Lu saw that she was eating happily, and immediately gave her more dishes. The two of them were having a good time, and they all ignored the other children, who were eating white rice. Dean Lu didn't seem to notice that they didn't pick up any food, nor did he serve them food as enthusiastically as he did to Qingjiu. Qingjiu finished a bowl, and asked Dean Lu for another one. Dean Lu took her bowl, and walked happily to the kitchen. Xiaoqing also returned to her seat at this time, and like everyone else, lowered her head to eat the cold white rice. Qingjiu took the opportunity when Dean Lu left to grab the girl's hand beside him. "Warm. It's a living person." The girl looked up at Qingjiu, and an emotionless voice came out of her mouth. "Sister Xiujiu, do you want to play with Bebe?" For some reason, her voice made Qingjiu's hair stand on end. Qingjiu gently let go of the little girl's hand, smiled and asked, "Bebe doesn't want to eat food? Doesn't everyone eat food?" As she spoke, she looked at the people at the table. Qingjiu's words were like an order. All the children picked up their chopsticks at the same time and put food into their bowls, as if they were completing the task Qingjiu had given them. Dean Lu came back at this time, as if she didn't see that the children who didn't pick up food were picking up food. There was no change on her face, and she handed the bowl full of fragrant white rice to Chinchio. Chinchio took it and praised, "Dean Lu's food is still so delicious." Dean Lu happily served Chinchio again, and it seemed that no one noticed the abnormality on the table. After eating, the children consciously collected the bowls and chopsticks. Chinchio wanted to help, but was stopped by Dean Lu. "Let them do it, otherwise they will think they are worthless." Chinchio raised her eyebrows, put down the bowls and chopsticks, and she smiled sweetly. "Okay, I will listen to the dean." The dean took her back to her room, which was still the same room as before. Because she was the oldest, Dean Lu arranged a suite for her a year ago, and Chinchio was very familiar with the arrangement inside. Dean Lu said, "Don't run around at night, just have a good rest today." Chinchio agreed, closed the door, and heard Dean Lu walking away. She rushed into the bathroom and vomited out today's dinner. Chapter 155. Chinchio's eyes were filled with tears due to nausea and retching. In fact, she knew in her heart that there might not be anything wrong with the food. After all, she had eaten like this before, but she was just psychologically nauseous. Maybe one day, she would be as numb as before, and eat the food in the orphanage as usual. Chinchio wiped the tears from her face, rinsed her mouth, and washed her face, and looked at the world outside the window. She secretly called for Light in her heart. Light sensed her call, and flew to the windowsill with a curious look on his face. It could feel Chinchio's uneasy emotions flowing in the air, but there was no threat around. Chinchio whispered, "Light, go see if there is a camera outside pointing at my room window." Light got the order, and flew away with its wings flapping towards the sunset. Chinchio packed things out of his suitcase, and someone knocked on the door during this time. Chinchio stopped what she was doing, walked to the door, and asked cautiously, "Who is it?" "Sister Xiujio, I'm Xiaoqing." Chinchio's mind flashed with the image of the little boy pulling a suitcase out of the dining room. She opened the door, and saw him standing at the door, with a basin of toiletries. Chinchio asked, "Is Xiaoqing here to give me something?" Xiaoqing nodded, his eyes were cloudy, gray and almost invisible. But Chinchio could feel him looking at her. Xiaoqing handed the things in his hand to Chinchio, and was about to turn around and leave, but Chinchio stopped him. "Xiaoqing, sister has never seen you before. When did you come to the orphanage?" Xiaoqing's movements were stiff, as if Chinchio's sudden questioning interrupted the program that had been set in him. He turned around slowly and answered truthfully, 2 months ago." Chinchio smiled and waved at him, signaling him to leave. Xiaoqing was like a rusty machine. His hands and feet were not flexible. His right foot was facing forward, but his left foot was still not lifted. He tried several times before adjusting his torso to obey and turn around to leave. Chinchio watched him disappear at the corner of the corridor before returning to the room and locking the door. Guangming happened to fly back from outside. It landed on Chinchio's arm and chirped twice. Chinchio asked, "Is there?" Guangming shook his head. "This is not a good answer. If there is no camera monitoring, it means that the dean has a more secret way to monitor her every move." She came back this time to find the file in her memory. Now she doesn't know where the dean is monitoring her, and her actions have become difficult. Chinchio thought for a moment, and decided to try to reach the dean's office in the dead of night tonight. In a room without entertainment facilities, Chinchio opened the terminal, and chatted with several people in the group. Several people majoring in pet care have returned home, and Ilaude even took photos of playing with Xiaofeng. The student union group seemed relatively deserted. Only Jin Chung kept sending messages to share the beautiful scenery around him. It took a long time for others to send an emoticon package to respond. As a result, Jin Chung started to make trouble again, saying in the group that everyone ignored him, and he was so sad. Chinchio's mouth corners unconsciously raised, watching Jin Chung, this lively guy, playing rogue. However, Chinchio knew that this was Jin Cheng's way of temporarily paralyzing himself. The royal family of Chunwang Star is not as harmonious as it seems on the surface. Under the prosperity is a large piece of rotten meat. If you don't make up your mind to shave it off, there will be endless troubles. However, it depends on whether His Highness Saxon can make up his mind. As the night deepened, everything was quiet. The entire orphanage was asleep. Chinchio opened her eyes in the dark. In order to create the illusion that she had already fallen asleep, she turned off the lights early in the morning and lay on the bed without making any sound. During this period, she felt that Dean Lu came to see if she was asleep several times. It seemed that after confirming that she had fallen asleep, Dean Lu turned off the lights in the corridor and left. Guangming also fell asleep leaning on the windowsill. If Chinchio hadn't suddenly stood up and startled Guangming, Guangming would not have woken up. As a reconnaissance-type war beast, Guangming is very sensitive to all the slightest movement. Even if Qingjiu got up without making much noise, it can sense it. Guangming flapped its wings, but did not make a sound. It flew to Qingjiu's side and rubbed her cheek. Qingjiu gently pressed the pointed corner of Guangming's mouth in the darkness, signaling it to keep quiet. Qingjiu got up carefully, trying not to make any noise. She opened the door and looked into the corridor. The ends of the corridor were pitch black, like a black vortex that could suck people in. The silver moon squeezed in from the window, illuminating only a small space in front of her. There were no insects, no human voices, and Qingjiu's ears were only the sounds that could only be heard in extreme silence. It was too quiet, so quiet that it seemed like she had been placed in another world. This was the best time for her to go out. Qingjiu tiptoed out of the room, and when she closed the door, there was only a slight click sound of the lock. After doing all this, she deliberately stood there and waited for a long time, confirming that nothing unusual had happened before raising her foot towards the dean's office. At this moment, the door of another room behind Qingjiu, adjacent to her room, suddenly opened with a creaking sound. The sudden sound was like thunder in Qingjiu's eardrums. She turned back suddenly, but there was nothing behind her. The door that had just been opened was now tightly closed again, with no trace of having been opened. Qingjiu looked at the door of each room until the end of the corridor, where all the doors of the rooms were closed, as if the sound she had just heard was her own imagination. She could hear her accelerated heartbeat in the quiet night. She retracted her sight, and slowly turned back to continue walking towards the office. But before she took a step, she heard a familiar voice in front of her. "Sister Xiaojiu, where are you going?" Qingjiu's pores exploded, her hair stood up, and she looked down suddenly. She saw Bebe standing in front of her holding a teddy bear with half of its head gone. The teddy bear in her hand only had half of its head left, but its eyes seemed to be alive. Qingjiu could feel a faint gaze from its black eyeballs falling on him. Bebe looked up at Qingjiu, and she seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Qingjiu tried to calm herself down. She forced a smile and squatted down to ask, "Bebe, why haven't you slept yet?" Bebe tilted her head and stared at Qingjiu with the same cloudy eyes as Xiaoqing. Bebe found that Sister Xiaojiu was not asleep, so I came out. Bebe said, pointing to the door behind Qingjiu. Bebe is sleeping in the room next to Sister Xiaojiu. Chapter 156. It seems that the sound of the door opening just now was made by Bebe. Because she is short, Qingjiu did not see her passing by in front of him. Qingjiu's eyes moved downwards, and found that Bebe was indeed not wearing shoes. No wonder there was no sound of footsteps. She blamed, "Bebe, why don't you wear shoes? You will catch a cold." Bebe tilted her head, and the teddy bear in her hand seemed to be puzzled. After a long time, Bebe asked, "Sister Xiaojiu, are you concerned about me?" Qingjiu tried her best to play the role of the big sister in the orphanage, and said with a smile, "Yes." "Bebe, don't you like your sister to care about you?" Bebe shook her head immediately after hearing this, and she almost jumped for joy. "I like it. No one in the orphanage cares about Bebe. Sister Xiaojiu is the first one." Qingjiu's eyelids trembled slightly, and she asked, "Where is the dean? Doesn't Dean Lu care about Bebe?" When Dean Lu was mentioned, Bebe was suddenly stunned. She suddenly hugged the teddy bear to cover herself, and her whole body was shaking. Her voice came from behind the teddy bear intermittently. "Care. Don't care. Does Dean Lu care about Bebe?" "Bebe will be obedient. Dean Lu doesn't want to care about Bebe." "No, Dean Lu wants to care about Bebe." Qingjiu heard her incoherent words, and seemed to be in a great panic. Qingjiu was afraid that her voice would get louder, and attract other people's attention, so she immediately took Bebe to her room. Qingjiu patted Bebe's shoulder and whispered, "Don't be afraid. With Sister Xiaojiu here, no one can hurt you." Bebe stopped shaking after hearing this. She moved the teddy bear away, raised her wet eyes, and looked at Qingjiu, with a strong sense of uneasiness in her voice, and asked in a low voice, "Really? Can Sister Xiaojiu protect Bebe? Then, can I skip class?" "Ah!" Before she finished speaking, the teddy bear in her hand suddenly became hideous and terrifying. Bebe seemed to be in great pain, rolling on the ground in pain. Her eyes were unfocused, and after a long time, they returned to a cloudy state. She stood up and looked at Qingjiu, repeating the same sentence. "Sister Xiaojiu, where are you going?" Qingjiu silently withdrew his hand from her, and she said calmly, "Nowhere. I just woke up in the middle of the night, and walked around." Bebe said "Oh" and continued, "Sister Xiaojiu, don't run around at night. There will be monsters that will take away disobedient children." Qingjiu nodded. "I know, I'm going to sleep again." What about you? Are you going back? Bebe nodded stiffly and left with the teddy bear. I don't know if it was Chinjio's illusion. She always felt that the only remaining eye of the teddy bear was staring at her, and that strong sight did not disappear until Bebe returned to her room. Chinjio did not go to bed immediately, but checked the things in the room. She searched the whole room, but didn't find any suspicious items, so she had to lie back on the bed. She was really tired after a day of hard work, and with the light guarding her, Chinjio felt particularly at ease. She closed her eyes, and fell asleep soon after. Of course, she didn't know that Bebe left the room alone after she fell asleep and walked towards the darkness at the end of the corridor. The next morning, Chinjio got up and left the room. The whole orphanage seemed to come alive, full of laughter and joy. Yesterday's weirdness seemed like she had imagined it. Chinjio had just walked to the stairs when the child who was still running in front of her bumped into Chinjio's legs and fell straight to the ground. The little boy sat down in a daze, blinked his eyes, and looked up at Chinjio. Chinjio stretched out her hand to him and asked, "Where did you fall? Does it hurt? Don't run around, it's easy to get hurt." The boy grabbed Chinjio's hand and stood up. He asked, "Sister, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" Chinjio was stunned when she heard this. Chinjio clearly remembered seeing this little boy at the dinner table yesterday. The boy saw Chinjio didn't say anything, and didn't take it seriously, and ran away with his playmate. Chinjio suddenly felt that the orphanage in the morning and the orphanage at night seemed to be two completely different worlds. In the orphanage in the morning, the children's eyes were clear, and they were no different from ordinary children, laughing, making noises, and crying. In the orphanage at night, every child's body seemed to be out of control, as if invaded by evil spirits. This place was not like this before Chinjio left. Chinjio vaguely remembered that the dean was very strict with everyone at that time. They were not allowed to run around at night, and they were not allowed to talk while eating. But it was never like yesterday. All the children became dumb dolls. Just like dead people. What happened in the 6 months since she left? Dean Lu appeared at the corner of the stairs at this time. Seeing Chinjio, she smiled and said to the man in a suit beside her, "Look, this is our student in Xinhuang. Her name is Chinjio. I guess you have heard of her name." The man nodded immediately after hearing it. "I have heard of it. It was because of her that we decided to adopt children in Shirong Orphanage." Chinjio smiled and nodded to Dean Lu and walked past them. Dean Lu asked, "Where are you going, Xiaojiu?" "Chinjio, walk around the orphanage." Dean Lu waved his hand, "Go quickly." Chinjio watched Dean Lu and the others leave, strode to Bebe's room, knocked on the door, and asked, "Bebe, are you there?" No one answered from inside. Chinjio wanted to open the door, but found it was locked. Coincidentally, Xiaoqing, who had returned to normal, came over hopping, and saw a strange sister pressing the door lock. He ran over curiously and asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" Chinjio found that the person coming was Xiaoqing. She thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know me?" Xiaoqing shook her head. Sure enough. Chinjio pointed to the door of the room and said, "Where is the little girl living in it?" "Where is she?" Xiaoqing looked at her puzzledly. "Sister, what are you talking about? No one lives in it. It's an empty room." Chinjio frowned, and she asked, "Then do you know a girl named Bebe?" Xiaoqing nodded and pointed out the window. From the window of the corridor, you can see a sand pool for children to play in. There are a bunch of children building sand castles in the sand pool. Only one little girl sat at the edge and played by herself. No other children took the initiative to play with her. Next to Bebe sat a teddy bear, which was intact and completely different from what Chinjio saw last night. Chinjio had begun to wonder if he had dreamed last night, and those strange scenes were actually dreams. Chinjio suppressed his doubts about the abnormality of the orphanage and asked Xiaoqing, "Why doesn't anyone play with Bebe?" Xiaoqing scratched his head and said, "Bebe always says that we are abnormal and often goes against the director, so no one likes to play with her. Everyone thinks she..." Xiaoqing pointed to his head. "There is something wrong here." Chapter 157. Chinjio lowered her eyebrows, thought for a moment, smiled and thanked Xiaoqing, and walked straight to the stairs. She was going to find Bebe. Bebe sat in the corner, knocking on the sand castle in front of her with a sand shovel to make it more solid, and then began to carve the windows in the castle. When Chinjio came to the sand pool, the children looked at her with curiosity. They seemed to have never seen this big sister. It was not uncommon for strangers to come to the orphanage, but they had never seen such a young adopter, so they all sat together and whispered. These children came to Shirong Orphanage in the past 6 months. The older children, who knew Chinjio, did not play in the sand pool. Bebe seemed not to notice the strangeness around her, focusing on her own world and building her own fortress. Chinjio stepped on the soft sand, leaving one footprint after another, and walked out a route leading directly to Bebe. The shadow of an adult was shrouded on the sand castle, and Bebe looked up at Chinjio with some awareness. When she saw Chinjio, she was not as confused as other children, but called out crisply, "Sister Shujio." Chinjio raised her eyelids slightly. She was sure that she had never seen Bebe before. Bebe must have been new in the past 6 months. They first met last night. However, all the new children who saw her last night did not remember her, but Bebe could call her name accurately. Bebe is different from other children. Chinjio squatted beside her and asked softly, "Bebe, do you know your sister?" Bebe blinked her big eyes and asked instead, "Didn't we meet last night? Is Sister Shujio's memory worse than Bebe's?" Sure enough, Bebe is the only child who has the memory of last night. Chinjio, "Yes, my sister is old, and her memory is not as good as Bebe's." "Bebe, do you remember when and where we met?" Bebe put down the shovel in her hand and said seriously, "We met once, when we were having dinner, and then I think we met when Bebe was sleepwalking." Chinjio was surprised. "Bebe will sleepwalk?" Bebe nodded. "It was the dean who said that Bebe would sleepwalk. But Bebe thinks that Bebe is not sleepwalking. They don't believe me." Chinjio was silent. Maybe Bebe really didn't sleepwalk. She was controlled by some powerful external force. Chinjio's eyes fell on the teddy bear next to Bebe, and she asked, "Bebe, can you lend the little bear to your sister?" Although no one played with Bebe, Bebe was actually a child who was very willing to share. She picked up the teddy bear with her chubby little hand and handed it to Chinjio. "Let the little bear play with your sister." Chinjio took the teddy bear with a smile and looked at it carefully. The teddy bear she was holding now was much more normal than the hideous teddy bear she saw last night, which had half of its head missing. She stared at the 2 dark eyes of the teddy bear. They were just 2 ordinary decorative beads, and Chinjio did not find anything unusual. The strong gaze yesterday did not seem to come from it. Could it be that the teddy bear yesterday was not the one she was holding? Chinjio asked, "Bebe, can you tell me where you got this little bear?" "Bebe, it was given to me by the dean. After I came here, she was afraid that I would be lonely, so she gave me a little bear to play with." Chinjio returned the teddy bear to Bebe calmly. "Then Bebe must protect it well." Bebe nodded. Chinjio was about to get up and leave, but Bebe said behind her, "Sister Shujio, can you ask the teacher not to teach me?" Chinjio's intuition told her that the class Bebe was talking about might be different from what she imagined. Chinjio approached Bebe again and asked in a low voice, "Why doesn't Bebe like class?" Bebe said, "Because it hurts." Chinjio's eyes became sharp. She was about to ask more questions, but Dean Lu came out of the building at this time and saw Chinjio in the sand pool. Dean Lu walked straight towards her. "Dean Lu, Shujio, why are you here?" Chinjio knew that now was not a good time to ask more questions, so she had to give up. She stood up and looked at Dean Lu with a smile. "I haven't been back for a long time. There are many more children in the orphanage." Dean Lu's eyes changed subtly, and she covered it up. "Yes, there is no way. I heard that the beast tide in various places has been serious recently. Many villages and cities have been razed to the ground. These are all poor children. They were all sent here about a month after you went to school." Chinjio showed pity on her face. Looking at these children who originally had happy families, she couldn't imagine what they had experienced. Dean Lu, "Fortunately, there are many caring people willing to adopt them now. I hope they can get out of the pain as soon as possible and have their own home again." Chinjio nodded, and Dean Lu turned around to see the man off. Chinjio found that he knew very little about the situation in the orphanage now. After the last experience, Chinjio didn't dare to leave the room rashly at night, and spent half a month in peace. During this half month, the children were not as weird as they were on the first day. When everyone gathered together for dinner in the evening, they were also lively and lively. Until bedtime, everyone was still playing around, which was no different from the orphanage in Chinjio's impression. The strange situation encountered on the first night was like a distorted memory of Chinjio. If Chinjio had not maintained her suspicion of Dean Lu, she would even think that she had remembered the nightmare and reality as one. After she stayed there for half a month, she received an invitation from Lilith. Lilith is the royal family of Shirong Star, and lives in the center of the main city. The orphanage is also in the main city. In fact, the distance between the two is not far. It only takes half an hour to get there by suspension train. Chinjio saw that Lilith sent her a long list of boring emoticons, and photos of Chiyochio being picky about food. She couldn't help laughing and planned to accept the invitation. She told Dean Liu that she planned to stay in the royal family for a few days. Dean Liu did not show any opposition. She also encouraged Qinjiu to play with friends more. Qinjiu knew that Dean Liu was so relieved because she was always monitoring her turmoil. Dean Liu would be the first to know where she went. Qinjiu told Guangming the direction of the destination and asked Guangming to set off first. Guangming flapped his wings and left. Qinjiu watched Guangming's little figure disappear in the skyline. She had no doubt that Guangming would arrive before her. Except for the inconvenience of his eyes, Guangming was better than ordinary war beasts in everything. Lilith told Qinjiu that he only needed to wait at the door of Shirong Orphanage, and she would send someone to pick him up. Qinjiu stood at the door of Shirong Orphanage, and a suspension train that looked very luxurious slowly landed and stopped in front of Qinjiu. Qinjiu didn't know if it was this car. When she saw the long red carpet rolling out of the train, and the butler in uniform appeared, she instantly confirmed that it was this one. The style of the royal family. Exaggerated. Chapter 158. The butler stood straight and waited for the red carpet to be spread on the ground, then walked slowly towards Qinjiu. He walked in front of Qinjiu and asked respectfully, "Excuse me, are you Miss Qinjiu?" It was the first time for Qinjiu to see such a big scene. She saw other people on the road casting curious glances at her from the corner of her eyes. She felt like sitting on pins and needles, and her toes were digging the ground. It was so embarrassing. Qinjiu wanted to leave immediately, and immediately replied, "Yes, yes." The butler made a gesture of invitation to her, and Qinjiu greased her feet, not daring to stay too long, and got on the car quickly. It was not until she entered the car that those sights slowly disappeared. The butler's psychological quality in this regard was much better than hers. He could even remain elegant and slowly return to the car. The red carpet behind him also automatically rolled back into the car with his movements. Qinjiu entered the car and was surprised by the luxurious decoration inside the car. The original train seats were changed to large sofas. There was a long table in the middle of the carriage. The long table was inlaid with a circle of gems, and there were flowers on it that Qinjiu couldn't name, which exuded a fragrance. Qinjiu sat on the sofa a little stiffly. When the train door closed, the deacon turned around and asked Qinjiu, "Miss Qin, what kind of tea do you need?" "We have sparkling water, coffee, milk tea, fruit tea." Qinjiu listened to him reading the names of the dishes, and felt that if she didn't stop, the deacon would not stop. She immediately replied, "Just give me a glass of water, thank you." The deacon turned around and prepared snacks and water for Qinjiu and placed them on the table. After everything was done, he stood aside and waited for Qinjiu's instructions. "Miss Qin, if you have any other needs, you can just tell me." Qinjiu almost choked on the water, and she nodded hurriedly. Okay. Qinjiu picked up the water cup, took a sip of water, and secretly looked at the butler standing like a pine tree. She asked carefully, "I want to ask, do you always use this kind of car to pick up people?" The butler nodded. "Yes, this is our royal family's special coach." Qinjiu asked again, then, "When you pick up people, do you always use the red carpet to be so high profile?" This time, the butler shook his head and said, "Most of the time, no, only when receiving distinguished guests will it be required to do so out of etiquette, because usually such distinguished guests will be followed by the media at all times when they travel. We can't lose the face of the royal family." Qinjiu was even more confused when she heard this. "So why? Do I also have this treatment?" The butler answered truthfully, "This is what Her Highness Lilith specifically asked for." Qinjiu took a deep breath, and Lilith's successful smile seemed to have appeared in her mind. Playing here, Qinjiu was a little amused. No wonder Lilith and Jean Chung could always be playmates. Both of them are playful. When the train arrived at the royal family, Qinjiu watched the long red carpet roll out again. There were several people standing at the end of the red carpet, obviously waiting for Qinjiu to arrive. Qinjiu looked at Lilith, who was laughing at the end of the red carpet with a complicated expression. She sighed helplessly and stepped onto the red carpet. Qinjiu came to Lilith, looked at her eyes that were wet from laughing, and said expressionlessly, Okay, don't laugh anymore." Lilith wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and finally retracted her smile. Looking at Qinjiu's helpless expression, she couldn't help laughing for a while before stopping. "Lilith, I'm sorry, you looked so confused when you came down." "Qinjiu, Just then, Guangming also came to the palace. It found Qinjiu accurately, landed steadily on Qinjiu's shoulder, and rubbed her cheek with its head. Seeing this, Lilith said with some envy, "You are really liked by the war beast. I wish Qiuqiu could be like this someday." Qinjiu hadn't seen Qiuqiu for a long time. She asked, "Where is Qiuqiu?" Where is it? I miss it so much. Lilith, follow me. Lilith led the way in front. Chinjio passed through one garden after another under her leadership, and was shocked by the scenery inside. Some gardens have huge fountains in the center, some gardens have sculptures of royal symbols in the center, and some gardens are a sea of flowers with rare green plants. Hundreds of flowers are in full bloom, and the beauty is overwhelming. Chinjio once again sighed at the wealth of the Shirong royal family. Chiyochio is now living in a wealthy family. Lilith's love for Chiyochio has reached the point of doting, and Chiyochio's place of residence is of course very luxurious. It owns a whole piece of land, which is covered by a huge light-transmitting cover, isolating this space from the outside world. Lilith ordered people to build an indoor garden and independent bedroom for it in this space. There is a 24-hour temperature control system inside to ensure the comfort of Chiyochio. Chiyochio not only has a wide range of toys, but also has a dedicated servant and family doctor. It only needs to lie down and enjoy. Chinjio walked and listened to Lilith's words, her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. For a long time, she stopped and looked at Lilith's figure silently. Lilith felt that Chinjio behind her had not caught up in time, so she also stopped and turned to look at Chinjio, curiously. What's wrong? Chinjio asked seriously, have you forgotten Chiyochio's identity? Lilith was confused. No, it's an S-level fire-tailed lion war beast. Chinjio nodded, with a slightly reproachful tone. Do you still remember that it is a war beast? If you raise it like this, it will lose its wildness and become a canary-like existence. How can it fight on the battlefield and hunt alien beasts? Lilith was stunned when she heard this, and fell into deep thought. It seems to be true. Chinjio asked Lilith to continue walking towards Chiyochio's residence. When they entered the light-transmitting cover, Chinjio found Chiyochio lying on a soft cushion, surrounded by various freeze-dried cans and fruits. But it seemed to disdain them all, and played with the toys next to its paws boredly. There were many of its exclusive servants standing by in this space. Although they were not very close to Chiyochio, they did not show any nervousness or fear. This was unreasonable for ordinary people. It showed that Chiyochio was a non-aggressive and non-threatening beast to them. Chinjio shook his head. She said to Lilith beside her, Lilith, don't worry about what I do next. Lilith immediately became nervous. What are you going to do? Don't hurt Chiyochio. Chinjio did not answer and strode towards Chiyochio. Lilith hurriedly followed. Chiyochio's nose moved and it smelled a familiar scent. In addition to Lilith's, there was also Chinjio and Guangming's. Chiyochio immediately became alert. It's over, these two uncles are here to ruin its perfect holiday. Chapter 159. Chiyochio, who had already spotted Chinjio from a distance, immediately turned around, closed his eyes, and pretended to be asleep. But he didn't know that his every move had already been seen by Chinjio and others. Chinjio saw this, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It must be said that he was quite smart. He knew that he was going to be unlucky, so he laid down early and closed his ears, looking like he was not going to listen to anything. Chinjio was not afraid. She had many ways to deal with the war beast. Chinjio walked in front of him and gently patted his cheek amid the exclamations of others. Chiyochio, get up, stop pretending, I just saw you pretending to sleep. Chiyochio's eyeballs rolled under his eyelids, and he obviously heard what Chinjio said, but he still closed his eyes, and didn't move. Sure enough, you can never wake up a war beast pretending to sleep. Chinjio snorted lightly, pretending to be indifferent, and turned around. Chiyochio's eyes secretly opened a crack, watching Chinjio's back gradually walk away, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I got through it, but the next moment, Chinjio's words were like a depth charge, exploding in Chiyochio's heart and causing a storm. It's good that it's asleep, it will be more convenient for us to do the follow-up work. She pointed out, you guys put it in the cage first and take it away. It doesn't need such a big place, tear down this place. Before she finished her words, Chiyochio behind her couldn't hold back and sat up. Its eyes were full of disbelief, and the look it gave Lilith was like it had suffered a great grievance, and it felt Lilith's fierce backstab. Lilith didn't soften her heart. She looked up at the sky and said nothing. This time she planned to let Chinjio take full responsibility. Chinjio was right. Chiyochio was a war beast, and now it was too lazy, and sooner or later there would be problems, so it was better to correct it now. Chiyochio found that Lilith ignored him, and he was even more upset. This was the first time that Lilith did not stand by his side. He did not give up and wanted to approach Lilith, and then acted cute and begged Lilith to be soft-hearted. But he could not get close to Lilith, and was intercepted by Chinjio, who blocked his steps. Chiyochio raised his eyes, and Chinjio looked at him expressionlessly. Don't think that Lilith can help you this time. It's useless even if the gods come. Chiyo did not understand what gods were, but he could only understand that Chiyo did not let Lilith help. He was a master who could read people's expressions. When he found that asking Lilith was useless, he turned to look at Chiyo, revealing a pitiful look in his eyes, in order to win Chiyo's sympathy. Chiyo grabbed the hair on his neck and pulled his head to look at him. The servants nearby were afraid that Chiyo would be angered by Chiyo's behavior, so they were ready for the first level of alert, in case Chiyo encountered an unexpected situation and could act quickly. Chiyo ignored them and asked Chiyo, "Do you still remember your identity?" Chiyo knew he was in the wrong and nodded with a guilty conscience. The people who were surrounding him and had raised their tranquilizer guns were shocked. They had known on the internet that Chiyo had a way to deal with war beasts, but the feeling of seeing it with their own eyes was completely different. After all, they had taken care of Chiyo for a while, and most of the time Chiyo was lying lazily in the same place. But as long as they got too close, Chiyo would immediately look at them alertly and roar to drive them away. Usually, only Lilith could get close to where Chiyo slept. Now Chiyo could not only enter Chiyo's dormitory, but also grab the lion's head and ravage it, which was something even Lilith could not do. Chiyo didn't care about other people's gazes, he just looked at Chiyo and asked, "Can you still hunt alien beasts now? I think you are not as good as Guangming, a scout beast now. Guangming is much braver than you." When Guangming heard Chiyo's praise, he immediately proudly raised his chest to cater to Chiyo's praise. Seeing this, Chiyo was not to be outdone, and roared threateningly to show that his ability was still the same. Others heard Chiyo's roar, and took a few steps back. The loyal subordinates immediately stepped forward to stop Lilith behind them, fearing that Lilith would be injured. No matter how bad the temper of a beast is, it will not kill its master, at most it will leave some pain to the master. Not to mention that Chiyo's character is already relatively docile among the beasts, it will not attack its master. Lilith indicated that she was fine, and asked the two to step back. Chiyo continued to persuade him. Guangming trains every day, and can find and kill the alien beasts independently. Can you do it? Chiyo hesitated. Training is very tiring. It has fully experienced the hardships during the month it was on Blue Star. Now it can finally take a vacation. Letting it go back to training will indeed make it retreat a little. Chiyo found that it was reluctant to retreat, but did not force it, and let go of its hair. She shook her head pretending to be disappointed, looking at Chiyo with disappointment in her eyes. Alas, I can't force it. I didn't expect that the war beast was afraid of facing the alien beast. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked to Lilith, winked at her, and said, "Lilith, why don't you talk to Teacher Adele about changing the war beast? Chiyo may only be suitable for people to keep as a pet, not suitable for being your partner." Lilith received Chiyo's gaze, and combined with her words, she instantly understood what Chiyo meant. She nodded seriously, and looked at Chiyo seriously. "What you said makes sense. I will consider it. Although Chiyo is no longer a qualified war beast, at least I have been with it for so long, I can keep it as a pet. Regarding the war beast, I will reapply to Teacher Edel." Before she finished speaking, Chiyo roared to express her dissatisfaction. The little war beast can't stand the word pet. It is a majestic fire-tailed lion, but it has fallen to become a pet. What a disgrace, and what is fear of alien beasts? It has never been afraid of alien beasts in its life. It is born to be the nemesis of alien beasts. Its fighting spirit was ignited. Chiyo saw that the provocation method worked, and added fuel to the fire, saying to Guangming on the side, "Let's go, Guangming. Let's go to training. We want to be the strongest war beasts." Guangming made an eagle cry, spread its wings and flew high, circling overhead at a very fast speed. It is showing off its abilities. Seeing this, Chiyo was not to be outdone, and also took a step and ran towards the light. Chiyo was satisfied to see Chiyo finally get excited and chased in the direction they left. Lilith walked side by side with her. Seeing her Chiyo being fooled by the two of them, she suddenly became a little worried. Could Chiyo have a lower IQ than ordinary war beasts? But it doesn't look like that. It's always good at observing people's expressions, and acting cute and pitiful, but... She looked at Chiyo's profile, and asked the question in her heart, "Are we inducing war beasts to compete? Chiyo, how can the beast war be called a beast competition? This is called progress together." Lilith, Under Chiyo's strong request, Lilith decided to order people to demolish this place and redesign it, intending to make it a training ground for Chiyo. Chiyo went out, and came back to find that the sky had fallen. Its beautiful holiday resort no longer existed. It stood in the courtyard and howled at the sky. The culprit Chiyo sat at the dining table, staring at the food that was constantly being delivered. Lilith's parents were not there, so only Lilith, Elijah, and Chinjo ate this meal together. Chinjo casually asked, "If I'm not here, will His Majesty eat with you?" Lilith paused, the light in her eyes dimmed a little, and she said, "No, they are very busy, and I have more time to eat by myself." Chinjo clearly felt that Lilith didn't want to continue this topic, so she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she changed the subject and asked Ilya, "Teacher Ilya, I have something to ask you." Ilya looked away from Lilith's slightly disappointed face. Her eyes fell on Chinjo's face, and asked in confusion, "What is it?" "Chinjo, is there a profession like a tamer, but his target is people?" "That is." Chinjo recalled the children's situation and organized his words. "Their bodies will be completely controlled by people, and they themselves are unaware of it. After waking up, they will not remember what happened when they were controlled." Ilya was silent for a moment, looking at Chinjo vigilantly. "Why are you asking this?" Chinjo remained calm. "I saw some relevant information, and I am very interested." Ilya could not find any flaws on her face, and stopped examining her. Ilya searched for the answer in his mind and said, "Yes. But in my impression, it is a kind of witchcraft. Because it belongs to the scope of forbidden techniques, there is little relevant information. But I remember that people call them human witches." Chinjo, "Teacher, do you know why human witches are banned?" Ilya, "One is the moral and ethical aspect. After all, the controlled people have no self-awareness at all. If someone uses them to commit crimes to get what they want, it will be difficult to pursue legal responsibility. The second aspect is that human witches essentially consume the other party's soul and flesh to achieve their own goals, which is a naked act of murder. In other words, Dean Lu meant to use children to raise goo." Chinjo's eyes turned cold. Chinjo asked, "Is there any way to remove this seal?" Ilya shook his head. "I don't know about this. These things may only be known by the witches of Yulanqing." Yulanqing's witches? Ai Miao's face appeared in Chinjo's mind. Since she is a holy witch, she should know how to crack it. Chinjo stayed in the palace for a few days and destroyed Chiucho's lair. Now Chiucho's residence has become a training ground for war beasts. Lilith is excited to train with Chiucho every day. I don't know if it's an illusion, but when Chinjo left, he found that Chiucho looked at him a little resentful? Chinjo didn't go back to the orphanage immediately after leaving the palace, but bought the fastest train ticket to Yulanqing. When she landed on Yulanqing, she received a greeting from Dean Lu in the terminal without any surprise. This time it was not a simple greeting, but several messages in a row. "Shujio, why did you go to Yulanqing? A wormhole appeared on Yulanqing recently, don't run around." "Shujio, reply to me, come back soon." Chinjo looked at the messages and remembered that the last time she came to Yulanqing, the dean also sent her an inquiry message as soon as possible. Was this a sign of concern and surveillance for her, or what secrets does Dean Lu have in Yulanqing? Chinjo turned off the terminal and planned to get Guangming. Guangming tilted his head in the cage and faced the cage next door, showing deep confusion. It jumped to the edge of the cage and chirped. The cage on the opposite side, which was also covered with black cloth, made the sound of the war beast's claws scratching the cage. Guangming opened his wings and fanned the iron bars again. The other side seemed to hesitate for a long time, and also made the same sound. The code matched. It's a familiar beast. Guangming became happy again. It jumped and landed on the cage. Its sharp claws and the cage made a crisp sound, which made other beasts irritated. Different sounds came from different cages. But Guangming didn't care whether it would affect other beasts. Since depression was cured by the company of Shujio and other friendly beasts, it became the little eagle that would not waste energy. It was very happy to see its good friends again. At this time, the door of the centralized management office opened, and Chinjo came in from outside. Her voice sounded, "This is my certificate. My beast is called Guangming. Please help." The staff took the beast pass from Chinjo's hand, led Chinjo to Guangming's cage, and said, "This is the beast Guangming. You can check it." Chinjo thanked the staff and lifted the black cloth covering the cage. Guangming inside was leaning against the edge of the cage, chirping at Chinjo, and at the same time it raised one wing and pointed at the cage next door. Chinjo tried to understand Guangming's meaning. "Is there anything next door?" Guangming nodded, and jumped in the cage again, making noises. Chinjo pondered for a moment, turned to look at the staff, and asked, "Is the one in that cage also a war beast?" The staff replied, "All the war beasts here are transferred, and they are concentrated here waiting for their owners to claim them. Of course, there are also war beasts in the cage next door." Since they are both war beasts, why did Guangming react so strongly? After all, Guangming is a reconnaissance-type war beast, and its unusual movements must be handled with caution. Qingjiu, can I ask what kind of war beast is in the cage next door, and what its name is? The staff shook his head in embarrassment. Sorry, this is someone else's privacy. We can't disclose it casually. Qingjiu understood the staff's difficulties, but she was also afraid that she would ignore any danger. She said to the staff, then please report it, and say that a reconnaissance-type war beast found something abnormal. The staff certainly knew that Guangming was a swift eagle. After all, it was clearly written on the pass. He also knew what type of war beast the swift eagle was, but he had some doubts about Guangming's ability. After all, it was clearly written on its pass that it was a disabled war beast. However, he hesitated for a moment, and after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to listen to Qingjiu's words and report to the station first, and then let the station leader decide how to deal with it. He was about to open the terminal to send a message when a man's voice came from the door, which sounded very familiar to Qingjiu's ears. Hello, I'm here to get the war beast. Qingjiu looked towards the door suddenly. The man at the door was also shocked when he saw Qingjiu. He said in a lost voice, Qingjiu? Qingjiu suddenly understood the reason for Guangming's abnormal behavior. She stopped the staff's actions first and shouted to the cage, Hurricane, is that you? Chapter 160. Jin Chung walked to Qingjiu and asked in confusion, how did you get here? Qingjiu also asked curiously, what about you? Why are you here too? Jin Chung smiled but said nothing, and gave Qingjiu a look, indicating that there were outsiders present, and it was not appropriate to talk for the time being. Qingjiu and Jin Chung took their war beasts away, released them, and left together. The moment Guangming and Hurricane were released, they flew into the sky at the same time, and stopped to rest at the same time after finding a big tree. Hurricane and his master's temperament are completely opposite. Jin Cheng's personality is jumpy, while Hurricane seems more stable. Hurricane looked at Guangming, who was friendly, slapping him on the side on the branch, revealing deep helplessness. Qingjiu and Jin Chung saw the friendly coexistence of the two beasts from a distance, and they retracted their sight and looked at each other. Jin Cheng's golden hair was not scattered behind his head as usual, but all tied up and hidden in his hat. He lowered the brim of his hat, covering most of his face. His clothes were also very low-key, and he would not be noticed even if he was thrown into the crowd. Qingjiu could already guess some clues from his clothes, and she asked, are you here to see Ai Miao? Jin Chung raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked instead, you too? Qingjiu did not hide anything from Jin Chung. Yes. Jin Chung chuckled. That's really a coincidence. Because Qingjiu had already greeted Ai Miao arranged a car to pick her up at the station in advance. Jin Chung did not tell Ai Miao the arrival time in advance, and happened to get on Qingjiu's car. Jin Chung sat opposite Qingjiu, and Qingjiu looked at his appearance, and could probably guess the reason why he came here. Jin Chung could only look for Ai Miao for one thing, and that was because of the previous poison. He must have come to Yulanqing secretly. When the two arrived at their destination, they saw Ai Miao, who was the same as the last time they saw her. The silver ornaments she wore jingled as she moved. She smiled and greeted them. Hello. Long time no see. Qingjiu smiled and replied, hello. Jin Chung also smiled and nodded. Hello. Ai Miao's eyes moved around the two of them, and finally locked on Jin Chung. Are you going to meet him? Jin Chung nodded. He noticed Qingjiu's sight and looked at her. Qingjiu took the initiative to avoid suspicion. I wait for you somewhere else. As soon as she finished speaking, Jin Chung said, no, come with me. Qingjiu didn't say anything, just looked at Jin Chung quietly. After a long time, she took the initiative to say, aren't you afraid that I know your secret? Jin Chung asked, then can't you guess it now? Qingjiu did not hide it, and admitted openly, I guessed it. Then let's go. Ai Miao did not interfere with the conversation between the two until they confirmed it, and then guided them on the way. Ai Miao led them into the village. Everyone who passed by greeted Ai Miao, and Ai Miao also responded to everyone very friendly. As they went deeper, the originally beautiful village scenery slowly faded, and the road ahead looked desolate and terrifying. Qingjiu looked back and found that they had left the village and walked towards the back mountain. The mountain road was rugged and overgrown with weeds, and there was only a very narrow road leading to a cave. Ai Miao walked while reminding the two to pay attention to their safety. When they came to the entrance of the cave, it was pitch black inside, and they couldn't see what was there. Ai Miao entered first, followed by Qingjiu and Jin Chung. After adapting to the dark environment, they could see the faint red light coming from the depths of the cave. Guided by the red light, they finally came to the heart of the cave. The red light was emitted by the magic circle on the ground, and the chains connecting the mountain wall. The iron chains were full of different spells, as if sealing something. In the center of the magic circle was a man kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. His hands were locked by iron chains, and his upper body was forcibly hung up. His head was drooped, as if he was a dead body that had lost his life. Ai Miao formed a seal with her hands, and the magic circle on the ground emitted a more dazzling light, and the man also let out a faint scream. Ai Miao's voice was colder than before. "Get up if you're not dead." The man slowly raised his head, and the movement of his body pulled the chain and made a collision sound. On his blood-stained face, his turbid eyes showed a resentful look. "Humph. Don't even think about asking me anything." Ai Miao sneered. "I don't need to ask you anything. I don't have the right to deal with you now." She turned to the side, revealing the two people behind her. Jin Chung stepped forward, took off his hat, and revealed his long golden hair. The man's pupils shrank suddenly. When he saw Jin Chung, he showed a look of astonishment, and murmured, "How is it possible?" "Impossible. Impossible. Why are you still alive?" Jin Cheng's expression was slightly cold, and he sneered, "Are you surprised to see that I'm still alive?" The man lowered his head, and buried his fear in his eyes. "He's finished. Everything is over. Even if he doesn't die in the village now, he will die at the hands of others." Originally, he still had hope that the man might come to save him because he was still useful, but now everything was over. He had not completed the task they had assigned him, and had completely become a chess piece. Jin Chung grabbed his chin and forced him to look up and look at him. Jin Cheng's sharp eyes seemed to see through everything. He mocked. "Let me guess what you are thinking. The mission failed, and you were caught again. You are no longer of any use to my brother. Will you die here or—" Jin Chung smiled bloodthirstily. "Die in front of my brother." The man was shrouded in fear of the threat of death. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Do you still abide by federal laws? Do you know what the consequences of lynching at will are? You will go to jail." Jin Chung watched his last struggle, slowly stood up, and looked down at him. "You said, if ordinary residents are accidentally attacked by alien beasts in places without surveillance, and are seriously injured or even killed, will federal laws be able to control it?" The man's eyes were wide open, and his hideous face looked even more terrifying under the dark red light. He looked like a devil crawling out of hell. No, you can't do this. No. I want to become an optimized body. I am immortal." He kept repeating a few incomprehensible words. His psychological defenses had been broken. He was crazy and couldn't speak a complete sentence. Ai Miao's hand seals were transformed. The runes on the iron chain glowed brightly. The man screamed in pain and looked like he was living a life worse than death. Ai Miao said to Jin Chung, "Our village has its own rules. He has violated our bottom line by using forbidden techniques outside privately. He must not stay. Do you have anything else to ask? I can make him sober up. After you finish asking, I will." Jin Chung waved his hand. "I have nothing to ask, but there is one thing I hope to ask for your permission." "Ai Miao, please speak." Jin Chung pointed at the man. "Since he has only one ending anyway, can you let me handle him?" When the man heard Jin Chung actually named him, his resentful eyes were fixed on Jin Chung. Ai Miao hadn't expressed her opinion yet, but Qinjiu grabbed his arm first, frowning. Jin Chung looked at Qinjiu, asking what she meant. Qinjiu shook her head and said seriously, "Don't dirty your hands." She didn't want Jin Chung to be accused of murder, even if that was the fate that person deserved, but the one who did it couldn't be Jin Chung. Jin Chung knew Qinjiu's thoughts. She didn't want to be tainted with murder. But his world was full of intrigues. He no longer fought or competed, but there were still people who wanted to kill him. He knew that blindly giving in would not allow him to have a stable life. He had to take the initiative to attack if he wanted to live. Jin Chung slowly pushed Qinjiu's hand away. He shrugged, pretending to be relaxed, and said, "Okay, I won't do it. Ai Miao, you can deal with the affairs of your people. I just want his body." Ai Miao could still satisfy Jin Chung on this point. She asked Jin Chung and Qinjiu to leave first. After the two heard a shrill and desperate scream outside the cave, everything returned to silence. Ai Miao slowly walked out of the cave. Qinjiu didn't see any blood on her body. It was estimated that Ai Miao did something with the magic circle on the ground. "Ai Miao, I have dealt with it according to our clan rules. I will arrange to send it to your place after I deal with it." Jin Chung nodded, "Thank you." They returned along the same route. Jin Cheng's expression became less cold, and he talked more. "What was that magic circle just now?" "Ai Miao, that is a tradition of our clan. Anyone who violates the clan rules will be imprisoned in the bone-eating formation, and then his life or death will be determined based on the situation. The people in the bone-eating formation will suffer endless pain, like being eaten by thousands of ants at all times. If it is confirmed that the sin committed by the other party is unforgivable, this magic circle will be used to make him die in pain. Jean Chung heard about these secret methods for the first time, and couldn't help chatting with Ai Miao. Qinjiu listened to the conversation between the two silently on the side. Suddenly, two sharp eagle cries came from the mountains. Qinjiu and Jean Chung reacted immediately, and looked up at the direction where the sound came from at the same time. The two saw the figures of Guangming and Hurricane swooping towards a certain place. They looked at each other, and saw a solemn look in each other's eyes. They turned around at the same time and ran deeper into the mountains. Ai Miao was stunned for a moment behind them, and then she ran. She asked loudly, "What's going on?" Qinjiu's eyes glowed, and a wormhole appeared in her eyes, and alien beasts continued to emerge from it. In addition to giving orders to war beasts, the most important thing about the beast control ability is that it can directly share the five senses with war beasts. This was discovered by Qinjiu when he fought side by side with Bai Shui before. She was in the field of vision of Hurricane, and the situation in front of Hurricane was not optimistic. Qinjiu said, "There is a wormhole, and there are alien beasts generated inside." Ai Miao heard this and said in disbelief, "Wormhole? We don't have wormholes here." Qinjiu, "It looks like it's newly generated. Hurry up and notify the beast control army." Ai Miao didn't dare to neglect it. She immediately found her tribesmen on the terminal, and asked them to notify the beast control army and bring them in. Qinjiu switched targets and felt the light. It is a very magical thing to feel the light. Although it was pitch black in front of her, she could see the situation in front of her. There were a few dark red strong light spots in the dark picture. Qinjiu almost subconsciously recognized that they were alien beasts, and the stronger the alien beasts, the stronger the light they emitted. Beside herself, there was a little starlight emitting gem blue. Qinjiu had no doubt that it was a hurricane. Qinjiu looked in the direction of the wormhole again, and his expression became more solemn. If the alien beast is compared to a little starlight, then the whole wormhole looks like a huge incandescent lamp, and the energy inside cannot be suppressed and radiates from all sides. Guangming can see the strength of life forms. This wormhole seems to have infinite vitality. Qinjiu gave Guangming an order to cooperate with Hurricane's reconnaissance and stop the first batch of alien beasts in the mountains first, and never let them leave. The distance between Qinjiu and the war beasts was not very far. They had reached the vicinity of the wormhole after running a few steps. They slowed down their pace at the same time, fearing that the noise would attract the attack of the alien beasts. Qinjiu's mind moved slightly, and a black long sword appeared in his hand. That was the weapon Wanling gave her. Today was its first appearance on the battlefield. Qinjiu watched Jean Chung pull out a gun specially used to deal with alien beasts from his waist, and said to him, "We will divide the work, and never let them leave before the beast control army arrives." Jean Chung had the same idea as her. He nodded heavily and said, "Be careful. Qinjiu, you too." Behind them was the village of Ai Miao, which was full of simple people. If the alien beasts were not stopped and allowed to enter the village, it would be a disaster. As a reserve player of the beast control army, Jean Chung would not watch the beast tide invade the village. The light was not suitable for fighting, so Qinjiu let it hover in the sky to show the way to others. The hurricane was controlled by Jean Chung. When the hurricane saw the alien beast rushing forward, it went straight to its eyes. And Jean Chung fired a bullet at the alien beast when the hurricane was dealing with him. Qinjiu heard the gunshot, glanced at Jean Chung, and then entered the battlefield herself. She stepped into the territory divided by the alien beasts, and the alien beasts looked at her in unison. This time with weapons on her, Qinjiu was much bolder. One of the leading alien beasts was looking at Qinjiu in a vigilant posture, and it let out a low roar, as if calling its companions. Can't let it call for help. Qinjiu's pupil shrank suddenly, and he made a prompt decision, raised the black sword and swung the sword to cut off its neck before it summoned other alien beasts. Qinjiu was shocked. This sword really cut iron like mud, and it was satisfactory in all aspects. Another alien beast appeared beside Qinjiu, and Qinjiu used her fighting skills to deal with nearly 10 alien beasts in a few moves. However, she knew that the alien beasts she was dealing with were only low-level ones, and higher-level ones had not appeared yet, so she couldn't take it lightly. She was lucky, and the alien beasts that surrounded her were all low-level ones, so Qinjiu didn't have much trouble dealing with them, and her record was even better than Jean Chung, who had weapons and war beasts. She killed another alien beast, and this side had become empty, so she decided to help Jean Chung. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard Jean Cheng's urgent voice shouting, "Qingjiu, be careful!" Chapter 161. Jean Cheng's voice was still echoing in the air, and a sound of breaking air rushed straight to her head behind her. Qingjiu's mind was alarmed, and the sharp blade in her hand instantly turned into a shield. As soon as she turned around, the claws of the alien beast slapped on the shield, making a muffled dong sound. The alien beast's strength was so great that Qingjiu flew backwards. Qingjiu adjusted his posture in the air, and stared at the position where he was just now after landing. There stood a giant wolf, with blue hair all over its body, and its eyes emitted a bloodthirsty red light. It found that it failed to kill the prey, and immediately regrouped and walked slowly towards Qingjiu. Like a cat catching a mouse, with a calm determination to win. Qingjiu looked at it. Although it exuded a terrifying breath of death, Qingjiu did not retreat. Her intuition told her that if she retreated, the other party would think she was afraid and would definitely pursue her. In this way, she was in greater danger. In this tense situation, Jean Cheng could not get away to help Qingjiu, but he asked Hurricane to come to Qingjiu's side. "Qingjiu, let Hurricane help you." Qingjiu heard this and immediately said, "Hurricane, attack the back of its head. Be careful not to get hit." Hurricane received Qingjiu's order, circled in the air, found the opponent's blind spot, and swooped down. Qingjiu also moved, and the shield in his hand changed and turned into a long sword again. She took the initiative to attack and approached the alien beast. The alien beast was provoked by Qingjiu, roared, and quickly approached. Qingjiu could only see a black shadow flashing in front of him, and then lost the trace of the alien beast. Its movements were too fast. She secretly cried out inwardly that something was wrong, and immediately looked around through Hurricane's vision. Hurricane's vision had no blind spots, and she finally saw the figure of the alien beast beside her. At the same time, the sound of wind whistled in her ears. This time she was not fighting alone. After dodging the claws of the alien beast, she did not hesitate, and stabbed the long sword into the body of the alien beast. At this time, Hurricane had also fallen, pecking a big hole in the head of the alien beast, and purple-black liquid gurgled from it. The alien beast screamed and fell to the ground and lost its life. Qingjiu retracted the long sword and let Hurricane return to Jean Cheng, and she also rushed over to help. Behind her, which she did not notice, the body of the alien beast suddenly turned into a pool of blood, and a bead with a light blue glow appeared at the place where it died. After Qingjiu and the others left for a while, an ordinary alien beast came from another place. It sniffed the bead and opened its mouth to eat it. After eating the bead, its body suddenly changed. Something seemed to be growing wildly inside it, almost breaking through its hide. It rolled on the ground screaming, and soon passed out. Its body grew bigger during its coma, and its hair turned into the color of the alien beast that just died. It was like copying and pasting a new alien beast. Qingjiu and Jean Cheng dealt with the alien beasts nearby together. Those who slipped through the net and tried to rush into the village were also discovered by Guangming and solved together with Hurricane. But the alien beasts kept coming, and Guangming and Hurricane had no way to completely deal with the escaped alien beasts, so they could only watch them run down the mountain. In fact, the combat power of the two of them and their beasts was already very strong, but this wormhole had just been formed, and the speed of producing alien beasts was still very fast, so the number of alien beasts killed was not as many as the number of alien beasts produced. They felt that the number of alien beasts was increasing, and the two were gradually surrounded by alien beasts. They were back to back, and Jean Cheng had run out of bullets in his hand. He picked up a branch on the ground and looked around vigilantly. Now there were only two of them alive in this space. They had no way to ensure that the alien beasts would not enter the village. Now they could not protect themselves. Jean Cheng looked at the alien beasts around him, and smiled to break the tense atmosphere. "I didn't expect that I would die with you." Qingjiu chuckled, "Not dead yet. Don't be so pessimistic." In fact, she was not sure. There were too many alien beasts around. Even if they still had combat power now, how long could this combat power last? When they were exhausted, they might become the food in the stomach of the alien beasts. Just as they were preparing to fight the alien beasts to the death, Guangming, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared above them, making a sharp eagle cry. "Bai Shui! Lightning! Go! Zi go!" Qi Tian, follow Guangming and lead them. NL received the news that there was a wormhole here, and immediately called Shiqin, who was still in school, to go to Yulanqing together. Lenny happened to be on vacation in Yulanqing, so Shiqin asked him to come together. They came to the village under the guidance of the Aimiao people, and looked up to see Guangming hovering. Guangming obviously also found Bai Shui and Lightning, and immediately shouted for help. Bai Shui and Lightning went up the mountain in a flash, followed by Z and Tianqing. So Edel asked the main force to stay in the village to protect the villagers, and the three of them went up the mountain first, and asked them for help if they couldn't handle it. On the way, they saw a woman controlling a large number of snakes, insects, rats and ants to entangle the alien beasts down the mountain. When the woman saw the beast control army coming, she showed a look of joy on her face and shouted, "There are still people up there, go and help." Lightning and Bai Shui ignored the woman and passed by her, bringing a gust of wind. Z and the woman cleaned up the scattered alien beasts nearby. After the fish that slipped through the net here were dealt with, Qianxin and Lin Yi used the flying skateboard to quickly go up the mountain. When they came to the mountain, they found Qin Jiao and the other two surrounded by 3 circles inside and outside, and their faces showed expressions of fearless death. Hearing the names of Bai Shui and Lightning, Qin Jiao and Jin Cheng's hanging hearts relaxed at once. They are like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea. Sure enough, with the addition of new S-level war beasts, the original encirclement has a crack. The attention of the alien beasts was attracted by the extremely destructive white snow and lightning, and only a few alien beasts close to Qin Jiao and her were still looking for an opportunity to attack them. Their pressure was reduced, and after looking at each other, they took the initiative to attack the alien beasts closest to them. Jin Chung was pressed to the ground by an alien beast, and the long sword in Qin Jiao's hand instantly turned into a long whip. She swung the whip and wrapped it around the neck of the alien beast, using great force to throw it away from Jin Chung. At the same time, Lin Yi's voice sounded beside them. Next. Jin Chung subconsciously raised his hand, and a gun full of bullets fell into his hand. Lin Yi asked, "Will you use it?" Jin Chung quickly got up and replied, "Of course." After a busy period, several people finally fought a way to retreat. Edel made a prompt decision. "Let's go." Several people left under the cover of the war beasts. The alien beasts wanted to catch up. Other large forces also received Edel's help message and went up the mountain. At this time, they took over their work and gave them a chance to breathe. Qin Jiao and Jin Chung, who survived the disaster, were covered with the blood of the alien beasts, almost dyeing their clothes black. They fell to the ground, breathing heavily to rest. Lightning and Bai Shui saw that the situation over there could be handled by the new people, so they immediately retreated to Qin Jiao's side and looked at Qin Jiao worriedly. Qin Jiao held a hurricane leopard in one hand, nestled between their necks, and comforted, "I'm fine, don't worry." Edel let out a long breath. Fortunately, he came in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. But he was also curious. "Why are you here?" Chapter 162. Jin Chung and Qin Jiao looked at each other, and chose to conceal the reason for their arrival. Jin Chung, "We are friends with Ai Miao, and we had agreed to come to the village to play. Who knew that not long after we went up the mountain, Guangming and Hurricane began to issue warnings, and we learned that a new wormhole had appeared here. The two of them had loopholes in their words. If they just came to play, it would be enough in the mountain village, and there was no need to come to this desolate mountain." But Edel did not choose to continue to make trouble. They may have their own secrets, but Edel believed that his students had nothing to do with the generation of wormholes. It's just, the frequency of wormholes has been increasing recently, and the reason for the change has not been found yet, and things have become very tricky. The soldiers came from the foot of the mountain one after another. Edel was about to take his students away when he heard bursts of exclamations from behind. "What is this?" Bai Shui and Lightning seemed to have sensed something, and looked over there with serious eyes. And Guangming and Tianqing, who were on sentry duty in the sky, also issued a harsh warning. Qin Jiao followed their line of sight, and found that the alien beast that she and Hurricane had just killed together appeared again. She widened her eyes, and watched the blue alien beast like a magnet with huge suction, sucking its companions to its side, and then swallowing them into its body. I don't know if it was Qin Jiao's illusion, but it seemed that every time it swallowed an alien beast, the energy it emitted gradually condensed and strengthened, giving people a dangerous signal. Qin Jiao immediately shouted, "Kill it quickly. Don't let it swallow the alien beast again." After hearing Qin Jiao's words, Lightning and Bai Shui were the first to step forward, and the two siblings surrounded the alien beast on the left and right. He went around behind it, and Hurricane looked for an opportunity to attack in the air in front of it. Guangming and Qitian stopped chirping to prevent disturbing other war beasts. Qin Jiao stood 10 meters away, and the light in her eyes quickly condensed. All the war beasts present seemed to have received Qin Jiao's call, and empathized with her. But the world in front of them was not the world Qin Jiao saw. Their eyes were dark, and only the energy light balls on the living creatures were emitting light. Jinjiu was sharing the perspective of light for them. In the vision of light, it can be clearly seen that the energy light balls transformed by the ordinary alien beast swallowed by this special alien beast are still floating in its body, and have not been completely integrated into the core of the blue flames. It has not had time to digest all the energy, and this is the eve of it becoming stronger. Jinjiu did not give orders to the war beasts, but only shared the vision for them. After the war beasts communicated silently with their eyes, they decisively started the encirclement and suppression of the alien beasts. Lightning and Snow White attacked first, trying to bite its neck from the left and right. The alien beast could sense that these two war beasts were not easy to deal with, and quickly retreated. Yi behind him did not give it this opportunity, and stepped forward to bite its hind legs. The alien beast whose hind legs were bitten was restricted in its movements, screamed, and kicked Yi with its other leg. Shiqing did not hesitate at all, and shot accurately on its legs. Although this bullet was not the special bullet obtained from the beast taming army before, the damage to the alien beast was not very obvious, but now it only needed to temporarily restrict its movement. After hearing the gunshot, he opened his mouth and scratched the belly of the alien beast with his sharp claws. The alien beast's stomach was ripped open, and the intense pain made it unable to move. Lightning and Snow White took the opportunity to bite its neck. Hurricane also swooped down and pecked its eyeballs. The alien beast had lost its life before it could resist. Facing the tense scene in front of them, everyone's hearts that had been hanging high finally slowly let go. Only Jinjiu did not show a relaxed expression. Because in the light of the vision, the energy in its body has not completely disappeared. The other energy groups with weaker light are slowly dimming, but the dark blue fire in the middle has never weakened. The war beasts also found the problem, and did not take it lightly. Lightning and Snow White's big claws were still pressing on the alien beast, controlling it on the ground. Others didn't understand why the war beast did not leave to help other soldiers, but instead focused on the body of the alien beast. Jinjiu walked towards them. Seeing this, Jin Chung beside her immediately grabbed her arm and asked, "Where are you going?" "It's not safe there." "Jinjiu, there's something I need to confirm." Jin Chung looked at her face, and was silent for 2 seconds. He loaded his gun, and walked to Jinjiu's side. "Then let's go together." Jinjiu's mouth curled slightly. "Okay." Jinjiu came to Lightning's side, rubbed its ears with her left hand, and whispered, "Lightning, let go." Lightning didn't understand why Jinjiu wanted it to let go of its claws, but it did it anyway, and released the black leopard claw that was pressing on the heart of the alien beast. Jinjiu had a short knife in her hand, and she threw it hard at the heart of the alien beast. In their shared vision, all the war beasts saw the knife piercing the blue light. As Jinjiu moved, a subtle click sound was transmitted into their minds. The blue light finally gradually faded, and at the same time, the body of the alien beast seemed to melt, and became a pool of purple-black liquid. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a strange sight. However, the blue light body that was accurately pierced by Jinjiu did not completely disappear. It was like a glass ball that was split in two, lying quietly on top of the original body of the alien beast. Jinjiu did not touch it, but called to Edel, "Teacher Edel, come and take a look at this." Edel witnessed the whole process, and probably understood that Jinjiu's last move just now was aimed at this foreign object. And from the changes in the alien beast, it can be seen that if Jinjiu had not pierced this core, it would probably be resurrected again. What they were worried about still happened. The alien beast was evolving in many aspects together, which was the evolutionary direction they had not covered. Edel came to Jinjiu, opened the terminal, and called Arnold. After almost half a minute, Arnold finally answered the call. She said impatiently, "Do you know that I'm doing an experiment at this time? You'd better come to me if you have something to do." Arnold's words stopped abruptly. On her terminal page, she could see countless corpses of alien beasts lying quietly on the ground. The land was almost dyed purple and black. Arnold's expression suddenly became serious, and her voice was extremely serious. "What happened?" Edel pointed to the glass ball on the ground, and explained how it appeared. Arnold's brows furrowed deeper and deeper as he spoke. After Edel finished speaking, she took a deep breath and said, "This is one of the possibilities of their evolution that I have been studying recently. I didn't expect my hypothesis to come true." Arnold in the picture was packing up the experimental equipment. She said seriously, "Protect the scene and don't touch it. I come over." Chapter 163. It would take a day for Arnold to arrive. Jinjiu took back his weapon, and went down the mountain with the others. The military was already familiar with the process of dealing with wormholes, and they implemented a shift duty system. Seeing that things had settled down here, Edel also went down the mountain with Qingjio. Qingjio was not injured, but Jin Chung had several wounds, one of which was so deep that the bone could be seen. As soon as Jin Chung came down the mountain, the army that met him at the foot of the mountain took him to the hospital. Qingjio was invited to sit in the military's special suspension train. On the surface, it was an invitation, but Qingjio knew that they actually wanted to know what happened. She would most likely be interrogated as a prisoner. After she had made all the mental preparations, only Edel came in. Originally, the military did intend to interrogate Qingjio, but Edel blocked them. Edel strongly opposed them treating their students as prisoners. After a long argument, the other party finally agreed to let only Edel in. There were cameras in the car, so they could monitor the situation inside in real time. Qingjio saw Edel coming in with a complicated expression, so she took the initiative to call out, "Teacher Edel." Edel sat down beside her, and saw that Qingjio was still wearing the clothes stained with the blood of the alien beast, and said dissatisfiedly, "Didn't they prepare clean clothes for you to change?" Qingjio shook her head. Edel's face darkened, and he looked like he was about to rush out to argue with them. Qingjio hurriedly said, "It's okay, teacher, I know they have concerns." "Teacher Edel, you came in to ask me something, right?" Edel sighed and said, "Yes, we want to know how you got here and how you found the wormhole." Qingjio, Jin Chung was saved by Ai Miao before, and we came to play with Ai Miao. We originally planned to see the scenery, but Hurricane and Light found something strange, and we went to see that a new wormhole had been created. After seeing the wormhole, we immediately asked Ai Miao to notify the military. Because there is a village at the foot of the mountain, if the alien beasts enter, the consequences will be disastrous, so we stayed on the mountain to guard the road. Qingjio concealed the real reason for their arrival. She knew that the purpose of their trip could not be made public. The military wanted to know about the wormhole, and the part she concealed happened to have nothing to do with it. Edel nodded. "I know, you can stay in the village temporarily and rest for a while before leaving." Qingjio thanked Edel, and got off the car with him, intending to change her dirty clothes. The military leader saw Qingjio let go by Edel, and was about to chase after her, but was stopped by Edel. The man frowned and said in a serious tone, "What are you doing? Do you want to protect her?" What she said is not credible. Edel took a deep look at Qingjio's back, retracted his gaze, and said, "She may be hiding something, but she has nothing to do with the formation of the wormhole." "Man, why are you so sure that there is no connection? Don't you know?" He suddenly stopped talking, looked around vigilantly, lowered his voice, and whispered in Edel's ear, "You know that the White Tiger organization can manipulate wormholes. We suffered a loss on Porcelain King Star last time. Especially your students have also been to Porcelain King Star." Edel calmly shook his head, his voice was also low. "Yes, I know they have this ability. But this wormhole has nothing to do with the White Tiger organization, it is naturally generated." The man scratched his head anxiously, he couldn't understand why Edel came to such a hasty answer. He anxiously said, "How do you know it is naturally generated? Do you know where the last naturally generated wormhole is? It was also on the Porcelain King Star, and it was just generated not long ago. How could there be a new wormhole?" Edel took a deep breath, his tone was deeply helpless. "In fact, the speed of natural wormhole formation is faster than we imagined. This is the data we recently counted. The White Tiger organization you mentioned can indeed control wormholes, but it is not without conditions for use, and it cannot be used unlimitedly. And every time they use the space wormhole, they must have some reason. Last time on the Porcelain King Star, they wanted to steal Arnold's experimental data. And in Shirong." He suddenly stopped, and the light in his eyes dimmed. "They should come for Rockoff's information." The man couldn't help but hit his head when he heard it. "So why don't you blow up the Beast King building and put an end to it?" Edel smiled bitterly. "You talk to Arnold." The man sounded, turned around and looked at the busy people, and asked again, "If the speed of natural wormholes is always so fast, how long can we last?" Edel shook his head, he didn't know. Just according to his rough estimate, if 5 new wormholes appear within a year, their entire military system will collapse. This is the second one this year, and it was 3 months after the last wormhole was created. Compared with the previous half-yearly wormhole, the speed of its appearance has doubled. This is not a good omen. Edel patted the man on the shoulder and walked up the mountain. "Let's go, do what we should do first." After Qingjio washed up, she found Ai Miao who was still guiding the tribesmen. She stepped forward and asked, "Ai Miao, can I borrow some time?" Ai Miao nodded and led her to the guest room. Qingjio sat down and told her what she had encountered in the orphanage. Ayumya was silent for a long time, and said, "The girl you mentioned should have extremely strong mental power. Because simple brainwashing cannot succeed, she was given external objects to influence her mind." "Shinjio, you mean that teddy bear?" Ayumya nodded. "That teddy bear should be some kind of soul-sucking device. As long as it stays with her, her mental power will be affected. After her mental power is weakened, she can be mentally controlled." "Shinjio, is there a way to unlock their mental control?" Ayumya nodded. "Yes, I will give you 2 objects later, one for the girl to wear and the other for the teddy bear. The teddy bear will not weaken the girl's mental power at night." "Shinjio, okay. Thank you, I trouble you again." Ayumya smiled helplessly. "I didn't expect that all these things would happen to you. If the branch you encountered was not under our management, I would also bring her back." Shinjio chatted with her for a few more words, got up and said goodbye, and went to the hospital to visit Jin Chung. Chapter 164. She felt vaguely that someone was following her on the road. She looked back and found that it was 2 men in military uniforms. Seeing this, Shinjio did not ask any more questions, and continued to head to the destination. For the time being, she had to be accompanied by military personnel when she traveled. When she saw that Jin Chung was fine, and could still joke in the hospital, Shinjio was relieved. The surveillance of Shinjio was officially lifted after Professor Arnold came. Because the answer given by Arnold was exactly the same as Edel's, this wormhole was naturally generated. Before Shinjio left, he had asked Guangming and Hurricane to help many times. When Jin Chung came back and saw that his Hurricane was used as a working eagle, he was also helpless. Shinjio went down the mountain, and Lightning and Snow White also rested. It was rare that Lightning and Snow White became smaller at the same time, and got into Shinjio's arms together. Shinjio knew that they were too tired, so they didn't want to walk alone. Shinjio felt sorry for them, so of course she would not refuse. She held Lightning and Snow White in her arms, and walked to the foot of the mountain. Jin Chung, who was coaxing Hurricane to wipe his face at the foot of the mountain, saw Shinjio coming down, and rushed over as if he saw a savior. "Quick, quick, quick, wipe the dirt off Hurricane's face." Shinjio looked at Hurricane and found that Hurricane's body was covered with clotted purple-black blood spots, and the original beautiful golden feathers could no longer be seen. Shinjio put Lightning and Snow White down, took the handkerchief from Jin Cheng's hand, and wiped Hurricane. Jin Chung saw that Hurricane did not resist at all, and muttered, "You kid. I can't touch you, right?" He cursed a few words, and Hurricane glanced at him, completely ignoring him and ignoring his existence. It was not the first day that Jin Chung knew about Hurricane's temper, and he did not take it to heart. He asked Shinjio, "Have you seen the recent hot searches?" Shinjio shook his head. "I rarely read things on the internet." Jin Chung opened the terminal, and handed the hot search page to Shinjio. Shinjio stopped what he was doing and moved closer. The popularity of the first hot search has remained high for a long time, and the following several are all centered around it. Shinjio looked down, and his eyes were bigger than copper bells. Jin Chung thoughtfully opened the hot search of Yu Qingyu and Gu Zheng to Shinjio, and the intense discussion inside made Shinjio understand their relationship. Oh my god, who would have thought that Yu Qingyu was said to have died in the line of duty 20 years ago? How come he suddenly came back to life? This is the first time I have seen Gu Chuanqing so happy. Who said it wasn't? How old was Gu Zheng when she disappeared? Now Gu Zheng is over 20. When mom came back and saw Gu Zheng doing so well, she must be very happy, right? Has anyone wondered where she has been all these years? Is it a bloody plot of amnesia, where someone rescued her, and she lived in a small mountain village for many years, and suddenly one day she found that her memory had been restored, so she returned to Shirong Star? No, the one above. Look at the tag next door. It seems that she was seriously injured at the time, was in a coma for a long time, and was treated outside for a long time before waking up. In a coma for 20 years? Then where has she lived all this time? It seems that they didn't say she was in a coma for so long. It was said in the interview just now that she was rescued by a small farmer and woke up under their caring care. But because the place where she was located was relatively remote, few of them used the terminal, and she was bedridden for a long time after being injured, so she had not contacted her family. Is this true? Why does it feel like she is making up a story to cover up this incident? Don't forget, she is a biologist with the same status as Arnold, and she also has a super powerful mecha army. It is possible that she was on a secret mission during the years she disappeared, so even if she made up the story, you can only believe it. The above person doesn't need to mislead others. The authorities have already verified it at the farmer's house. She did live in the farmer's house for a long time. She was in a coma for many years. After she woke up, she found that she couldn't walk, and found that everyone thought she was dead. She was afraid that Gu Chuingxing and others would worry, so she didn't contact her family for the time being. She didn't return to Shirong Star until she fully recovered. Ah, why didn't she contact her family as soon as possible? Isn't this just making people sad? What can I say? I can understand her. After all, when she woke up, she had been dead in the hearts of the Gu family for several years, and she woke up and found that she was disabled. If she can't stand up for a lifetime, it will be a burden to Gu Chuingxing. It's better to let them think that she is dead. Alas, I can only say that everyone has a different way of dealing with things. Qingjiu probably understood the whole thing, and she fell into deep thought. She shared the same idea as some netizens. Even if she was disabled because of that incident, she would have a better chance of recovery if she returned to Shirong Star earlier to receive more comprehensive and advanced treatment. Why did she stay there? Is it really just to prevent her family from worrying? Then where is the source of money for her treatment? Why did the farmers take care of her so carefully for so many years? Could it be that she really had some mission that made her not come back? There were too many mysteries on Yiqingyu, and she could only attribute it to the fact that she might have been carrying out a secret mission at the time. Qingjiu, how is Gu Zheng now? Jin Cheng. The family goes out in a high-profile manner every day, and the family looks happy and harmonious. Didn't you see Gu Zheng showing off his harmonious family in the group every day? Qingjiu didn't check the group these 2 days, so he really didn't know. Qingjiu opened the terminal, and found Gu Zheng's dialogue box. Qingjiu, what are you doing now? Gu Zheng, having dinner with my mother. After he replied in seconds, Qingjiu looked at the photo he sent with his mother. The two of them put their faces together, and the happiness on their faces overflowed. It was indeed a very harmonious picture. Qingjiu carefully observed Yu Qingyu's face. Her impression of Yu Qingyu stayed on the family photo in Gu Chuingxing's office. 20 years have passed, and there is no difference between Yu Qingyu's face and the one in the photo. If a lady who loves beauty pays attention to maintenance, this is normal. But Yu Qingyu has been bedridden for many years, so she should look old, which is a bit unreasonable. Qingjiu turned off the terminal and looked at Jin Cheng. What do you think about this? Jin Cheng shrugged. There must be something fishy, but we have no way of knowing whether it is a secret of the Federation. Qingjiu nodded and ended the topic. She said, I will go back to Shirong tomorrow. What about you? What will you do? Now the person you want is gone. Who said he is gone? Chapter 165. Qingjiu was confused. Since the military is already on the mountain, do you think it is possible that they will not be found out? Jin Cheng was about to explain, but Ai Miao came over and took the initiative to say, Don't worry, I have sealed the cave entrance from the moment I notified the bees taming army. Now there is only a mountain, and there is no cave. And you can enter from another direction. I will definitely do what I promised you. After she finished speaking, she took out a brocade bag from her pocket and handed it to Qingjiu. This is what you want. Qingjiu took it and touched the bag. There seemed to be 2 beaded bracelets inside. Qingjiu, thank you. Ai Miao smiled and said, You helped me twice. This time you not only helped me, but also saved my people. This is not worth mentioning. Qingjiu also smiled. It's all a piece of cake. After getting what he wanted, Qingjiu set off to return to Shirong Star, while Jin Cheng prepared to return to Chemwang Star. After this farewell, everyone had a feeling that the next time they met, something might be different. Mr. Fei, please. The assistant stood outside the car door and respectfully led the way for Mr. Fei. Mr. Fei got out of the car, looked at the word Shirong Orphanage in front of him, and smiled, finally arrived. The car behind him closed the door and drove away. They were very low-key this time. They did not drive their own car, but used online ride-hailing. Mr. Fei asked, What did Shadow say? The assistant lowered his eyes and said seriously, It will be delivered later. Mr. Fei nodded, pushed the glasses stuck on his nose, and walked towards the orphanage. The children in the compound were playing with toys. Seeing 2 more men coming to the door, they all cast curious eyes at them. Is there another uncle coming to take us home? I don't know. The dean hasn't come out yet, so that shouldn't be the case, right? Mr. Fei knocked on the iron gate with a smile on his face. Children, can you ask your dean to come out for a while? The child nodded, got up and walked towards the dean's office happily. Mr. Fei turned his head and looked at the access control camera next to the iron gate. This dean should be able to see him, but she hasn't shown up yet. Is she really busy, or simply doesn't want to come out to see him? Mr. Fei waited for a long time, but the dean still didn't show up. He was not in a hurry, and stood by the door humming a little song. The children didn't know why the dean didn't show up, and they all walked to the door while playing and looked at this strange uncle curiously. "Hello, are you here to adopt us?" Mr. Fay looked down and saw a girl with big watery eyes. He shook his head and said softly, "I'm here to look for someone." The girl said "Oh" with disappointment in her eyes, and then became curious again. "Uncle, who are you looking for?" "Mr. Fay, looking for your sister Qin Jiao and the dean." The girl held the teddy bear and looked up and said, "Sister Xiao Jiao is not here. She went out to play. The dean should be upstairs." "Oh!" Mr. Fay narrowed his eyes into a straight line. He squatted down to keep the same height as the girl. He asked, "Then why doesn't the dean want to come out?" The girl shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe the dean is working." "Mr. Fay, is that so? Can you open the door and let me in?" The girl still shook her head. "The teacher said that strangers can't be let in casually." Mr. Fay nodded. "Your teacher is right." Mr. Fay is now more certain that the identity of this Dean Liu is definitely not simple. He looked at the door control next to him, as if he was sure that the other party could see him, and said, "If you don't show up, I will go in by myself." The door control was still silent as always. Mr. Fay shrugged and was about to climb in. At this time, a long sigh came from the door control, and Dean Liu's voice came from inside. "Fei Qixia, come in." For the first time, Fei Qixia's face showed a look of surprise. "This Dean Liu knows me?" As Dean Liu's voice fell, the door opened to welcome Fei Qixia's arrival. At this time, Shadow's special car also arrived at the door of the orphanage. Fei Qixia asked Shadow to stay in the cage first to prevent scaring the children inside. He asked his assistant to push the cage, and he followed the girl who had just talked to him into the house. The girl enthusiastically showed Fei Qixia the way, and Fei Qixia also patiently listened to her talk about the orphanage. The little girl didn't turn around and leave until they arrived at the director's office. Fei Qixia still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, and he knocked on the door. "Hello, can I come in?" "Come in." I don't know if it was Fei Qixia's illusion, but he always felt that the voice was very familiar. When he opened the door and saw Dean Liu, his pupil shrank suddenly, his face was dissatisfied and unbelievable, and his voice trembled. "Little sister?" Dean Liu looked at Fei Qixia with a complicated expression, and slowly called, "Brother." He always thought that his disobedient sister had died many years ago, and he never thought that the two would meet again one day. He closed the door behind him, and the two of them were speechless for a long time. He asked, "You have been here all these years?" Dean Liu nodded. "Always here." "Fei Qiming, I checked the information of the director of Shirong Orphanage. You." Dean Liu, the fictitious identity was forged by Rokov for me. Speaking of Rokov, Fei Qixia was visibly happy, and he asked quickly, "Where is he?" Dean Liu fell into a long silence, and Fei Qixia's original smile froze on his face. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. After a long time, Dean Liu said, "He is dead." "Dead?" Fei Qixia widened his eyes, and repeated in disbelief, "Dead? Impossible. Impossible. Really?" Dean Liu broke his last hope. "I buried him with my own hands." Fei Qixia felt that all the sounds around him disappeared, and the roar filled his mind. The dead silence didn't last long. Fei Qixia frowned and asked, "How did he die?" Dean Liu, "He got sick." Fei Qixia shook his head. "It's impossible. He also received the optimized injection. He wouldn't die so easily." Dean Liu sighed. "Brother, even after so many years, you haven't been able to successfully develop an injection with no side effects. Not to mention 20 years ago, so?" She didn't plan to continue. She knew Fei Qixia understood what she meant. They didn't want to recall Rokov's death, because every human who died from the alien gene died ugly. Dean Liu said he was sick just to leave a good impression on him. Rokov died. Like all the experimental subjects, he died painfully and ugly. If he hadn't been too eager for success, if Fei Qixia had stopped him from taking the injection in time. There is no if in the world. Fei Qixia's few feelings were for his sister and Rokov. It took him a long time to accept this fact. He sat on the sofa, finally waking up from the shock and returning to his normal self. He asked the purpose of his visit. "Where is the girl named Qinjiao?" Chapter 166. Dean Liu answered truthfully, "It should be on the way back from launching." "What? Do you want to find her for?" "Fei Qixia. She has the genes of the alien beast. I want to take her back to the laboratory." "No!" Dean Liu suddenly shouted, and Fei Qixia looked emotionless. "Why?" Because? Dean Liu gritted his teeth and decided to give the answer. Because she is Rakov's daughter. Fei Qixiao's eyes twitched, and he asked in disbelief. What did you say? Say it again? Dean Lu covered his face, revealing a deep sense of powerlessness. She is Rakov's daughter. I decided to become the dean of the orphanage for her. Fei Qixiao, whose child is Rakov with? Fei Qixiao's eyes swept over Dean Lu from bottom to top. With yours? Dean Lu shook his head, his eyes full of loneliness. No. She likes Rakov. This is something everyone knows. It's just that Rakov has someone in his heart, and has never given her a positive response. She was willing to stay by his side, and wait until the moment when he changed his mind. If that day didn't come, she would rather die alone. But she didn't wait for Rakov to change his mind, but she waited for Rakov holding a baby girl. The baby girl was born not long ago, very thin beyond human form, but with bright eyes, and looked strong. Rakov was already terminally ill at the time. He said that the child was his and his lover's, but his lover had passed away. Dean Lu knew who his lover was. His lover was a colleague of his in the beast-taming army. He was seriously injured in the tiger suppression operation and died. She naively thought that she finally had a chance. But unexpectedly, what she got was a doll left by him and his lover. She still remembered what Rockefeller said when he came to her. He said, "Now I can only trust you. I will give her to you, and his name is Qinjiu." Before she could ask the origin of this name, Rockefeller had passed away. He died in pain, and Dean Lu knew that this death was the result of the failure of genetic optimization. She buried him, and then found out that he had created a fake identity for her. She should have been angry, and left Qinjiu alone. But in the end, she still carried Qinjiu into the orphanage, and took the position of the new dean. She wanted to see Qinjiu become the second Rockefeller, and see the day when she became the pride of everyone. But Qinjiu did not enter the animal control major smoothly as she wished, but studied an inconspicuous pet care. Dean Lu and Fei Qixiao explained what happened in the past few years. She said, "So she has the genes of the alien beast, which is very likely inherited from Rakov." "That makes sense." Fei Qixiao asked, "Has she been sick many times in these years?" Dean Lu shook his head. "She looks weak, but she has never been sick and is in good health." Fei Qixiao nodded slightly. "It seems that the genes of the alien beast do have a very good effect." Dean Lu heard this, and thought he still wanted to catch Qinjiu to the laboratory, and immediately said anxiously, "Brother, you can't take her to the experiment. She is Rakov's only thought left in the world." Fei Qixiao looked at his infatuated sister and sighed. "I won't. From the moment you revealed her identity, it was destined that I would not treat her as an experimental subject. But this provides me with a new research direction. I have never thought that stable genes can be achieved by offspring." Fei Qixiao touched his sister's head and smiled helplessly. "What I didn't expect was that I would suddenly have a niece." Dean Lu was a little worried. After all, Qinjiu's life trajectory was completely different from theirs. This kind of change was not something she could accept all at once. Will she accept this identity? Who knows? When Qinjiu returned to the orphanage, everything was normal in the orphanage. The children played with sand when they should, and ran around when they should, without any abnormality. Qinjiu saw Bebe sitting by the sand pool and walked straight towards her. Bebe. When Bebe saw Qinjiu coming back, she jumped up happily and hugged Qinjiu's calf, calling sweetly, "Sister Shujiu." Only Sister Shujiu would not think Bebe was an outlier. She liked Sister Shujiu the most. Qinjiu squatted down and took out 2 chains at the same time, one on Bebe's hand, and one on the neck of Teddy Bear. Bebe was delighted to see the crystal-clear crystal beads and asked, "Sister Shujiu, is this for me?" "Yes." Qinjiu touched her head and smiled and replied, "One for Bebe and one for Teddy Bear. Do you like it?" "Yes." Bebe jumped up happily. "Qinjiu, Bebe, can you sleep with me tonight?" Bebe tilted her head and asked, "Is Sister Shujiu afraid of the dark?" Qinjiu nodded. "Yes, Sister Shujiu is afraid of the dark." Bebe did not answer immediately, but fell into thought. After a long time, she hesitated and said, "But the dean may not allow." "Qinjiu, I will tell the dean and teacher, don't worry." Bebe nodded and turned to continue playing with sand. When they met face to face, Dean Lu did not ask Qinjiu why she went to launching. When she heard Qinjiu's request to sleep with Bebe, she just looked at her meaningfully and agreed. At night, when everything was quiet, the beads on the teddy bear emitted a huge light, attracting Qinjiu's attention. Qinjiu had not slept all the time. She was waiting for the teddy bear to change. Because of the seal of the beads, the teddy bear was just shaking in place and did not become strange. Bei, who was beside Qingjio, was awakened by the movement. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, and said in a daze, "Sister Xiujio, what's wrong?" Qingjio blocked her sight for fear of scaring her, and at the same time awakened Guangming to let Guangming take the teddy bear away. Only after the light left the windowsill did Qingjio say to Bei, "It's okay, it's just that my sister forgot to turn off the alarm clock." "Did it wake you up?" Bei shook her head. "This time in the evening is usually the time when the dean teaches us." Bei is used to it. Qingjio lowered her eyes, and remained silent. She had been to the dean's office several times during the day, but because of time constraints, she had no way to search. At night, she could clearly feel that there were many pairs of eyes watching her in the dark. As long as she stepped out of the door, she would definitely run into other children after a few steps. Bei said that it was time for class. "So, Qingjio is more likely to encounter controlled children at night. Is it because they go to class?" Qingjio asked, "Bei, where do you go to class at night?" Bei, "In the dean's office." "Qingjio, do you all go together?" Bei shook her head. "Each of us goes at different times, and only one child can walk in the corridor. Otherwise," Bei gestured with a devil's horn, "you will be eaten by the devil." Qingjio didn't know what this devil was for the time being. She asked, "When did Bei go to class?" Bei looked at the clock that was emitting night light. "We are leaving now." "Qingjio, Bei, take me with you." Chapter 167. Bei hesitated. After all, the dean said that only one person could walk in the corridor at night, and the extra person would be eaten by the monster. She was afraid that Qingjio would be eaten by the monster, and lose a sister who was good to her. Qingjio guessed the reason for her hesitation, and took the initiative to call out her sharp blade. Qingjio held a long sword and said, "Bei, don't worry about your sister. Your sister has a weapon to drive away the monster." Bei's eyes were bright and her face was full of admiration. "Really?" "Qingjio, yes, so Bei, I will protect you. Let's go out together." Bei finally agreed to Qingjio's request, and the two walked in the corridor. Although it should be very quiet at night, Qingjio still felt too quiet. They were like walking in a created illusion. Only the scene looked real, but other things could not be reproduced, so they could not hear other sounds. Qingjio was nervous all the way, but the monster that Bei said did not appear. She followed Bei to the door of the dean's office smoothly. It was a bit strange. Qingjio had a short blade in his hand, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Bei opened the door as usual, but at the moment the door opened, she suddenly stiffened and then fell to the ground limply. Qingjio was startled, and was about to go forward to lift her up. The light in the room illuminated a small area in front of Qingjio, and Bei was lying under this light. Qingjio's movement stopped in midair, and she looked at the situation in the room with a serious expression. Dean Liu and a man she had never seen before were sitting on the sofa, and they were both looking at the door at this time. A pitch-black giant python was crawling beside the man, and Qingjio recognized it as a war beast almost instantly. However, the evil spirit on it was stronger than all the war beasts. And Qingjio felt that the breath of the black python was somewhat familiar. She should have seen it somewhere. Qingjio was trying to recall, and the bloody smell on the giant python could not help but flow into Qingjio's nose. This was the first time she encountered a war beast that she subconsciously hated. It probably had a lot of blood debts on its body. The giant python did not feel Qingjio's disgust at all, and it wanted to get close to Qingjio like all the war beasts. If the man hadn't stretched out his long legs to block its progress, it might have come to Qingjio's side now. Dean Liu and the man didn't seem surprised to see Qingjio. It was better to say that they were waiting for her here. Qingjio narrowed her eyes slightly, and there was an answer in her heart. It was finally time to show his cards. There was silence for a long time. Qingjio took a deep breath and asked first, "Is Bei okay?" Dean Liu shook his head. "I just used some methods to make her fall asleep." The man saw Qingjio so calm and became interested in her. He asked, "Aren't you surprised to see this scene? Aren't you scared?" Qingjio acted very calm, but the short knife in her hand had been quietly clenched. Qingjio glanced at Dean Liu indifferently. Sooner or later, there will be such a day. The man looked at Dean Liu with a puzzled look. Does she know? Dean Liu shook his head and looked at Qingjio again with a complicated expression. I guess she guessed something. I said she is very smart. The man invited her to come in and sit down. Qingjio vigilantly paid attention to the situation around him, and slowly sat down on the opposite side of him. The man stretched out his hand to shake hers, but Qingjio did not respond. The man did not care, took back his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Fei Qixia, you can also call me." He paused and continued, Uncle Fei. Qinjiao was very nervous throughout the whole process, and frowned even deeper when she heard his words. Why did it seem that they wanted to make friends with her? This was different from what she imagined. Since she found out that something was wrong with the dean, she always thought that she was a chess piece cultivated by the dean, living under her control, and she must be useful to her. She was always curious about what Dean Lu expected of her, and she was waiting for her to show her cards. She didn't understand what value she had, but she knew she must be special. In order to keep the secret of her ability to heal wounds quickly, she rarely even played with other children, for fear that the wounds she accidentally made would heal too quickly and attract the attention of others. So when she was a child, she always gave people the impression of being quiet and not talkative. Qinjiao didn't know whether the dean knew that she had this ability, but she tried not to show it in front of outsiders. But the current situation seemed a little beyond her expectations. Dean Lu did not use his ability on her, nor did he use her to accomplish any purpose, and this man who appeared out of nowhere did not seem to be hostile to her. Her mind began to work rapidly, praying to find some clues to piece together the answer. However, there was one thing she was sure of. Qinjiao took out 2 tiger head badges from his pocket and threw them casually on the coffee table. Fei Qishiao was surprised for a moment when he saw the badge, but it soon disappeared. Qinjiao, is this your stuff? Fei Qishiao looked at Qinjiao's face with interest and asked curiously, why are you so sure? Qinjiao, I think this may not be the first time we meet. Qinjiao pointed to the shadow beside him. Its aura makes me feel familiar. We should have seen it once on Porcelain King Star. Fei Qishiao's admiring eyes fell on Qinjiao, and he said to Dean Lu beside him, it is really smart. Fei Qishiao admitted generously, yes, it is my stuff. Do you have any questions for keeping them? Qinjiao nodded. First, why do alien beasts that look like humans appear? Are you creating them? Second, are the wormholes on Yulan Star and Porcelain King Star your work? Third, Qinjiao pointed at himself. You and I. What's the relationship? Why should I call you Uncle Fei? Fei Qishiao smiled softly and said, you asked so many questions at once. Which one should I start answering? Seeing Qinjiao's dark face, Fei Qishiao stopped joking and answered one by one. First, the alien beast that looks like a human is our experimental product. Second, the wormhole that appeared later on the Porcelain King Star was created by us, but the original one was not, and the one on Yulanqing was not either. They are all natural wormholes. As for the third, he looked up at his sister and asked, can you tell her? Dean Lu was speechless. You asked her to call you uncle, and you still asked me? Fei Qishiao turned his head and looked at Qinjiao. His tone was very serious. It may be hard to believe, but I am your father's sworn brother. Father? This word was completely unfamiliar to Qinjiao. She suddenly looked up at Dean Lu and asked, do you know my father? Do you know who my father is? Dean Lu nodded. Your father is called Rakov, and he used to be a member of the beast-taming army. Qinjiao's pupil shrank suddenly, and the 3 words Rakov jumped into her mind. Although she was not familiar with this name, she was not unfamiliar with it. This name has always appeared in her world recently. It turns out that they have had a close relationship. But she still doubted Dean Lu's words. Why am I called Qinjiao? And where is he now? Dean Lu told the truth. I don't know either. Your father had already told me the answer before. Dean Lu sighed. I did hide other things, but the only thing that is true is that you are an orphan. The light in her eyes became much dimmer. Every time she talked about Rakov's death, she felt heartbroken. Even after 20 years, she still couldn't change this fact. Rakov passed away after handing you over to me, and your mother passed away in a mission earlier. Qinjiao still hopes to have a complete family. Although she has no parents in the past 20 years, it does not mean that she has not thought about finding her biological parents. It's just that the answer now is a bit cruel to her. Qinjiao took a deep breath. The amount of information now is too much, and she needs to digest it slowly. And this is all their one-sided words. She dare not believe it all. After all, Dean Lu has always had a low degree of trust in her. Qinjiao, so what is your relationship with Rakov? Why did he hand me over to you? Dean Lu, we are friends. Maybe he trusts me, so he entrusted you to me. I don't know the specific reason. Qinjiao couldn't understand the confrontation between the 3 people. She asked, why did you hide it from me for so many years, and suddenly tell me this answer now? Dean Lu looked at Fei Qishiao's face. Maybe it's because your Uncle Fei finally came. She murmured, some things can't be hidden. Qinjiao nodded in agreement. I do have a lot of doubts. She pointed at Bebe, who had been lifted to the sofa by her, and asked, what's wrong with her? What did you do in the orphanage? Dean Lu's expression froze. She still wanted to hide it, but seeing Qinjiu's eyes, she guessed that Qinjiu must have known something. She gave up struggling and said, some tricks to manipulate other people's bodies. Qinjiu, is it to monitor me? Dean Lu's expression became a little unnatural, not entirely. Qinjiu's eyes were still cold. They will die because of this, do you know? Dean Lu looked at Qinjiu calmly. That's because they have completed their own mission. I gave them a chance to regenerate. They should work for me. Qinjiu clenched her fists when she heard this. She was very angry at Dean Lu's disregard for other people's lives. But she is too weak now. She is in the light, and the other party is in the dark. She doesn't know what the other party's purpose is, and how many cards he has. Resisting rashly is tantamount to seeking death. Qinjiu tried to calm herself down. She asked, is it because of Rokov that I was educated since I was a child and grew up to become a beast man? Dean Lu nodded, but his smile was somewhat helpless. Yes, but you didn't study the beast control major in the end. Qinjiu, why do you want me to join the beast control army? Dean Lu left in the beautiful memory. Your father is a great beast control army. If he can see you become an outstanding beast control army, he will definitely be very pleased. Qinjiu always felt that what these two people said was contradictory. In her cognition, Fei Qixia's organization should be in a hostile relationship with the military. But Dean Lu, as one of them, wanted her to stand on the opposite side of them. She couldn't figure it out. When she was a child, she always thought that Dean Lu would control her life. But when she was rebellious, Dean Lu gave her a certain degree of freedom. Even if Dean Lu wanted her to join the Beast Control Army, after she chose the Pet Care Major, Dean Lu did not forcefully stop her from studying pet care. Qinjiu turned her head and looked at Fei Qixia. She asked, what about you? Do you also want me to join the Beast Tamer Army and follow Rokov's old path? Fei Qixia shrugged, if you like, I won't stop you. Qinjiu frowned, your organization should be completely hostile to the military, right? Why? Fei Qixia interrupted her. I won't interfere with your life. Of course, I will be happier if you choose us. Qinjiu found that more and more mysteries were lingering around her, and she couldn't see the truth under the fog. Qinjiu, I need to know what your organization does. Fei Qixia asked instead, do you want to join? Qinjiu didn't answer. Fei Qixia, who had anticipated the result, said, then don't bother each other. I won't interfere with your life in the future. Qinjiu, aren't you afraid that I will report you and find someone to destroy your nest? Fei Qixia did not give an answer, but the look she gave Qinjiu was obviously contemptuous. Fei Qixia raised his hand, put two fingers together, looked at Qinjiu and said, if you can do it, feel free. I have said everything I should say then. Goodbye. After saying that, he rubbed two fingers and snapped his fingers. Qinjiu suddenly sat up from the bed, sweating all over. She looked around and found that she was sitting on her bed. The sun shone in from the window, and the sound of birds singing outside the window came from far to near, and then slowly drifted away. Baby, who was sleeping beside her, rubbed her head, sat up slowly, and looked at Qinjiu with sleepy eyes. Sister Xiujiu, what's wrong? Qinjiu clenched her fists tightly, and her nails pierced into the flesh, causing a tingling sensation. Everything was so real, but why? Seeing Bebe still looking at her worriedly, she took a deep breath and comforted Bebe. It's okay, Sister Xiaojiu just had a nightmare. Bebe said oh? And asked, are you still scared, Sister Xiujiu? Qinjiu shook his head. No, you can sleep for a while. Bebe agreed and lay back on the bed. Qinjiu walked to the window and whispered, Guangming, are you there? Guangming flew down from the roof, landed on Qinjiu's arm, and spread his wings. Qinjiu asked, did I ask you to throw away the teddy bear last night? Guangming tilted his head, as if thinking about what a teddy bear is. After a long time, he nodded. Qinjiu was almost unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. At this moment, her terminal rang, and the dialogue box of a stranger was lit. Don't doubt it. It's all real. We will have a chance to see each other again in the future. Chapter 168. While pushing Shadow's cage, the assistant looked at Mr. Fei's expression. Mr. Fei's face showed no sadness or joy. This trip brought both good and bad news. The good news was that Mr. Fei found his sister and brother's orphans, who had been missing for many years. The bad news was that Mr. Fei lost a perfect experimental subject. According to the assistant's understanding of Mr. Fei, the impact of the bad news was obviously more dominant. He didn't believe that Mr. Fei would care about Qinjiu's identity as Rokov's daughter and let her go. After all, in Mr. Fei's world, he himself could also be part of the experimental material. Even if Mr. Fei might not treat Qingjiu as an experimental material due to his friendship with Rokov, he would never allow such a strong enemy to appear. This was not in line with his usual style of doing things. After being silent all the way, the assistant finally couldn't help but ask his own question before getting in the car. Mr. Fei, why don't you take Qingjiu with you? Fei Qixiao played with the 2 tiger head badges in his hand, which were the 2 that Qingjiu returned to him. He curled his lips and smiled, because I still need her help to complete something. The assistant was puzzled. Is there anything else that must be done by her? Fei Qixiao looked in the direction of Xinguan Academy. Do you remember that we still have something to get? The assistant suddenly realized. The documents in the Beast King building. After he reacted, he couldn't help but wonder, but so many years have passed, and no one can unlock the seal of the Beast King building. Even if the Federation can't do it with all its efforts, how can Qingjiu? Fei Qixiao adjusted his glasses and looked back at his assistant. I used to wonder what method can be used to unlock the seal, but since I knew that Rokov is Qingjiu's daughter, I have some ideas. He continued to walk forward. The key must be Qingjiu. Only Qingjiu can get the secret that Rokov left in Xinhuang. He stretched and said to his assistant, tell her some news at about the same time to arouse her curiosity. She will naturally go to the Beast King building to find out. Qingjiu found Dean Lu, and she said coldly, Dean Lu, I have something to ask you. Dean Lu seemed very calm. She settled the child she was taking care of, and took Qingjiu to the dean's office. Everything here was the same as last night. Dean Lu was making tea. Qingjiu suddenly took out a gun and pointed it at Dean Lu. It was given to her by Jean Chung for self-defense before they parted. There was a threat in her voice. You are already monitoring me on the terminal. Remove all their poison for me, otherwise I will. Dean Lu stood up slowly and turned to face Qingjiu. Qingjiu took 2 steps back, fearing that the gun would go off accidentally. Dean Lu saw her actions and couldn't help laughing. What else can you do? Shujiu, I raised you myself. You are a kind child. You won't do anything to me. She ignored Qingjiu's cold face, sat on the sofa, and pushed away Qingjiu's gun to signal her to sit down. Qingjiu did not put down the gun in his hand. She retreated to a place far away from her and asked, does the death of the former dean have anything to do with you? Dean Lu seemed to be recalling the former dean's affairs. After a long time, she nodded. It is related. Qingjiu secretly turned on the recording function to collect evidence. Dean Lu smiled. Xiujiu, I know what you are thinking. But after you finish listening, you may not give this recording to anyone. She continued to make tea and said, I didn't kill the former director, but the children in the orphanage did. Qingjiu frowned, obviously not believing her. Dean Lu didn't pay attention to Qingjiu's expression and continued, you must be very curious about waking up suddenly in the room this morning? Have you heard of the mirror world? The you in the mirror is also real, but you are traveling in different spaces. Yesterday, you and Bebe were actually walking in the mirror. As long as you break the mirror, you will return to the original place. But if you die in the mirror, you will die in the real world. She gestured with her hands and said, it's not a real mirror, it's a space similar to a mirror. It took me a long time to make the whole orphanage into a huge mirror. Dean Lu was born with a certain ability to control space, and after years of practice, she has achieved some success. But she has never been able to create a parallel space that belongs entirely to her. This is also related to the magnetic field. She has never found a suitable place. I don't know where Rokov found the orphanage, which actually allowed her to successfully create a small mirror world. In this mirror world, she is an absolute god. It was not Fei Qixiao's ability that made her wake up from the real world last night, but the adjustments she made in cooperation with Fei Qixiao. She continued to explain, everyone can travel between 2 spaces, and he himself may not know it. The previous director of the orphanage was killed by the children who entered the mirror, so he also died in reality. Qingjiu thought she was just making excuses for her crimes. Why did the children kill him? Don't blame others. Dean Lu interrupted her and chuckled. Xiaojiu, have you ever heard of someone who has a habit of attacking children? Qingjiu tried to understand what she meant for a long time, and Qingjiu was stunned. Dean Lu knew that she understood what he meant, so he continued, I just told them that they were dreaming now, and they could do whatever they wanted, and they did it. At that time, they were full of hatred and were merciless. Now the victims have all been adopted out, and with the sudden death of the original dean, all this has become a secret. She glanced at Qingjiu meaningfully. If these things are exposed, the only ones who will be hurt in the end are the children who have been victimized. Of course, whether to make it public or not is up to you. There was only the sound of tea sets colliding in the room, and Dean Lu was sure that Qinjiu would not expose this matter. Sure enough, Qinjiu opened the terminal and deleted the video after all. This is not a reason for you to instigate them. Dean Lu did not deny. At that time, Rockoff arranged for me to be the director of Shirong Orphanage. Before that, I must clear the obstacles. Qinjiu looked grim, and Bebe and the others. Dean Lu looked at her in silence for a long time and said, I will deal with it. Qinjiu could not believe her words 100%. She and Bebe slept together for several nights. Bebe did not get up again in the middle of the night, and the teddy bear did not change. Qinjiu walked alone on the road to the orphanage at night, and did not meet the children going to class. But Qinjiu did see the man-eating monster. A giant bat. Its body is 3 or 4 times larger than that of an ordinary bat. It blends into the environment with its black color, leaving only 2 red eyes to observe around in the dark night. If you accidentally encounter it at night, it is really hard not to think it is a man-eating monster. Qinjiu made good use of resources this time, and searched to confirm the identity of the bat. It is a night emperor bat, a kind of war beast, and only likes to eat vegetables and fruits. Because it has absolute night dynamic vision, and the ability to capture sound waves, it is also called a night light. The night emperor bat was a little scared when it saw humans appear. Because every time it encountered humans, they would hit it with tools or run away screaming. Their species is very sensitive to sound, and human screams make its ears uncomfortable. It just wanted to come out to find something to eat. Only because there were not many humans in this building at night, and there were many fruits in their cabinets, it had this evil intention. Heaven. Earth. It is pitiful that it has lost its family. Let it eat something. Chapter 169. Night Emperor Bat. Qinjiu took 2 steps closer, and the Night Emperor Bat folded its wings tighter, madly pretending to be a pillar, praying to merge with the wall behind it. But this human gave it a different feeling, as if it was very friendly. Qinjiu looked at the Night Emperor Bat that was almost as high as her chest, and she whispered, Hello? The Night Emperor Bat's small red eyes carefully observed Qinjiu, and after a moment, it jumped out of the darkness and exposed itself under the moonlight. It was an enlarged bat as a whole, but the turning point of its wings was a little different from that of ordinary bats. There was a pair of claws like human hands at the turning point of the Night Emperor Bat's wings, making it much more flexible than ordinary bats. The Night Emperor Bat's body was actually not as big as Qinjiu imagined. After leaving the cover of darkness, it looked a little malnourished. Qinjiu was secretly curious in his heart. How could a war beast become like this? Finding that Qinjiu had no ill intentions, the Night Emperor Bat leaned forward slightly, made a pitiful expression, opened its mouth slightly, and made a een sound. Qinjiu, This has nothing to do with the words man-eating monster, right? Qinjiu tentatively reached out his hand and touched the bat's head. Its feel was not much different from other war beasts. Qinjiu stroked it and asked, Are you hungry? The Night Emperor Bat nodded vigorously. Qinjiu identified the direction and walked to the left. Let's go, I take you to find food. Hearing the 3 words find food, the Night Emperor Bat's ears stood up and his eyes brightened a lot. But it stretched out its claws to grab the hem of Qinjiu's clothes to stop Qinjiu's steps. Qinjiu was confused. Aren't you hungry? I take you to the kitchen. The Night Emperor Bat shook its head and stretched out its other little paw to point in the opposite direction. Qinjiu, you want me to go there? But the kitchen is not there. The Night Emperor Bat still pointed firmly to the right, and Qinjiu decided to follow it to have a look. The Night Emperor Bat tiptoed forward in the dark, and Qinjiu followed behind it. It looked around and found no one before raising its paw to call Qinjiu to follow. When it reached the corner of the corridor, it hid in the darkness to stop Qinjiu, carefully looked around the corner, and after finding it was safe, it gestured to Qinjiu to follow. Qinjiu was stunned the whole time. Where did it learn these actions? Does the war beast also like to watch spy movies to learn? Such an incredible scene continued until they came to a wooden door. Qinjiu had never been to this place before, and she didn't know there was a room here. Qinjiu's expression suddenly became serious. The Night Emperor Bat had directed her here. Could it be that there was an alien beast inside? Qinjiu had a weapon that suited her, ready to deal with emergencies. But it was very quiet behind the wooden door, without any sound. But you have to be 100% cautious against alien beasts, and Qinjiu planned to break in. As soon as she raised her weapon, the claws of the Night Emperor Bat made a stopping motion. Then, to Qinjiu's shock, the Night Emperor Bat stretched out its long nails and reached into the keyhole of the room. Qinjiu saw caution, seriousness, and concentration on its small face. Qinjiu felt a sense of disconnection. Was she seeing a person or a war beast? And What is it doing? Prying the lock? In the silent space, Jinjiu heard a click sound, and the door lock was really pried open by it. The Night Emperor Bat, who successfully pried the lock, gave Jinjiu a thumbs up and blinked. Jinjiu, am I dreaming? I must be dazzled. Before Jinjiu had time to rub his eyes, the Night Emperor Bat had already opened the wooden door with great stealth. Jinjiu was fully prepared and focused. But there was no figure of any alien beast behind the door. Instead, a burst of fruit fragrance wafted out after the door was opened. Jinjiu looked inside. There was no alien beast. The whole room was full of food. Jinjiu retracted the weapon in her hand and watched the Night Emperor Bat grab an apple and eat it happily. She couldn't help but think of its behavior of stopping her from going to the kitchen just now. She asked helplessly, "How do you know the warehouse is here?" The Night Emperor Bat smacked his lips while eating the apple and waved his claws in the air. Jinjiu, fragrance? The Night Emperor Bat nodded. It had already eaten an apple and picked up another one to eat. Jinjiu suddenly wondered where this war beast came from and why its behavior was so human-like. The Night Emperor Bat saw Jinjiu standing there in thought and immediately waved his hand, inviting Jinjiu to eat something. This opportunity is rare. It doesn't know when it will have the next meal after finishing this one. Jinjiu waved his hand, indicating that he would not eat. Suddenly there was an ownerless war beast in the place where humans lived. She had to contact the War Beast Management Bureau. After thinking about it, only Edel was the best candidate. But it didn't seem good to wake Edel up in the middle of the night. Jinjiu looked at the Night Emperor Bat, who was hiding the fruit in his arms. The Night Emperor Bat felt Jinjiu's sight and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Jinjiu, She tried to ignore its behavior and treated it as an ordinary war beast. She asked, "Do you want to follow me first?" The Night Emperor Bat did not nod at the first time, but pointed at the fruit in his arms, and then pointed at himself. Jinjiu understood that it wanted to ask if it would have good fruits to eat if it followed her. Jinjiu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "There are food every day, no need to take it, I will buy you fresh ones." The Night Emperor Bat's red eyes were shining. It was with a rich man. In order to protect the rich man, the Night Emperor Bat took the initiative to clear the way for Jinjiu, and made careful gestures to Jinjiu at every corner and every step. Jinjiu wanted to stop its behavior, but seeing its extremely serious look, he had to give up. Forget it, the child likes to act, let it act. But she really needs to ask clearly, which family raises a war beast to raise it to this appearance? Chapter 170. The Night Emperor Bat followed Jinjiu back to the room and saw Bebe sleeping soundly on the bed. It quickly stepped back. She remembered this tiny human. His voice was top-notch. "Don't mess with him." Jinjiu made a quiet gesture and whispered, "Don't wake her up." The Night Emperor Bat knew to keep quiet without Jinjiu's reminder. The Night Emperor Bat thought for a moment, and suddenly flew out of the window. It wanted to hang upside down on the eaves and wait until they left the room in the morning before going in. But when it came to the roof, it suddenly found a swift eagle tilting its head in its direction. The Night Emperor Bat was startled and almost fell off the eaves. Although it didn't come to this place often, it had never encountered this eagle. It looked at Guangming curiously. The aura on Guangming told it that the other party was also a war beast, barely its kind. It found that Guangming's eyes were always closed. It waved its wings, and Guangming was also motionless. It knew. This is a little blind eagle. The Night Emperor Bat took a cautious step forward, intending to test Guangming's reaction. But Guangming did not move, still tilting his head. The Night Emperor Bat took another step, and this time Guangming moved. It raised its big dick as always. Before the Night Emperor Bat could react, Guangming slapped it off the roof. A thought flashed through the mind of the falling Night Emperor Bat. Don't mess with the little blind eagle, it's so fierce. The Night Emperor Bat adjusted its body shape and flew up. This time it didn't dare to get close to Guangming. It stopped far away on a tree outside the yard, paying attention to Guangming's movements. Guangming wondered why its new good friend ran so far, so he started chasing him again. The Night Emperor Bat quickly ran for his life and flew to another place. It chased, it fled, it had difficulty in growing wings. Oh, it was not difficult to fly. Guangming had been training for a long time and liked to go out and play. His physical strength was much better than that of the thin Night Emperor Bat. It didn't take long for him to catch up with the already panting Night Emperor Bat. The Night Emperor Bat immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. It crawled on the ground without caring about its face. It had been wandering for a long time and was flexible. It had long lost the dignity of a war beast. Guangming stepped forward and patted the body of the Night Emperor Bat. It jumped and looked happy. The Night Emperor bat lost confidence because of it. Why did it seem that this little blind eagle had no ill will towards it? The Night Emperor bat tentatively touched Guangming, and Guangming took the initiative to move over and rub its head. The Night Emperor bat affirmed that it liked to play with itself, so the Night Emperor bat stood up, restored its bat-like appearance, and hugged Guangming very familiarly. The other hand gestured in the air, and a whimpering sound came out of his mouth, and Guangming also responded with 2 eagle cries. The 2 flying war beasts seemed to be talking about their lives under the moon. Qingjiu saw the scene in the distance from the window, and a strange idea emerged. Can they understand each other's voice? A few days later, all the children could feel that there was a subtle atmosphere between Qingjiu and Dean Lu. Qingjiu seemed to be indifferent to Dean Lu, but Dean Lu was still very warm to Qingjiu, and no one knew what happened during that time. Beibei also asked Qingjiu why she suddenly hated Dean Lu, and Qingjiu just rubbed her head gently to comfort her that she didn't. Dean Lu seemed to be nothing, but Qingjiu couldn't do it. However, Qingjiu also knew that she had no way to break the status quo. The fact is that the children now really need Dean Lu's care. The greatest protection Qingjiu can do is to accept Dean Lu's surveillance and reduce Dean Lu's use of them. Dean Lu also talked about this matter without hesitation. She thought that all this was for Qingjiu's good. She had an obligation to take good care of Qingjiu for Rakov, and the surveillance was only to keep track of her movements and protect her safety in time. Qingjiu sneered at her words. Qingjiu's terminal rang, and she opened it, and saw that it was Edel's message. Finally, there was news about the Night Emperor bat. After she replied to the message, Edel immediately called her. Qingjiu answered, "Teacher Edel." "Edel, Xiaojiu, that Night Emperor bat." He hesitated to speak. Qingjiu waited in front of the screen for a long time and finally heard him say, "That Night Emperor bat is called Xiaosha, an S-level war beast, but its owner has died due to the mission. The management department should have found a new owner for it, but it didn't want to, so it escaped from the War Beast Management Center and has been wandering around the residence of its former owner. At first, someone monitored its movements, but over time, it seemed to have forgotten why it stayed there, and one day it disappeared. The memory of war beasts is also very strong, and it is almost impossible for them to forget their owners. Unless it is really very old." Qingjiu, "Teacher Edel, how old is Xiaosha?" "Edel, it is the oldest war beast in existence today, and it is more than 500 years old this year. Shirong Orphanage was built here about 100 years ago, and its previous owner lived on this land. We suspect that it remembered something after escaping and subconsciously returned here. In other words, it is very likely that it witnessed the whole process of being sent here by Rakov. So can she get the answer to the thing she has been struggling with? Is she Rakov's daughter? Or is all this just one-sided words from Fei Qixia and Dean Lu? She hopes to get the answer from Xiaosha. In order to let Xiaosha have a place to stay, Qingjiu had already let Beibei go back to her room to sleep. The Night Emperor bat hangs upside down in the bathroom of her room, with the curtains drawn to sleep most of the morning, and only wakes up at night to look for food everywhere. Qingjiu bought a box of fresh fruits, and put them in the bedroom today, just to get some information from Xiaosha. As night fell, Xiaosha suddenly opened his eyes, when he smelled the fragrance of fruit, catching the scent of fresh food in the air. The first thing Xiaosha did when he woke up was not to grab fruit to eat, but to walk to the sink like a person, and start washing with water with his little paws. Qingjiu, who witnessed the whole process, was already considering whether to buy him a small toothbrush and a small towel. After Xiaosha finished washing, he did not forget to use his paws to comb the top of his hair, which had few hairs. Qingjiu, I have to buy him another special comb. Chapter 171. After washing up, Xiaosha looked at himself in the mirror carefully, as if checking his appearance. After a long time, he finally nodded with satisfaction, and walked out with small steps. Qingjiu made way for him, pointed to a box of fruits he had just bought on the ground, and said, "I bought you a lot of fruits you like." Xiaosha happily walked to the box, and started to pick. Who would have thought that a few days ago, he had to sneak around in the dead of night to find food, but now he can pick and choose. He has turned over. He looked at Qingjiu with more admiration. His big shot was a human who was very good at foraging. Since he knew that he had no worries about food and clothing, Xiaosha has regained his previous elegance and calmness. He picked a juicy peach, and peeled it slowly. He also threw the peel into the trash can without dirtying the floor at all. After the skin of the peach was cleaned by it, it opened its mouth again, took a small bite, and tasted it slowly. Qingjiu glanced at the intact peel in the trash can, and then looked up at Xiaosha, who was eating elegantly, and she fell into deep thought. Chinjio had an illusion that if she handed Shirasa a red wine glass filled with peach juice, it would also pick it up and shake it slowly, and then taste it carefully. Elegant, it was really too elegant. Chinjio quickly shook her head to get rid of this strange picture. She sat beside Shirasa and waited patiently for Shirasa to finish eating the fruit. During this time, Guangming also flew in from the window. It smelled the delicious peach smell, and wanted to have a bite. Shirasa finished the peach in his hand, threw the core into the trash can, and took out another one to peel. After peeling the peach, it cut it into several small pieces, and handed one of them to Guangming. Guangming chirped twice, took the peach piece from its hand, and stood on the table to eat it. Guangming's eating manner was not as elegant as Shirasa's. His mouth was full of peach juice, and the hair around his beak was also stained with some peach juice. After Shirasa finished eating, he took a piece of paper towel from the table, and wiped his mouth. Then, it pulled out another piece of paper towel, and carefully wiped the juice around Guangming's mouth. After doing all this, it walked to the sink and rinsed its claws with clean water. This was the 100th time Chinjio doubted whether Shirasa was a human in bat skin. Too exquisite. It is recommended that all war beasts learn from it. Seeing Shirasa eat and drink, Chinjio knew that it was time to ask questions. She completely regarded Shirasa as a human. She sat on the bed, and left the chair to Shirasa. Chinjio, please sit down. Shirasa looked at the chair Chinjio pointed to, and gently flapped his wings to land on the chair. Chinjio asked, "Is your name Shirasa?" Shirasa seemed to have not heard anyone call his name for a long time. His red eyes lit up, and he nodded. Chinjio flipped out the photo of Rakov that she asked Jin Chung to find from the terminal, and showed it to Shirasa. She asked, "Have you seen this man?" Shirasa tapped his little paws next to his head, as if thinking. It finally found the image of this man in its mind, and nodded to show that it knew him. Chinjio's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, as if it was one step closer to the truth. She immediately played the photo of herself when she was a child and asked, "Where is this child?" Shirasa pondered for a moment and nodded again. After getting 2 affirmative answers, Chinjio's breathing became more rapid. She tried to keep herself calm. What is the relationship between them? Shirasa blinked his little red eyes, and his eyes searched the room. Finally, his eyes stopped on Guangming. Shirasa made a een sound and waved to Guangming. Guangming couldn't see his movements, but understood his meaning. He flew to the back of the chair, and was about to ask Shirasa why he called him. The next moment, Shirasa's claws grabbed Guangming's wings. Guangming was obviously frightened by his behavior, and was stunned. Chinjio also exclaimed, not knowing why Shirasa suddenly attacked. She was about to step forward to rescue Guangming. Guangming didn't feel Shirasa's malice. He didn't struggle, but tilted his little head curiously towards Shirasa. Shirasa held Guangming in his arms, just like an adult holding a baby. During this time, it also shook Guangming like a human, and gently patted Guangming's back with its other paw. Although Shirasa's behavior looked strange, Chinjio, who understood its meaning, fell down on the bed. Shirasa's meaning was very clear. Rakov appeared near the Shirong orphanage, with a child in his arms. They were indeed father and daughter. So the reason why Lister was silent about Rakov's whereabouts at that time was that he had offspring and joined the White Tiger organization? No, there was something wrong. Did Rakov really join the White Tiger organization? Why is this organization called the White Tiger organization? What does it have to do with Badeo? What if the White Tiger organization exists because of Badeo and Rakov? Badeo and Rakov are the founders of this organization. So what was the original intention of establishing this organization? Why did Fei Qixia join it? Also, she couldn't find the part about her birth in the information she got from Fei Qixia and Dean Liu. Did they conceal it intentionally, or they didn't know what happened? Or did Rockefeller not tell them all the facts? She still lacked the most important piece of the puzzle, and couldn't restore the truth of the matter. If she wanted to thoroughly investigate Rockefeller's deeds from leaving the beast-taming army to entrusting himself to Dean Liu, she seemed to have only one way. She could only join the game herself. Today, the royal family of Chen Wangxing was extremely flustered. Everyone was in panic, and didn't dare to speak loudly. For nothing else, it was because a male corpse appeared in His Majesty Jin Yu's room. The corpse was covered with spells that they couldn't understand. The man died with his eyes open and his eyeballs bulged, as if he died in great fear. The servant who served His Majesty Jin Yu to get up was the first to discover the body. She screamed heartbreakingly, waking up Jin Yu and alarming others. When everyone gathered in Jin Yu's room, they were also pale when they saw the tragic state of the corpse. The eyes of the corpse were staring in the direction of Jin Yu. As soon as Jin Yu got up, he looked into his eyes, and stepped back in fear. Jin Chung came to his brother's room slowly in the midst of everyone's panic. He shouted in surprise, "Ah! How could a man die in my brother's room?" When Jin Yu heard Jin Cheng's voice, he immediately looked at him. Jin Yu gritted his teeth and said, "You did it." Jin Chung waved his hands and stepped back quickly, his face full of disbelief. He said in horror, "Brother, don't talk nonsense. How could I kill someone? And I got drunk with my father last night and just woke up. If you don't believe me, you can ask the palace people." Several people nearby nodded. His Highness Jin Chung did stay in His Majesty's room until dawn, and it was impossible for him to come to His Highness Jin Yu's room. And His Highness Jin Chung had no reason to kill anyone. Instead, it was His Highness Jin Yu's groundless speculation that made the palace people frown. Chapter 172. Jin Yu's eyes were red with anger. He didn't believe that this matter had nothing to do with Jin Chung. Since he came back, Jin Yu has not had a peaceful day. Before Jin Chung came back, his father always talked with him about everything, including family, country, people's livelihood, ideals, ambitions, and the way of the king. But after Jin Chung came back, his father seemed to have changed. He only went out to get drunk with Jin Chung, and he had fewer and fewer opportunities to see his father. His father had changed. In the past, his father didn't like Jin Chung because he had no ambitions, only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, and was not qualified to be the king of a country. Now his father played with Jin Chung every day, and seemed to have forgotten about national affairs. It was not the first time he heard someone talking about his father's changes behind his back. But even if Jin Yu looked down on Jin Chung, it could not change the fact that he was now his father's favorite person. Jin Yu felt that it was not good, and his position was in jeopardy. If the father is really deceived by Jin Chung and changes his mind, passing his throne to Jin Chung, then wouldn't his efforts over the years be in vain? Perhaps he really needs to start in advance. Just as he was thinking about it, Jin Chung walked over to Jin Yu and sat down, pretending to comfort him. He leaned over to his ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Look at his face. Does it look familiar?" Jin Yu heard this and looked at the face of the corpse. When he saw the man's appearance clearly, Jin Yu couldn't help but show surprise on his face. Isn't this the expert that Mr. Fei found? Although he failed to successfully eliminate Jin Chung before, the man who worked for him did not expose himself. Jin Chung was just saved by Ai Miao because of his good luck. His deal with Mr. Fei had not come to light, so Jin Chung should not have known who was harming him. He had always believed that his identity behind the scenes was still well protected. It was not until Jin Chung and him had a falling out that he suddenly realized that his brother was not as simple as he had imagined. The panic that flashed through Jin Yu's eyes did not escape Jin Cheng's eyes. He slightly curved his lips and whispered, "Brother, this is a gift from your brother. Please accept it." After that, he stood up and ordered the palace people to do things in an orderly manner. Originally, the palace people still doubted whether His Highness Jin Chung could handle emergencies, but after Jin Chung had arranged everything properly, their concerns disappeared and they were completely convinced of Jin Chung. A thought flashed through their minds. His Highness Jin Cheng's ability to handle things is no worse than His Highness Jin Yu. There is even a tendency to surpass him. Jin Yu witnessed the process of Jin Chung establishing his authority in front of him, and his hand pulling the quilt became more and more forceful. He asked himself that he might not be able to handle it more thoughtfully than Jin Chung, who easily won the trust of everyone. And this was something he had worked hard for many years to get. After Jin Chung handled everything, he pretended to care about him, and asked the palace servants to take good care of the frightened Princess Jin Yu. Jin Yu was so angry that he couldn't control his temper, and started throwing things again. Of course Jin Chung, who was sitting in the tea room, didn't know. He picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and exclaimed, "Good tea!" His Majesty Saxon stood in front of the French window, with his hands behind his back. He looked at the green plants outside the window and said, "Jin Chung, did you go too far this time?" Jin Chung paused, put down the teacup in his hand, and sat upright. "Father, I don't know what you are talking about." His Majesty Saxon looked back at Jin Chung. His dark eyes seemed to have the ability to see through everything, and Jin Chung was forced to swallow his words. "Saxon, do you think you two can hide your private affairs from me?" Jin Chung was shocked when he heard the words, and immediately stood up and lowered his eyes, and said, "Father, Okay, no more talk." Jin Chung showed a bitter smile on his face hidden in the shadows. "So, father still prefers Jin Yu." Saxon sat down, looked at Jin Chung and said, "Jin Chung, father has been acting with you for so many years, and it's time for me to see how ambitious you are." Acting crazy and stupid can indeed guarantee your temporary safety, but blindly forbearing will not make you live better, it will only make people look down on you. Jean Chung was stunned, looking at Saxon for a long time and unable to speak. Seeing this, Saxon chuckled. Why, do you think that your father has lived in vain for so many years? Can your little tricks in your heart be hidden from your father? Jean Chung, you are a smart and good child, but the selection of the crown prince cannot be won by intelligence alone. He raised his head and continued under Jean Cheng's scorching gaze. You have been patient for too long. Your father also wants to know whether you are capable of governing a place as big as Chunwang Star. Jean Chung, in fact, your father has always been optimistic about you, but you have to show your strength to shut up outsiders to be worthy of the position of crown prince. Listening to Saxon's heartfelt words, Jean Chung nodded heavily. I know, father. Saxon asked him to sit down. Jean Chung sat next to him. Saxon grinned and changed his serious look. Although you made a big move this time, your father doesn't hate you. If you fight back when you were bullied, what's wrong with a little blood? He put his arm around Jean Cheng's shoulders and asked mysteriously, Tell me, father, how are you and Lilith doing? Jean Chung was helpless. Father, we are still students, it's too early to talk about this. Saxon shook his head again and again. Oh. If you like her, go after her. Lilith is such a good kid. I like this girl too. You two are a good match. Jean Chung immediately interrupted Saxon. Father, Lilith hasn't achieved her goals and ideals yet. I don't want to distract her at this time. Saxon, don't you like her? If you like her, you have to let her know. Jean Chung, I like her. But I can't break her wings and tie her up just because I like her, right? That's not love, that's a low-level possessiveness. When she has an idea, I will naturally pursue her. It's her choice whether she accepts it or not. Don't get involved. Saxon, dissatisfied, I am not concerned about your lifelong event. Her pursuit of ideals and falling in love do not conflict. Jean Chung looked at Saxon silently, and a word hit him hard. Pursuing ideals and falling in love do not conflict. So what about my mother? Saxon looked unnatural. Your mother has already gained love, and now of course she can pursue her ideals. Speaking of his wife, Saxon didn't care about Jean Cheng's affairs. Help me ask when your mother will come back, and tell her that I miss her. Jean Chung, who understands family members. He is already 20 years old, and he still has to eat the dog food of his parents' generation. I'm really not afraid that he will be full. Jean Chung, my mother said that she will come back to live for a month next month. Now she has entered the mountains, and there may not be any signal. Don't worry. Hearing that his wife will come back next month, Saxon smiled foolishly, not at all as majestic as before. Jean Chung was speechless about his wife, Nufu Wang. He cursed inwardly that he was in love, and then stood up to complete other work, but heard Saxon say, Jean Chung, the reason I urged you was because I received some rumors. Jean Chung looked at him curiously, and said, there is a civil war in the Shiran royal family, and Lilith is likely to become a victim of power. I have heard that they intend to let her marry. If you like, hurry up and don't let yourself regret it. Saxon looked at Jean Chung, who was lost in thought, and added, and I heard that the struggle in the Shiran royal family involves the organization that your brother cooperates with. It is not easy to deal with. You have to be careful. Chapter 173. Jean Chung frowned. Even the Shiran royal family was invaded? Saxon, it's not an invasion, it's just that Lilith's uncle has some ideas. This operation should be regarded as letting the wolf into the house. Speaking of Lilith's uncle, Jean Chung couldn't help but sneer. Because he looked down on Lilith for being a girl, he had been instigating various forces to support his useless child to inherit the future of the Shiran royal family. This also made it clear that he should have reached an agreement with the organization behind it to let the other party help his child get the throne. And Lilith. Thinking of Lilith's father, Jean Chung couldn't help but want to stand up for Lilith. Lilith is a very good child. She keeps forcing herself to improve in order to get everyone's respect and her father's attention. She has obviously done the former, but she has never been able to make her father look at her more. She is a child who was not expected to be born. Her parents are in a loveless marriage. She was born without the love of her parents. Jean Chung knew that the reason why she doted on Xiuqiu was just to make up for the part she lacked. All the strength she showed was just a disguise to protect herself. He and her were very similar in this respect. If no one was willing to stand behind Lilith, then let him be her backer. Jean Chung said solemnly, I know, I will be careful. Qingjiu received Ping An's message. Ping An asked her if she was free. Li Tong wanted to come and play with her for a week before school started. Qingjiu agreed, and arrived outside Shirong Station early the next day. when they set off to wait for their arrival. Since Chinchio was with a war beast, she could not enter the station at will without applying, so she could only stand outside the door and wait. Guangming fell on her shoulder, with a small triangular silk scarf tied around its neck, which looked elegant and cute. This was tied by Xiao Xiao himself for Guangming. Xiao Xiao didn't know where he found a small silk scarf for pets, and tied it on Guangming after he woke up. I don't know what kind of ideological work Xiao Xiao did for Guangming during the time they were together. Now Guangming no longer eats in a storm, and pays more attention to animal hygiene. When he gets up, he will wash his face before asking for food. Chinchio was speechless for a moment, and she didn't know whether it was good or bad that the war beast became exquisite. This was the first time that a war beast knew how to dress, which made passers-by look back frequently, and some brave ones took the initiative to ask Chinchio if they could take pictures of Guangming. After getting Chinchio's permission, they took pictures of Guangming and kept praising him for his cuteness. When Guangming heard the compliment, he leaned forward slightly to express his gratitude. Passers-by, who were touched by the cuteness, screamed and attracted more attention. Chinchio was surrounded outside, but Li Tong, who had already got off the car, sneaked to the war beast transfer area without Ping and noticing. She tried to sniff the air and walked in one direction. "Hello, are you here to pick up the war beast? What is the name of your war beast?" Li Tong was stopped by the staff at the door. She thought for a while and said, "Swift Leopard Snow White." The staff member stopped the hand that was operating the light screen. He looked at Li Tong suspiciously and asked again, "What do you say your war beast is called?" "Li Tong, it's not my war beast, but I'm here to find Bai Shui." The staff's eyes changed a little. The meritorious war beasts are the treasures of the entire galaxy. They are well known and have a huge fan base, and naturally there are also illegitimate fans. However, Bai Shui and Lightning's trip this time is a military secret and should not be leaked. How did this little girl know about it? This is a very serious matter. There may be a ghost in the military who leaked the information for profit. He had already pressed the emergency call button and continued to deal with Li Tong calmly on the surface. "I'm sorry, Bai Shui is not here." "Are you sure the news you got that Bai Shui is here is true?" Li Tong's eyes were clear. "What news?" "Bai Shui is here." Ping'an, who had been unable to find Li Tong for a long time, finally found Li Tong after circling the field. He hurried up and blamed him. "Why did you run here? It's so hard for me to find him." Li Tong pointed to a large cage inside and said to Ping'an, "Bai Shui is clearly there, but he said he wasn't there." He lied. The staff found that she could actually accurately identify Bai Shui's position, and her expression became more solemn. He glanced at Ping'an, who came over again, and found that the other party had accomplices, and he was even more nervous. "Hurry up and come. There are bad guys in the crowd. Save him." Ping'an's observation ability is much higher than Li Tong's. He saw the expressions of the staff, and combined with Li Tong's actions, he almost instantly guessed what the other party was thinking. He quickly grabbed Li Tong's hand and lifted it up, making a gesture of surrender, and explained, "We are not bad people, we will leave immediately." Just as he was about to leave, the road behind him was blocked. The security guards, who had arrived, were fully armed and were staring at the two of them closely. Ping'an had no doubt that if they did anything out of line, they would be pinned to the ground immediately. Ping'an thought to himself that it was not good, and now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Li Tong broke free from Ping'an's hand and looked at the people in front of him with curiosity. Does it take such a big battle to pick up Bai Shui? Everyone's face became even gloomier. "Ping'an, shut up, please." They approached step by step, and Ping'an tried to explain that he and Li Tong were really not bad people. At this time, Bai Shui, who felt the changes outside, had recovered from the discomfort of motion sickness, and it slapped the cage hard, making a loud noise. Its behavior also caused anxiety among the surrounding war beasts, and they imitated it to slap the cage. Everyone's attention was attracted by the movement inside. The huge sound of the iron cage slapping made the staff panic. He immediately called for reinforcements. "The war beast is out of control." "Repeat. The war beast is out of control." Li Tong calmly said to him, "It's not out of control. Where did the war beast get out of control?" After that, Li Tong shouted to the inside, "I'm fine, stop slapping the cage, it's too noisy." The sound of slapping the cage inside really subsided slowly. Everyone present, except Ping'an, looked at Li Tong with disbelief. At this time, Edel came from the exclusive passage. He saw a group of people gathered at the door, facing a little girl in the middle, as if they were facing a great enemy. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What happened?" Ping'an saw Edel and immediately bowed respectfully. "Hello, Teacher Edel, I am Ping'an from Qingjing, and this is Li Tong." Li Tong also knew Edel's name, and of course he knew that he was Snow White's owner. She also followed Ping'an and saluted Edel. Hello. Edel knew Ping'an and Li Tong. He responded to the salute, looked around at the fully armed staff, and asked, Are you in trouble? Ping'an. Li Tong found Bai Shui inside, and was regarded as a bad guy. Edel suddenly realized that Li Tong had never concealed his identity as a half-orc, and it was normal for such a person with strong perception to discover Bai Shui's existence. Unexpectedly, Bai Shui followed Qinjiu to Qingjing and made friends with Li Tong. Edel explained to everyone that it was all a misunderstanding, and asked the staff to open the door. He wanted to take out Lightning and Bai Shui together. The black cloth covering the two cages was lifted, and Li Tong immediately ran to Bai Shui's cage. Everyone exclaimed, worried that she would be accidentally injured by Bai Shui. But the next moment, when everyone saw her hugging Bai Shui's head across the cage, and her nose to Bai Shui's nose, everyone was silent, which looked extremely weird. Even Snow White's owner, Edel, found it hard to accept this scene for a while. It was the first time he saw someone other than Qinjiu interacting with Snow White like this. He had one more person to be jealous of. Chapter 174. Because he was carrying a war beast, Edel was arranged to take a special passage, and Li Tong and Ping'an followed him. Bai Shui and Li Tong walked side by side in front, and they seemed to be best friends, who had not seen each other for a long time, and had endless topics to talk about. Lightning followed behind them, and his golden pupils kept looking at Li Tong, as if thinking about why she felt different from other humans. Is she a wolf in human skin? Obviously a wolf cub. How did he grow up to look like a human, a wolf spirit? Lightning walked closer and closer with curiosity, and accidentally walked behind Bai Shui. Bai Shui glanced at its figure from the corner of her eyes, and suddenly raised her hind legs to kick it. Lightning's sight stayed on Li Tong, and he didn't notice Bai Shui's leg-raising action at all. When he reacted, he was already spinning and rolling far away. Bai Shui grinned and laughed silently, and Lightning adjusted his body again, baring his teeth and roaring angrily. It crawled on the ground with its front legs, and raised its buttocks to prepare for attack. Bai Shui looked at it indifferently, and its nonchalant eyes seemed to provoke Lightning, and Lightning was completely enraged. It exerted force on its hind legs and shot at Bai Shui like a sharp arrow. Bai Shui was not panicked at all, and turned around to take Lightning's attack. Edel was always paying attention to the situation behind him. When he heard Lightning's low roar, he turned his head, and saw the tense atmosphere between them. He sighed helplessly. These two siblings are going to fight again. I just don't know if the renovation of this corridor is expensive. Fortunately, he took on Yulanqing's temporary task, and he has a little extra income recently, which is enough for these two uncles. Edel considerately stepped back a few steps, leaving enough space for Snow White and Lightning. Lightning was waving its claws in the air, and before its sharp claws were about to hit Snow White, Li Tong suddenly stepped forward to block them. Lightning quickly retracted its claws, and before it fell to the ground, it was caught by Li Tong in his arms. Li Tong held Lightning and looked at it eye to eye. Lightning screamed and struggled, but Li Tong ignored him and turned to look at Snow White and asked, Its breath is very similar to yours. Are you relatives? Snow White licked her front paws and nodded her big head up and down. Li Tong grinned, revealing two small canine teeth, and said to Lightning in a friendly manner, Hello, my name is Li Tong. Her sudden show of goodwill made Lightning stunned for a moment, and then he looked at her suspiciously, but he didn't show his claws as before. Edel looked at Li Tong as if he was a savior, and there seemed to be holy light surrounding her. She is the ancient Greek god in charge of wallets. His money is saved. Li Tong didn't know what Edel was thinking, so she asked Lightning, Do you know Sister Qinjiu too? When Lightning heard Qinjiu's name, his little head shook quickly. The wolf cub also knew Qinjiu. It's a good wolf cub, Li Tong. I just came to play with her. She's waiting for us outside the station. Hearing the news that Qinjiu was outside the station, Lightning and Snow White approached Li Tong at the same time. They stood with Li Tong, facing Edel, and gave him a look to hint, We are leaving with the wolf cub. Edel had no choice but to wave his hand. Go, go, remember to come back tonight. Lightning and Snow White walked out with Li Tong on the left and right. When passing by Edel, Edel blocked Snow White's way. Snow White let out a low growl of dissatisfaction, and Edel laughed and scolded, You are going out like this? Who do you want to scare to death? Snow White was stunned. After returning from the Porcelain King planet, it rarely maintained the appearance of a little leopard. It had become accustomed to its original posture. If it hadn't been for Edel's reminder, it really wouldn't have reacted. It quickly shrank in the eyes of everyone and turned into the cute white cat, continuing to follow Li Tong. It didn't like this posture very much, because it was too small. For every one step Li Tong took, it needed to take 2 or 3 steps to catch up. Lightning, who was already used to it, walked and laughed mercilessly at Snow White, who was always 2 steps behind. Snow White was about to go over and slap it, but Li Tong, who had sensed the atmosphere between them in advance, squatted down first, picked up Snow White and Lightning on the left and right, and let them nestle in his arms. "I take you away." Li Tong, who succeeded in persuading the fight again, rose sharply in Edel's heart. He announced that Lightning and Bai Shui tied for first place, Qinjiu second, and Li Tong third. Several people left the station passage, and Li Tong and Ping'an looked around for Qinjiu. They didn't see Qinjiu, but they saw a crowd gathered in one place. Ping'an was curious. Are there any activities outside the station? Gathering outside a large station shouldn't be allowed, right? Edel hadn't gotten on the bus yet, so he and Ping'an walked together. He couldn't see Qinjiu, and he was worried that Bai Shui and Lightning would run after Li Tong. Edel nodded. "Yes, gathering outside the station is not allowed. I go see what's going on." Edel wore a mask and a hat, blended into the crowd in a low-key manner, and looked in the middle. Qinjiu was standing in the middle, looking cramped, with a light on her head. Guangming had a small scarf tied around his neck, which made him look cute and lovable. It turned out that everyone was here to take pictures around Qinjiu, so they couldn't see Qinjiu. He quietly left and asked the station staff to maintain order. Driven by the staff, the crowd finally retreated, and Qinjiu was relieved. Li Tong put down Lightning and Snow White, opened his arms, and ran towards Qinjiu shouting, "Sister! I'm here!" Guangming, who fell on Qinjiu's shoulders again, saw the wolf cub and Snow White. Snow White, Lightning, and the wolf cub seemed to be good friends. Are the wolf cubs also good friends with it? It tilted its head and thought for a moment, then silently raised its wings. When Li Tong was about to hug Qinjiu, her eyes suddenly went dark, and she seemed to vaguely see the feather pattern magnified in front of her eyes. Immediately, a huge force hit her face, as if she was slapped hard, and she turned several circles in front of Qinjiu, turning farther and farther away. Lightning and Snow White watched a gorgeous dance of spinning in circles. They looked at each other, and then silently looked away. They should have told the wolf cub earlier. Li Tong was not prepared, and did not feel any malice, so she felt a little strange when she was slapped. She covered her cheek with grievance and watched Guangming complain to Qinjiu. "Sister, I was beaten." Qinjiu flicked Guangming's head and said helplessly, "Change your habit of always hitting people." Guangming covered the place where Qinjiu flicked with his wings, feeling equally wronged. It flew to the middle of Lightning and Snow White, chirped twice, and asked Lightning and Snow White to support it. Lightning and Snow White stretched out their pink little tongues to stroke Guangming's fur and calm its emotions. For the first time, they looked at Qinjiu and Li Tong with some reproach. "Don't children like to fan people? Let them fan, they are happy." Look, now the child is unhappy. Li Tong understood what they meant. In a corner where no one cared, a wolf cub quietly broke. Chapter 175. Lightning and Snow White coaxed Guangming, Qinjiu coaxed Li Tong, and Li Tong finally understood that Guangming had no ill will towards him under Snow White's mediation, and that his behavior was actually a sign that he liked him very much. Li Tong quickly took the initiative to make peace, and became good friends with Guangming. Qinjiu couldn't help but smile. The relationship between them was really pure. Edel assuredly handed Lightning and Snow White to Qinjiu, and went back to report. Ping'an and Li Tong followed Qinjiu, and followed Qinjiu's arrangements. Qinjiu was not a person who liked to go out and play, so he planned to take them to the mall first, eat something to fill their stomachs, and then decide where to go next. Qinjiu chose the mall he went to last time to purchase goods. After all, it was a pet-friendly mall, and Lightning, Snow White, and Guangming could enter openly. But because there was no leash this time, they could not leave people. Li Tong walked in front with Lightning and Snow White, and Qinjiu and Ping'an followed behind. Qinjiu asked Ping'an, "How is the wormhole on Porcelain King Star now?" Ping'an, "The number of alien beasts is barely within the controllable range." "I heard that there are new wormholes on Yulan Star?" Qinjiu nodded heavily. "Yes, it was just created not long ago." Ping'an, "In the past 6 months, the frequency of wormholes has been increasing, which is not a good thing. Based on the current deployment of troops, if 1 or 2 more new wormholes are created, it is estimated that the Federation has reached its limit." Qinjiu was silent, and he remembered Fei Qixia's words. Fei Qixia did not deny that they have the ability to travel through wormholes, and can open and close artificial wormholes, but they have no way to control the creation of natural wormholes. And he also told Qinjiu very clearly that the two wormholes generated had nothing to do with their organization. Qin thought that he did not lie, but there was no evidence to prove that the generation of natural wormholes was not affected by them. Just as Qin was thinking, the light on her shoulder suddenly seemed to sense something, flew up in the mall, and went straight in one direction. It was very fast, and the people around exclaimed. Before they saw what was flying to their side, the small figure only brought a gust of wind and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Qin shouted anxiously, "Light, come back." She did not call back the light, but Li Tong, who had been playing with Bai Shui and lightning, quickly chased after the light with lightning Bai Shui in the direction where the light disappeared. The abnormal scene in front of them made Qin and Ping An frown at the same time. They looked at each other and quickly followed. The thing that can make the war beast and Li Tong react at the same time is most likely an alien beast. Could it be that a new wormhole appeared on Shirong's star just after he finished speaking? They were running indoors, causing the staff in the mall to repeatedly shout at them to stop to maintain order. But Qin and his companions completely ignored the other stop and continued to follow the figure of light through the crowd. Ping An and Qin fell at the end of the team. Ping An asked while running, "Should we notify Teacher Edel?" Qin thought for a moment and decided to follow them to see what was going on. After all, they still didn't know why the war beasts and Li Tong were rushing in that direction. If it was their misjudgment, there were actually no alien beasts here, which would invisibly increase the pressure on the military. The military is very sensitive to wormholes now. Before they are confirmed, Qin thinks that they should try not to alarm them. And even if a new wormhole is really generated, the alien beasts generated in the newly generated wormhole are still unstable and have no formed attack system. The combat power they have here can still hold on for a while. Although Ping An is skeptical about Qin decision, he thinks that it is indeed an extraordinary period now. They have two major combat forces, Snow White and Lightning, and can cope with it for a while. Finally, he persuaded himself to adopt Qin opinion and did not notify Edo. Guangming finally stopped in front of an X-restaurant on the corner. It made a sharp cry at the X-restaurant and was about to peck the glass outer wall with its eagle beak. Its voice was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. The clerk saw its behavior and immediately came out with a menu to drive Guangming away. "Go! Don't affect our business here. Whose pet is this?" Guangming and the clerk were dealing with each other, always looking for a breakthrough. Li Tong brought Lightning and Snow White to its side, and the two war beasts were also staring at the people eating inside the glass. Seeing this, Li Tong asked, "Do you want me to break this glass?" Guangming shouted and nodded. Li Tong raised his fist without hesitation and was about to smash the glass. Ping An, who had just arrived, saw Li Tong's action and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He was so scared that he quickly stepped forward, and the robotic arm just resisted Li Tong's attack at the last moment before her fist landed in front of the glass. Ping An's robotic arm hit the glass due to inertia, making a muffled sound. Ping An quickly looked at the glass. There were some scratches at the place where the robotic arm touched the glass, but at least the glass was still intact. Ping An breathed a sigh of relief and helplessly scolded, "What do you want to do?" Li Tong pointed at the three war beasts and said, "They said they want to go in." Ping An grabbed her arm and walked towards the main entrance of the X-restaurant. "My ancestors, go in through the door." The staff was frightened by their movements just now, and no one dared to stop them for a while. Qin stretched out his arm and called out, "Guangming, come." Guangming landed on Qin arm, but was still chirping. Qin lowered her eyes and saw Lightning and Snow White lying on the glass. She whispered, "I know, don't make a sound first, it's easy to alert the snake." Guangming didn't know if he understood Qin meaning, but he still restrained his movements. Qin said to Lightning and Snow White again, "Follow me." Qin walked behind Ping An and the others and apologized to the frightened clerk beside him. They followed Ping An's steps into the X-restaurant. The diners in the X-restaurant were also frightened by the noise just now. Many people stood up and were about to escape from another door. This included Ping An and Qin's acquaintances. "Ping An? Li Tong? Qin? Long time no see. What were you doing just now? You made such a big noise." Qin looked up and saw Gu Zheng with a smile on his face. She did not respond immediately, but silently moved her eyes to the woman standing side by side with him. The woman felt their gaze, showed a gentle smile, and took the initiative to greet them. "You are Xiao Zheng's friends, right?" "I am Xiao Zheng's mother, Yuqingyu." Chapter 176. Qin naturally knew about Yuqingyu's existence. Last time when they were in Blue Star, Jin Chung had asked her to look at the hot searches. However, the popularity of Yuqingyu soon passed, and new hot searches appeared on the internet every day. Now, the only one who is still paying attention to Yu Qingyu is probably the federal government. Most people would just look at Yu Qingyu curiously when they saw her appear in public, and would not come forward to bother her. She is like an outdated internet celebrity, well known but not popular. Ping An bowed to Yu Qingyu and said politely, "Hello, Auntie." Li Tong frowned all the time, and looked at Yu Qingyu with confusion in his eyes. The three war beasts seemed to be in deep doubt at this time. Guangming was about to fly in the direction of Yu Qingyu, and Qingjiu seemed to catch its idea and quickly pressed its wings to interrupt its action. Qingjiu took 2 steps forward and blocked all the war beasts. She glanced at Gu Zheng and said hello to Yu Qingyu. "Hello, Auntie, my name is Qingjiu, and I'm Xiao Zheng's classmate." Yu Qingyu pushed the strands of black hair scattered on her temples behind her ears and smiled, and replied to Qingjiu, "Hello, I've heard of your name." After she finished speaking, she looked at Qingjiu carefully again, and she seemed to be a little puzzled and asked, "Have we met before?" Qingjiu raised her eyelids slightly when she heard it, and she bit her lips and shook her head. "No, Auntie, this is the first time we meet." "Really?" Yu Qingyu searched for Qingjiu's figure in her mind, but there was only a fog. She gave up thinking and pointed to a table inside. "Are you here to eat? We can sit together." Qingjiu looked at Ping An and Li Tong. Ping An didn't care. Li Tong was silent for a rare time, but he didn't show any reluctance. So Qingjiu made the decision, and several people set up a table with Gu Zheng and the others. The war beasts walked around the 3 people intentionally or unintentionally to form a protective circle, and their eyes never left Yu Qingyu. Qingjiu noticed their abnormality, and also kept a watchful eye on the 2 people leading the way in front. The war beasts kept looking at Yu Qingyu vigilantly. Lightning's eyes rolled around, and it took the initiative to walk to Gu Zheng's feet. Gu Zheng found that there was a furry thing rubbing his ankle under his feet. He looked down and found that it was Lightning, and immediately hugged it happily. Qingjiu saw Lightning sniffing carefully in his arms. So as not to arouse other people's suspicion, she immediately diverted everyone's attention. "What do you want to eat?" Several people looked at the menu floating on the side at the same time and chose the dishes they wanted to eat. Li Tong casually mentioned food and began to stare at Yu Qingyu again. Yu Qingyu felt Li Tong's gaze, and she turned back to look at Li Tong. "Are you also Xiaozhen's classmate?" Li Tong did not answer, and Ping An, who was standing beside him, immediately replied, "Oh, we are from Qingjing, and we are friends with Gu Zheng." He looked at Li Tong, who was a little abnormal, and apologized to Yu Qingyu. "I'm sorry, Auntie, she doesn't like to talk." Yu Qingyu said "oh," and turned back to chat with Gu Zheng. The lightning in Gu Zheng's arms couldn't help but wrinkle its nose when Yu Qingyu approached, trying to suppress its urge to attack. It deliberately took the initiative to throw itself into Gu Zheng's arms, just to get closer to Yu Qingyu. It wanted to confirm one thing. Did the smell of the alien beast come from Yu Qingyu? Now it seems that the answer is yes. But why does Yu Qingyu, a human, have such a strong smell of alien beast? She doesn't look like a humanoid alien beast. Lightning leaned his head towards Yu Qingyu, his nose twitching, as if he was carefully distinguishing. Bai Shui sat in Li Tong's arms, and saw all of Lightning's movements. He did not act rashly, and waited for Lightning's confirmation. It is not that humans are completely free from the possibility of being infected with the smell of alien beasts. As long as humans have close contact with alien beasts, there will be some smell of alien beasts on them. If you get hurt during the contact, the smell will be more obvious. But Bai Shui looked at Guangming, who was facing Yu Qingyu motionlessly, and tilted his head. Guangming's perception of alien beasts is stronger than all of them. It is obviously reacting to Yu Qingyu, which means that there is no smell of other alien beasts nearby to influence Guangming's judgment. Was it that Guangming's perception was wrong, or was Yu Qingyu really related to the alien beast? Under Qingjiu's control, Guangming dared not act rashly, and it locked onto Yu Qingyu's direction. The undercurrent was hidden under the piece of the dining table. Halfway through the meal, Qingjiu looked up and happened to glance in Yu Qingyu's direction. This glance made her entire movement seem to be paused, and she was completely stunned. One side of Yu Qingyu's cheek was twitching, and she seemed to be unable to control the muscles on her left face. She tensed her muscles and grinned, and the left corner of her mouth seemed to be torn apart. The sharp white fangs were exposed, not like the teeth that humans can have at all. Her strange state lasted only a second. She immediately noticed it, and immediately covered one side of her face, and looked up suddenly. Qingjiu lowered his head the moment she looked up, and began to pick up noodles with chopsticks in his hand. Yu Qingyu looked around and found that no one noticed her abnormality, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up and said to a few people, "I'm going to the bathroom." Everyone responded, and she left the table. Lightning and Snow White looked at each other, and were about to follow secretly. Chinchio stretched out her legs and blocked their way. Lightning and Snow White looked up under the table, not understanding why Chinchio wanted to stop them. Chinchio just shook his head silently at them. It is not clear yet why Yuqingyu suddenly came back after disappearing for many years. What does her strange change represent? It is easy to alert the enemy if you act rashly. Not to mention that Gu Zheng is also here. If they do anything to Yuqingyu, Gu Zheng will definitely stop them. No one can guarantee that he will not be hurt by mistake in the process. Moreover, it was in a crowded place, and it would be difficult to ensure the safety of others if she took action. If Yuqingyu intended to hurt Gu Zheng, she would have had many opportunities to do so during this period, but she did not do so. In other words, she actually had no ill will towards them. To expose her identity, we had to wait until there were few people and an open place. Chinchio believed that she would not disappear suddenly. No matter who she was, her love for Gu Zheng was true, and she would not easily leave her family, who had finally reunited. Chinchio and the others still had time to expose the truth. Lightning and Bai Shui looked at each other again, and then silently returned to their original positions. Yuqingyu rushed into the bathroom, and slammed the door of the cubicle. She covered her uncontrollable throbbing muscles, and flipped through her handbag. She took out a lipstick-shaped cylindrical tube from her bag, pointed one end at her arm, and pressed hard on the other end. The needle tip popped out from the end aimed at her arm, and pierced her skin, and the purple-red liquid entered her body along with the needle tip. She let out a long sigh and touched her cheek. Finally, she got it under control. Chapter 177. When the medicine took effect, the boiling desire for human flesh and blood in her body was slowly suppressed. She stared at the empty tube in a daze. This was her last potion. Even if she hated that place and Fei Qixia, the unforgivable devil, she could only choose to quietly give in. She had to ask Fei Qixia to send her a new potion, otherwise one day in the future, she might not be able to control her body and mutate and hurt people close to her. Even if she was the most successful optimizer, she could not escape this fact. She opened the terminal, and sent a message to Fei Qixia. Fei Qixia replied quickly, asking her to wait, and he would send someone to deliver it to her. Yuqingyu left the cubicle, and nodded to other customers in a friendly manner, acting like a normal person. She came to the sink, and washed her face carefully before applying foundation to touch up her makeup. Her face was too pale, and she had to do some disguise to make herself look like a normal person. She packed up her things and repeatedly observed herself in the mirror, confirming that there was no problem before leaving the bathroom. As soon as Yuqingyu walked out of the bathroom, Guangming on Chinchio's shoulder and Lightning Baishua sitting on the floor immediately reacted. This time, the alien beast they sensed was even stronger. There must be an alien beast in the X restaurant. Guangming was about to call out again, but Guangming, who had spread his wings and was about to fly up and circle to issue a warning, suddenly retracted his wings and stood obediently on Chinchio's shoulder. The two war beasts on the ground also calmed down, as if they had not noticed anything unusual at all. Chinchio unnoticedly withdrew his gaze from the direction of the bathroom, and the dark light in his eyes gradually dissipated. Yuqingyu sat back in her seat, still with a warm smile on her face. She took good care of Gu Zheng like all parents who love their children. Gu Zheng also frequently served her dishes, and the two got along well. But this atmosphere did not last long, and was interrupted by a discordant voice. "Auntie, I saw the hot search about you. I am curious about how you came back after disappearing for 20 years. Don't you miss Xiaozong?" Gu Zheng frowned and looked at Chinchio. He was offended by Chinchio's inappropriate question and took the initiative to explain for Yuqingyu. Mother must have a mission to do, so she didn't come back. Since it is a mission, it must be confidential. Let's not ask so many questions. Chinchio ignored Gu Zheng completely, and his eyes were still locked on Yuqingyu. Ping-an also silently put down the tableware in his hand, and looked in the direction of the two. There seemed to be a smell of gunpowder in the air. There were some ripples under Yuqingyu's calm eyes, and they disappeared in an instant. She met Chinchio's eyes and smiled. "Yes, I miss Xiaozong very much. But you know, sometimes people are just like this. Fortunately, I can go back to Gu Zheng now." As she said, she reached out and stroked the back of Gu Zheng's head, looking at Gu Zheng tenderly. Gu Zheng smiled and nodded, responding, "We will live together in the future, and Mom will never leave again." Yuqingyu nodded heavily. "We will never be separated in the future." Chinchio faced their warm scene without any fluctuations in her heart, and she still looked calm. But what she said seemed sarcastic and aggressive. "Really? Then is there a possibility that Auntie has been hiding in a new organization, and working for them in the past 20 years. And now she suddenly comes back with a mission to approach Xiaozheng? Qingjio seemed to be joking, but his sharp eyes hurt Yu Qingyu's heart. She was unnatural for a moment, and didn't dare to look at Qingjio. She said, "Little girl, you think a lot? Maybe you are suitable to be a screenwriter and director." Yu Qingyu didn't show her anger because she felt guilty, but Gu Zheng, who heard Qingjio slandering his mother, couldn't bear it. He tapped the table and said to Qingjio with a slight warning, "Qingjio, what's wrong with you today? Please don't slander my mother." Qingjio smiled lightly, and his eyes, as if he knew everything, fell steadily on Yu Qingyu's face. "Maybe I am right?" Gu Zheng was completely enraged. He threw down the tableware in his hand and pulled his mother away. When he passed Qingjio, he paused and said to Qingjio, "The premise of my respect for you is that you respect my family." After that, they left. Guangming felt that the breath of the alien beast was gradually dissipating. It called softly in Qingjio's ear, signaling Qingjio to follow. Qingjio touched its head and shook his head. "Don't worry." Qingjio, who had angered Gu Zheng away, continued to eat the food on the plate as if nothing had happened, and also called Ping'an and Li Tong, who had stopped eating, to continue eating quickly. Ping'an also noticed Qingjio's abnormality. He did not pick up the tableware, but looked at Qingjio and asked puzzledly, "You are a little abnormal. Why are you so aggressive and make impossible assumptions?" Qingjio did not even raise his head and continued to eat the food in the bowl. "Really? I'm just curious and asked a few more questions. There is nothing impossible in the world. It's just a guess, and it's not against the law." Ping'an didn't quite believe Qingjio's words, but seeing her vague answer, he knew that he probably wouldn't get Qingjio's answer. This matter had nothing to do with him, so he simply didn't go into it. After Gu Zheng and the others left, Li Tong said the first sentence after entering the dinner table, "She is quite abnormal." Qingjio was curious. "What do you mean?" Li Tong frowned, twitched his nose, and said with disdain, "She gives me the feeling of an alien beast." Qingjio combined the reactions of the war beasts. She put down her chopsticks and asked with interest, "Why?" Li Tong, "She has the breath of an alien beast, but her behavior is no different from that of a human. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. I can't tell whether she is a human or an animal." "The first time?" Qingjio shrugged. Maybe this was the first time for Li Tong, but it was not the first time for Qingjio. She still remembered the man who was cold all over, like a dead person, and scratched her arm with a knife. Of course, she also remembered the deflated corpse that Hester had glanced at before turning off the lights and leaving the strange room in Professor Arnold's laboratory building. Yu Qingyu and he are most likely the same kind of people. Or rather, neither of them is considered human. It's just that Yu Qingyu is more stable than him, retaining more human characteristics. It's like that man is a semi-finished product, and Yu Qingyu is the final product. Qingjio silently played with the chopsticks in his hand, lost in thought. They may all be experimental subjects of the White Tiger Organization. I don't know how deep the connection between Yu Qingyu and the White Tiger Organization is. Chapter 178. The incandescent light shone on the corridor of the hospital. There were only a few nurses walking back and forth in the corridor. It was quiet and deserted. The clock on the wall showed the time when the hospital would close for visiting. The nurses explained the situation to the family members, who were still in the ward, and asked them to leave so as not to disturb the patient's rest. Hester waved goodbye to his assistant. The only sound in the single ward was the beeping of the equipment. Hester had become as thin as a bamboo pole in just 2 months. There was no flesh on his cheeks, which had completely sunken. His cheekbones were prominent, and his eyeballs seemed to be popping out of their sockets above his cheekbones. He looked up at the ceiling and sucked the oxygen in the mask hard. Poor lung function prevented him from transporting enough oxygen, and his breathing was very rapid. He knew that his end was coming. He raised his hand tremblingly and opened the terminal. On the terminal screen, Yu Qingyu and Gu Chuanqing were together. They were holding hands and basking in the sun, with smiles on their faces, and looked very happy. Since he knew that Yu Qingyu had become the first successful optimized body in history, his heart, which was about to fall to the bottom, was rekindled with hope. Yu Qingyu succeeded. She could maintain a clear consciousness and a healthy body. This was the future he longed for. After Yu Qingyu returned, he immediately sent a message to Fei Qixia, saying that he urgently needed to participate in the optimization experiment to save himself, who was gradually dying. But Fei Qixia's reply to him was that he had to wait. He had to wait for Yu Qingyu to stabilize for a while, and ensure that everything was correct before agreeing to admit him to the laboratory. Heath could not wait any longer. In the past 2 days, the doctors had been urging him to eat something he liked, and they shook their heads frequently after leaving the ward. Of course, he knew what it meant, and his gradually depleted body was urging him to join the experiment. He couldn't help but take off his mask and cough, and brown-black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and fell into the bucket beside him for him to spit blood. Looking at the half bucket of blood, Zysite smiled bitterly. Can he wait until Fei Qixia agrees? He rinsed his mouth to clean up the stains on his lips, and sat back on the bed in a daze. Suddenly, a new message notification came from his terminal, and he was only surprised for a second, and then calmed down again. Whenever he thought it was a message from Fei Qixia, and happily opened the terminal to see if there was good news, reality always gave him a blow to the head, interrupting all his thoughts. This time is probably no exception. He slowly checked the page, but found that the dialogue box that lit up was a strange contact. His originally calm heart beat violently again, and the numbers on the monitor next to him also soared sharply. Before it reached its limit, and was about to issue a harsh warning, Hester took a few deep breaths to calm himself. At this critical time, no one else could come in and disturb him. After he took a few deep breaths, his heart rate gradually dropped. Although the numbers on the monitor were still at a high level, at least they would not exceed the warning line in a short time. He opened the dialogue box and read it carefully. It can be transferred next week. I will give you a week to handle your affairs. Also, I need your permission to forward a box of things in 2 days. The Express Center cannot check it. Please help me forward it to Yuqingyu after receiving it. Before you leave, please help me get more alien beast toxin bombs. The ones sent before have been used up. After reading these 2 short sentences, he exited the dialogue box and immediately destroyed the information. Finally, it was his turn. He could live. He could even live as high quality as Yuqingyu. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In the week after Li Tong and Ping An arrived, Qin Jiao went back to the orphanage every day to buy food for Xiao Xia, and applied to stay overnight in the school at other times. With Edel's relationship, it was not difficult to arrange a temporary dormitory for Li Tong and Ping An. Living in Xinghuang all the time, Li Tong could naturally communicate with Bai Shui and Lightning more. During this period, Qin Jiao also took them to Yinwei Bay to visit Mingwei. This time Qin Jiao learned to be smart, and brought a change of clothes early. She was not afraid even if Mingwei got her whole body wet. It was the poor wolf cub, who was almost swept into the sea. And Bai Shui, who had always played best with her, also fled 10 meters away early and laughed mercilessly. Qin Jiao, who witnessed the whole process, said, What a pair of plastic sisters. Not long after, they took the Interstellar train back to Porcelain King Star to prepare for the start of school, and Qin Jiao also returned to Shirong Orphanage to pack her luggage. Dean Lu did not ask her about her movements in the past few days, but just stood at the door of the room and watched her all the time. This feeling was unfamiliar to Qin Jiao. Dean Lu had never tried to watch her silently with such a complicated expression. Most of the time, Dean Lu would only monitor her in a dark corner. Qin Jiao put down the luggage in her hand, stood up and looked at Dean Lu. What's the matter? Dean Lu struggled for a moment, but still took out a letter hidden behind him. This is for you. It was left by Rokov before he left. Qin Jiao raised her eyebrows slightly, and she did not immediately step forward to take it, but asked, What does it say? Dean Lu shook his head and said, I don't know, I haven't read it. Now it was Qin Jiao's turn to be a little surprised. According to Dean Lu's style of doing things, she must have read the contents of the letter in advance, but now she was told that she hadn't. It seems that before leaving, Rockefeller had instructed that only he could read the letter. Dean Lu's feelings for Rockefeller were not simple, and she would only obey Rockefeller's instructions. It was like the chain that tamed a disorderly madman was always in Rockefeller's hand. To put it simply, Dean Lu might like Rockefeller, and suffer from a serious love brain. Qin Jiao's expression was a little complicated. Is she really going to become Dean Lu's daughter just a little bit away? She exhaled lightly, went up to take the letter from Dean Lu, and casually put it on the table. Dean Lu asked curiously, Aren't you going to read it? Qin Jiao didn't even look back, and continued to organize her clothes. Don't read it now. Dean Lu said a little disappointedly, and didn't stay any longer. He closed the door for Qin Jiao and left. Qin Jiao slowed down her movements, and when she heard Dean Lu's footsteps gradually fading away, she put down her clothes and stood up, picking up the yellowed envelope. The letter looked a bit old, but the person who kept it was obviously very careful, and kept it very well, without any stains. Qin Jiao slowly tore open the edge of the envelope, and she took out a piece of letter paper with vigorous pen handwriting on it. Qin Jiao looked at the first line, and seemed to be having a cross-era dialogue with Rokov 20 years ago. John Xinjia, my daughter Qin Jiao. Chapter 179. Chinjio seemed to be able to see Rockefeller writing a letter in a short sentence, and he didn't know what he was thinking at the time. Chinjio spread the letter paper and continued to read. When you see this letter, I no longer exist in this world. It is my lifelong regret that I cannot see your growth process. But please don't doubt that I love you. Don't blame your Aunt Lou for not giving you this letter until now. This is my request. I guess you have met your Uncle Fei now, and you must have a lot of doubts in your heart. They didn't lie to you. Uncle Fei is my good brother. He has a favor to you and me. If he hadn't helped me when I was in trouble, you wouldn't exist in this world. And your Aunt Lou? Forgive my selfishness. I want to borrow your mouth to say to her, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken advantage of her love for me to entrust you to her, dragging her life down. But I don't regret my decision at the time. If it weren't for her care, you wouldn't have seen this letter. I know that in your opinion at this moment, Uncle Fei and Aunt Lou are not decent people, and you may not be able to accept this fact for a while. But please live according to your wishes. It is up to you to decide whether to join Uncle Fei's organization. I don't want you to wade into this muddy water again. I hope you can just live your life happily. Please don't investigate your background anymore. Your mother passed away earlier than me. You have no blood relatives in this world. You can treat Aunt Lou and Uncle Fei as your family, but you must learn to distinguish their words, especially your Uncle Fei's. You are my biological daughter. I will always love you and wish you happiness every day. Love you, Rockoff. After reading the letter, Chinjio wanted to find signs of it being tampered with, but unfortunately there was no sign. It was written by Rockoff. It's just, this letter is indescribably strange to Chinjio. Rockefeller asked her to trust Dean Liu and Fei Qixia, but also asked her not to trust them too much. Isn't this contradictory? Did Fei Qixia and Dean Liu do something that made Rockefeller keep a wary eye on them, and not dare to trust them without reservation? And Chinjio looked at the second to last sentence. Why did he emphasize that she was her biological daughter, and asked her not to investigate her background again? There was a doubt that lingered in Chinjio's mind. Who is the mother who never appeared? Did she really exist? Contrary to her wishes, the more Rockefeller didn't want her to know her background, the more curious Chinjio became. She put away the letter and ignored it for the time being. As night fell, Chinjio heard the sound of washing in the bathroom and guessed that Xiaoxia had woken up. She walked to the bathroom door and saw Xiaoxia combing the hair on her head that was too short to comb. She was trying hard to hold back her laughter. She bought a toy comb for Xiaoxia, who was very happy when he received the gift and was reluctant to let go of the comb. In the following days, Xiaoxia combed his hair several times a day and almost combed that area bald. Xiaoxia saw Chinjio in the mirror, put down the comb, spread his wings and turned around facing Chinjio. Chinjio nodded perfunctorily. Perfect, perfect, you are the most beautiful night emperor bat in the world. Xiaoxia was very satisfied with Chinjio's praise. He retracted his wings, held his head high, and walked out of the bathroom. Today, Xiaoxia chose a bright red apple, and he sat on the chair and ate it slowly. Chinjio sat on the bed, facing it, and she said, Xiaoxia, I'm leaving soon. Before she finished speaking, the fruit in Xiaoxia's hand had already rolled to the ground. It knelt down at Chinjio's feet, imitating the human prayer action with its hands clasped together, and at the same time showed a pitiful expression on its face, as if it was trying to squeeze out 2 tears. Chinjio patted it helplessly. You get up first. I didn't say I don't want you. Xiaoxia didn't feel safe about this matter. It shook its head violently, grabbed Chinjio's trouser legs with both hands, opened its mouth, and cried silently, imitating the expression of human crying. It didn't want to go back to its previous life, and didn't want to wander around and steal fruits to eat. How long has it had a home? Why did Chinjio abandon it? Chinjio was amused by its lifelike crying expression, but it seemed impolite to laugh out loud when Xiaoxia was sad. She touched her nose and covered her smile with her palm so that Xiaoxia wouldn't see it. Chinjio, I want to ask if you want to go with me. After she finished speaking, Xiaoxia suddenly stood up and hurried into the bathroom. Chinjio didn't know what he was going to do, so he stretched his neck to look over there. The sound of objects colliding came from the bathroom, and a moment later, Xiaoxia walked out from inside. Its arms were full of things, and Chinjio looked down at its arms. Just this one look, Chinjio didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In its arms were the toiletries Chinjio bought for it, as well as a lot of its small scars and accessories. This was all its belongings. Xiaoxia continued to walk with these things, and a cup fell down during the period. It hooked the handle of the cup with one foot and hopped to Chinjio's suitcase with the other foot. It looked at Chinjio and uttered a sound. Chinjio, Chinjio. Do you mean you want to take all your belongings and follow me? Xiaoxia nodded and urged Qinjiu twice in the direction of his suitcase. Qinjiu stepped forward, opened the suitcase, took his things and put them in. Xiaoxia looked at the suitcase with satisfaction and found his own belongings. He picked up the fruit that had just fallen on the ground and threw it into the trash can. He took out a paper towel to wipe the floor and picked a new fruit and sat down to eat it. Qinjiu discussed the departure time with Xiaoxia and asked him to adjust the time difference and get up to go out. Xiaoxia expressed his view that his skin would get worse if he got up, but thinking that if he didn't get up this morning, he might lose a rich man and continue to wander here, he immediately didn't dare to dislike it and said that he would get up on time. On the day Qinjiu left, she said goodbye to the children in the yard and left with her suitcase. Xiaoxia followed Guangming and flew toward Xinhuang. He would normally sleep at this time, but now he was yawning while flying. Guangming found him dozing off, so he slowed down and flew side by side with him, still blaming Xiaoxia for not flying dangerously. Xiaoxia nodded and agreed, and under Guangming's supervision, he resisted the urge to sleep and arrived at Xinhuang with him. Qinjiu hadn't arrived yet, but Lightning and Snow White were already waiting at the door. Although the other students were not afraid of him, no one dared to get too close to disturb him. Guangming felt that they were standing at the door to welcome him, so he immediately sped up and landed in front of Lightning. Lightning was about to stick out his pink tongue to comb Guangming's hair, but when he saw Guangming's outfit, he stuck out his tongue and kept it hanging on his lips. It was not right to retract it, nor was it right to comb Guangming's hair. Snow White looked down, and when she saw Guangming's hair soaring into the sky and the big gold chain hanging around his neck, she was stunned. Snow White, damn, so tacky. Chapter 180. Bai Shui uttered a low sound of doubt, while Guangming still proudly raised his chest. This was the outfit Xiusa had matched for him. Before he went out, Xiusa admired it repeatedly and was very satisfied with his own aesthetics. Guangming couldn't see what he looked like, but he was confused by Xiusa's praise and became blindly confident, thinking that he was very fashionable and beautiful now. Bai Shui came forward and licked down along the top of his head with her big pink tongue to smooth his hair. The top of Guangming's hair that had finally stood up was licked flat by Bai Shui, and a few hairs drooped down, returning to their usual appearance. Lightning also took 2 steps forward, picked up the big gold chain on Guangming's neck, and took it out from his head. Guangming thought that Lightning also liked this gold chain and wanted to compete with it, and it didn't resist. Qinjiu said that we should learn to share, and it was happy to share its accessories with Lightning. After Lightning took off the big gold chain, Guangming jumped forward 2 steps and held the other end of the big gold chain. Lightning thought it was unhappy that he had taken its things, so he opened his mouth and returned the big gold chain to Guangming. Guangming picked up the big gold chain and put it around Lightning's neck. Lightning lowered his head, and the golden chain swayed in front of his chest, which was more obvious on Lightning's black hair. Lightning was like a war beast on the street, and his appearance was like a nouveau riche, which made Snow White laugh so hard that she rolled on the side. Lightning growled in his throat, warning Snow White not to make fun of him. To Guangming, his voice sounded like Lightning didn't like the gift he gave him, and Guangming lowered his head in a sullen manner. Lightning's low pressure attracted Lightning's attention. Lightning saw that Lightning was unhappy with him, and hurriedly stepped forward to push his head. It didn't plan to take off the big gold chain. It would accept the gift from the child. Lightning tried not to pay attention to the gold chain on its neck and keep the mentality of an ostrich. As long as it couldn't be seen, it didn't exist. Lightning heard the big gold chain colliding on Lightning's neck, making a jingling sound. Lightning licked his head, as if he liked it. Lightning was happy again. Lightning liked the gift it gave him. It seems that he should ask Xiaoxia to prepare more small accessories for it in the future. Just when Lightning and Bai Shui were thinking about who matched Lightning's outfit, Xiaoxia finally arrived late. Xiaoxia originally wanted to fly directly to Lightning, but he saw 2 strange war beasts beside Lightning and stopped flying. It hesitated for a moment, and decided to hang on the roof of the security room to observe the situation first. Bai Shui and Lightning also recognized Xiaoxia's identity as a war beast. They changed their relaxed posture and took 2 steps forward to hide Lightning behind them. Although most war beasts are organized, there are very few free war beasts. Normally, they will not kill their own kind for no reason. But each war beast has its own temper. Some difficult ones will attack or bully other war beasts. This is not uncommon in the world of war beasts. After all, Lightning and Snow White are also in this group. Guangming found that Xiaoxia finally came. It was anxious to introduce its new playmate to Lightning and Snow White. It jumped twice and spread its wings to fly over Snow White's head, and was about to fly to Xiaoxia. Snow White reacted quickly. When it saw that Guangming was about to fly over, it jumped up and held Guangming in its mouth to prevent its next move. Bai Shui didn't use any force, but Xiao Sha saw it as a naked attack. When Xiao Sha found out that his good friend was attacked by other war beasts, his eyes immediately became sharp, and he dived towards Bai Shui regardless of his own weakness. Lightning was ready to attack on the side, and as long as Xiao Sha approached, Lightning would definitely slap him down with one claw. Guangming felt the change in the atmosphere, and it made a chi chirp sound in Bai Shui's mouth. It was shouting, "Don't fight, they are all beasts." Xiao Sha heard Guangming's cry, and the dive stopped in midair. And Lightning's hind legs, which had been charged, slowly released the force, and it turned its head to look at Guangming, and the gold chain on its neck made a crisp sound with its movement. The war that was about to break out stopped just like that, and Guangming, who was the bridge between the two sides, was also spit out from Bai Shui's mouth. After Guangming landed, he shook his wings with some disgust, shook off the saliva belonging to Bai Shui, and then began to introduce the two sides. After Guangming's effective communication, both sides knew each other's identity. But Lightning and Bai Shui fell into deep thought as they looked at the small scarf on Xiaosha's neck and the bracelet on his paw. Which war beast likes to wear accessories to dress itself up? Wouldn't it be obvious to tell the enemy that you are here if you were jingling accessories, and the small scarf? It would be scrapped immediately if it was stained with the blood of the alien beast. This is definitely the weirdest war beast they have ever seen. And Guangming must have been influenced by it to dress himself up like that. The aesthetics are worrying. Xiao Sha stood up in front of the two, and imitated the human movements to put his paws on his chest and bowed slightly. It was the first time for Lightning and Snow White to encounter this type of war beast. They didn't know how to react for a moment, so they had to bend their upper bodies slightly as a return gift. Xiao Sha was very satisfied. He liked polite war beasts. Qingjiu finally came to the gate of Xinghuang at this moment. She found that Xiao Sha had actually integrated into their team, which made her very relieved. Lightning and Snow White saw Qingjiu's figure and immediately rushed up to lean on Qingjiu on the left and right. Qingjiu also put down his luggage and stayed with them for a while. Since Xiao Sha was a nocturnal war beast, Qingjiu needed to arrange a place for him to sleep in the morning. There were no nocturnal war beasts in the war beast dormitory, so it was not suitable for Xiao Sha to sleep in the morning. After thinking about it, she decided to ask Edel's opinion to see if Xiao Sha could also move into the Beast King building, so that the four war beasts could take care of each other. Edel agreed, of course. He also reminded Qingjiu to complete the formalities for adopting Xiao Sha, so that Xiao Sha would not be considered a stray war beast, and even if he was discovered in the future, he would not be captured and taken back to the War Beast Management Center. Qingjiu agreed, arranged Xiao Sha's accommodation, and followed Edel to handle the adoption procedures without stopping. Xiao Sha walked back and forth in the new residence. After learning that the entire floor was their residence, his eyes looked at Lightning and Snow White more clearly. Two rich men again. Xiao Sha, who was wandering around, walked to the stairs. He was about to go upstairs when he was spotted by the sharp-eyed Lightning, who immediately rushed over to block him. Xiao Sha seemed confused. It was obvious that there were no traces of humans in this building. Why couldn't he go up? Snow White also came over. It nudged Xiao Sha with its head, indicating that Xiao Sha should turn around and leave. Since they didn't let him go up, Xiao Sha didn't insist on breaking the rules of the original residence. After wandering in human society for a long time, it already knew some ways to survive. The first rule of survival: do not enter restricted areas at will, as you may be easily driven away or eliminated as an intruder.